the mountain home of Theomid, where Frank Chandler and the Regent are staying, they are amused by the skill of a snake charmer. Later, in the darkness, Chandler sees him in the dress of a legionnaire, hiding as the legionnaires prepare to leave on a skirmish. Challenged, the man admits he means to desert, and before the soldiers can arrest him, swallows the contents of a small bottle, and with a curse for the French, falls to the ground. The present act opens in Dorothy's room an hour later. Chandu, the magician.
There's Uncle Frank now. Now we'll find out all about it.
Who was he, Uncle Frank? Gee, we've been nearly bursting. Mother made us come right in here when all that row went on down there. We could hardly see what was happening. Those shadows were so black down there where you were.
Who was he, Frank?
There's no I get back to Algiers and consult the authorities. He enlisted under the name of Pierre Bouchard. But that's probably not his name. I searched his clothes thoroughly, even the lining of his boots. But I couldn't find a scrap of anything to identify him.
Well, how'd he get out of that snake charmer outfit and into Legionnaire clothes so fast? He wasn't gone out of the room a minute, it seemed to me, until you dashed down there after him.
He had those robes on over his uniform. And he'd pulled soft leather slippers on over his boots.
Well, can you beat that?
Was he really talking about me, Uncle Frank?
Yes, was he, Frank? What did he mean by saying you brought her here to keep him from finding her?
Oh, he was mistaken, Doc. He thought Betty was someone else.
Well, Uncle Frank, do you think he was a spy or something?
Yes, of course. In fact, he confessed to it.
Did?
Yes. And I questioned a number of the other soldiers. They said he'd been constantly in difficulty with the officers for breaking the rules and pretending he was ill and all that sort of thing.
Who do you suppose he really was, Uncle Frank? Maybe he was really a prince or something in disguise.
Whoever he was, he couldn't endure the strict discipline of the Legion.
Hey, isn't it funny? How could he be a snake charmer? Where do you suppose he learned that? I didn't see any snake charmers in Paris while we were there.
No.
Maybe he learned it in India like you did, Uncle Frank.
From the way he performed the trick, I think he learned it in Ceylon. I've seen them there hundreds of times, squatting on the ground with 3 baskets before them, just as this man did tonight.
Well, do you think he was a regular snake charmer, or just learned those tricks so he could go out and be a spy and no one would know it?
I wish I knew the answer to that myself, Bob. He probably was one of those men always to be found wherever there's trouble of this kind. They drift around the world from one place to another, selling their services to anyone who is willing to pay for them. And any little accomplishments they may possess, such as this snake charming trick, are a great advantage.
Yeah, I guess they are. They're even a great advantage to you. Remember that time in Cairo when you went up to Roxar's room and pretended to be a sorcerer?
When the Val told me all about it later. How scared Roxar was. How you made him think he saw a great big cave with demons dancing around and everything.
Oh, Betty.
Well, he did, Mother. Uncle Frank told us about it himself.
No, but...
Well, I think it's keen. Say, listen, Uncle Frank. Did the yogi teach you all that stuff at once? Or did you have to learn it a little at a time, or what?
Now, Bobby, don't question Uncle Frank about his work in India.
I don't mind, Doc. Except that it's hard to answer that. Perhaps I can explain it by saying this, Bob. It's not a matter of learning a few tricks, as you seem to think. It's learning to understand the forces that are involved. Once you do that, you see...
Oh, yeah, just like that, I suppose. And when you came home from India the first time, I thought all I had to do was watch you and wave my hand around, and pretty soon all the fellows' eyes would pop right out.
I know you did. I told you there was more to it than you thought. You remember that time when we first went home after we found Father, and you tried to tell the ancient history class about how we found that little girl that had been asleep in the room under the palace for 5,000 years?
I'll say.
Bob, you didn't really.
Yeah, I did. Well, how'd I know they wouldn't believe it? You should have heard them yell. I tried to get Father to come out and talk to them, because I thought they'd believe him, but not a chance.
You mean they didn't believe him?
Well, Mother wouldn't let me disturb him. Still kid me about it.
Uncle Frank, do you ever wonder if we really did see that girl?
No. No, Betty. Why?
Well, sometimes I do. Don't you, Mother?
To tell you the truth, I do. Frank, in the air of that room under Naji's palace, sort of, well, shall we say, hypnotized us all, so we thought for a moment she was alive.
Well, I know I wasn't hypnotized, and I don't think Uncle Frank was either. You know, he read that parchment right off.
I know. Remember how scared Naji was? Remember, Uncle Frank? He begged you not to open that room, even after you read the directions on the parchment. Where was it we found that parchment?
Oh, you remember that, don't you? You know, I was kind of clowning, and I climbed up in the king's throne, in that old throne room. And I brought my fist down on the arm, and it pushed a spring or something, and it popped right open. And the parchment was right inside.
Oh, yes. Now, I really think that was the most exciting thing that ever happened to us, don't you?
Well, I think it was one of the creepiest. But I think the most exciting was when we got lost in the catacombs.
Yes. That was where you met dear Judy.
Now, don't tease him about Judy, dear.
I can't help it, Mother. He always looks so funny.
No,
Why do you act as if you care, Bob?
I don't know, Uncle Frank. But Judy Allen just burns me to a crisp. I can't help it.
Well, you'll probably never see her again, son.
Say, I wouldn't be surprised to have her walk right in that door this minute.
Oh.
Well, didn't she pop up in Cairo and even in Montebania?
She didn't come to Montebania.
Well, no, but she called me up from Paris. And if I hadn't promised her I'd come down to Paris and see her, she'd have been up there on the next train.
It's hardly the thing for you to discuss a young lady this way, is it, son?
Well, no, I suppose not. But she...
Oh, never mind about that. Uncle Frank, tell us some more about the spy. Was it really poison he had in that bottle?
Yes, it really was, Betty. And I think he'd probably been carrying it with him for a long time, so that if it became necessary, he could drink it, as he did tonight.
What a horrible thing, Frank. Do you mean he drank poison rather than be arrested as a deserter?
He would have died in either case, Doc. He'd have been shot if he deserted.
Frank, you've been trying to put me off in all this discussion of India and Naji and even Judy Allen.
Why, Dorothy, Bob and Betty have been discussing all these things, not I.
Please, Frank, answer me seriously. What was that man doing here tonight?
You know as much about it as I do, Doc.
Not quite. Why did he come up here in the dress of a snake charmer?
I really don't know, Dorothy. I'm not concealing that from you at any rate.
But you do think he came up here purposely to see us or get information about us or something of the sort, don't you?
Frankly, yes. But I think whatever he came to do, he failed. Because, don't you see, we discovered him before he had a chance to get away.
Yeah, and besides, what information could he find out by coming up here and sitting over there on the floor charming his old snakes, Mother?
That's right, Doc.
But, Frank, suppose he wanted to find out who we were.
Suppose he did. There's no reason why he
Oh,
should...
why don't you tell me the truth, Frank? I can't think of any reason why our identities should be important to anyone unless perhaps Robert's or yours, but suppose they were.
But, Mother, the fellow's dead, even if he did find out who we were. And even if anybody cared whether he found out, it's too late now.
Unless he had someone with him. A Confederate, I mean.
Why, Mother, oh, you're perfectly marvelous.
Yeah, and if Father ever forgets how to invent things or discover things or governments don't want him to work for them anymore, you can set up a detective agency, can't you? Mrs. Robert Regent, investigations neatly done.
Don't tease her, Bob. I know there's something in what you say, Doc. And I've already done all that can be done to stop any further mischief.
I know, Frank. But suppose these tribesmen attack this place. There can't be more than a few guards. What would happen?
Oh, come now. You're going too far. Let's not think of that, shall we? Isn't this a queer little bottle?
Let me see, Uncle Frank. Isn't it?
Don't touch it, Betty, or any of you.
I wondered why you had those gloves on, Uncle Frank. Is that the remains of the bottle that fellow drank the poison out of?
Yes, Bob.
Oh, heavens, Frank. You're not going to leave it here.
Only for a moment. It's empty, Doc.
Dorothy! Dorothy! Oh, there you are, my dear. I've got it. I've got it at last.
Oh, Robert, that's splendid.
Listen, Father, let us tell you what we...
And it's not only an ancient inscription. It's more, much more. It's a cipher. Why, it's almost unbelievable that even if such a thing existed, that we should have the luck to find it.
But, Father, let us tell you about the snake charmer. He said I
Professor
was...
LaHarrible had no idea his discovery would be so important. And I really just stumbled upon the key to the cipher.
Sit down, Robert.
What? What, Dorothy?
Sit down, dear. May I see the paper?
Oh, I can't sit down. I'm much too excited for that. You know, this inscription is Phoenician.
But, Father, don't you care anything about
And
all...
it's the first time any such thing has ever been discovered, Dorothy. Oh, I can hardly wait to see the professor and tell him I've read the inscription at last.
Aren't you going to let me see what it says? Sit down here, dear, and show it to me.
Oh, of course I will. Why, what are you all sitting around here for? It must be after midnight.
Oh, Father, we've been trying to tell you about it ever since you came in. There was a man...
Wait, dear. Let's hear more about the inscription. Put the paper down here on the table, Robert, will you?
I know it must seem foolish to you to be so excited about... Why, what's that? Where did you get that bottle?
A deserter from the Legion just drank poison from it. Why? Did you ever see it before? Robert, have you ever seen this bottle before?
Of course I have. And so have you. It's a bottle out of that chest of poison we found in Bombay.
Pierre Bouchard, about to be arrested as a deserter from the Foreign Legion, has swallowed poison. Later, Frank Chandler finds the tiny bottle in the courtyard. The Regent, absorbed in deciphering an ancient Phoenician inscription, sees the bottle on the table before him and cries that it was taken from the chest of poisons he had found months before in Bombay. The present act opens in the cellars of C. Ahmed's mountain home 3 days later. Chandu, the magician.
And now thou hast done that for which I have hidden thee here, Effendi Dmitri. In 1 hour it will be dark, and thy horse shall await thee at the place where thou hast left it.
I am not at all sure I shall be ready to leave in an hour, Your Honor.
But, Effendi, Thou hast gained the ear of the servants. Thou hast spoken to the leaders of the men of Siamed.
But I have not yet seen the young lady.
It was not for this thou camest here, Effendi, but to sow the seeds of hatred in the hearts of Siamed's men.
Bah!
What if thou art found here? I beg thee to go as soon as the sun has set.
Will you be silent, Yoreb? I have told you 12 times I will not permit you nor Colonel Raven to give me orders. I am the leader, and I will not be questioned.
But if thy life is lost, Effendi, what then of the cause for which we work? What then of our plan to drive the French from our border?
My life will not be lost if you do as I tell you. Have I not stirred up the mountain men as Raven begged me to do when he came to see me in the French prison? Have I not made certain the village of Raj would fall into your hands?
Ah, the truth, Effendi.
Well?
But I tell thee this. If the mountain tribesmen learn that thou hast delayed the work thou hast come to do, to look into the eyes of a maiden, they will scorn to follow thee further.
Unless you tell them, they will never know. I have succeeded in what I came here to do, and I tell you again, I will take no orders from you, Yoreb. I will stay here until I have seen the young lady.
But dost thou know, Effendi, the maiden's father is in this house?
Robert Regent? One can easily see you do not know American fathers, Yoreb. And this one in particular. He is so absorbed in his scientific work that he would not know I was here if he came to this very room. Her father.
But, Effendi, someone will see you here. It is only by the grace of Allah that thou hast not been discovered hours ago.
Will you listen to me? You saw how I went to the garden of Morel's house during the ball. Was I discovered there?
No, Effendi. But that too was by the grace of Allah. And only an hour ago I have learned that the father of the maiden comes here each day to look at the symbols written up on the wall.
Ah, he studies these ancient writings, eh?
Of a truth, Effendi. By questioning the servants, I learned he has not yet been here today.
So, that is my good fortune. What do I care if he does come here tonight? I tell you, Yoreb, I will not leave this house until I have seen Miss Betty. I will see her. Tell one of the servants to send her down here on some excuse, or I swear I will not go with you.
I regret, Effendi Dmitri, Colonel Raven's unwisdom in asking thy help.
You will do well to regret it if you do not go up into the kitchens and do as I ask. Oh, come, Yoreb. We aren't going to quarrel over this little matter. Think. In a few weeks, all these French and their friends will be driven from Algeria, and the mountain men will rule.
I will speak to the servants, Effendi, but more I will not do.
It will not be necessary. Here's a gold piece. Some of these servants of Siamed's would not hesitate to kill for it, to say nothing of so small a thing as inducing Miss Betty to go into the cellars.
I will go, Effendi. But when the French have been driven out of Algeria, thou and I must speak together.
As you will.
Effendi, he's coming.
Not Chandler?
No, it is the maiden's father.
Let him come. He has never seen my face. Go, quickly.
Ah, your father, Effendi. The lad is dim. I did not see you.
It's nothing. You hardly touched me. Why, how do you do? I didn't know there was anyone else interested in these inscriptions.
I beg your pardon. Oh, yes. Yes, they are fascinating, aren't they?
I find them so.
You are Mr. Regent, I believe.
Yes. I discovered the inscriptions on these walls quite by accident. It's very fortunate this house was built over old ruins, or the sun and wind would have destroyed the inscriptions entirely.
Yes. Quite true.
Have I met you here?
Unfortunately, no. Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself before. I am a friend of Mr. Chandler's, and when I learned he was here, I decided to combine a short visit to him with a study of these inscriptions. You see?
Yes, indeed. Let me hold a candle up to this one. I've been working on it several days. Look. Isn't that interesting? You see, it's complete except for this corner where the stone has been broken.
Oh, yes.
I have never been particularly interested in these things before, you know. My work has been confined to electrical and chemical fields.
You are very modest, Mr. Regent, for so famous a scientist.
Why should I not be modest? When one thinks of the vast field of knowledge as yet untapped by even the greatest of our present-day thinkers, he feels very insignificant. No, but I regret that so much of my life has been wasted.
Wasted?
Yes, I had the misfortune, just after the war, to fall into the hands of a man who wanted one of my discoveries so badly, he kept me prisoner for nearly 14 years.
Indeed. You amaze me.
It seems impossible that such a thing could happen in our times, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. How did he contrive to do it?
I was thought to have drowned when the steamer on which I sailed for home was sunk.
Really?
But as a matter of fact, one of this man's lieutenants picked me up in a small boat and later brought me to a desolate part of Algeria where I was left.
I see.
And during all those years, other men, working in their laboratories and free to experiment as they liked, discovered so many things that I fear I shall always be a little breathless trying to keep up with them.
You are too modest, Mr. Regent.
Not at all. When we return to America, nothing will induce me to leave my laboratory again until I have completed certain experiments I have in mind.
Oh, you are planning then to return to America soon?
Oh, yes, indeed. Quite soon now.
But what of your interest in these inscriptions?
I'm just occupying my mind with them for the moment until my brother-in-law says it's safe for us to return.
Safe? Oh, I see. You mean this warfare of the tribesmen?
To tell you the truth, I don't know exactly what he means. I'm inclined to be a little absent-minded, you know, and I fear I often miss a great deal that goes on about me.
Ah, yes. By the way, have you seen the carvings on the wall of the small inner room here?
Is there an inner room down here? I haven't seen it.
Oh, indeed. The entrance is there. You see? The one with the thick wooden door.
Oh, that room?
Yes.
I hardly gave it a thought. I rather supposed it was the wine cellar with such a heavy door and that great lock.
Have you forgotten the Mohammedans do not drink wine?
I had forgotten. You say there are carvings on the wall in there?
Yes, and some of them are most amazing. They are Phoenician, I would say.
I must look at them.
Just a moment. Take this candle also. You will want more than one.
Thank you very much. Won't you come in with me?
Not now. I have finished what I was doing here. I was just leaving.
I see. Good night, then.
Good night.
Dimitri? Are you down here?
Hush, Betty Lou. Don't speak my name here.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did you get in here, Dimitri?
Never mind that now. Shall I tell you what I've just done?
Why, of course. What do you mean?
I've done a dreadful thing, and you must tell me you forgive me. I had to do it.
What is it? What is it you've done? Oh, Dimitri, if Uncle Frank or Mother and Father should find out you were here, what would they say? Oh, it's too dangerous.
Hush, my sweet. Do not trouble yourself about my safety.
Well, what is it you've done?
Your father came down here and...
Father! Oh, what did he say? Did he ask for me? Where is he?
Please. I have locked him in the inner room there.
Oh, you didn't hurt him?
No, of course not. But I have to see you just for a moment.
Oh.
Every moment with you is so precious. As soon as I'm gone, you can release him at once. Here is the key.
Oh, I must let him out now.
No. If he saw you talking to me, he'd be sure to ask you who I am.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't know you, does he?
No, he has never seen me before. I told him I was a friend of your uncle.
But what are you doing here, Dimitri?
I had to come to the mountains on important business for the government. You understand?
Oh, yes, of course.
And of course I had to see you. You are like a sweet white flower that draws me closer, until I am drowned in your sweetness.
Dimitri,
when will
don't...
you say you will marry me, Betty Lou?
Oh, we can't talk about it now, Dimitri, with Father locked in there.
Don't you see every moment I am here, my danger grows greater. We must...
Oh, I must go and let Father out of there.
Just a moment. Will you come to the villa and marry me as soon as your family takes you back to Algiers? Will you? Say you will, my sweet.
Oh, I can't talk about it now, Dimitri. I can't. But when we come back to Algiers, I'll send you a note or something.
Oh, well, I suppose I must be satisfied with that. Listen to me, my sweet. You must tell your father you did not see the man who locked him in. Will you remember?
Oh, yes, I will. I will. Oh, please go, Dimitri.
Goodbye, my darling.
Father, I'm coming. Here I am. Father. Oh, there you are.
Oh, thank you, Betty. It was fortunate you happened to come down here. What a stupid, blundering fellow I am. I came in here to read an inscription, and I must have closed the door without realizing it, and it locked. I found myself facing the prospect of spending the night here.
Yes. Wasn't it lucky I came down here? Come on, let's go back upstairs.
I'd like to show that inscription to your Uncle Frank when he comes back.
Come on, don't stop, Father. Mother'll be wondering where you are. Come on up the steps.
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Robert? Robert, where are you? Oh, it's Frank. We're only here.
Dorothy, what is it?
What's the matter, Mother? I've just seen a man who looks exactly like that horrible Dimitri. Oh, I wish Frank would come back.
In the cellars of C. Ahmed's home in the Algerian mountains, the sinister Dimitri awaits the coming of Betty Lou, to whom he has sent a message. Regent comes to the cellars, but Dimitri tells him he's a friend of Chandler's, and Regent suspects nothing. Betty comes to the cellars and begs Dimitri to go at once. He climbs the stairs, and the next instant, Dorothy cries that she has recognized him. Meanwhile, the present act opens near a camp of hostile tribesmen, far up in the mountains. It is night. Chandu, the magician.
It can't be far from here, Philippe.
No, monsieur. They are camped in a, valley just over this hill.
Oh, yes. I can see the light of their fire. We'd better stop here. They may have lookouts posted, and they'll hear the horses hoot.
As you say, monsieur. But this darkness will conceal us from their eyes.
Yes. Let's tie the horses here.
May we?
I think if we're careful, we can find a place where we can look down into that hollow and see what they're up to.
Am I then to go with you, monsieur?
Not down into the camp, but come along as far as the top of the hill there.
Ah, oui.
It's so dark there's no chance of them seeing us unless we get into the firelight, or they see us against the sky.
But between these great rocks we are invisible, eh, monsieur?
Yes. Right through here, I think.
Ah, you are a Oh, come on, you say. Wizard to have arranged this so clever disguise for us, monsieur.
Hardly a wizard, Philippe. Long years of practice have made it easy for me.
I think even if their guards should see us, they would think we were off themselves.
I hope so. Look out. There's a sharp stone here.
Oui. Look out, monsieur. We are not far from the camp. I can hear their voices.
Yes. And the light's growing brighter, too. What's that?
Huh? I have heard nothing.
Get down behind these rocks, quick.
Ah, the truth, monsieur, you have ears like a fox. I heard nothing until you spoke.
Come on. Right through here. Lie down flat and we can look over the edge without being seen. This is a convenient group of lentis bushes, isn't it?
Mais oui.
We can pull ourselves right up to the edge, I think.
Spirit of Napoleon! Is this the way the tribesmen make war?
Yeah, they're like children. As soon as they want a battle, they must play.
But see the great fire. One imagines the French soldiers might see them for many miles. And regard the musicians. What is it that they do?
They're having a feast. Keep your face back in the shadow, Philippe.
Ah, I am sorry, monsieur. What fools they are, these tribesmen.
Yes, but it's all the better for our purpose.
You have not told me your plan, monsieur.
I'm going to go down into the camp and pretend I have a message for the leader.
Ah.
You stay here and watch.
Oui.
If they should become suspicious and shoot me or knife me, ride back to Algiers and tell Monsieur Morel what has happened.
Mais mon Dieu, was it for this, monsieur, sent me with you? To watch from a distance like a woman while you expose yourself to death?
But it's better this way, Philippe.
Ah, no.
If you went with me and they killed us both, then what?
Ah, but I do not like it, monsieur.
I know. But no one doubts your courage, Philippe.
But in this place, courage is nothing. It requires no courage to lie here on the ground in the shadow of a great rock.
If they discover who I am and find you hiding here, you'll need all your courage. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I will say no more, monsieur. But tell me one thing. How will you conceal from them that you are American? Do you speak Arabic, huh?
Not well enough to deceive those fellows, I'm sure.
Yes, voila.
But I'll speak to them in English with just a slight French accent.
No, mais monsieur, c'est impossible.
Don't worry about that. I've tried it before. Now I must go. I'm going to pretend to be overcome with fatigue. So don't be alarmed if I appear to stumble and lie unconscious on the ground.
The saints protect you, monsieur.
Thanks, Philippe.
Brothers of the mountain, wait!
Silence, my brother. Who comes?
I bring a message. A message.
Bring water. The messenger is dying of fatigue. He must have come from Algiers. Bring water, Magoo. What word dost thou bring, messenger?
What is your name?
I am Yara, leader of my people. What message dost thou bring?
You are of the truth, Yara?
I have spoken. Here is Magoo with water for me.
Water. The message I have brought is this. You and your men are to wait in this place until one arrives who will tell you where next you are to fall upon the French and drive them off as you have drove the soldiers from Raj. This is the word of a truth. I have spoken his own words. And now I must return.
Rest thou by the campfire for an hour. I will send a servant with thee to set thee on thy way.
For an hour, then, I will rest. How many men are in your camp, Gareb? I saw your fires from beyond the mountain.
These are but half of my people. The others are beyond in the valley of the Eagle.
Let them remain there. It is the wish of the leader.
I will give my people the message. Magoo, give the signal. My people, listen to my words. Tonight one has come from out here. Already the French have learned to fear the men of the mountain. Soon they will run before us like a plague of flies before a strong wind. Silence, my people. I have not finished. Thou knowest I have but this hour come from the secret place
where I spoke with him who is to lead us to victory against the French. Even now, he's going from place to place in the mountains like a serpent, whispering in the ears of soldiers, of servants, of all who are still so blind they will follow the French. Fear not to battle with the cursed Faringi. In the days to come, thou shalt rule Algiers. Thou and thy sons' sons forever. Tonight, let there be feasting and song. And when the next messenger arrives, prepare to mount thy horses and ride over the mountains to spill French blood upon the stones, to drive all Faringi from Algiers into the sea. Your tongue is silver, mon ami. My heart burns with hatred for the accursed French. A song, Ben Sadak! We will sing, thou wilt hear one whose tongue is indeed silver, and whose throat is of gold.
I ride into the dawn, aye, aye, with thy ride and gone, aye, aye, my song is brave and gay, I greet the break of day. Hey, depart the land, aye, aye, moonlight fills the sand, aye, aye, my song dies with a day, its echoes drift away. Always I ride alone, my love is gone, I ride alone.
And now I must depart. But thy hour is not yet gone. Thou hast not revealed thy name. I am called Fuad, and before the tribesmen rose against the French, I was a sorcerer. A sorcerer? My people! The messenger is skilled in sorcery. Shall we permit him to depart without proof of his power? You will please them, Fuad. It is nothing. But since I have accepted your hospitality, I am glad to make return for it. Name of the mountain, I, Fuad the sorcerer, tell thee to look yonder, where the hilltop meets the sky. Look, I say, look, and thou wilt see a body of horsemen at the summit of the hill. Look once more. The Ferengi. The French. Of his truth, they are riding down upon you, men of the mountain. The Ferengi. They are coming closer. They will knock you down without mercy. What now, men of the mountain? What will you do? I declare that the prophet, I know thee now. Thou art Chandu, the magician.
Dressed in Arab clothes and posing as a messenger from the leader of the tribesmen, Frank Chandler visits one of their mountain camps. There he learns that Yarub's people are planning a new attack on the French. By the use of his occult powers, Chandler makes the tribesmen believe they see a large body of French soldiers riding down upon them. Suddenly Yarub cries out, "I know thee now. Thou art Chandu." The present act opens in Si Ahmed's house 2 hours later. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, there. I'm so sleepy.
Why don't you go to bed?
I hate to until we know whether Uncle Frank's coming back tonight or not.
Well, in case you didn't know it, it's not very polite to yawn.
Oh, keep still.
I will not. I saw you yawning at Mr. Morrell's party the other night.
Well, you'd yawn, too, if you were as bored as I was.
How could you be bored? I thought it was a marvelous party. All those picturesque people in uniforms and Arabs and everything.
Yeah, I guess you did. I bet they wondered who that girl was that stood around with her eyes popping right out.
Why, Bob Regent.
Well, say, do you remember that kind of an Arab prince or something that came in late and everybody made such a fuss over?
You mean the one that had the gorgeous blue headdress?
Oh, I don't know what he wore, except that he was all dressed up like a whole masquerade.
Yes, I certainly do remember him. He made me shiver. He looked positively Ophidian.
He looked what?
Ophidian. I suppose you've never heard of such a word.
No, I didn't. Nobody else ever did either. There is no such word.
Is that so, Smite? Well, there is, too.
Oh, there is not.
Why, there is. You don't think I just made it up, do you?
I certainly do. You mean amphibian.
Oh, I do not. Amphibian means...
It means like a seal or something that can live in the water and on the land, too.
I certainly don't mean that Arab prince was like that. Ophidian is what I mean.
Well, there's no such word.
There is, too. It means cold-blooded or like a snake. And that's just the way that man looked. He stood there in the doorway looking all around, and his eyes just sort of darted back and forth like the eyes of a big snake. Ooh.
And I suppose when Mr. Morrell introduced him to you, you said, "How do you do, you big Ophidian?"
You don't believe there is such a word, do you?
No, I don't.
All right, if you're so smart. Where's that little pocket dictionary you suddenly started to carry around with you when you were trying to teach Natasha English?
It's in my pocket.
Look at it. I bet you'll find it there.
Oh, wait a minute. How do you think you spell it?
Ophidian.
Wait a minute. Ophidian. Well, it is here.
Here, you see? What does it say?
Ophidian. Cold-blooded. Reptilian.
You will tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, will you?
Well, I give up. Where would you ever hear of a word like that?
Why, it's just part of my general background.
Oh, yeah? Boy, since we came over from home, we certainly haven't met a lot of fellows that could go around with that tattooed on their arms, haven't we?
Yes, haven't we? Dr. Shaw, for instance.
Yeah, and that fella in India we found in that old dark house on Malabar Hill.
The one that had the poison?
Yeah, he'd have scared you to death. Talk about Ophidian, I bet that was his name.
Did Uncle Frank tell you where he got the man that drank the poison the other night at the bottle?
No, he didn't. Did you ever see Father so excited about anything in your life? He pounced on that bottle like a man-eating tiger or something.
Oh, Father looking like a man-eating tiger.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Do you think Uncle Frank went out into the mountains to find out about that poison?
Gee, I never thought of that. He might have, mightn't he?
Yes. I thought of it the first thing when he said he was going out there.
He certainly was stirred up about something. And he took a French soldier with him. Did you know that?
No, did he?
Sure he did.
Well, Dr. Shaw can't have anything to do with this war with the tribesmen because he's dead.
Well, what do you mean, Dr. Shaw? He didn't have those poisons.
Oh, he had something to do with them. I know he did.
You're just kind of dithery about Dr. Shaw. You think just because he tried to magnetize you or something, he knew all about all those plots and things all over India.
Why, you can't imagine how terrible it was over there in Siam when he gave me that necklace and I... Oh, what do you want? Who are you?
You poor fish, it's Uncle Frank.
I'm sorry to frighten you, Betty. I'd forgotten you hadn't seen me in these clothes.
Uncle Frank, I wouldn't believe it if I didn't hear your voice. Oh, you're marvelous. You really are.
Is it back, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
You must be hungry. Why don't you sit down here and have something to eat before you go and change your clothes? You certainly do look picturesque. I bet if Naji ever... Oh, I mean...
There you go. Don't pay any attention to her, Uncle Frank. She's just a little subnormal, you know, mentally.
I haven't heard you two scrapping for a long time.
No, you just got here 5 minutes too late.
Yes, and this time I won, Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank, Bob said you took a French soldier with you out there in the mountains. Did you?
Yes. I left him downstairs to get something to eat. He has to go back to Algiers.
Tonight?
Yes. The roads are too dangerous in the daytime. And I wanted to take in a message to Mr. Morrell for me.
Oh.
Well, why don't you get Uncle Frank something to eat? I bet he's starved. I could eat myself.
You don't have to tell us that.
Where's your mother? Asleep?
No, she went to her room to get a book.
She's all steamed up about a man she saw downstairs this afternoon.
Frank? Oh, I'm so glad you've come back. I was frightened to death.
Frightened? Why, what's the matter, Doc?
Oh, the strangest thing happened. And I'm beginning to wonder whether I saw him or whether I just imagined it. You know that long hallway downstairs that runs through the house from the servants' quarters to the courtyard?
Yes?
I've never been down there before, except just across it from the courtyard to the small vestibule where the stairs go up to the women's quarters. But this afternoon, I was wondering where Robert had gone, and I thought maybe he'd gone into the cellar.
Oh. He's discovered this place is built over some old Phoenician ruins, has he?
Yes. Did you know that, Frank?
Yes, I knew it, but I hadn't thought to mention it to him. Go on, Doc.
I asked one of the servants the way to the cellar, and he said I'd have to go through the kitchen. So I went down there, and just before I got to the kitchen door, it opened, and a man came out. He walked right past me. He was in Arab dress, and I paid no attention to him until he was exactly opposite me. I don't know what made me look up, but I did, and Frank, he looked exactly like Dmitri. Exactly.
Oh, Dorothy.
Oh, I know it seems impossible, but he did.
Did he seem to recognize you?
No.
Did he seem surprised to see you there?
No?
Did he look startled? As if he might be trying to get out of the house without anyone seeing him?
No. Frank, you don't think it could have been?
Did any of the rest of you see him?
Gee, no.
Why, Uncle Frank, what would he be doing here anyway?
You were mistaken, Doc. I wonder what could be keeping the servants. I'm getting hungry.
Did you call?
Betty did.
Hey, Betty, you don't think it could have been?
Oh, hush. Yes, I know he was here.
Hey, what you say? Can't you make some excuse to get away before Uncle Frank starts asking us any more about it? You always look so funny. You'll give it away. I know you will.
Well, I'll ask him some questions, and maybe he'll forget about it for tonight. Uncle Frank, you didn't tell us where you went.
No, that's right, Uncle Frank. Did you go out to see about those poisons?
No, we went out to get some information about the number of men that were in that tribe of Yarabs.
You did? You mean you dressed up like that and went right out there where they were? Boy, isn't that keen?
Yes, Philippe and I went out there and found them having a great time. They were celebrating the battle they won yesterday.
Frank, did you actually go right into their camp?
Why, yes. I told them I was a messenger with word from a leader in Algiers.
And did they believe you, Uncle Frank?
Yes, they even told me the leader's name.
Oh, what was it?
It was Raven. Colonel Raven.
Colonel Raven?
Why, Bobby, you don't mean you know him.
No, we don't. We don't know him. We saw him at the hotel there in Algiers. Didn't we, Betty?
Why, yes, Mother, we did.
Are you sure it wasn't out at Ismail's villa you saw him?
Oh, why, maybe it was. Was it, Betty?
Yes, I know it was. Don't you know he was out there with Ismail that first day we went out there with Madame Delige? Don't you know?
Oh, yeah, sure he was.
That villa keeps coming back into this thing like a bad penny. I'm glad I suggested that it be watched.
Watched? Oh, that beautiful villa.
Yes, that beautiful villa. We haven't learned yet the name of the man Ismail was to meet there. If he goes to meet Ismail, he'll fall into the hands of French soldiers.
What do you mean you haven't learned about his name?
I've been meaning to tell you that. I've discovered what it is Nicholas has on his mind. He heard the name of the man who betrayed the garrison at Raj. But he'd been wounded and he was only half conscious. So he can't remember what the man's name is.
Oh, the poor boy. Is that what's troubling him?
Yes. And now he's made up his mind that this man whose name he can't remember is deliberately willing him to forget it.
Oh, but that's horrible. Why, that would mean...
Yes, it would mean all sorts of things that we can only hope aren't true.
What do you mean, Uncle Frank?
I can't tell you, Betty. But don't speak about this to Nicholas when you see him again. I'm hoping if he's kept quiet and doesn't worry too much about it, the name will come to him. In the meantime, as I said, I'm having that villa watched day and night.
Oh, I can't believe it, Uncle Frank. That beautiful villa all full of soldiers and spies and everything. Why, just think if somebody that didn't know anything about it went there, they might be captured by the French soldiers just the same.
Yes, they might. But we'd rather capture a few innocent people who we'd have to release later than to fail to arrest the man we want. If this revolt among the tribesmen is not stopped, it's liable to spread all over North Africa. I'd hate to think of what that would mean.
Much to think about it any more tonight, Frank?
Not for an hour or so, Doc. Philippe will be starting back to Algiers then.
Let's get you something to eat then.
Why, what was that?
It's out of the next room.
Let's go see what it was. I bet some of those harem women have dropped a cup or something through the stone grill work.
That was a good guess, Bob. Look here.
Why, how could that happen? You wouldn't think anybody could do that accidentally, would you?
It wasn't an accident. There's a note here among the fragments of china.
A note? Why, Frank.
Let's see. Why, it's signed Lella Hardra. Who's that?
It's one of Siama's wives. The prettiest one. She speaks English and everything, too.
Yes, the note's in English.
Frank, aren't you going to tell us what it says?
I'll have to tell you, Doc. This explains why the servant didn't come and bring me anything to eat.
Well, why?
It says the servants have become frightened and have all run away.
Frank, how...
She says she's had information from a friend among the tribesmen warning her of danger. The tribesmen are on the way here to attack the house.
Aboard the yacht Falana, far out to sea, Chandler and Andra learn the propeller shaft is broken and cannot be repaired. Andra instructs the wireless operator to send out a call for help. But just as he begins the message, the equipment fails, and he turns to the others with the word that he will be unable to complete the message. The present act opens in the wireless room that evening after dinner.
Chandu, the magician.
Is that you, Andra?
Yes. Where are you, Mr. Chandler?
Down here in the corner. And I think I've discovered the trouble. Did you learn anything from the wireless operator?
No, Mr. Chandler. I'm inclined to think he doesn't know anything about it. I ordered him confined to his cabin as a matter of precaution, but I think we'll find he knows as little about this business as we do ourselves. What did you say you thought had happened?
Look here. Do you know anything about the operation of a wireless set?
Not the slightest.
Well, sit down here on the floor, and I'll show you something. This is the transformer.
Yes, I do know that much about it.
Do you see these insulators on the top?
Yes.
Look here.
It's just a bit of copper wire, isn't it?
Yes, that's all. But it was connected between the two insulators. And what happened was that as soon as your man began to send the message, it short-circuited the transformer and burned it out.
But that means the wireless set is permanently out of commission then, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
I can't believe Baru would do such a thing as that. And even if he thought of it, why should he?
As a matter of fact, I doubt if Baru had anything to do with it.
Oh.
But if there's someone else on the ship who did do it, it's just as well to let him believe we suspect Baru. Don't you agree?
Yes, I suppose so. Of course, there's no doubt that someone did it deliberately.
Of course not. It was a very clever idea, too. Running that wire across the top of the transformer, where it would never be seen. Because the transformer is under the table. It would completely disable the equipment without the necessity of smashing anything that might have made a noise and called out attention.
I don't understand when it could have been done. There's supposed to be a man on duty in here all the time.
There is, eh?
Yes.
That's interesting. You don't mind if I go down and question Baru?
Certainly not.
I'll go down and have a little talk with him later, then. There's nothing more we can do here.
Shall we lock up the room?
No need for that now. Whoever put that transformer out of commission disabled the sending set as completely as if he tossed the whole thing overboard.
Where can this fellow be that we never see him or hear him?
Someone must feed him. Ever think of that?
By Jove, that's right. You're convinced, then, that one of my own men is shielding this man?
It begins to seem that way, doesn't it? I'll tell you what we might do tomorrow.
What's that?
We might have every man in the crew up on deck at the same time. One of us could stay here to make sure none of them left for even a moment. The other could go below and make another search.
By all means. You know, I'll never forgive myself for dragging you and your family into this, Mr. Chandler.
I'm not sure they're not better off, even so, than they would have been if they'd remained at home under the circumstances.
I don't understand.
If you don't know, I can't explain. But please don't reproach yourself for having invited us on this cruise. It's possible we'll all be glad things turned out as they did. You know, there are worse things than being adrift in a great yacht like this.
Oh, I suppose so. At least there's plenty of food and water, and we may sight a ship any day.
And you have flares aboard, no doubt.
Oh, yes, of course. Why, the very thing. Why didn't I think of that before?
We can go up on deck and send up a few and see what happens.
Good.
By the way, in case you're still inclined to blame yourself for the mishaps that have occurred on this trip, let me ask you something. You've been away from home for quite a long time, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I've been gone nearly 6 months.
And during that time, of course, you've had many guests aboard the yacht?
Yes, indeed. It's just happened that in nearly every port where we landed, I've had letters to people from friends either in England or at home. And, of course, I've entertained aboard a great deal.
And nothing of this sort ever happened before? Nothing has ever happened to the boat, nor to anyone aboard?
Why, no. Not that I can remember.
You see, then, there's more than just your usual ill luck to blame for all this.
Oh, I hope so. I'd like to think so.
Of course. It's the only thing to think. By the way, were you supposed to reach Suva at any particular time?
But that's another thing that worries me a little. I really should have landed there tomorrow. But of course there's no chance of that now. These 3 days we've lost make it impossible. Why do you ask?
Because I knew you had a message calling you there. And I wonder, when you don't arrive, will anyone send out word by wireless to Trans-Pacific liners to watch for the yacht?
Perhaps. That is, no. I mean, I doubt whether they would.
It's too bad. That would have given us a very good chance to be sighted. Shall we go out on deck again?
Yes. Are you going to tell your sister and the others what happened to the wireless?
Yes. I can see no reason to keep it from them. What's the matter with your orchestra tonight?
I told them I didn't know whether we'd want any music tonight.
Why not have them play as usual? We don't want everyone aboard to feel that we're going to be abandoned and lost out here.
Of course, I should have thought of that myself. I'll join you and the others in a moment, Mr. Chandler.
Hi, Uncle Frank.
We've been in the wireless room.
Gee, I wish I'd known you were in there. I'd have come in, too. Did you find out what was the matter?
Yes, we did, Bob. The transformer's burned out.
Honest? Now we are sunk, huh, Uncle Frank?
What does that mean, Frank?
It means, Doc, that the wireless is completely out of commission. Where's Nazi?
In her cabin.
Isn't she coming up on deck tonight?
Yes, she'll be up a little later.
Shall I go and get her, Uncle Frank?
Oh, no. Never mind. If she said she'd be up later. I hate to have her sitting down there alone.
Listen. I thought the orchestra wasn't going to play tonight.
Don't be silly. Why wouldn't they?
Oh, I don't know, but they haven't been. That man's going to sing. That man that knew Abdallah. I'd like to talk to him sometime, wouldn't you, Bob?
Why don't you if you want to?
Would it be all right, Uncle Frank?
Why not?
Well, I'm going to. I'm going to tell him we knew Abdallah.
Hush, dear. Listen.
See thy lover's arms are waiting thee. Come, my heart, with vibrant rapture feel, where thy light footstep lies, blossom spring to greet thee, love. Night is fragrant with thy laughter. Come to me, my sweet white dove.
You thought of having him sing, Andra. That was beautiful.
I'm glad it pleased you, Miss Betty. Mr. Chandler, shall we see about the flares?
Flares?
Yes. We're going to send up some signals.
Won't that be keen? Can I help, Uncle Frank?
Of course.
And if nobody sees the signal, will we just stay right here for days and days and days and everything like the ancient mariner, Uncle Frank?
Oh, it surely won't be as bad as that, Betty Lou.
As idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. I wouldn't care if we stayed here forever if the moonlight would always be as beautiful as it is tonight. Would you, Bob?
Well, I think it's keen to be out here, but we'd run out of things to do after a while.
We had a nice swim today. That was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I don't want to spend the rest of my life swimming round and round this yacht. Come on, Uncle Frank, let's go send up some flares. Where are they, Andra?
I've spoken to one of the men. He's bringing them now. He'll be here in just a moment.
Can I send up one, Uncle Frank?
We'll see.
Here I am, over here. Thank you. Here you are, Mr. Chandler. Do you want to light the first one?
If you like.
Boy, they ought to see that.
Want to send up another one, Mr. Chandler?
Here, Bob. You light this one.
Okay. Gee, that was a honey.
Let's try one more.
Boy! Now we must watch for a signal from somebody, mustn't we? If another ship sees us, will they send up a flare, Uncle Frank?
Yeah.
Oh, look, here's one of the sailors, Andra. Maybe he saw somebody answer our signal.
Perhaps. What is it, Sundar?
Master, I beg to tell you Captain Reni presents his compliments. And Master, you will come with me where I may speak with you alone.
Come along, Mr. Chandler. Let's see what this is, will you?
Of course.
Now, what is it, Sundar?
I beg to tell you, Master, the water.
What?
You mean the water supply is running low?
You have spoken, Sahib. There is but fresh water enough to supply the master's guests and the crew for one more day.
Aboard the yacht Palana, a series of mysterious accidents has placed the party in grave danger. The wireless equipment has been disabled, so that they cannot send out a call for help. As they stand beside the rail, sending up signal rockets into the starlit sky, a member of the crew comes to Andra with the report that the supply of fresh water is running very low. They have only enough to last one more day. The present act opens a few minutes later. Chandu, the magician.
Perhaps you'd better go a little slower with these rockets, Bob. They haven't many more, you know.
Gee, haven't we? I thought there was a whole lot of them in that box.
This one, Bob?
Yeah.
No, it's empty.
Oh, well, maybe we better not send up any more until we see what happens.
Oh, Uncle Frank, look, isn't that a light?
Where, Betty?
Right there, way out there, right down close to the ocean.
Yes, you're right. It's a ship.
They must have seen the rockets, Frank.
Oh, isn't it perfectly thrilling? It's really just like something out of a book, isn't it? Like being cast away on a desert island, I mean. Of course, I don't mean this yacht's like a desert island, Andra. But I think it's wonderful for them to see our signals and everything, just like...
And not a minute too soon, huh, Andra? I heard what that fellow said to you.
Who, Bobby?
That sailor that came up and spoke to Andra and Uncle Frank a little while ago. He said we only had enough fresh water for one more day, didn't he, Uncle Frank?
Yes, he did, Bob. But we hardly thought it necessary to worry your mother about it.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, Uncle Frank.
Well, it's all right anyway, because there's that ship.
Yeah, that's right. Let's send up all the rest of these rockets at once. Here, Betty, you take this one, and I'll take this one, and... Mother, why don't you send on up? You haven't sent up one yet.
Oh, not I. Najee, would you like to light one?
Yes, Dorothy. Bob, you must show me how to hold the rocket.
Here, I'll show you. Look, I'll light mine first, and you watch. Now, look, you light it right here. Now, you do yours, Najee. Here, like this. Now, hold it this way.
And one for me. Give me a match, will you, Bob?
Sure, here. And that's the very last rocket we have. Boy, that was pretty close, wasn't it?
It was indeed, Bob. Chandu, I wonder where the ship will take us.
What's the matter with you, Andra?
What is it, Frank? Andra.
It seems to me that ship is coming no closer.
No, you're right. They haven't seen our signals after all.
Wouldn't you know I'd do that? Shoot off our last 3 rockets without waiting to see whether they'd noticed us or not.
Don't blame yourself for that, Bob. It was my fault. I can't see yet how they failed to see us.
They're disappearing, aren't they? But we needn't give up hope yet, need we, Frank? There's no reason why another ship might not come along tomorrow.
Of course not, Doc.
That's right, Mother. And Andra said we weren't far out of... What is it you call them, Andra?
The steamer lanes. No, you're right, Miss Betty. There's every chance someone will see us tomorrow. We haven't drifted far. I was talking to the captain about it this afternoon.
We'd better put ourselves and the crew on rations of water, Andra.
Yes, perhaps we had. I'll go below and speak to the captain about it now.
I will go with you, Andra, as far as my cabin. I would like to get a cloak.
Oh, let me go down and get it for you, Najee.
I'll go now.
Oh, no, thank you. I will go myself.
Well, Andra, can we have the music play? I don't want to feel as if we're just sitting around waiting for the ship to sink right under our feet or something.
Of course you was asking to play, Bob. Anything you like. I'll join you in a few moments.
And I will not be long.
Let's go through here, down this way. I'm sorry Bob was so incautious as to alarm you and Mrs. Regent about the water supply lines.
It is better to know, I think, Andra.
Except that a ship will probably come along tomorrow and pick us up. And you might have been spared the anxiety.
Anxiety is not a stranger to me, Andra, as perhaps you know. Here is my cabin. Perhaps you knew I made an excuse to the others to speak to you alone. Will you come in for one moment when you have spoken of the water to the captain?
I can come in now if you like. He understands about the shortage of water, and a few minutes more will make no difference. What do you want to speak to me about?
Wait, please, until we are inside. Oh, I did not know I had forgotten to switch off the lights when I went up on the deck. I am growing careless. Will you sit here?
Thank you. How pale you are. What is it that's troubling you?
Oh, I must tell someone, and you are the only one who can help me.
I don't understand.
I will ask you one question, Andra. What will occur if there is not a ship?
You mean if no one sees us?
Yes.
Well, of course, it's no good thinking of that, Your Highness, because certainly a ship will sight us and we'll be taken off.
You are trying to deceive me, Andra. What will occur if tomorrow no ship is seen? We will have no water.
Oh, we can probably make the water supply last another day or so by cutting down on the quantity we use.
But if by that time there is no ship?
What is it you're hinting at, Your Highness?
I am trying to discover whether there is anything we may do. I cannot permit Dorothy and the children to suffer.
You cannot permit them to suffer? Won't you tell me what you really mean?
This is what I mean then, Andra, since I am forced to tell you. You have heard of the wisdom of Chandu?
Yes, of course.
I think by the use of the secret of the East, it might be possible for him to...
You mean he could summon help by some occult means?
Yes, I think he can.
Oh, you mean you hesitate to ask him to do this for us? I'll speak to him about it myself. No?
It is only that... Oh, Andra, do you not see? I cannot go to Suva. What if help comes, and it is a ship that will take us to Suva?
Your Highness, I don't pretend to understand. Perhaps you'd rather not speak of it to me. But what possible harm could come to you in landing at Suva? It won't be more than a few days at the most before a liner from Australia or New Zealand calls there, and it will take you all back to California.
But I must not go there.
What?
It is the one place in all the world where I dare not go. Even if this accident had not occurred to the yacht, I had intended to beg you to turn back. Chandu promised he would speak of it to you.
Well, he probably didn't have an opportunity before we had this trouble with the propeller shaft. And now, of course, it's too late. Even if I could disregard the cablegram I received, there's no way I could help you now. I'm sorry. Truly I am. Your Highness, you don't know how distressed I am. Shall I call Mrs. Regan?
No. I beg you not to call her. I will be myself in a moment. Will you not have a cigarette? You will find them in the carved box under the lamp on the table.
Thank you. Won't you have one?
No, thank you. I do not smoke. It is perhaps strange I do not, but I always bring with me cigarettes from Egypt. My friends enjoy them even if I do not.
Yes. I smoke them occasionally, even when I'm at home. Are you feeling better now? Shall we go back on deck?
Oh, not yet. I know now. I must tell you what it is I fear. And when you have heard it, perhaps you will... Oh, I know you will think it is impossible. Have you ever heard that near Suva is a strange, mysterious cavern in which strange pagan rites are held?
Why, no. And even if they are, what have these things to do with you? Is this really what you fear?
Oh, you have not heard it all. It is said that in this place live a few people who are all that remain of the Lemurians.
In the cavern on the island of Fiji? Your Highness, you've thought about this until you're overwrought. How could it be possible?
Oh, I knew you would not believe me. But I beg you to think seriously of this. I tell you, I know.
But what if it should be so? Why are you so concerned about it?
Oh, I cannot tell you all.
I say, Your Highness, let me go up on deck and get Mr. Chandler and tell him this amazing story. He'll reassure you. You'll think I don't take it seriously just because I know nothing of it. Mr. Chandler, no. Let me call him and put your mind at rest.
Oh, it is useless. I might have known it would be. I will say no more. If I am to meet my fate.
But what fate?
Oh, let us not speak of it again. Oh, look, you have not even lighted your cigarette. I am a very bad hostess. Here are matches.
Oh, thank you. Why, these are amber cigarettes. I haven't smoked one for some time.
I hope you will enjoy it. Andra, you will not speak to Chandu of what I have said to you here?
Why, certainly not, if you prefer it.
Oh, I beg of you not to speak of it. Andra! Andra!
Nazi! What is it? Nazi!
Oh, Frank, look. We saw it in the crystal that day at home. The lamp, and the table, and the carved box. Oh, I knew it. I told you so that day. I felt it. There's death in this room.
Their supply of signal flares exhausted, the party aboard the Polana can only wait and hope that daylight will bring a ship to their rescue. In her cabin, Naji appeals to Andra to help her avert the disaster she believes is threatening her. He thinks she is too much concerned about the menace and urges her to let him call Chandu. In despair, Naji says she must resign herself to her destiny. A moment later, she cries out in utter terror. Chandler and Dorothy rush into the cabin, and Dorothy draws back in horror as she recognizes the scene she saw in the crystal. The present act opens in Chandler's cabin a few hours later.
Chandu, the magician.
Drink some coffee, Naji, please.
Yes, Naji. It will do you good.
Oh, I cannot, Chandu.
Try, Naji.
No, Dorothy. I cannot. I can only see Andra's face as he sat in my cabin talking to me 1 moment before.
Oh, don't, Naji.
The doctor says he'd probably had a weak heart for years, but no one suspected it.
Yes, sir, that's what he said, Naji. And he asked Uncle Frank if Andre had any kind of a shock. Didn't he, Uncle Frank?
Yes. I told him he couldn't question you tonight, Naji.
I do not mind answering his questions, Chandu. But there was nothing. We were talking quite calmly, and suddenly, without a word, he fell from his chair and did not speak again. And then you were in the doorway, Chandu, with Dorothy.
Yes. You were gone so long, we wondered if anything had happened. Dorothy and I came down to your cabin to see if you were all right. Just as we reached the door, we heard you scream.
As soon as we opened the door, I saw your cabin was the very room we'd been in the crystal that day, in the garden at home. I knew before we saw Andra lying there on the floor that death was there. I thought at first it might be you, Naji.
It almost makes you believe in what Andra said about that curse of him, doesn't it, Uncle Frank?
Say, that's right. You know what Andre said? He said that nobody in this generation of his family had been hit by that curse yet. You know that?
I know he did. And he said that everybody in the family was kind of watching everybody else to see where it was going to strike next.
Oh, don't you? Naji, do you think you could sleep if I came down and sat with you for a while? You'll be ill if you don't get some sleep.
Oh, no, Dorothy. I cannot go back to that cabin where Andra...
Dorothy doesn't mean that, Naji. Of course you can. But there's a cabin just beyond Betty's that's not being used. Why not take that one?
No, Chandu. I cannot sleep. I feel as if I could never sleep again.
Gee, Naji, you sound like you thought it was your fault Andre died.
Perhaps it is, Bob.
Why, Naji, what do you mean? How could it have been your fault?
I do not know, Chandu. But why should it have happened as it did if I were not concerned in it?
But how could you be concerned in it, Naji? Any more than any of the rest of us?
Oh, please don't feel so badly, Naji. What if any of us had been talking to him when it happened?
Oh, Betty Lou, you do not understand.
Naji, you must stop blaming yourself for Andre's death. As Dorothy says, how could you possibly have been concerned in it? You aren't thinking of what Vinyan said, are you?
Of course I am, Chandu. He said those tribal drums bring a message of death. And it is true.
Well, what about that old family curse of Andre's? He said all the time he knew he was going to die after that little image in the cabin was broken.
Frank, you don't think Andra took that seriously, do you?
Yes, Don, I do.
Oh.
You know, in spite of his European education and his travels and all that, he never could succeed in ridding himself of some of those primitive superstitions. And that one, of course, has been impressed upon him ever since he was a boy.
Well, Naji, are you really related to Andra?
Why, Betty.
Now you've done it.
What do you mean, Betty?
Oh, Uncle Frank, I'm sorry. I thought maybe you'd know what I mean. I thought maybe Naji was worried because that old curse of Andra's family might belong to her, too. If she is related to him.
Betty, dear, why should you say such a thing as that?
Well, Mother, I didn't mean to say it. Maybe I shouldn't have. But they do look alike. You know they do.
Of course they don't, dear.
Yes, they do, Mother. Don't they, Uncle Frank?
Chandu, say you have not seen it.
Of course, I've noticed it.
Oh.
You have?
Well, is Andra your cousin or something, Naji?
Don't look so distressed, Naji. We aren't going to ask you any more about it than you want to tell us.
Of course not. I'm sorry I said a word about it. I'm sorry I even noticed it, Naji, if it hurt your feelings.
Do not be concerned for me, Betty Lou.
Naji, you must listen to me. Why don't you and Dorothy...
Uncle Frank, look, here comes the doctor.
I bet he's looking for you.
Oh, yes. Dr. Willoughby, here we are in the lounge.
Mr. Chandler, I'd like to speak with you alone for a few moments, if you don't mind.
Certainly not.
And I wish the rest of you would go to bed and try to get some sleep. This is a very distressing occurrence, I know, especially in view of the fact that the yacht is disabled and we can't make port without help. But that's all the more reason why we don't want any of you to be ill. Your Highness, I'll bring you a sedative, and I beg you to drink it and go to bed.
But I cannot sleep.
The medicine I send you will make you sleep. How are you feeling, Mrs. Regent?
Oh, I'm quite all right, thank you, Doctor. We're all worried about Her Highness.
I quite understand. And by the way, Mr. Chandler, the service will be held in the morning.
You mean you're going to bury Andra at sea?
Yes.
Does the captain understand this?
Yes, Mr. Chandler. There's nothing else to do under the circumstances.
Of course not.
We'll go down to our cabins and leave you and Dr. Willoughby, Frank. Come, children.
You go with Nadja and see that she takes the medicine the doctor sends her.
Of course, Frank. Come, children.
Nadia, you forgot your scarf.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Bob.
Good night, Uncle Frank. Good night, Dr. Willoughby.
Good night.
Good night.
Now then, Doctor.
Mr. Chandler, I've been connected with Andra's family for many years, and I'm going to speak very frankly.
Of course. What do you mean?
When I first went out to the East, I was a young man, intent on making a study of certain tropical diseases. I met Andra's father in the course of my investigations, and at one time I was able to save the life of a member of his family when he had been given up as hopeless.
I see.
Andra's father became very much interested in me, and, well, I needn't go into all that, but it ended by my remaining there as physician to his household. Andra's father has always been most generous and has supplied me with everything necessary for my research, which I have carried on all this time.
You're explaining all this to accomplish something you're going to say, aren't you?
Well, frankly, yes. Briefly, the rest of the explanation is this. When Andra ordered this yacht built, his father made only one stipulation, and that was, when he began his cruise around the world, I was to accompany him.
That's easy to understand, of course. By the way, you told me Andra had probably always had a weak heart. If you've been personal physician to his family all these years, why did you say probably?
I wonder if you've already guessed what I'm going to say.
Suppose you tell me what it is you have in your mind.
In just a moment. First, will you tell me just what you know of the circumstances under which Andra went to Her Highness' cabin to speak with her?
Would you rather question Her Highness herself?
Not tonight. She's on the verge of hysteria, and I can speak to her in the morning. I thought, however, she had probably spoken to you of what occurred.
Yes, she did.
Ah.
But she told my sister and me that she had asked Andra to come into her cabin to discuss some way in which she might avoid going to Suva.
Why is it she doesn't want to go to Suva?
That's what none of us know. She has a positive aversion for the place for some reason.
That's strange, isn't it?
It seems strange. But of course it probably would be something very ordinary if we knew the reason.
Perhaps I can find out what it is.
I wouldn't advise you to question her about it, Doctor. We've all tried and failed. You know she's Egyptian, and something must have happened to make her feel so strongly about it.
Egyptian?
Yes. Didn't you know?
I suppose I might have guessed it. How did she think Andra could help her to keep away from Suva when the yacht is disabled?
I don't know. But doubtless she had some plan in mind.
Was that all they talked of, this plan of hers?
There was never any secret about that. In fact, he told my niece and nephew about it himself only the other day.
Mr. Chandler, you will forgive my insistence on knowing the whole truth about this matter. You must understand that Andra was almost like a son to me. I've known him since he was little more than a baby.
I quite understand, of course. But why not be perfectly frank, as you said you would when you sat down? If I can answer any questions for you, I'll be glad to, you know. Although we've only known Andra for a few weeks. He was introduced to my sister and the children by a mutual friend in Beverly Hills.
Yes, I understood that. Well, I'll tell you exactly what I think.
I wonder if I've guessed it.
Well?
You've discovered Andra did not die of heart failure, as you at first said. Am I right?
Yes, you are.
In fact, you probably told me that about his having died of heart failure to prevent our learning what you suspected. Isn't that it?
Well, Mr. Chandler, you're uncanny.
Not at all. So, of course, there's only one more thing for you to tell me. And that's the manner in which you think he met his death.
But I'm not prepared at the moment to be too positive as to the cause of his death. But I believe he was poisoned.
And you're prepared to accuse Naji of murder?
Yes, Mr. Chandler. I'm sorry, but it's my duty to explain my suspicions to the captain. And until an investigation can be made, to ask that Her Highness be confined to her cabin.
party aboard the disabled yacht Valona is shocked and saddened by the sudden death of Andra, their host. The ship's doctor has pronounced the cause heart failure. But later, in conversation with Chandler alone, he says he is convinced that Andra was poisoned, and he is prepared to accuse Nadje of murder. The present act opens in Dorothy's cabin the following evening.
Chandu, the magician.
That doctor makes me simply furious, Uncle Frank.
Don't say that, dear.
Well, he does, Mother.
Yeah, he certainly does me, too. I'd like to give him a good poke in the eye. That's what I'd like to do.
Now, son.
Yes, Bob. He's only doing his duty. If he believes Nadji was responsible for Andra's death.
But that's just what makes me so angry. He ought to know better than to think Nadji'd kill him.
He doesn't know Nadji, dear.
No. And you mustn't forget that Andra's death was a great shock to him personally. He's known Andra ever since he was a little boy.
I don't think that doctor ever was a boy.
Uncle Frank doesn't mean that, son. He means since Andra was a boy.
Oh, well...
Poor Nadji, locked up in her cabin as if she really had done something dreadful.
She's not locked in, Betty. She offered to stay in her cabin when she learned that the doctor suspected her of Andra's death.
It's the same thing. She must feel dreadful.
Of course she does.
Well, what are we going to do, Uncle Frank? I mean, even when we're hardly drinking any water, it'll soon be gone. What then?
We'll have to get help, Bob.
Didn't you learn anything from the captain and the crew, Frank?
No. I've questioned the captain and every man in the crew except one who is ill. It's very difficult to get information from these East Indians, and one never knows whether they're telling the truth or not.
But they must be anxious to find the man who killed Andra, Frank.
Yes. That's the only really promising thing about the whole affair. I think they'd tear the man to pieces if they could find him.
Well, I hope they don't think poor Nadji did it.
No, I think not. I'm sure one of them would have spoken about it if they had.
What does the captain think, Frank?
I hoped you wouldn't ask me that, Doc.
Why?
Because he thinks Nadji's guilty.
No.
Uncle Frank, does he really?
Yes, he does, Betty. He told me he hadn't trusted Nadji since the day she came aboard.
But why?
I don't know. He said if Andra's father had been on this trip, he knew Nadji would never have been invited.
I never heard of anything so mean.
Don't, dear. He must have some reason for saying such a thing. Didn't he give you any?
No. He said, though, that he'd have to include a full report of the circumstances in the log.
What does he mean by that?
Oh, don't be silly. You know what a ship's log is.
Why, I do not. What is it?
Well, it's a kind of a book the captain has to keep. Isn't it, Uncle Frank?
Yes. All ship captains are required by law to keep a record of everything that happens on each voyage.
Even on yachts like this?
Yes. And these records must be produced whenever the Board of Trade, or in this case, the police, demand them.
You mean he puts down every...
It really amounts to something like that.
Of course, a thing like Andra's death will have to be reported to the police in Suva, Frank.
Yes, of course, Doc.
Oh, so poor Nadji will have to go to Suva after all.
That's not the worst of it, Betty. She'll probably have to go to jail.
Oh, no. She won't, will she, Uncle Frank?
Unless we can find the real criminal before we land in Suva, she will, Betty.
But we may be out here for days, Frank, if help doesn't arrive.
I know, Doc. That's another thing I wanted to talk over with you. You know I can get help, don't you?
You mean by magic or something?
Well, call it that if you like.
I've been wondering why you didn't try that, Frank.
The reason I didn't was because, even in spite of the shortage of water, I thought it might be as well to wait a day or so in the hope of finding a clue to the guilty person. Once we're off the yacht, any evidence that may exist here will probably be destroyed.
Oh, who'd destroy it?
The criminal. He must be hiding on the yacht somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. Well, how much more water is there, Uncle Frank?
Very little. If the captain knew I had any way of obtaining help, I know he'd insist on my doing it before the crew and all of us begin to suffer from thirst.
Have you been to Nadji's cabin, Frank? I mean the cabin where Andra died?
No, not yet. I'm going down there in a few moments. I asked the captain's permission to take Nadji from the cabin where she is now to her old cabin to talk with her about what actually happened last night.
Oh, but I should think she couldn't bear to go in there, Uncle Frank.
Oh, she won't mind when she knows Uncle Frank might find important evidence there.
Uncle Frank, did she ever tell you why she didn't want to go to Suva?
No, Bob. Why?
Well, I was just wondering if she might know some people there she didn't want to meet or something.
Oh, don't be silly, Bob. She wouldn't have to see them if she didn't want to, would she? Besides, she was afraid. I know she was by the way she talked about it. Don't you think so, Uncle Frank?
Yes, of course she was.
When are you going below to talk to Najee, Frank?
I thought I'd go now. You don't think it's too late, Doc?
No. It's only 10:30.
Is it as late as that? I'd better go right away. I'll come back up here at once, of course, if I learn anything.
Well, I hope you'll find something that'll show that mean old captain she didn't do it.
Yeah, tell her we know she didn't do it anyway, won't you, Uncle Frank?
Yes, I'll tell her, Bob. I'm sorry to have to ask you to do this, Najee, but it may be my only chance to learn who really killed Andra.
Oh, Chandu, I do not mind to tell you what I can, but must I go into that cabin
Please, dear.
again?
Please. I'll turn on the light. Come now. Help me, won't you?
What can I tell you, Chandu?
I want you to sit down just as you were when you spoke to Andra last night. Try to remember everything you said and everything he said and did. Tell me exactly what happened.
But the things we said, they are gone. How can they help you to find...
You'll see. Where was it you were sitting?
In this chair, Chandu. And Andra, when he had seated himself, was there.
Why do you say, when he had seated himself, Najee? Do you mean he was standing during part of your talk with him?
But yes, Chandu. He grew very, excited and walked from the table to this chair many times.
Why should he have been excited? Was it something you were discussing?
Oh, Chandu,
I'm sorry, dear. But don't you see that unless I can convince the captain someone else is responsible for Andra's death, he'll have you arrested as soon as we reach Suva?
Suva? But do you think then we must still go to Suva?
Of course, it depends on the destination of the liner that picks us up. But I think the chances are we'll land in Suva.
Oh.
Don't be afraid, Najee. Was this what you were discussing with Andra?
Yes, Chandu.
And what did he say?
Oh, you are angry with me, Chandu. But you do not understand.
I'm not angry. Only puzzled. What did he say?
He only said he thought no harm could occur to me if I landed in Suva and stayed but 2 or 3 days.
But how did you think he could help you when the yacht is disabled?
He said he could not, Chandu. And then I saw I must prepare myself to meet what destiny I am to encounter in Suva.
And what did Andra say to that?
He said nothing, Chandu. I asked him if he would have a cigarette. You know, I always keep them in the carved box under the lamp. And
a cigarette? Has anyone touched this since Andra was here last night? This box?
Do not know, Chandu. When the doctor had said I am the one who killed Andra, the captain...
Yes, I know. Let me have a look at that cigarette box. You say these are your cigarettes, Najee?
Yes. I always bring amber cigarettes from Egypt because my friends enjoy to smoke them.
You don't smoke them yourself?
You know I do not smoke, Chandu.
But look. Look at these cigarettes. Of course, Andra didn't look at the one he smoked.
Chandu. You mean you believe the cigarette was poisoned?
Of course it was.
Oh.
Didn't Dr. Willoughby say he'd been poisoned with some subtle Eastern poison that had an instantaneous effect on the heart and made it seem as if death had resulted from heart failure?
But, Chandu, who could desire the death of Andra? Oh, it is as he said. The ancient curse that rests upon his family has struck again.
No, not this time, Najee. Look at this cigarette. Look at it closely. Be careful. Be careful how you handle it. Don't touch even the tip of your finger to the end. See how the bits of tobacco are stained a darker color, as if some dark liquid had been dropped into it, and then it had dried?
Oh, yes. I see it, Chandu. But if Andra was poisoned with one of the poisons of the East, it must be...
Indian, do you think?
Yes, Chandu. Who else could it be?
India.
But don't you see? He wasn't warning Andra of death. It was you.
No.
Don't you see what it means? Whoever did this thing poisoned these cigarettes for you.
Oh, no.
Of course he did. It's someone who didn't know that you never smoke, that you keep the cigarettes here only to give your friends. Someone's taken these cigarettes out and filled them full of deadly poison and put them back. You were supposed to smoke the cigarettes, not Andra.
But Chandu,
That's why Vineyard was so insistent on your death. You were never to be permitted to land at Suva. Vineyard knows something about this. And there's someone aboard who's planned the thing ever since we left California. Come on. Let's go and tell the captain at once. Oh, this is just what I wanted. There'll be no question now.
Wait, Chandu, wait.
To the top of the moment. Hurry. I can't wait to tell the captain.
Uncle Frank, where are you? Come here, quick.
What is it, Bob?
Well, just a minute ago, Betty and I were up
Don't
on
interrupt me now, Bob. Where's the captain? Have you seen the captain?
I'll say we've seen him. Come here, come up here on deck, quick.
What's the matter?
Look over there.
Oh, Uncle Frank, isn't this positively the most thrilling moment of your life? Look at that big ship over there. The captain's been signaling with a flashlight. He told us just now to go and find it because they're going to take us over there right now.
Yeah, and he says maybe they can tow the yacht all the way.
Where is it they are going, Bob?
Well, gee, where would they be going? They're going to Suva.
Princess Nodgy had been accused by the yacht's doctor of having caused the death of Andra by poisoning him. Chandler, convinced of her innocence, takes Nodgy back to the cabin where Andra's death occurred. He discovers that the cigarettes in the carved box have been tampered with. This leads to the discovery that the poison was intended not for Andra, but for Nodgy herself. As Chandu runs up on deck to find the captain, he finds that the disabled yacht has been sighted by a liner.
The present act opens aboard the liner. The following night. Chandu, the magician.
Kind of like the costume party on the boat coming home from Egypt, isn't it, Daddy?
Yes, isn't it? The costumes are awfully pretty, aren't they?
Yeah, kind of. Gee, that's so kind of funny sitting here practically at a dance when I think of poor old Andre, don't you?
Oh, yes. Isn't it terrible? He was so nice. But you know, Bob, he was just like people you read about in the book. There was something about that curse. I'm sure there was.
Oh, now, how could there be?
Oh, I think there was. Because, you know, you read lots of times about people that just have bad luck or something follow them around all their lives.
Oh, well, just imagine it.
You can see for yourself. Andre didn't just imagine it. Look what happened to him. Uncle Frank said if he just hadn't happened to go in there to talk to Nazi that night, where that poison would have been in those cigarettes, anybody might have picked one up and smoked it. It certainly seems as if fate or something was against him, doesn't it?
Oh, seems that way, but I don't believe it. And I don't think you do either. I think you're just letting it get you.
No. I just wonder if there might be such a thing as there being one of those curses on us.
Why, Betty Lou Regent, if you aren't the absolute limit, what are you talking about?
Well, you know. You read about women in ancient days that were kind of fatal to people or something.
You don't mean you think you're one of those people? You make me laugh.
Well, what about Abdallah? And what about Roxor and Dr. Shaw and Dimitri?
I suppose you think all those people just kicked off because they knew you.
Oh, I don't mean exactly that, Bob. But people do seem to die all over the place wherever we are.
Well, it's not because you've got some fatal fascination or something.
Oh, I don't mean that.
And besides, even if Dimitri did jump into the ocean, we don't know that he's dead.
Why, Bob, we do too. Oh, I couldn't bear it if I thought we'd ever see him again.
Well, don't get all dithery. You never will, because I bet he'll never want to come within 10 miles of Uncle Frank again, even if he is alive.
Oh, Bob, don't even talk about him being alive. I just can't. Oh, please don't, Bob.
Well, okay. You sit there and look like you're scared to death. People will think I'm sticking pins into you or something. Let's go back to the stern of the boat and see how the yacht looks.
All right. Seems funny they can tow a great big yacht like this, doesn't it?
Yeah. Gee, I thought it was keen the way they put those hawsers on it and everything.
What's a hawser?
It's a big rope.
Well, why don't you say rope then? Come on, shall we go back and look at the yacht? How many people did they leave on it?
Oh, about 6, I think. You know what, Betty? They were talking about burning it up if they couldn't tow it.
Burning up that big, beautiful yacht?
Yeah, because they can't leave it floating around in the ocean where it might bump into other ships and maybe sink them.
I never heard of such a thing. It's just like burning down a person's house.
They were going to if they couldn't have towed it. For Pete's sake, what's the matter with you?
I can't help thinking what you said about Dimitri jumping into the ocean. Maybe he's not dead after all.
Why, Betty.
Oh, Uncle Frank. Where were you? I didn't see you.
I was coming in to look for you, and I happened to hear what you said. Do you mean Vinjan? I didn't know you knew about him.
Vinjan? We were talking about Dimitri.
What do you mean, Uncle Frank? You mean Vinjan jumped overboard?
Well, since I've given it away, yes, he did.
When?
Just as we were all leaving the yacht.
We must have been already over here, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes. The captain thought it wouldn't be necessary to have Vinjan put in irons because he was an old man and presumably quite feeble. But just as he was about to step into the boat, we rowed across here to the liner, he turned back and jumped into the water. He must have gone down at once, because they could find no trace of him.
Was that what made you so long?
Yes.
Well, why do you suppose he did that?
I wonder if he was the one that...
At least we know he knew something about the whole thing.
Oh, I think that's awful. Why, Andre said that Vinjan had been with his family for... Why, he said he was with his grandfather, didn't he?
No, he said his father.
Well, even if he did say his father, isn't that terrible?
Listen, Betty. Will you and Bob go below and get your mother and Nachi? I don't like to have them sitting down there in the cabin.
Of course we'll go. Come on, Bob. I'm glad to go away anyway. But here comes that old Dr. Willoughby. Ever since he suspected Nadia of killing Andre, I can't bear him. Come on, Bob, let's go.
Okay.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Chandler. I've been looking for you.
Shall we sit here? What was it you wanted?
I've been thinking of Vinjan and the things he apparently said to Princess Naji. Do you know what they were?
I heard one of the two of the things he said. Why?
I would like very much to know the reason why Princess Naji is so averse to landing at Suva.
I don't know, I'm sure, Dr. Willoughby. But we're going back to California on the first boat leaving Suva after we land. According to the captain, there should be a Canadian Australasian liner in 3 days.
You wonder why I mention these things, no doubt, Miss Chandler.
Not at all.
I've become very much interested in such things during my long residence in the East.
What do you mean by such things?
Oh, mental quirks, such as this one of Princess Naji's about hating to land at Suva. I've gone pretty thoroughly into a lot of the Eastern customs, you know. By the way, it's odd that they should come up here at the moment, but I've just remembered that I used to hear a good many curious things about a man with the same name as yours.
In India?
Yes. He was an American, it appeared, too. Did you ever have any relatives living in the Far East?
Not that I know of.
They used to say of this Chandler that he learned a lot of strange things from yogi teachers. And he was said to have been remarkably successful in all sorts of occult practices.
Is that so?
Yes. A man named Soma used to speak to Andra's father about this Chandler. Are you sure it couldn't have been a relative of yours?
Quite sure. By the way, have you sent a wireless to Andra's father?
Yes, but it will be several days before he gets word, even so, because he's in the interior and the mail service is very irregular. Oh, here comes your sister and the princess now. Your Highness, we were just speaking of you.
Good evening, Doctor.
How do you do? Would you mind telling me, Your Highness, just what it was Vinjan said to you the day he pretended to predict the future for you?
I think you're very unwise, Dr. Willoughby, to question Her Highness about this at this time.
Oh, I don't insist that she answer the question if she'd rather not.
I have nothing to conceal, nor any reason to wish to conceal from you what you ask. Vinjan said to me that in the days to come, a princess of Egypt would look upon her own dead face.
Look here, Dr. Willoughby. This has gone far enough. I must insist that you at least wait until morning before asking her any more questions. You can see for yourself how disturbed she is.
Very well.
I know what let's do, Naji. Let's you and Bob and me walk around and see the costumes. It'll be something to do anyway.
Yeah, come on, Naji, why don't you? Don't just sit here and think about...
Don't you want to, Naji?
You like Betty Lou?
Oh, we don't mean to dance or anything, but just walk around and look at people and kind of get your mind off your troubles. Okay, Uncle Frank?
Yes, of course. Your mother and I'll wait here for you.
And of course, on an evening like this,
Like George Washington.
Yeah, do you suppose he brought that costume with him? Boy, I bet that wig's hot.
The crowd is very great.
Yes. You can't even see the people in the orchestra. There's so many people standing around the piano. What are they doing?
Oh, I bet somebody's going to sing. You know, they always have somebody at these costume parties that has to sing.
Oh, I think that's pretty. Let's stop and listen.
Give me one glass. Give me an hour sweet with romance. Before the desert, love, let my feet to thy window. Give me thy vow, never shall we part.
Would like to see the singer. It is a song of Egypt.
Yes?
Have you not heard it when you were in Cairo?
I think I have. Isn't it kind of a desert song? I mean, don't those desert people sing?
Yes, Betty Lou.
Well, the people are moving away from the piano now. We can probably see the man.
I suppose he was a passenger or one of the orchestra.
Oh!
Well, look, Naji, it's Vinjan.
No! No, Bob!
Well, he's dressed just like him.
But this man is young. Except that he is so young. It might be Vinjan himself.
It can't be Vinjan. Vindian jumped overboard off the yacht. Didn't you know that, Naji?
But we must... Oh, let's go call Uncle Frank.
Well, let's go and grab him and take him out where Uncle Frank is.
Oh, we are too late, Bob. He has heard you. Look, he is going through the window that opens on the deck.
Come on. I'll take him and you go and get Uncle Frank. He's certainly got Vindian's clothes on. Hurry up now. Hurry up. I'll catch him as quick as I can.
Oh, all right. Uncle Frank! Uncle Frank!
During a costume party on the liner, which has rescued Frank Chandler, Naji, and the Regents from the disabled yacht Thalana, Bob and Betty discover a man exactly resembling Vindion. Although Vindion has jumped from the yacht and is believed drowned, Bob dashes off in pursuit of the man, while Betty and Naji hurry to inform Chandler of their discovery. The present act opens the following day in Dorothy's room in the hotel in Suva, capital of the Fiji Islands. Chandu, the magician.
Frank, come in.
Where's Naji?
Why, what's the matter, Frank?
Where is she?
She's in her room. Why?
You're sure?
Of course. What is it, Frank?
Oh, nothing. They're going to bring that chap they captured on liner up here to the hotel to talk to me.
They are?
Yes. I didn't want Naji to have to be taken to police headquarters.
Frank, you're not going to insist on Naji talking to this man?
I'm afraid we'll have to, Doc.
Oh, I hope not. What did he say?
I haven't talked with him, you know.
But didn't he talk to the captain or tell them who he was?
No. They told me he refused to say a word to them.
Frank, why should he deliberately call attention to himself by standing up and singing at the party on the ship?
Oh, he wasn't the man who sang, Doc.
Yes, he was, Frank. The children saw him.
Oh, no. You must be mistaken. Where are the children?
They'll be up here any moment. They went out for a walk. Listen. There they are now.
Gee, Mother, you ought to see this place. It certainly is keen.
Yes, Mother. It's just exactly like a book about the South Sea Islands. We were talking to a man downstairs, Uncle Frank, and he told us the most interesting things.
Yes, sir. You know what? He said they've got extinct volcanoes and everything here.
Yes, and he said they had beautiful lakes, Mother, and great big ferns taller than trees, and parrots chattering from the branches and everything.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that exciting? I wish we were going to stay here a long time. I mean, I would wish it if it wasn't for poor Naji. Where is Naji, Mother?
In her room, dear. Betty, Uncle Frank and I were just talking about the man who looks like Vinyan. Didn't you tell us you heard him singing?
Well, yes, Mother, sure we did.
Are you sure this was the man who sang?
Yes. Well, there he was right by the piano, and we...
But you didn't actually see him when he was singing, did you?
Well, we thought we did, Uncle Frank.
Wasn't there a large crowd gathered near the orchestra?
Well, yes, there was, Uncle Frank.
So that you can't be sure this was the man.
Well, but why would he sing that song and then run away?
The point is, as your mother says, if he was trying to escape being seen, there's no reason why he should sing at all.
Say, you don't mean you think there's still another man, do you? I mean, besides this one that looks like Vinyan, and Vinyan himself, and then another man that would sing?
But you know this man can't possibly be Vinyan. He was an old man.
Well, you could see for yourself his clothes were exactly like Vinyan.
Frank, you have some idea about who this man is, haven't you?
Have you, Uncle Frank?
The idea I have seems absurd. And still I can think of no other way to account for some of the things that happened on the Polana.
What is your idea, then?
I'm wondering if this man we're going to see in a few minutes...
Is he coming here, Uncle Frank?
Don't interrupt, son.
Yes, he's coming here, Bob. The police are going to bring him up here for us to question. What I was going to say was, supposing Vinyan was not an old man, as we all thought, but a young man who had taken the character of an old man to carry out his plan to kill Naji.
Oh, but Uncle Frank, Vinyan was locked up in his cabin when Andra died.
Yes, Frank. And besides, Andra knew him.
He knew the real Vinyan.
But Vinyan must have sailed with Andra when he left home.
We don't know that.
Well, yes, we do, Uncle Frank. Andra said so.
No. Andra thought so. But even if he did, this man, whoever he is, might have boarded the yacht when it was in the harbor at Los Angeles. He might have persuaded Vinyan to leave the ship there, or he might have done away with Vinyan and taken his place.
Oh, Frank. But if this man actually sailed from India with Andra, that means he must have made that plan to kill Naji months ago.
And besides, Uncle Frank, how would he know Naji was going to be on Andra's yacht?
I know. I told you it sounded absurd. And still, there are a lot of other things that do fit the theory. You remember Andra said Vinyan had never before predicted disaster to any of the guests. And in fact, had never said anything except the usual patter of these so-called fortune tellers.
That's right, Frank. And of course, there's no reason why, if he was clever enough at disguise, couldn't have gone on the ship at the harbor at Los Angeles, as you say.
No, I know it, Dot. And it would account also for one of the cabins having been occupied. He might have used it until he could perfect his plan and get rid of Vinyan.
Well, do you think that stuff they spilled on the carpet in the cabin was poison, Uncle Frank?
I don't know. I left that bit of stained carpet with a man the police department told me of. He's going to have the stain analyzed, if possible. We'll find out about that later.
Oh, there's Naji. Come on, sit over here, Naji. Bob and I have been out for a walk. You should have gone with us. This is an awfully interesting place.
Maybe we can all go out this afternoon. Have you ever been here before, Uncle Frank?
I was here for a day or so once, a long time ago, Bob. Just between boats as we are now. Take this chair, Naji.
Thank you, Chandu.
Well, you did land at Suva and nothing happened to you, did it, Naji?
Bobby. No. You are right, Bob.
Oh, gee, Mother, nothing did happen to her, did it? I think you'd be glad to be here and find out that nothing was going to happen to you, Naji.
I am prepared for what I must meet, Bob.
Why, Naji. Oh, please don't look so sad. Uncle Frank won't let anything happen to you.
Oh, you do not understand, Betty Lou.
That must be the police officer with that chair.
Must I remain here while you speak with him, Chandu?
If you don't mind, Naji. How do you do? Come in.
Mr. Chandler?
Yes.
My name's Chamberlain. I'm with the police.
Yes, I was expecting you. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Didn't you bring your prisoner?
No. The fact is, Mr. Chandler...
He's killed himself.
Why, that's exactly what happened. How did you know? Did you think he might? You should have warned us.
I should have thought of it, but I didn't until this moment.
He gave us no trouble whatever. When we went through his clothes, we let him keep a few cigarettes we found.
Oh, yes.
Just as we were about to leave with him to come up here, he lighted a cigarette and almost instantly toppled over. He was dead before we could fetch a doctor.
Well, can you beat that? Say, Naji, now maybe everything's all right for you, huh?
I don't quite understand.
No, of course not. We'll explain. First, let me present Mr. Chamberlain to you all. Her Highness Princess Naji.
Oh, John.
My sister, Mrs. Regent.
How do you do, Mrs. Regent?
Her son and daughter.
How do you do? Did I understand you to imply that you thought this fellow had some plot in mind against Her Highness, Mr. Regent?
Well, yes, something like that. Naji thought so too, didn't you, Naji?
I had the reason to fear, how you say, something of the kind, Mr. Chamberlain.
Well, this must be a most unusual case. Sorry the beggar killed himself before we had a chance to question him.
Yes. By the way, what sort of things did you find in his clothes?
I thought you might like to have a look at them, so I brought them along. There weren't many. I put them into this small box. Here you are.
Am I to keep them?
If you like. There seems to be no one else to claim them.
Did you ask the captain of the Polana to have a look at this chap?
Yes, indeed. I understood you had asked to have him come in.
Did he know who he was?
No. And he had another chap with him from the yacht. The ship's surgeon, I believe.
Oh, yes. Dr. Willoughby.
Yes. And they both insisted they'd never seen this chap before. Well, I wanted to come along and tell you the news and bring you these things of his. I suppose this definitely closes our case, if indeed there was a case.
Yes.
You really meant to accuse him of the murder of young Andre, did you?
Yes, indeed. Although, as I told the inspector this morning, I'm certain he meant to kill Her Highness here. And it was only by accident that Andre smoked the poisoned cigarette.
Well, I suppose we'll never know what was really at the bottom of the affair. Some of the things that turn up out here in this corner of the world are amazing.
Yes, they must be.
Goodbye. Perhaps you'll drop in on us before you leave Silver, Mr. Chartner.
Thank you. I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Chamberlain.
Oh, Naji, it was the man that made you so scared, wasn't it? You look different already.
Do I indeed, Betty Lou? I hope it was the man who...
Did he? Then if you're not afraid, Naji, we can go on a little trip around among the islands, can't we?
Bob.
I mean, the little boat won't be along for 3 days, and why can't we have some fun and see the place while we're here? Why can't we, Uncle Frank? There's no reason at all why we can't. There are any number of sailing vessels we can engage for a day or so. Would you like that, Dorothy?
Yes, I would, Frank.
How about you, Naji?
Oh, I will be glad to go, Chandu.
That'll be keen. Are there lots of islands around here, Uncle Frank? Oh, yes. There must be 250, including the small ones that are really just dots of coral on the surface of the sea.
Well, do people live on all of them?
No. I understand that only about 80 of them are inhabited. Well, I think that'll be slick. When can we go? We can go tomorrow, if I can get a boat.
Oh, goody. I want to buy one of those cute hats. You know, like people always wear in moving pictures of the South Seas. Kind of like a helmet.
You would.
Well, I don't care. I think they're cute. I think Mother Naji look cute in them, too. Come on, let's go down and see if we can find a place to buy one. Come on, Mother.
Oh, not now, dear. Let's wait until after luncheon. I doubt if we'll need that hat here anyway.
You can come with me when I go to see about the boat if you like, Betty.
Oh, goody.
Aren't you going to open that box Mr. Chamberlain left for you, Uncle Frank? Yes. We may as well see what's in it. There.
What a beautiful handful of things.
What's that little gold thing, Uncle Frank? Looks like a locket.
Oh, no. Chandu, it cannot be true. Do you not hear them?
What's the matter, Naji? I don't hear anything. What is that thing, Uncle Frank? It's a little gold...
Oh, can you not see, Chandu? It is the small image of the tribal drum. The drum of the jungle.
At the hotel in Suva, Chandler is visited by a police officer who tells him the prisoner they took aboard the liner has killed himself by smoking a cigarette, like that which killed Andre. The officer gives Chandler a small box containing the man's personal effects. Chandler finds a tiny gold charm of native workmanship. Naji, terrified, cries that it's an image of a tribal drum, the symbol of the unknown terror. The present act opens in a cafe, much frequented by tourists. It is evening. Chandu, the magician.
Is this table all right, Uncle Frank?
Oh, son, isn't it too close to the musicians?
Mother, I don't see another table for 5. What do you suppose makes it so crowded in here?
Why, silly, it's those people off the ship.
Yes. That boat leaves for Sydney at midnight, now. Would you and Najee rather go back to the hotel for dinner? Come here tomorrow when it's not so crowded?
Oh, I don't know. Would you, Najee?
Oh, Najee, please say no. What difference does it make if it is crowded? I think this is thrilling. Just because I've seen them. They look positively like cannibals, isn't they?
Yeah.
Look at their bushy hair. Don't you think they're picturesque, Bob?
Yeah, sure. I think this is keen. What do you say, Najee?
Oh, Bob, I do not mind to stay.
Well, let's stay then. Come on, sit down.
Do you suppose they have a lot of funny food, Uncle Frank?
No, except, of course, tropical fruits.
Oh, dear, I think that's too bad.
You came here 200 or 300 years too late, Betty.
Why?
Because in the days... I know. Before the white man came. Uncle Frank? Yes. Well, I bet you'd get tired of living on coconut and bananas, Betty.
Oh, but don't they have something to eat they call kava?
Oh, kava's not something to eat, Betty. It's a drink. And a very strong drink at that.
Well, all right.
You'll have to be satisfied with the thrill of having orchids on the table, Betty.
Why, Uncle Frank, are those orchids in that bowl? They don't look like the kind we have at home.
Yes, they're orchids. They grow wild here, you know. If we take a trip to one of the neighboring islands, you'll probably see them growing.
Oh, won't that be fun? I feel like a motion picture star with orchids on the table. Even if those green things don't look like orchids.
I bet fellows don't send orchids to the girls over here, do they, Uncle Frank? They probably send them a subscription to the New Yorker.
Yes, I'm sure the native girls would appreciate that, son. Frank, some of these waiters are Hindus, aren't they?
Yes, they are, Doc. Almost half the people over here are Hindus. They are? Yes. The first ones were brought over to work on the sugar plantation.
I noticed the servants at the hotel were dressed like Hindus, but I didn't realize they really were.
Yes, they are.
Oh, look, Mother. Look, Najee. See that man standing up there by the street? I wonder what he's going to do.
He's probably a Fiji Island crooner.
Listen to the tale of Eros.
He's a storyteller. Don't you love him?
In the days of my father's grandfather, there lived at the foot of the fire mountain, Nukulau, most beautiful maiden in all the islands of the sea.
Isn't it fun, Mother? Hush.
Her eyes were brown like the soft eyes of the jungle dove, and her hair was as black as the tropic night itself.
I wonder what happened to all those pretty girls around here.
Bob, you have no soul. I bet we'll see a lot of them tomorrow.
Children.
It happened that one day as Nukulau sat before her house, weaving the tablecloth for the feast of the moon goddess, the canoe of Eros flew across the water, and as it came to rest, Eros beheld the maiden.
Oh, yeah, another one of those stories.
No, stop, Bob.
Day after day, the canoe of Eros rested on the sand before the house of Nukulau. But the chief of the tribe, Nukulau's father, saw not Eros, for he was in the house of silence, until the moon should again be low in the heaven.
What does he mean by the house of silence, Uncle Frank?
Some sort of tribal ceremony, Betty.
But if the maiden did not know that Eros had killed her brother, son of the chief,
And because it happened far from the island where they made them live, Eros himself knew it not.
Boy, this is more like it.
At last the father of Nukulau came forth from the house of silence and beheld Eros seated beside the maiden. The house of silence had given the father of Nukulau great power over land and sea and over the hearts of men.
What does he mean?
It means he was a witch doctor or something, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, I think so.
Listen, children.
Suddenly, upon the heart of Eros, the father of Nukulau cast a spell. And without looking backward, Eros sprang into his canoe, hearing not the cry of the maiden. And as she looked after him, the sky and the great storm swept the face of the sea.
Oh, what does that mean?
Far out into the angry waves the canoe of Eros sailed, until at last it sank beneath the pounding of water, and Eros was never seen again. Thus was the vengeance of the tribe fulfilled, and the law of the jungle obeyed. It is finished.
Yes, but what about the poor girl?
Served her right.
Oh, Bob, you're perfectly heartless.
Hush, children. Frank, is that man in the white linen suit looking for you?
Where, Doc? Oh, I wonder if he is.
Good evening. Are you Mr. Chandler?
Yes?
My name's Steve Wilson. I understand you're looking for a sailing vessel to take your party on a short trip.
Yes, I am.
A friend of mine named Chamberlain, a police officer, told me to come and see you. He said I'd find you here tonight.
That's very kind of you. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. I'll just pull up this chair and sit here. I've had my dinner long ago.
You'll have a glass of wine with us?
Thanks. How many is in this party you want to take?
Just the five of us here. Princess Naji, may I present Mr. Wilson?
I am charmed, Mr. Wilson.
Howdy. My sister, Mrs. Regent.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Her son and daughter.
How do you do?
How are you? So, you want to go for a little sail around the island, eh?
Oh, yes, we can hardly wait.
You understand we can stay but one day. We're to take the steamer back to the States.
You mean the New Zealand boat?
Yes.
That's all right. There's an island about a day's sail from here where you can see things just as they were before white men came to this part of the world.
Oh, gee, that's keen.
You mean a regular desert island?
Well, that's not what you'd call a desert, miss. It's full of tropical fruit and parrots and things.
Do many tourists go there?
No, not many. It's too far for most of them. They like to stay around Suva here or take a little trip inland.
Is this island inhabited?
No, there's nobody lives there now. There used to be natives on it, but they haven't been seen for 20 years, I guess.
Oh, it sounds perfectly fascinating. Shall we go there, Uncle Frank?
Would you like to, Dorothy?
Yes, I'd like very much. Would you, Najee?
If you like, Dorothy. It will help us to pass the time until the ship arrives from New Zealand.
Well, let's go early in the morning, shall we? Because we'll have longer to stay.
You'll have to stay overnight, you know.
How could we do that? No one lives there.
But when I'd taken people over there before, I took camping equipment along. We pitched a little camp on the beach.
Oh, Mother, let's do that.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you see, Mrs. Regent, it gives you another day to see the place. You'll still have almost a whole day to wait for the boat when you get back. What do you say, Mr. Chandler?
It's for the ladies to decide.
Oh, please, Mother. Naji, you don't care, do you?
No, Bob.
Shall we go back to your hotel and settle this thing then? As long as I can have the boys put the stuff in the boat tonight?
Why, yes, like.
Oh, wait a minute. Count me, Uncle Frank. Those men are going to sing again, and I want to hear them.
Oh, yeah. Do you mind, Mr. Wilson?
No, of course not. You can be glad you'll be away for a day or so.
What's the matter?
You mean you're alarmed about that song, Mr. Wilson?
Those fellows are new to Suba. I've never seen them here before. But there's going to be trouble.
What do you mean? What kind of trouble?
I don't know exactly. You heard that song they sang.
Uncle Frank, you suppose it's some kind of a warning, like the gypsies used to sing in Albania? Is it a warning, Mr. Wilson?
It's not exactly a warning, but I know that song. I've been in these islands for years. They never sing it unless they're getting ready for some of their tribal ceremonies.
Exciting. Maybe we can see them.
I hope not, miss, because the ceremonies that go with that song are the kind it's just as well for white people not to know about.
cafe in Suba, Frank Chandler and the Regents meet Steve Wilson, a trader, and agree to engage Wilson's sailing boat for a trip to a neighboring island the following day. As they discuss their plans, Wilson grows alarmed at a song sung by the native entertainers and tells Chandler he knows there will be trouble. For the song they sing is one always heard before secret tribal rites.
which it is better that white men do not see. The present act opens on the boat the following afternoon. Chandu, the magician.
Hasn't this been a perfect day, Mother?
Yes, it has, dear.
I've never seen such a beautiful day in my whole life. It seems to me it's just like the world was brand new.
Oh, yeah? I suppose you think that island ahead of us is just rising from the sea or something.
Don't tease her, Bobby.
Oh, I don't care, Mother. I don't mind what he says today.
Well, you aren't sick or anything, are you?
Oh, don't be silly. Don't you think it's wonderful, Najee?
Indeed I do, Betty Lou.
I wonder how much longer it'll take us to get to the island. Seems to you, Bob?
Oh, I think we are. I'll go ask Uncle Frank if you want me to.
Oh, never mind. He's talking to Mr. Wilson anyway.
Yeah, I know. I wonder what they're talking about all this time.
Why, Bob?
Nothing. I just kind of wondered. I'm getting so I think every time I see anybody talking to anybody else, they're getting up a plot of some kind.
I know you are, son. I'm glad there's no one on this island who we're going. You certainly have no grounds for suspicion over here.
When Uncle Frank comes back here, I want to ask him more about that man. Because I don't see how he could have done it anyway.
Done what?
Dressed up like Fignon.
Oh, don't they? Let's not talk about that now. Poor Najee.
Dorothy, you must not feel that you are not free to discuss what you will. I do not mind to speak of it.
Oh, here's Uncle Frank. Let's do ask him about it.
Ask me about what, Bob?
Uncle Frank, we were talking about how that fella could dress in Vignon's clothes and make everybody think he was Vignon. You talked to the captain of the liner about him, didn't you?
Yes. He told me that when they were transferring the crew from the yacht to the liner, this fellow had suddenly appeared in the water beside the boat.
The little boat that the crew was in, Uncle Frank?
Yes. The captain thought he'd fallen out of it in some way. He presumed, of course, he was a member of the crew.
Frank, why didn't some of the others recover to him?
You mean the others in the crew?
Yes. I should think they'd have told the captain the man was an imposter.
I know it does seem strange, Dorothy.
I'll say it seems strange. Why, Uncle Frank, you don't suppose all those fellas in Anders' crew are ganging up on him to kill him?
Of course not. It was never intended for Anders to die.
That's right. They were after Najee, weren't they?
Bobby, please.
It is over, Dorothy, so why should we not speak of it?
Yes, son. But it is strange that the crew would shield this man who was posing as Vengeance.
I think Dr. Willoughby hated me, Chandu.
Why, Najee?
Yes, it is true. And I think you have learned of it before now. Did he not say to you that if Andra's father had known, I would not have been permitted to sail on the Pelana?
Why, yes, he did, Najee, but...
Do not think to spare me, Chandu. There is more in this than you know.
Well, at any rate, it's definitely over. Dr. Willoughby will go back to India with the Pelana as soon as the captain gets repairs made.
Are they going to wait for that before they go home?
Yes, Doc. They want to take the yacht back to Andra's father.
Well, go on, Uncle Frank. Tell us what the captain said about that man.
Oh. He said they'd pulled the man into the boat. And when they boarded the liner, he was taken to the crew's quarters, where he was given an opportunity to dry his clothes.
Yeah.
The captain thought nothing more about it. Because, of course, they were occupied with the business of rigging hawsers to tow the yacht. And then they had to change our belongings from the yacht to the liner.
Well, how did he get up there to the party? I think that's kind of funny, don't you?
Of course, by the time I talked to him, the captain realized what had happened. The fellow had taken advantage of the fact that there was a costume party on deck and had simply gone up there and lost himself in the crowd. We'll probably never know just what it was that happened aboard the Pelana.
Gee, don't you hate to give up without finding out, Uncle Frank?
Of course I do.
But you did convince the police in Suva that Najee had nothing to do with poisoning Andra, Frank.
Yes, indeed. Or they'd have had her arrested.
I was afraid you might have trouble with them when I knew the captain and Dr. Willoughby were both so firmly convinced Najee was guilty.
I thought at first I might, Doc. Of course, the thing that made me so sure this man who was impersonating Vineyard was guilty, I couldn't tell the police.
Well, what was it, Uncle Frank?
I looked at his hands, Bob.
His hands? Oh, you mean the scene in the crystal, Frank?
Yes.
But don't you remember, Frank? When we saw that room in the crystal, the hand that came in and set the cigarette box on the table was white. Don't you remember? It was a smooth, white hand that might almost have been a woman.
Yes, but don't forget this man was only made up to look like an East Indian.
But, Uncle Frank...
Oh, you knew that, Betty.
I did not. I knew he was pretending to be old when he was young, but I thought he really was from India. Who was he, Uncle Frank?
I wish I knew, Betty.
Then you think he might have been English or even American?
I would think that, except for the fact that I know any menace of Najee must come from the East.
But why it should come, we do not know, Chandu.
You don't really know Najee?
But no, Chandu.
Well, then, what have you been so scared about all this time, Najee?
Bobby, never mind, son.
No.
And besides, we mustn't speak of this before Wilson.
Well, Mrs. Regan, we'll be landing soon. Have you folks been enjoying yourselves?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it's just been wonderful. I'm almost sorry we're nearly there.
Yeah, but I want to see how they get through the coral reef. Must take some pretty slick steering, huh, Mr. Wilson?
These blacks are very smart sailors. They can see a channel where a white man would be lost.
Well, isn't the island beautiful? Isn't it funny nobody lives on it? I should think such a beautiful island would be full of people, wouldn't you, Mother?
Yes. And it's so short a sail from Suva, I'm surprised someone doesn't build a hotel for tourists.
One island is almost like another down here, Mrs. Regent. The day's sail from Suva is too far for most tourists. And then besides, they'd have a hard time getting the blacks to work here.
Why?
I mean, they couldn't keep servants, you see.
Some tribal legend connected with the island?
Yes, in a way. There's never been anybody living on this island since I've been in this part of the world. But there's a story down here that the place used to be populated.
What happened to the people?
Nobody knows. And of course, it may be just one of these yarns they're always spinning. These people are just like children, you know. They have no idea of time. It may be 50 years or 100 since anybody lived on the island, instead of 25 or 30 like they say.
You mean that as recently as 25 or 30 years ago, this island was inhabited?
Well, that's the native story. But I don't take much stock in it myself.
Well, why is it the natives are afraid to come over here?
You see, the story is that the natives who lived here were not quite like the people that lived on the other islands around here.
You mean they were of a different race?
Well, that's the only thing I can make out of it. The English people that live here, well, that is a few of them I see, they don't pay no attention to the yarn at all.
What race were they supposed to be, Mr. Wilson?
I don't know why I should be telling you all this rubbish. I don't believe it myself.
Oh, please go on. I'd love to hear about it.
Well, they were supposed to be descendants of some people who crossed to the island centuries ago.
Where were they supposed to have come from?
That's part of the story. No one knows where they were supposed to have lived before they came here, or why they came, or what kind of boats they had that they could cross the Pacific.
You mean they actually came from Australia, or...
I don't know why I think so, but I've always kind of imagined that these people came from Java.
You really do believe it, don't you?
Oh, no. No, of course I don't.
Well, you sound like it.
Bobby. Frank, do you think there could be anything in that? Do you think people could really cross the ocean from Java in small boats?
It doesn't seem likely, does it? Mr. Wilson, does the legend say what these people looked like?
Well, they were supposed to be light-colored. And sometimes you even hear that they had blue eyes. If I'd only been a few years earlier coming down here, I might have seen some of them myself.
Wouldn't that have been thrilling?
I don't know about that. I am kind of interested in them.
Have you been over here lots of times?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been over here maybe 25 times.
And you've never seen anyone living here?
No, not a soul. A little ways inland, there's a lot of shrubs and yams and things like that look as if somebody lived here once and grew stuff to eat. But it's all overrun with jungle now.
Boy, isn't this keen? Don't you think so, Uncle Frank? Yes. I think it's very interesting.
Well, I'll have to leave you for a minute. We're going through the reef into the lagoon. Hey, steady there.
How skillful they are.
Yes, we'll be through in a second.
Oh, and isn't this water beautiful?
What a place for a swim, huh, Uncle Frank? You suppose there are any sharks down here? We'll ask Wilson if you like.
You'll have to go ashore in a small boat, you know, Mr. Chandler.
Very well.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Isn't the island beautiful with those tall green trees against the sky? It looks just like a picture of the South Sea Islands, doesn't it?
Here you are, Mrs. Reason. Take my hand.
I can manage, thank you. The water's so quiet, there's almost no motion.
Yeah, that's one good thing about these coral islands. Are you ready, Princess?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Ready, Betty?
Of course. There. Come on, Bob. Come on, Uncle Frank.
All right, Mr. Wilson.
I'm glad it's only a little way.
Pete's sake, sit still.
I'm so excited. I feel as if we were the first people ever to come here. Don't you, Bob?
Yeah, Robinson Crusoe's or something, huh?
Yes. Oh, this is the most beautiful place I ever saw.
There. Come on, Betty, I'll help you out. Okay, we go for a run up the beach, Uncle Frank?
Yes, of course.
Don't go out of sight, children.
We won't. Come on, you can be Robinson Crusoe, and I'll be your man Frank.
Okay. Hey,
What's the matter? What's the matter, Bob?
Uncle Frank, come here. Come here, quick. What is it, Bob? Look there. I thought he said nobody had been on this island for 50 years or something. Look at that.
Why, yes, it's a footprint. It is just like Robinson Crusoe.
What's the matter, Frank?
I'll tell you in a moment, Doc. And you see, Bob, this isn't the print of a barefooted man. No. It's funny looking, isn't it? Yes. It's the print of a sandaled foot.
In the sailing vessel of the trader, Steve Wilson, Frank Chandler, the Regent, and Princess Nadje have gone to the island of Lura, a supposedly uninhabited island a day's sail from Suva, about which strange legends are told. As the party lands on the beach, Bob and Betty discovered in the wet sand the print of a sandaled foot.
Chandu, the magician.
What is it, Frank? What's the matter?
It's just a footprint in the sand, Doc.
Then why are you so concerned? Surely you don't think... Frank, what is it?
Chandu, what is it you have found?
Betty and Bob discovered this footprint, Margie. See?
I think it's awfully funny, Uncle Frank. You know, we were just pretending we were like Robinson Crusoe.
And the first thing we saw was this footprint. Uncle Frank came along and said it was made by a man with sandals on. What do you think of it, Mr. Wilson?
Boy, I don't know. It's probably a runaway black boy from one of these islands around here.
In that case, how would he get here? Where's his boat?
Well, he probably got it hidden around here someplace. There's a lot of coves along the beach a ways. He could push a boat in there and hide it where nobody'd ever find it.
What would he be doing here?
If he's from some of these little islands around here, he may be trying to make his way to Suva.
You don't think it's dangerous for us to stay here tonight, Mr. Wilson?
Dangerous? No. What could one black boy do?
I only meant, I wondered if he's really alone.
Of course he's alone. Well, that is, if there was anybody with him, a big enough party to make trouble, they'd run away when they saw us landing.
You don't think this man appearing here could possibly have any connection with those tribal ceremonies you were talking about last night in Suva, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, no, Chandler. Those natives in Suva wouldn't come over to this island for anything. You couldn't pay them to. I told you that.
Yes, I know. Did you ever hear of any natives in this neighborhood who wore sandals, Mr. Wilson?
No. How do you know this fellow wore sandals?
Look at the print.
He's there in the British Secret Service, isn't he, Bob?
Gee, yes. I don't see why I didn't think of that.
Well, what are we going to do, Uncle Frank? There's nothing to be done about this footprint, of course.
Why don't you all walk around and take a look at the island? The boys will have the tents up in a little while and supper ready.
Oh, yes, let's do.
Supper? That's good news.
Oh, you have no soul, Bob. All this beautiful island to look at, and all you can think about is supper.
Oh, you...
Oh, come on, I'll race you down to the beach to that tree.
All right, which one?
See, right there by the edge of the water.
Okay, ready, come on.
1, 2, 3, go!
Don't go out of sight, Bobby.
Okay, Mother. Dorothy, do you and Najee want to walk around this way?
Yes. Shall we, Najee?
Dorothy, you will not mind if I say that for a little time I would like to be alone.
Why, of course not, Najee. But I hate to leave you here.
Oh, I will walk along this little path for 5 minutes only, and then I will join you here. Eh, Chandu?
Yes. But don't go too far, Najee. You know how early it gets dark in these islands. You might get lost.
No, I will not, Chandu.
It'll only be a few minutes. We'll meet you down where they're building the fire.
I will be there, Dorothy. Oh, they must not know. I have already seen this path's beginning. Oh, I am so frightened. And yet I dare not turn aside.
Najee.
Oh!
You have come at last.
Vinyan! But you are dead. You are dead. Speak to me. Vinyan, how is it you are here?
Come with me, Najee, along the path into the jungle.
No. First you must tell me.
Have I not told thee it is written, thou art to follow the path away from the sea? Thou canst not disobey the voice of fate.
But it will soon be dark, and Chandu has said...
Chandu? I will show thee the way, Najee.
But where is it you are taking me, Vinyan?
It is enough, Najee, that thou must follow the path.
Who are you, Vinyan?
I tell thee this, Najee. It has been given me to see that thou returnest to the ancient people.
But wait, Vinyan. Wait. What of the man who killed himself in Suva?
So, he's dead?
Yes. Who is he? And who are you?
There is no need, but I will tell thee. Thou hast known of Lemuria?
Oh, it is true then. What I have said to Andra, that in these islands are the people of Lemuria?
Hast thou then doubted the truth, Najee?
Oh, tell me how you came here. Chandu thought you had been killed by that other. Who was he?
One whose life has ended to bring thee to the truth.
But did you not hide him in the cabin where Chandu found the pieces of that image?
You have spoken, Najee. And the broken image was the message of death to Andra.
But you did not think it would be Andra who should die.
In one thing I was wrong.
What do you mean, Vinyan?
I did not know the father of Andra had planned that death for thee.
But why, Vinyan? Why?
Thou knowest the ancient law.
Vinyan, I have not broken it.
Search thy heart, Najee, and thou wilt find the answer to thy questioning.
Oh, I do not understand. And see how dark it grows, Vinjan. I must return. I will not go farther.
Look about thee, Princess of Egypt.
No.
Look, I say, and tell me what thou seest.
I cannot tell. Listen. It is the tribal drums.
Yes. But dost thou not see?
The two tall trees. The hidden entrance to the cave.
When hast thou looked upon this cave?
It was the night in the cabin when I... Oh, Chandu! Where are you?
Thou art calling to the wind to ask for help, Naji.
Oh, but they will be anxious. They will think I am lost. Vinjan, I tell you I will not go farther.
Thou must.
No.
Hear the jungle drums. They are calling thee back to the ways of thy people.
But my people are not here. I am of Egypt. You know it, Vinjan.
When thou hast reached the center of the cave, Naji, thou wilt know many things which thy heart concealest from the light of day.
Oh, wait. Tell me this. How did you come here?
That is not to be revealed to thee.
Did you plan to bring me here? Oh, it is that traitor, Mr. Wilson. He has done the thing. Oh, no! You shall not bring Dorothy and those children into this dreadful thing. No, Vinyan, I will not.
Silence, Naji. It is written that it shall come to thee. Thou shalt not escape thy destiny.
But in this talk of destiny, what of my friends? If I must meet my fate, I am ready. But not these others. Oh, Chandu, help me! Chandu!
Thy cry will avail thee nothing, Naji. Dost thou not know thy voice is lost among the trees?
Vinjan, you must tell me. Is harm to come to those I love because of me?
Unless they bring the harm upon themselves, it will not occur.
But whose was the footprint in the soft sand at the edge of the sea?
It would be well for the one thou callest Chandu and all his family to forget they have seen the print of the sandaled foot. For never shall they see the man who made it. Now, dost thou see the entrance to the cave?
Yes, Vinjan. I see it.
Enter and leave behind thee all questioning.
But where are you going, Vinjan?
When I have brought thee to the altar, my task is done.
Wait, Vinjan. There are many things I have to ask you. You have not told me how you left the yacht and how you arrived in Suva. Why do you not...
Thou art waiting to hear the footsteps of him that calleth Chandu. But it is not to be.
Yes.
Thou hast gone too far along the path to turn back.
Listen. Someone is walking to the trees. Chandu! I am here!
Silence! Thy life as Princess Nachi is finished.
Oh!
Here is the entrance to the cave. Come.
Oh, but it is dark. It is dark.
In the inner room it is not dark, where the green flame burns always upon the altar.
But you cannot do this, Vinyan. Chandu will come to seek me out. He will remain here on this island until he has found me.
He will never find thee. He will think thou hast become lost and died in the forest, or that thou hast been drowned in the lake in the volcano.
Oh!
And finally, he will cease to seek thee, and he will sail away to Suva.
No! No! I cannot, Vinyan.
Thou must take thy rightful place. Thy destiny lies before thee. There is nothing to do but yield, Nachi.
No!
Remember what I have told thee, that in the days that are to come, a princess of Egypt will look upon her own dead face.
On the island of Lura, Bob and Betty follow a path into the jungle. There they hear the ominous throbbing of jungle drums. Returning to the beach to tell Chandler of their discovery, they learn from Dorothy that Nadja has wandered away into the jungle alone, and that Chandler and Wilson have gone to seek her. None of them has returned. Meanwhile, at the black mouth of the sinister cave into which Nadja has vanished, the present act opens.
Chandu, the magician.
You're not going to go in here, Chandler. You must have eyes like a cat. I couldn't even see the entrance to this cave.
There must be an inner room here somewhere. Do you see that faint green light?
Yeah. I suppose this must be kind of a hallway.
Come on, then.
I'm not going in there.
Oh, yes, you are.
Say, what's the matter with you, Chandler?
What do you mean, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I mean, if you want to go in there, it's okay, but I'm not going. If the princess has gone in there, it's just too bad.
How do you know that?
Well, you can tell by those drums and that crazy music that there's somebody in there. And it's probably a bunch of them natives.
You knew when you brought us here this island was not uninhabited, as you said.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't.
I think you did.
I tell you, I didn't. I told you there were stories about natives that used to live here. You know I told you that.
Yes, but you said nothing about there being even a remote possibility that anyone was here now. Come on. I'm going to see what's at the end of this passage.
Hey, no. There's no telling what those natives might do if they get themselves all set for one of their ceremonies. I don't want to be here, I tell you.
Come on. At least we can go to the end of the passageway and look in.
I'll let go of my arm. I'll go.
Quietly. Don't stumble over any loose stones that might be on the floor. Careful now. Just 2 or 3 more steps and we can be in.
Look at that green light. There's somebody in there, all right.
What's that noise? Listen.
It's them cats. Look at their eyes. All over the walls. Thousands of them. Just like they always said. Let's get out of here.
Quiet.
Don't you see them eyes?
Of course I see. What is it?
I've heard about this for years, and it's true.
Tell me what it is.
Well, the story is that in this cave there are ledges all around the walls with live cats on them.
But what are they doing with cats? You can't mean Bubasti.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's something about their religion. They think cats are gods or something.
Back here, way along past it. Now tell me what you know about this.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Not yet. We haven't found Her Highness yet.
Well, I'm not going to help you find her.
Tell me about these people. What is the story? You know more about this than you told us on the boat.
Well, it's one of them things you just can't let alone. You hear it, and you just keep on trying to find out about it, and it finally gets you.
What is the story?
Well, they say... I suppose it sounds crazy to you. It did to me when I first heard it. They say these people used to be Egyptians.
Egyptians?
Yeah. And somehow or other they got over here, and they've lived here ever since. Nobody ever sees cats running around the island. But any native will tell you the story about how this cave is full of them. And they sit up there on those ledges, and they kind of purr when the music plays. It sort of hypnotizes them, see?
Yes, indeed I see.
What do you mean? You sound like you was going in there anyway.
I am.
What for? If you get those natives mad, how do you know they won't turn those cats loose? They'd be like tigers.
I hope the priests won't know I'm there until it's too late.
How do you know they're priests?
They must be. Listen to the music, the drums. They're preparing for a ceremony, just as you said. That's what makes me think Nadja's in there. You know she's in there, don't you, Wilson?
No.
Don't you?
No, I don't know anything about it.
You do?
No, I tell you I don't.
Come up here in the doorway again.
I've told you everything I know, except that there's supposed to be a lot of other rooms besides this one.
Inner room down there?
That's what they say. And in the inside one, there's supposed to be a white marble temple that's been there for 1,000,000 years, I guess.
Did you ever hear of the ancient Lemurian race, Wilson?
No, I never heard of it.
Yes, you have.
Oh, I suppose I might as well tell you. I've been in these islands a long time, like I said. And ever since I've been here, I've been hearing about these people on this island. It's true. Well, I guess I'm kind of cracked on it now. I go around trading with these people among the islands. And every time I can, I ask a lot of questions to see if I can really find out anything about them. I can't seem to keep away from them. Well, now you know. What about it?
So at last you met an old man in Suva who persuaded you to get Princess Naughty over here. Is that it?
What if it is?
You came to the cafe that night and spoke to me about renting us your book, knowing Naughty would, of course, come with us on this trip.
Well, what of it?
Is that what happened?
Yes, it is, if you have to know. I don't know what good it'll do you now, though.
Then you actually know she's in this cave, do you?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I tell you, I don't. All I did was to agree to bring her here. They were going to do the rest.
They? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. There's no use you asking me any more questions. I told you all I know. Now I'm going away from here.
Not yet. Wait.
I tell you, I'm not going to stay here. There's no telling what they'll do.
Fine.
I bow before the green light on the altar of the cat brother Bubati.
Svenja, I might have known that drowning was a trick.
I tell you, we gotta get out of here. Them cat eyes and that green light.
Still, we've got to hear this. He may tell us where Nachi is.
I tell you, you can't do anything about it if she is here. What are you gonna do?
I say unto the goddess, the work of Ingan is finished. The tribal gods have received unto themselves the body of the princess of Egypt.
They must have taken her into one of the other rooms, Chandler. She's not here anywhere.
It's so dark here, we couldn't see her if she were. Unless she stood between us and the green altar light.
Say, what's the old man doing?
Can't you see? He's just prostrating himself before the altar.
Oh yeah. I thought for a minute he just disappeared right into the air.
Pull yourself together. We've got to get Naji out of here.
If you get her out of here, you'll get her out alone. I'm not going to get mixed up in this.
You're already mixed up in it. And if they catch you in here now, it'll be as bad for you as if you wait a little longer and help me. Good heavens, how can a white man...
Say, when you've been in these islands as long as I have, you'll know people can do a lot of things you wouldn't think of doing when you first come here. Besides, I'm not even sure I am white anymore. I tell you, I can't stand those drums. How do we know the natives aren't all around us? How do we know they aren't sneaking up and back of us and going to cut our throats?
I tell you, you have them down on us.
Yeah, like a lot of cats. Their eyes shining at you in that green light. I tell you,
Listen to me.
Oh.
I'll go in if you won't. Wait here for me by the doorway. Will you do that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All I want you to do is let me know if anyone comes in. I'm going up to the altar and look around. I'm sure the doorways that open into the other rooms must be visible from the altar. Ceremonial processions probably come that way.
Well, what'll I do if anybody does come?
Take this flashlight and point it toward the ceiling and press the button. I'll be watching for it. It'll make no noise, and a man could stand beside you in this darkness and not suspect you were giving me a signal. Even if he saw the light on the ceiling, he wouldn't know what it was, you see?
Yeah, I'll do it. Say, I hope we can find our way out of here.
Why do you say that?
Because I think you just stumbled onto the entrance to this place. I've always heard there were a dozen of them. We'll get caught in here like rats in a trap. That's what'll happen to us.
Pull yourself together.
I've been thinking about this for years, I tell you. Oh. Hey, what became of that old fella? You know.
Young?
Yeah, where is he? If you go up there to the altar, you'll step on him, and he'll squawk loud enough to raise the dead.
Don't worry about that. Oh, there he is. He's standing here.
Say, did you see those steps going up the side of the altar?
Yes, I see them. Why?
There. I'd forgotten about them.
What about them?
Don't you see how they go up 7 steps? And then there's kind of a landing. And then 7 more?
Yes. What of it?
You'll see.
You mean Vinjan's going up the steps to the top of the altar where the fire's burning?
You watch. Of course he is. See, he's starting right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What's he going to do?
There's a big pit down under that fire, they say. 5, 6, 7. Oh!
He's jumped into the flame.
I tell you, there's a big pit there. And they say it goes right down into the ocean.
What?
Somewhere underneath the island. Look how bright the fire is now. Look, you can see all around the room.
Get back here to the shadows.
See those cats? They're all waking up. The light shining in their eyes. Look on that couch in front of the altar. There's somebody there. I'm not going to stay here. I can't stand it. I wouldn't stay in another minute if you made me £1,000,000.
that you lying there? Naji.
Naji, what have they done to you? Naji, they've killed you.
Chandler has made his way with Wilson, the trader, to the hidden cave where the jungle drums beat out their savage rhythm. Wilson tells Chandler the primitive legend that these natives are the survivors of an ancient pagan race of cat worshippers. Overcome by terror of the sinister jungle rites, Wilson rushes to the cave, and Chandler, advancing to the altar, sees the body of a woman lying on a golden couch. As the drums thunder through the cave, Chandler cries out, "Naji, they've killed you." Meanwhile, the present act opens on the beach, near the temples.
Chandu, the magician.
Oh, Mother, you're shivering. Are you cold?
No, dear.
Oh, isn't it dark? I wish the moon would come up.
Yeah. Those natives around the fire certainly do look like savages, don't they?
Oh, Bob, don't. It makes me shiver.
I should think they'd wonder where Mr. Wilson was, wouldn't you, Mother?
Oh, they wouldn't think to question anything he did, son.
Well, I wish Uncle Frank had come back. I'm getting scared. What's the matter, Mother?
Why, nothing, dear.
I know what's the matter. You're looking at those natives, aren't you?
How do you mean, Bob?
Oh, don't you see how they keep talking to each other like football players in a huddle and then looking over here at us? They look scared to me.
Would they be afraid of?
Well, you know what Mr. Wilson said.
You mean about how the natives hated to come to this island?
Yeah. He said you never could get them to come over here. He certainly got these to come here.
I've been wondering about that.
Why, Mother?
I'm wondering if Mr. Wilson was telling us the truth.
Well, gee, that's what we got wondering when we were up there among the trees, Mother, when we heard those drums.
Drums? What do you mean?
Oh, Bob, we weren't going to tell her.
I'm sorry.
Of course you must tell me. What was it you heard? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, Mother. Except we heard a noise up there among the trees that sounded kind of like drums beating.
Not those tribal drums.
Well, we've never heard those drums that Najee's always talking about, Mother. We did hear drums up there. Or we thought it was drums. Maybe it was just the surf or something. I told Bob that at the time.
Where? Where was this?
Well, you know, Mother, we went for a walk down the beach, and after we got down there where those two big palm trees are, we thought we'd walk up into the jungle for a little ways. There's a little path there, and it's all overgrown with kind of moss, and...
Yes, and great big ferns, as tall as trees. And orchids growing right on the trees, Mother. Oh, it was marvelous. It really was.
Yeah. And I thought I heard a noise, kind of like drums beating. And I put my ear down on the ground like the Indians used to do. You know, Mother.
Yes, of course. What did you hear?
I heard this funny sound like drums beating. Only it wasn't like regular drums.
Oh, Bobby.
It was kind of like those drums we used to hear in the castle at Montebania. Remember how they sounded? Kind of uncanny or something. Betty heard them, too.
Yes, I did, Mother.
Goodness.
You couldn't hear them when we were standing up. At least I couldn't. Bob thought he could, and that's how we happened to listen on the ground that way. But when you put your ear down to the ground, you could hear it. It was kind of an irregular sound, like, what are those things? Oh, like tom-toms.
Oh, heavens. Didn't you see anyone?
No, we didn't, Mother. Anyway, the sound kind of seemed to come from under the ground somewhere.
Under the ground?
Yes, it did, Mother.
How dreadful.
We didn't wait to look around to see if we could find out where it was, because we thought we'd better come back here and tell Uncle Frank.
Maybe I better go back and see if I can find it again. Maybe...
Oh, no, of course you mustn't. You must stay right here.
Well, maybe it wasn't really drums, Mother. You know how the surf pounds on the rocks at home. You know, down there at Laguna where those caves are. It sounds almost like drums sometimes when the tide's high.
Yes, I know, dear.
You think it really was drums, don't you, Mother?
Oh, I know it was. It must have been.
Well, where do you suppose Uncle Frank is? Do you suppose he might have found out where the drums are or something and...
He's going to look for Najee. And maybe they're both lost.
Gee, I wish we could do something. I don't like to just sit here.
Look at those natives now, Mother. Look at them, Bob.
Huh?
They certainly look as if they were afraid. They keep looking over their shoulders like animals or something.
Maybe they aren't really. They must have been here lots of times before. Mr. Wilson said he'd been here 25 times. And he certainly must have had somebody to sail that boat for him. I bet these men have all been here before, don't you, Mother?
Yes, they probably have, son. But that makes their behavior all the more strange. I wonder if you could go down and talk to them, Bobby. See if you can make them understand and ask them if they know of any place where Najee might have wandered off and become lost.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start in by telling them we think it's time for dinner. And, boy, I do think so. I'm starved.
Of course you must have some dinner, son. Tell them that we'll have our dinner now, without waiting for Najee and Uncle Frank and Mr. Wilson. I'd go myself, only I know how they'd resent being questioned by a woman.
Why, Mother, how do you know that?
Well, I'll go, Mother. Go wait. I'll make them understand me.
You're scared, aren't you, Mother?
Oh, I'm not afraid for myself. But I know something must have happened to Najee. She said she'd only be gone 5 minutes. She couldn't have gone far in that length of time.
She'd go right into the jungle?
She took that little path over there between those 2 tall coconut palms. I thought at the time it ran along just inside the tree. I didn't realize it would probably plunge right into the jungle.
Well, I don't see how she could go very far that way. Because, look up there, Mother. It's awfully dark, and you can see there's a great big cliff there. I noticed it when we came in. It's just a great big rock. Where could she go?
What I'm afraid is that she's turned her ankle or hurt herself in some other way.
Or maybe she even stepped on a snake, Mother.
Yes. Even that, I suppose.
Oh, dear. Mother, I wish you'd tell me something.
What is it, dear?
Well, do you think there was really anything in that old family curse of Andra's?
Oh,
please tell me what you think, Mother.
I don't know, dear. It doesn't seem possible. And yet...
Yes, but a lot of things that we know about don't seem possible. All those things Uncle Frank knows how to do, and I was talking to Bob about it only the other day. And if they could be possible, why couldn't that?
I don't know, dear. And we can't tell whether there's anything in it or not.
Well, we know Andra died.
Yes. That doesn't prove there was anything in the curse, you know. I've often thought the whole thing existed in Andra's mind. You mean you think he died because it was in his mind? I think it's very possible, dear. Mother, Just a minute, dear. Here's Bobby.
Well, that's that, Mother.
What is it, son? Couldn't you make them understand you?
No, I couldn't, Mother. They just make a lot of funny motions, and I couldn't understand what they wanted. But I think they want to talk to you.
Well, why wouldn't they come up here, then?
I tried to point up here and make motions and everything. But I think from the way they're all kind of huddled around in a bunch down there, they're afraid to come any farther up the beach. Why don't you come down with me and try to talk to them, Mother?
Very well. I'm coming, too. Of course, dear.
Did you try to ask them about dinner?
Yes, I did. And they understood that all right. See, they're getting things ready. They're taking the yams out of the ashes. Boy, and am I hungry.
That fire's kind of nice, isn't it, Mother?
Yes, it is, dear.
Now, look. The one that Mr. Wilson always gave the orders to is this one that's coming up here toward it.
Let's stop here.
Look, you know where Mr. Wilson could go? Mr. Wilson. You know, Wilson.
He doesn't understand what Bob means. Look, he's just pointing out to the sea.
Yes, and look at all the others. I know what they mean. They want to get in the boat and go back to Suva. Suva! Is that it?
He understood that, Mother. He's nodding his head. What's he doing that for? Pointing at his foot and then over at the sand.
Oh, don't you see, son? He means that footprint. They must have seen it, too.
Boy, you wouldn't think there'd be anything about a footprint to make him so jittery. Say, what are they going to do? Well, they're all walking right away from the fire.
Listen. You must listen. Can't you go and find Mr. Wilson?
Oh, Mother, he doesn't know what you're talking about. Why, look at those other natives. They're getting into the boat. Oh, Bob, don't let them take the boat.
We mustn't try to stop them, Bobby. We don't know what they might do if we made them angry. If they take the boat, we must let them. Bobby might get hurt.
Well, we mustn't let them know we're afraid, Mother. You know, all the books about natives tell you that.
Well, I don't see how they could help going. I'm afraid.
They can't be very dangerous. They're scared to death themselves. They're going to run away. That's what they're going to do. The whole gang of them and leave us here. They're shoving the boat off. Even this one that was talking to us is going, and they're going to leave us here.
Do you think they'll take the big boat and go right back to Suva?
Why wouldn't they? They're scared to death about something. You can see that. Their eyes are popping right out. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, please, wait. Wait until Mr. Wilson comes.
Oh, Mother, they aren't going to pay any attention to us at all.
But I don't understand what could have happened so suddenly to frighten them so. I haven't heard anything or seen anything, have you?
No.
I haven't either. They were just sitting there around the fire.
Oh, look, here comes Mr. Wilson. Hi, Mr. Wilson. We were just beginning to get kind of worried about you. Did you see Uncle Frank?
Or Najee?
Sure I saw him. Hey, you blackheads, wait for me!
Where are you going? What's happened to my brother and Najee? Mr. Wilson, where are they?
The princess met that old fellow she called Vindian in there.
What?
Oh, but wait. Mr. Wilson, you can't mean Vindian.
Yes, I do.
Gee, no, Vindian's drowned.
That ain't nothing to what you'll find out before you get away from here, I tell you.
Oh, what do you mean?
You can't tell whether the people they got in there are alive or dead or what.
Well, did you see Uncle Frank and Najee, Mr. Wilson?
Of course I saw them. I went in there with Chandler. We saw that princess laying there on a kind of gold couch in front of the altar. She's dead.
Oh, are you sure?
You bet I am.
Are you sure it was Najee?
Sure. She must have walked right into that place the minute she left you here on the beach.
Gosh.
Say, Mrs. Regan, you better come with us.
Back to Suva?
Sure.
Is that where you're going?
Yeah, and it won't be a minute too soon for me either. You better come along with me. Chandler will never get out of that cave alive.
Say, wait a minute. Why don't you tell us what happened? You mean those people have captured Uncle Frank or something?
They probably have by now. Say, are you coming with me or not? Because I'm going to get out of here.
Well, you don't think we're going to go and leave Uncle Frank and Najee in there and not try to do anything for them, do you? Why don't you and Betty go on back to Suva and let me stay and see if I can find Uncle Frank?
Of course not, Bobby. This man must be insane. Let them go away if they want to.
Yes, I wish they would. They scare me.
You'll be all right here. Uncle Frank will probably be back in a little while.
Well, how do we get back to Suva?
I don't know, sir, but I'm not going to go with that man.
Are you coming or not?
No, Mr. Wilson. We're going to stay right here.
They're going then, you fellas. You better not go near that cave. Them cats got the princess, and they got Chandler, and they'll get you.
narrow white beach of the mysterious island of Dura, Dorothy, Bob, and Betty anxiously await the return of Nodgy and of Chandler and Wilson, who have gone in search of her. Suddenly, the native sailors and servants are seized with terror and take to the small boat. As they launch it, Wilson bursts out of the jungle and, running down the beach, climbs aboard. To the frantic questions of the regents, Wilson only answers that Nodgy is lying dead in the cave, that Chandler will never return alive, and that they had better come back with him to Suva. When they refuse, he curses the natives into action, and the boat disappears into the darkness of the tropic night. The present act opens in Betty's tent 2 hours later.
Chandu, the magician.
Betty, are you asleep? Wake up, Betty.
What?
Betty, listen.
Bob, is that you? What's the matter? Did Uncle Frank come back?
Don't talk so loud. Mother will hear you. No, he's not back yet. That's what I want to talk to you about.
What about it?
I want to go and hunt for him, and I want to tell you where I was, so when Mother wakes up, she won't be scared.
But where are you going to go to look for Uncle Frank?
Well, I'm going to follow that path that Mother said Nodgy took and Uncle Frank took. Maybe I can find Uncle Frank, and maybe I can even find Nodgy.
Oh, but Mr. Wilson said Nodgy was dead in that cave.
Oh, yeah, but you can't believe what he says. He sounded kind of crazy to me, didn't he, to you?
Well, yes, he did. Or anyway, he sounded like he was just scared to death. But I don't see how you could imagine he saw Nodgy lying in there dead if he didn't. Oh, Bob, isn't it awful?
Of course it's awful. If I don't think we ought to just stay out here and do nothing when maybe if we could help Uncle Frank. I mean, if I could, why...
No, you mean we. Because why can't I go, too?
Oh, no, you can't. You've got to stay here.
Well, listen, Bob. Don't you suppose that Mr. Wilson could have been mistaken about seeing Nodgy in there? Because why wouldn't it be awfully dark if it's cave?
Yeah, I know. That's right. We don't know what he meant, especially what he said about those cats.
I thought he said cats, too, Bob.
Well, he did say cats.
You don't suppose he could mean some kind of big animals like lions or... I mean, like tigers or leopards or something. I've read those explorers books, and they always called animals like that cats. Do you suppose that's what he meant?
Gee, I don't know. I didn't think about that. I wonder if he did.
Well, if there's anything like that in there, it'd be pretty dangerous, Bob.
I know it would. But you don't suppose if we were in there, Uncle Frank would stop on that account, do you? I mean, just because there were animals in there?
No, of course he wouldn't. Anyway, Mr. Wilson got out, so if he got out, why couldn't we?
Now, don't say we, because you're not going.
But, Bob,
I'm going alone. The only reason I came to tell you was that I didn't want Mother to be scared to death when she wakes up and finds I'm gone.
I'm sure Mother's asleep.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think she is.
Don't you think that's kind of funny? Because how could she go to sleep? And Mr. Wilson said Nodgy was dead. Maybe even Uncle Frank was dead, too.
Do you know what I think?
What? What do you mean?
I think there might have been some kind of, well, drug or something in that coffee she had for dinner. Because remember, she got sleepy right away after dinner.
But she hardly ate a thing.
I know it. She said we had to eat, but she just pretended to eat herself. But she did drink some of that coffee that those natives left when they ran away. They had dinner already before they went.
I know they did. Why would they put anything in the coffee?
I don't know, unless Mr. Wilson told him to. Did you drink any of it?
No.
I didn't either, so there.
Well, I did go to sleep, though. I didn't mean to, but I did.
Well, I guess you couldn't help it. Well, I've got to go. The moon's up now, and it'll be a little bit lighter among the trees there. There's only one thing I don't like about it, and that's to leave you and Mother here alone, because...
Now, that's just why I ought to go with you, Bob. Because if anything happens to either one of us, the other one can come back and tell Mother.
Well,
Don't you see I ought to go with you? It's no more dangerous for me than it is for you.
I don't know. I don't think Uncle Frank would want you to if he knew about it.
Yes, but then he wouldn't want you to either, Bob. You know very well he wouldn't let you go if he knew it.
Well, he certainly wouldn't want me to just sit here and not do anything if I could help Nodgy. You don't think that, do you?
No, I know he wouldn't. There's no use talking about it, Bob. I'm going with you.
No.
Oh, please let me. You know I can run awfully fast if I have to.
Well, I'll let you go if you'll promise me that if we get into any kind of a scrap in here, you won't try to do anything to help me, but you'll run back here as fast as you can.
That's kind of mean.
Well, promise or I won't let you go.
Well, I wish we had a gun or something, don't you?
We wouldn't dare to shoot it if we did have. I'll tell you what I have got, though, Betty. You'll probably laugh at me.
What?
You remember that knife I bought in Alexandria that time?
Of course I remember it. Don't tell me you brought that with you.
Well, yes, I did.
Well, but you couldn't kill a tiger with that.
Of course I couldn't. We don't know they're tigers. He said cats.
Yes, but I don't see why there'd be cats in there. Not real cats, I mean. Well, come on if we're going to go. Let's leave a note for Mother.
Okay. Here's a pencil.
I'm writing as fast as I can. There. I'll pin it on my tent.
Come on.
Oh, don't walk so heavily, Bob. You'll sure wake Mother up.
Come on. Let's run. It's only a little ways to the edge of the trees here. Now, wait a minute. This is the path, isn't it?
Of course it is. It's just like that other path we found, all covered with moss. Oh, Bob, it's awfully dark in here.
Well, I'm going to turn on the flashlight.
What if somebody sees you?
Yeah, I know. But if I don't, we may get off the path and get lost. There. See, it goes right up there, right up that way.
Let's walk as fast as we can. You know, I was telling Mother just a little while ago. I don't see how Nadja could go up this way, because, see, there's a big cliff there.
Don't you see, silly? That might be where the cave is.
Well, it must be somewhere pretty close to here, then. But look up there. That big rock's right over our heads.
Looks to me like the path just stopped right here in front of this rock.
Oh, I know. I bet it's a hidden entrance or something. Isn't that thrilling?
Well, I hope we can find it.
Turn the light on right there, Bob. Look, right there by that fern.
Where?
No, right there. Higher. No, over to the left. Doesn't it look as if there's a little place right behind that big, tall fern?
I should think it'd have to be a cat to get in there. That can't be it.
Listen, Bob. Listen. It's those drums. Here, I'm smaller than you are. Let me see if I can squeeze in there.
I see. Get up on that rock that looks like a step. See it there? Here, give me your hand. Now, can you see?
Oh, of course I can. It's a kind of dark hole that looks like it'd go right into the rock. I know this must be it, Bob. I can even hear the drums louder now. Come on. Look, do you see a kind of green light in there? Well, come on in here. Look.
I wonder if I dare to turn the flashlight on.
Oh, no, don't.
Just for a second till I see where we are. I can't see a thing.
Oh, wait a minute now. Don't you see that kind of a green light way down there?
Oh, yes. Why, this must be a kind of a little hallway, huh?
Yeah.
Are you scared? Want to go back?
Yes, I'm scared. But I don't want to go back. What's the use of going back now? We know there's something in there now. Put out your hand. You can feel the stone wall right here. Let's go down to the end of the hallway and see what's there. And then if we want to go back, we can.
Here, take my hand. Now, remember, you promised if we got into a scrap, you'll go away and leave me.
I know. Come on. Oh, look there, Bob. It is cats.
Huh?
See their eyes shining in that green light?
Gee.
Why, they're all over. How could cats be all over the walls?
Why, there must be hundreds of them.
Look at that green fire on the altar. Do you know what that's like, Bob?
I'll say I know what it's like. It's like that fire that was on the altar in the castle in Montebania. Do you remember? Where they had the cat-headed gods on each side of that little altar? Where we found Dimitri.
Oh, I know it is. Look how bright the fire is now.
Yeah. Well, that's one good thing. They're real cats. They're not tigers or anything.
What do you suppose they're here for?
Gee, I don't know. What do you suppose Mr. Wilson meant by saying the cats caught Nadji and Uncle Frank? They aren't doing anything but sitting there.
And you know what else he said? He said he saw Nadji lying on a gold couch in front of the altar. I don't see any couch, do you, Bob?
Yes, I do, Betty. And there is somebody on it. Oh, Betty, you'd better go back.
I will not. I didn't promise to go back unless you got into a fight. I'm not going back now, even if I am scared almost to death.
Well, I want to go up and see if that really is Nadji.
Well, come on, I'll go. Come on, hurry. Let's not be afraid. There's not anybody in here.
I know there isn't. Uncle Frank isn't even here. Did you ever think of that?
That's right. Well, come on.
Now, don't let's get lost from each other like we did down there in the catacombs.
I won't. It does look like Nadji. I'm going to go right up to her. I'm not afraid. Why should we be afraid of Nadji, even if she... Bob! It is Nadji! Oh, look at her lying there so...
Oh, but she's not... I mean, she's just asleep.
Look how she's dressed, Bob. She's dressed in old Egyptian clothes like you see in pictures. You know that. And look at that couch. It looks exactly like the pictures they showed us in the newspapers. The couches that came out of King Tut's tomb.
Yeah. How would Nadja get those funny clothes on? Why should she be asleep in here? I wonder if I could pick her up and carry her out.
Both of us could, I bet. Where do you suppose Uncle Frank is?
I don't know. I bet he'd want us to get Nadja out if we could and worry about him afterwards.
Well, I don't see why he didn't see her if he came in this way. I wonder if there's more than one way to get in this cave.
We came right up that little path. Come on, let's see if we can pick her up.
Oh, just touch her hand, Bob. How cold it is. Oh, do you suppose she really...
Please! You must go away! You must go away at once!
Why, that's Nadji. Where do you suppose she is? This can't be Nadji.
Of course it's Nadji.
Nadji, where are you?
Chandu! Are you in here also? Oh, why do you not leave me my face?
Nadji, come here.
Where are you, Chandu?
Here I am, Nadji. Come here, will you? I've just found... Listen to me. Listen to me, Nadji. There is a man in here asleep. Did you see him?
I know he is there, Chandu.
But do you know who it is? Surely.
Where do you suppose they are? I don't see them at all, do you?
No. Listen.
Of course I know who it is, Chandu. Who could it be but Andra?
At night, while Dorothy sleeps in her tent, under the influence of a drug administered by Wilson's native servants, Bob and Betty plan to seek Chandler and Nadji. They follow the path into the jungle and stumble upon the hidden entrance to the cave. Making their way by the weird green light to the altar, they see the figure of Nadji lying on a carved golden couch. They decide to attempt to carry her out of the cave. But at that moment, they hear from a distance her voice and the voice of Chandler. The present act opens in an inner room in the cave.
Chandu. The Magician.
Nati, where are you?
Where are you, Chandu?
In the small room at the right of the doorway that dates from the room where the altar is. The one with the seal of Solomon over the doorway.
Oh, Chandu, you should not have come here. And this room, why did you enter it? The seal of Solomon is...
What do you mean, Naji? Why should the seal of Solomon prevent me from entering this room?
You do not know its mystic meaning, then?
Of course. I know many secrets about it. But come, tell me, who is this man who is lying here on the stone bench? And how does it happen the girl who lies before this altar looks exactly like you? Oh, Naji, when I saw her, I thought it was you. I thought these natives had killed you. What is it, dear? Come here and let me show you this man.
I know the man is here, Chandu.
But when I called to you just now, didn't you say the man was Andra?
You should have known him, Chandu.
I know he looks exactly like Andra, of course. But it can't be. It's just a startling likeness.
Oh, you cannot understand, Chandu. And there is no time for me to explain, because you must go at once before they return.
Who do you mean? Who is coming back?
The tribal priests, and they must not find you here.
You mean it's really true?
I do not know what you have suspected, Chandu.
Why, I suspected nothing until Wilson told me what he thought.
That Mr. Wilson who brought us here, Chandu? Does he know? Where is he?
I don't know how much he knows, Naji. But for years, he's been investigating a native legend that this cave holds the secrets of the ancient Lemurian race.
Oh!
He's never been in here before, though, until tonight.
He is here now?
No, not now. Let me tell you what happened. When you disappeared out there on the beach, Dorothy and I waited a little while, and you didn't come back. So naturally, we were alarmed, and I started to look for you. I wandered around in the jungle out there for a time, and presently Wilson came along and said Dorothy had decided something had happened to me, and she sent him to find me.
But how did you learn of the cave?
We couldn't discover any path that branched off the one we were following. So we searched the rocks against the cliff out there, and presently found the entrance. But all this is nothing now that I've found you.
But where is Mr. Wilson?
When he saw the figure of that girl lying on the couch out there before the altar, he was so terrified he ran away. But I'll tell you this, Naji. While we were standing in the little passageway outside the cave, he told me someone had engaged him to bring you over here from Suva. Do you know who it was?
No, Chandu. I know only this. For many years I have been visited by an ancient sorcerer. Dorothy saw him once in Cairo.
I know. She told me. That was the night he told you if you persisted in your friendship for me, my life's work would be of no avail. Is that the man?
Yes.
But it wasn't Vinyan.
No, Chandu. It was another who bore in his heart the ancient wisdom. On the night he spoke to Dorothy and me, he disappeared, and it was said he returned to...
What? You mean he came back here? Do you really think that?
Oh, I do not know, but that is what was said.
But who told you this? Someone from India?
I cannot speak of this to you, Chandu, nor to anyone. Oh, I beg you to go away and leave me here.
Of course I won't.
Oh.
What is it you think keeps you here, Naji? Who is that girl out there who looks so strangely like you?
Since you have guessed that this cave holds the secrets of ancient Lemuria, Chandu, I will tell you it is true.
But what has all this to do with you? These amazing series of caves. And those cats out there.
You have seen the cats? You understand their meaning?
That's the only thing I do understand about this whole affair, Naji. These priests, whoever they are, seem to worship the cat goddess Ubasti. But that doesn't explain what you're doing here.
I am here because I have been summoned, Chandu. I cannot tell you more. If you had not heard me when I cried out, you would not have known I was here.
Ah, but I did hear you. And I'm going to take you away. I'm going to take you out of here. There's something horrible and malignant in all this. When I heard your voice a few moments ago, I was so glad to find you, I paid no attention to what you said.
Chandu, you must listen to me. Destiny is stronger than we are. And since I have come this far on my journey, I must fulfill the decree of fate and never return.
Never return to Egypt? Why, Naji. Oh, come, dear. Let's leave all these explanations until we're safely away from this place. Tell me this. Are these two people hypnotized, or are they really dead? This boy who looks like Andra, I mean, and the girl who looks like you.
Oh, but you do not understand, Chandu.
But you can tell me all this when we're far away from here. I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions, nor worry you to tell me the whole story if you'd rather not. Come, let's get out of this place before the priests return.
What is it that you think, Chandu?
Let me ask you this. Did you meet Vinjan in the cave?
Yes, Chandu. But I cannot yet see how he did not drown when he sprang into the sea from the Palana.
I've been thinking about that, Naji. And I believe Wilson probably had a man in another boat waiting for Vinjan when he jumped overboard.
But this was far out at sea, Chandu.
I know. But Wilson could easily have gone out there in his sailing vessel and approached the Palana with all his lights out. A little thing like maritime law wouldn't stop Wilson if I know him.
If you are right, Chandu, it may be that was the manner in which it occurred.
But even if you ever had occasion to fear Vinjan, you need fear him no longer. As we stood in the doorway of the cave, Wilson and I both saw Vinjan leap into that pit where the fire is burning.
Ah, but that was a trick, Chandu.
You mean he knew we were standing there?
Of course he must have known it, Chandu. No one can enter the cave without he'd know it. It was his plan to make you believe he was dead. I know it, Chandu.
Why should he do that? What difference would it make to him whether I thought he was dead or alive?
He fears you. He fears your knowledge of the secrets of the East. He will be glad if you go away from Lura and leave the tribal priests to fulfill the ancient decree.
Lord Naji, we're just wasting time. You haven't told me a thing. I know it's impossible that this boy could be Andra, just as it's impossible for that girl before the altar to be you. You're under some hypnotic spell of vengeance, and I'm going to get you away from here. What can these priests do? Why do you think you must stay here?
I cannot listen, Chandu. This is my fate, and I must meet it. You know I have long tried to free myself of my love for you, because for long I have known the happiness of love was not for me.
What would happen if I just picked you up and carried you out of here?
No, you must not. I would kill myself.
Why, Naji.
I said you did not understand, Chandu. I must remain here, and you must go. And we will never meet again.
Do you mean that all these years in Egypt, when you've been studying the ancient secrets of in that tower room of yours, you've been preparing yourself for some such thing as this? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Naji?
I knew it must come sometime, but I did not know when or where. But when Andra said he had received a message to land at Suva, I knew I must not go there if I was to escape the will of destiny. But you see how useless it was. Andra died. The boat became helpless, and still I was forced to go to Suva.
But there was nothing occult about the boat becoming disabled, Naji. There was someone aboard who had some reason for wrecking the yacht and putting the wireless out of commission. Besides, why didn't you tell me the reason you were afraid to go to Suva? I might have been able to do something about it before the yacht broke down. At any rate, I could have seen to it that Vinyan didn't bother you anymore. And now we're going.
Oh, no.
Come with me, dear. And we're going to leave this place at once. Once outside, you'll forget all about it. We'll go on back home, and it'll be just as if it had never happened. Do you think we should take this boy with us?
You cannot, Chandu.
Aren't you going to tell me who he is?
I will tell you this, Chandu. Long ago in the ancient country of Lemuria, Andra was the brother of the princess who lies before the altar.
What?
Do you not remember, Chandu, that when you were first in Egypt, Bob discovered an ancient parchment, and you opened the door under the old throne room, so that we found a girl who had been sleeping for thousands of years?
Of course I remember it. But you don't mean... You really mean... Why, Naji, it's unbelievable.
No, it is not. It is true.
Naji.
And now you see why even when thousands of years have passed, the tribal curse of Andra's family and my destiny must still work together to keep me from you forever.
I tell you, this is all the doings of Vinyan. He's hypnotized you as he did that night in the cabin.
Oh, no, Chandu. I am but returning to the life of my people. And we have talked too long. Bob and Betty Lou may be in danger if the priests return and find them there.
Find them where?
Did you not hear me call to them?
I heard your voice. But as I told you a few minutes ago, I was so glad to hear it, I paid no attention to what you said. Where are Bob and Betty?
When I saw them, they stood before the altar. And if they do not lay their hands upon the sacred symbol, nor touch the diamond of the girl who lies before the altar, they may find their way from the cave unharmed.
What are they doing in here?
I think they thought to...
I know. They've come here to find you and me. Oh, how foolish. Where are they? I must get them out of here at once.
Oh, Chandu! It must be that they have profaned the sacred symbols by their touch. Go quickly or you will be too late.
Bob, Betty, where are you? Wait there for me, Naji, and I'll come for you as soon as I find the children. Bob! There they are. Just beyond the altar. Betty, come here. Stop, Uncle Frank. Don't come any closer to us.
Look out, Uncle Frank!
Look out for the cats!
In a small inner room of sinister cave on the island of Lura, Chandler discovers Nadji. To his amazement, she insists she cannot leave the cave, but must remain to participate in the ancient tribal ceremonies. She threatens to kill herself if he forces her to leave. Finally, she tells him Bob and Betty have come to the cave to seek him. He hurries to the altar room, but as he approaches the altar, Bob cries out, "Uncle Frank, don't come any closer. Look out for the cats." The present act opens in Betty's empty tent on the moonlit beach.
Chandu, the magician.
Betty? Betty? Where are you, Betty? Betty, dear? Bobby? Betty's gone. Where do you suppose she is? Bobby? Oh, it can't be. They wouldn't... Why, what's this? Oh, they must have... Dear Mother, Bob and I have gone to look for Uncle Frank. We didn't want to worry you, and you were sound asleep, so we just slipped out. Oh, we'll take the little path you showed us and look around in the jungle. Don't worry about us, Mother. Oh, dear. What can have happened to them? Betty? Betty? Bobby? Where are you? Betty? It's so dark here along the path. How could I have been so careless of their safety? Oh, the jungle drums. I must be near the cave. That music. It's so close. Why can't I find the way? Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, I must hurry.
I bow before the altar of the great goddess Basti.
India.
In the green light that burns forever, Who has entered the cave? Oh, thou hast found thy way into this cave, sister of him they call Chandu.
Oh, what is this dreadful place?
That which occurs in the cave of the cat goddess is not for thine eyes nor thine ears, sister of Chandu.
I don't hear anything about the ceremonies that go on here. I only came to find my children. Where are they?
You do not know me?
Oh, of course I know you look like Vindian, but you can't be. Vindian was drowned.
I am indeed Vindian.
But how is it you are not drowned if you really are Vindian?
There are many things which it is not necessary that thou should understand, sister of Chandu. Naji has returned to her own people.
You don't mean she's gone back to Egypt? Well, tell me where the children are and my brother.
I tell thee, Naji has returned to her own people here in this cave.
Oh!
Thy brother is to be sacrificed, for he has deserved the wrath of Upasti.
You don't mean Upasti, the cat goddess of ancient Egypt?
I have spoken.
Oh.
Look about thee. See on the ledges upon the wall of the cave the sacred cats. See their green eyes shining in the light of the altar fire.
Of course I see them. But what is this place? What? We were told no one had been seen on this island for years.
That is according to the law.
Can't you stop that music and those drums?
I tell thee this, sister of Chandu. For many years, as this world knows years, it has been best that men should think no one was left alive on the island of Lura.
Oh, tell me where the children are.
Until the time is right, it is well for the world to believe the island of Lura is given over to the jungle.
Yes. Yes, of course. Oh, you're insane. Tell me where the children are.
Hast thou then not willing to learn of the ancient civilization of Lemuria?
Why, yes, of course.
I tell thee this, sister of Chandu. Long ago, this island was part of a great continent known as Lemuria.
Why, I've heard of that. Yes. Is this the way in the room where the children are?
Wait, I have not finished. Thou dost not ask the name of her who ruled the continent of Lemuria so many thousands of years ago.
Oh, what was her name?
The name she bore in those days is to be concealed from thee. But the name she wears now is Naji.
What? Oh, Vindian, please.
Thou hast not forgotten him they call Andra.
Of course not. You were the one who killed him. You put poison in those cigarettes, and he smoked one of them and died.
No, sister of Chandu. The death of Andra was but one of the unfortunate ways in which the work of Lemuria is halted for a time.
I don't understand.
For thousands of years, it has also been written that Naji must return to her people.
But her people aren't here.
Andra is here.
Oh, Vindian, you've forgotten. Andra died at sea.
To thine eyes he is dead. But already thy brother knows something of the secrets of death in life.
My brother? You don't mean they killed him?
Not yet. But his knowledge is dangerous to the work of the priests of Lemuria. And so, because he has interfered, he is to die.
Oh! But what about the children?
If thou art shown the children whom thou callest thine, wilt thou take them with thee and leave this island forever?
Well, of course I'll leave the cave, but I can't.
First, thou must stand before the altar of Obasti and swear that by whatever god thou holdest sacred, thou wilt not reveal the presence of any who are in this cave. Come with me.
Oh! Who is that lying on the couch before the altar? Who is it, Bindian? It's Naji.
She, sister of Chandu. It is not Naji, but she who governed Lemuria in the days that are gone.
It is Naji.
I tell thee, it is not.
What happened to this country of Lemuria that you keep speaking of? Surely this little island couldn't have held many people or have been the center of a great race?
Thou knowest not the story of Lemuria? How because of disobedience to the goddess Ubasti, it sank beneath the sea?
The lost continent of the Pacific?
Thou hast heard of it?
Of course. But I've always thought it was the wildest kind of surmise. How is it no one knows of these people if they are the descendants of the ancient Lemurians?
Because, as I have told thee, the time is not yet ripe. But the calling of Naji to her destiny is the first happening in the golden circle of the years to restore Lemuria to her former greatness.
But Naji didn't know about this, did she?
Alas, because of her love for him they call Chandu, she has become rebellious and has refused to understand the summon.
But of course she doesn't want to stay here.
Destiny is not concerned with the wishes of a woman.
But Bindian...
When she has undergone the rite of the sacred fire, she will come before the altar, and her spirit will enter the body of the princess who lies here.
Oh, no. Bindian, this is madness.
Didst thou not say thou wishest to look again upon the faces of the children thou callest thine?
Oh, yes, of course. Where are they? Take me to them, Bindian, quickly.
And thou wilt swear thou wilt leave this cave and never enter it again?
If I must, to save the children, of course.
Then thou shalt come with me. And when I have revealed to thee the faces of thy son and daughter, I will show thee the way to leave the island.
You mean you have a boat hidden somewhere along the beach?
I tell thee only that thou must come with me, and many things shall be revealed to thee.
Very well. I'm not afraid. Which way?
But beware, lest thou lay a finger on the sacred symbols of Ubasti. Touch not the couch on which the princess lies, nor anything near the altar, nor one of the sacred cats.
Oh, heavens, I won't. I promise. You're sure this is where the children are?
Thou art willing to go from this cave without sight of thy brother?
No, I'm not willing, of course. But the children come first. My brother can... I mean...
Thou thinkest in thy heart his knowledge of the wisdom of the East will save him from the vengeance of Ubasti, eh?
Why, no. No!
Thou wilt receive me through this doorway.
But what is that door fitted into the rock across the room there? It looks like the entrance to an Egyptian temple.
Thou seest truly, sister of Chandu. Within those doors is the sacred place where the priests have gone.
Is Naji in there?
Seek not to know that which is denied thee.
The children aren't in there, are they? Those doors look as if they've been locked for 1,000 years.
No, look at the other doorway. The one which bears the seal of Solomon.
There's a curtain across it. Are the children in there?
The curtain is but a veil through which thou mayest look when the fire is lighted within.
Shall I wait here?
Yes. Even now, the fire begins to glow within the veil.
No, but it's horrible. Uncanny. It's a green light, like the one on the altar. Oh, the children aren't in there, surely.
Veil, sister of Chandu, look. Seest thou thy children?
The light is so faint. And the curtain. Oh, Vivian! You don't mean those two motionless figures sitting there on either side of the fire? Their eyes are closed. They're not moving. Oh, they can't be Bob and Betty. What have you done to them? Bobby, Betty Lou. Oh, Betty, dear.
In the hidden cave on the island of Lura, Dorothy is seeking Bob and Betty, who in the darkness left the camp on the beach and entered the cave in search of Chandler. Before the altar, Dorothy meets Vindion, the old soothsayer. He will give her no news of Chandler or Nodgy, but leads her to a small room, where to her horror, she finds Bob and Betty sitting motionless and apparently lifeless beside a small, hideous green fire. The present act opens in an inner room with a maze of caves.
Chandu, the magician.
Why have you returned, Chandu? Are Bob and Betty Lou?
I sent them away.
You saw that they were outside the cave?
I didn't actually take them out myself, but I spoke to them, and I waited to see that they reached the doorway leading into the corridor before I came back here.
Then the cat did not attack them?
No. In fact, Bob and Betty were trying to warn me of the cats. There were about a dozen of them who leaped down from their ledges and were snarling and spitting like tigers. What vicious beasts they are.
Bob and Betty must have touched some of these sacred symbols, or Binyan would not have even the word.
Naji, do you mean those cats are kept there ready to attack anyone who enters the cave or touches the altar?
You still do not understand, Chandu. The cats are ready to defend the altar of the cat goddess.
What a horrible idea. Do they never leave the cave?
No, they are never seen outside the cave.
Where are the priests you've been telling me about?
They are in the inner temple, Chandu. It is concealed by the heavy doors which you have seen set in the solid rock.
Those two great doors in the wall of the room between the altar room and this one?
Yes.
You mean they're having some kind of ceremony in there now?
Yes, Chandu. That is why we do not hear the drums. When the heavy doors are shut, you cannot hear them. Only from the outside of the cave, I think they can be heard.
How long will this ceremony last?
I think... Oh, Chandu, I beg you to go. I think the priests will soon open the doors and return to the altar room. Please, Chandu, say goodbye to me and go.
No, indeed. This is Vindian work. Don't you understand? Can't you feel the malignant forces all about you in this cave? Where do you suppose Vindian is?
Vindian is but acting under the decrees of the priests, Chandu.
How many of these priests are there?
I do not know.
Are there any others of these people than the priests here who believe themselves to be ancient Lemurians?
I tell you, I do not know, Chandu.
Then I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going into that inner temple and see what's going on.
Oh, no, no.
Yes, I am. Do you think I'm going to let them snatch you away from life and bury you here in this horrible place without a word?
But you will not live.
But this isn't the first time I've risked my life, as you know.
I cannot permit you, Chandu.
There's no other way to save you from them. And you must be freed from this nightmare. What about your work in Egypt? What about the Council of Seven?
This is already in the past, Chandu. I cannot go again to Egypt and take my place as Princess Naji.
But you are Naji. Listen to me. You mustn't believe these things Vinyan's been telling you.
Chandu, you do not think the people of ancient Lemuria were evil?
Certainly not. But I know these people in this cave are evil. And there's something horrible about all this.
Oh, you do not try to understand. Even Mr. Wilson, who brought us here, knows this work has for years been known on this island.
Yes, I know. But that doesn't mean it should be permitted to go on. If these people are a remnant of the ancient Lemurians, why should they keep it a secret? From everything I've heard of Lemuria, the people were of a very high type indeed.
Chandu, you do not understand, and so you condemn the priests. But you have seen for yourself the body of him who seemed to be Andra, lying in the room with the seal of Solomon above the doorway.
Of course. But what has that to do with it?
I can only say I must not leave the cave and return with you to California.
Very well. I'll go and see the priest myself.
But they will kill you.
That's a chance I'll have to take.
Oh, no, Chandu.
Either you come away from this cave with me now, or I'll go and see those priests.
But it is not right that I should be made to choose between my people and you.
But it's just because I can't believe these people are your people that I'm going to save you from them.
Oh.
You must free yourself from this spell they've cast over you. They must be the master of all the black arts of India. I wonder how Andra's father tolerated him in his household all these years.
The father of Andra knew, Chandu.
But that's impossible, Naji. You can't mean he deliberately sent Andra on a cruise over here knowing he'd never see him again?
Yes, Chandu. I think he did.
Why, it's unbelievable.
But Vinyan had told me that the father of Andra hated me, a black hatred, because he believed I was the one who was calling together the people of ancient Lemuria.
And now, Andra's dead. That boy lying in there...
If he could be made to wake and speak, Chandu, you would see he is Andra's very self. But now, I think they are uncertain.
You mean the priests? About this boy who looks like Andra?
Yes, Chandu. For Andra was not meant to die on the yacht.
I know that. That poison was meant for you. But what do you mean by saying the priests are uncertain about this boy?
I think they do not know whether they must wait until another generation has come and gone before the time is right.
What? Oh. The death of Andra upset their plans in some way. Is that it?
Yes. Because how could they return to take his place with the others?
Oh, Naji, you don't know what you're saying. Tell me this. Is there any other way to the temple where the priests are than through those two doors? But how could you know that?
I do know, Chandu. There is no other way by which you can enter the temple.
Do you know whether there's any place where I can see in or hear what they're saying?
No, Chandu, there is not.
You're trying to put me off. There is a way. Must I go outside the cave and come upon it from the top of the cliff? Tell me, Naji.
Yes, Chandu, outside the cave.
You're trying to find a way to get me out of the cave. Tell me the truth, Naji. Is there any place in here where I can look into the temple?
No. Do not force me to tell you, Chandu. You will not live if they see you.
You must tell me.
No.
You must, Naji.
Then, perhaps it is your fate. Perhaps destiny has meant that it should be so. I do not know, but I will tell you. From this room, there is a way to go. Beside the doorway in the wall is a block of stone which moves. You see, Chandu?
Yes, I see. But you can't mean I can look in from there. That's not where the temple is.
No, I do not mean that. When the stone is moved, there is a long passageway which leads to the wall of the temple.
And at the end there's a window? Or a doorway?
A small window. Oh, if I had not seen it for many years, I could not tell you now, Chandu.
You mean you remember this? You haven't been in this place?
I do not know how I remember, Chandu, but I know it is there. You will find it as I say.
And how is this block of stone moved? The one that conceals the entrance to the passageway.
It slides down to form a step. The entrance of the passageway is 3 feet above the floor of the cave. You see, I know it all from 1,000 years ago.
Listen, Naji, I want you to stay here and wait for me. Will you?
I will be here, Chandu. But
I'm going in there, and when I'm inside, I want you to close the stone door after me. Do you know whether there's any way to open it from the inside?
No, there is not, Chandu. But what is it you are to do?
I want to see if I can understand what those priests intend to do. If I can, I'll come back here. Do you think you can hear me if I knock on the stone from the inside?
I will be listening, Chandu.
Very well. I'll go in there and listen till the ceremony is over. When they start out, I'll come back here. I want to meet them as they come out of the door.
But what is it you are to do?
Leave that to me. Now remember, put the stone back in place after I'm inside. Then wait close to the wall for my signal. Come, let's see how the stone works. Is it over here?
It is there, beside the doorway.
Are you sure you didn't read the directions for putting this stone in some of those old records you used to study in Egypt?
I am certain, Chandu. This is the way.
Let me look in there. You're right. There's a light at the other end. You're sure you know how to move it back?
Yes, I am certain, Chandu.
All ready, then. If anyone should come and see you standing there...
Frank, are you in here? Oh, please.
Dorothy, what's she doing in here?
Oh, she must not stay.
Frank, can you hear me?
Dorothy, here I am. Where are you?
Oh, Frank, here I am.
Oh, she's right there. Just beyond the doorway. In here, Doc. In here. I must go and find her. Wait here. Promise you'll wait?
If I may, Chandu. But I must not speak to Dorothy. I will step inside this passageway we have opened. She will not see me.
Frank, come with me, quickly. Vinyan has cast some horrible spell over the children.
The children? Did they go out of the cave when I told them to?
Oh, I don't know what happened, Frank. But they came in here to look for you. I was asleep, but...
Never mind now. What do you mean when you say Vinyan's cast a spell over them?
Oh, he took me in there to see them, and they were sitting there as if they were not alive. Then he said something to them in a language I couldn't understand, and they both stood up. Frank, it was horrible. They looked at me, and they didn't know me. They don't know me now. They're in there now, walking about aimlessly. I don't know what to do. Oh, Frank, come quickly. You've got to help me.
Of course, Doc. You know I will. Where are they?
In that room. Oh, and Frank, Andra's in there. He's lying there on the couch as if he were asleep. What hideous kind of place is this? Oh, Frank, when you see Betty...
Come, quick, Doc. Tell me where they are.
I tell you, they're in the room with Andra.
In the room with Andra, guarded by the seal of Solomon. It is beyond thy power to help them now, Chandu the magician.
sinister cave and threatens to take her own life if Chandler forces her to go. He tells her he believes her to be under the hypnotic influence of Vindion. As Chandler prepares to follow a concealed passageway leading to the pagan temple, Dorothy runs up to him crying that Vindion has cast some awful spell on Bob and Betty, and that they are in the room with the unconscious boy who so strangely resembles Andra.
Chandu, the magician.
Oh, hurry, Frank, hurry. I'll show you where they are.
I know where the room is, Dot. But how in the world did they get in there?
Oh, I don't know. I persuaded Vindion to show me where they were.
Where's Vineyard now?
I don't know. I suppose he's still standing there by the doorway.
The doorway of the room where the children are?
Yes. He showed them in that horrible green light. Frank, he laughed like a fiend when he saw... Oh, let's hurry.
There's Vineyard.
Where are they, Vindion?
So, you have brought Chandu.
Of course I have.
Don't say any more to him, Doc. I'll deal with him.
I'll try, Frank. But I can't even see the children now. The fire that was in there has gone out.
I thought if thou feared for thy children, sister of Chandu, thou wouldst find him and bring him here.
Where are they?
I'm not hiding from you, Vineyard. You know why I came into the cave.
But where thou hast hidden thyself, I did not know. And it is written that thou art destined to be sacrificed to the goddess Ubasti.
Oh, stop.
Dorothy, hush. Where are Mrs. Regent's children, Vineyard?
Look within the veil which hangs before the door of the room guarded by the seal of Salomon.
Oh, you see, Frank, he has some way of lighting a little fire in there. And that curtain is really transparent when there's a light inside. And the children are there and they don't know me. I can't even go in there to see them.
Dorothy, please. If I'm going to get the children out of here, you've got to help me.
What do you want me to do, Frank?
I want you to control your fear. I know it's hard, but...
Oh, I'll try, Frank. Don't you see them in there? There they are, standing so still. Betty. Betty! See, she doesn't even hear me.
Unless I give the word, sister of Chandu, the maiden will never look into thine eyes again.
You see, Frank? You see?
Vineyard.
I am here, Chandu, the magician.
You will stand there at the left of the doorway, and when I give the word, you will free Mrs. Regent's children from the spell you have cast over them.
You really believe that, Frank?
Dost thou then believe that I, too, am a maker of spells, Chandu, as thou art?
Never mind that. The point is that you're to wake them up. And whatever it's necessary to do to keep them from remembering this experience, you must do also.
And if I refuse?
You will not refuse. Listen, Vinyan. Listen to the music. Listen, I tell you, Vinyan, to the music of the East. Remember, I have the power of the 3 times 3. In the name of that power, I call upon you to awaken these children and to erase from their minds the memory of this hour.
I am not without power of my own, Chandu.
Silence. You must awaken them. You cannot disobey my voice. I will count 3, and then I will repeat the incantation of Caestus. 1.
No, I will awaken them. Bid the music cease, Chandu. I am but obeying the words of the priest. Do not.
Oh, hurry, please. I can't bear to see them standing there like that. And that awful incense, it's suffocating. I've got to get the children out of here.
You can take them out in a moment, Doc.
Oh.
Son of the West, daughter of the West, awake. 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 Let thy heart be tranquil, and let no memory of this hour remain.
Oh, Frank.
Vinyan, tell them to come out here.
What's that for?
Never mind, Doc. I'll tell you later.
Come forth from the room of the seal of Solomon. I have spoken.
Well, Betty. Betty.
What's the matter, Bob?
You know what we've done? We've been asleep in this cave, and it may be nearly morning.
Oh, Bob, Mother'll be worried to death if she wakes up and finds that note. Come on. What do you suppose we could go to sleep and... Mother!
Uncle Frank!
Children. Oh, come on.
Let's get out of this awful place.
Be careful, Doc. You don't want to suspect what's happened. Yes, let's go.
Are you going with us?
Yes, I'll take you back to the beach.
Oh, look, there's Binyan standing right there. Uncle Frank, is he really Binyan?
Let's go back to the beach.
Well, what about Najee?
Never mind now.
Uncle Frank, tell us.
Betty, dear, let's discuss all this later.
Uncle Frank, what's Binyan standing there like that for?
He's just waiting to see that we leave the cave, I think.
Do we have to go through that room where the cats are?
Yes, Betty.
Oh,
But if you go straight through to the corridor over there, you'll be all right. Did you or Bob touch anything on the altar when you first came in here?
why, yes, I touched Najee's hand.
We were going to pick her up and carry her out. Only just as soon as we touched her, a lot of those cats jumped down from those ledges and...
Oh, it was awful, Uncle Frank.
We're almost there.
I have a flashlight. Just a minute.
Here's the house right here. Why, it's still dark.
And did you think it was morning?
You know what we did? We fell asleep, Mother. Were we asleep in there when you saw us?
I didn't, I don't...
Of course you were asleep. Your mother's only trying to let you down easily for having come in here to rescue me and falling asleep. The fumes from that incense.
Is that what happened?
Oh, yes. Yes, that was. Wasn't that funny? Oh, here's the beach.
And there are the tents. Just as if we'd never been away.
Oh, Bob, you silly. We've probably only been gone a few minutes.
It hasn't been long. Dorothy, would you like some coffee before you go to bed?
Yes, I would, but we don't know where the supplies are.
We'll wake the servants. Poor devils will wonder what's happened to Wilson.
Oh, we didn't tell you, Frank. They're all gone.
What? Yeah, sure they are, Uncle Frank. Before dinner tonight, they got scared or something, and they just piled in the boat, and I bet they're halfway to Suva by now.
And just as they were pushing the boat out into the water, Mr. Wilson came running down the beach and climbed in with them.
Yes, and he wanted us to go with him, Uncle Frank. We told him we weren't going to go and leave you here alone.
Poor fellow. He was terrified when he saw the cats in there.
Well, I don't blame him.
I don't see why he should run away and go on like he was crazy or something.
He's been studying these native legends too long. He'll never come near this island again, I'm sure of that.
Nor will I when we get away from it. Heaven.
I can't see yet how we could go to sleep in that cave. With those cats and Binyan and all that stuff.
Well, I don't either. I was simply scared to death.
It was the incense, children. I was nearly suffocated by it myself.
Maybe. Something funny about that, Betty.
I know there is. They're trying to keep him telling us something.
You can only tell when Mother's trying to put one over on you. She's told the truth too long.
What's so funny?
Oh, nothing. Uncle Frank, aren't you going to tell us whether that really was Najee in there in the cave?
Najee's in the cave. Yes, Bob.
But what about that girl that's lying here in front of the altar on that couch? Mother, you know that place is just exactly like those King Tut ones in the Egyptian Museum.
Yes, I know it is, dear. But...
Yes, and you know that girl's dressed just like those old Egyptian pictures. And why is it she looks exactly like Najee if she isn't Najee? Uncle Frank, are you sure she isn't?
Yes, Betty, I'm very sure. And now I'm going back to the cave.
Oh, yes. I suppose you must, Frank. But why didn't I see Najee? Where was she?
She was quite close to you there, Doc. But she didn't want to see you.
She didn't? But why?
Oh, I can't stop to explain it to you now, Dorothy. I must go. We have no time to lose if we're going to save her from those priests.
What priests?
Never mind, son. Don't question him.
No. I've got to find a way to persuade her to come with me. Now, remember, Bob, no more going into that cave.
Well, all right. Say, look here, Uncle Frank. Aren't you and Mother going to tell us the truth about what happened in there?
What do you mean, Bobby?
Well, we saw Uncle Frank in there when those cats were all kind of spitting at us. He told us to go on out of there, and we started toward the corridor, and...
Yes, just as we got there, right where the shadows were so black, there was Binyan.
Yes, sir. You know what? He just kind of waved his hand, and those cats jumped right back where they belonged. Just like he was a magician or something. It was funny.
Yes. And then what did we do, Bob?
What did we do?
I can't remember what we did.
Come now. Let's don't talk about this anymore tonight. Betty and I'll make some coffee and see what we can find to eat. How would you like that, Bobby?
I'd like it. Aren't you going to eat something before you go back there, Uncle Frank?
No, I'm going right away. Psychic summon.
Oh, you haven't had a message from the yogi for ages, have you?
Listen, dear. Let's see if Uncle Frank can hear what he says.
My son,
Thou hast waited long to hear my voice.
I'm listening, my teacher.
A time of testing is upon thee, when thou wilt require the knowledge thou hast gained as never before. Art thou ready, my son?
My teacher, I'm ready.
I tell thee this. Go thou into the cave and stand before the door which bears the seal of Solomon. Thou knowest this.
I know, my teacher.
Power shall be given to thee to awaken the one who sleeps within.
Bob, he means that boy who looks like Andra. Hush, Betty.
I'm listening, my teacher.
When thou hast awakened him, if thou hast used thy knowledge wisely, it will be given thee to understand the words he speaketh.
Oh, thanks.
Am I to question him, my teacher?
Thou art to listen to his words. I say again, thou wilt understand, for it is written that he shall speak to thee in the voice of him thou callest Andra. Farewell, my son. Await the call.
By the use of his occult powers, Frank Chandler frees Betty and Bob from the hypnotic influence of Zindion, the sorcerer, and takes them from the cave to the camp on the beach. As he is about to return to the cave to attempt the rescue of Nadje, the psychic summons is heard, and the yogi's voice tells Chandler to awaken the boy who sleeps in the inner room. He adds that if Chandler uses his knowledge wisely, The boy will speak to him in the voice of Andra. The present act opens a few minutes later in the cave.
Chandu, the magician.
I bow before the altar of the great goddess Upasti. The unbelievers who entered the cave have been driven forth under the scorn of the goddess. Let the spirit of the cat goddess help me until the work of the goddess is finished, that I may dwell in her sight. Chandu!
Yes, Vinyan. You didn't think you'd really driven me out, did you?
Ah! The anger of the goddess will consume thee. Thou shalt be burned in the fire of her wrath. Nati will not depart from the cave with thee.
What would you say if I told you I haven't come back for Naji?
It matters not why thou hast returned to the cave. Thou canst not leave the island of Flora, nor canst any of those thou callest thine. And before help shall arrive, thou shalt die upon the altar of Upasti. Wait! Wait! I will come with thee.
Don't trouble yourself. I know the way now.
Thou hast not yet seen the tribal priest.
No, but that can wait.
Thou canst not enter the room guarded by the seal of Solomon.
No, but I didn't enter the room to wake up the boy who was lying in there asleep.
Thou canst not awake him. I, Pinyan, say it shall not be.
And I say it shall.
Ah! Often and often have I heard the word, you shall see what it means to oppose Chandu.
Yes, and now you shall see. I'm going to wake him up.
You think it is Andra who lies within the veil.
It doesn't matter who he is, nor how long he has been asleep. He will answer my voice.
But the seal of Solomon.
Oh, you're quite right that I cannot enter that room with the seal of Solomon over the door. Although I'd like to know how you came into possession of that knowledge.
I call upon the goddess Upasti and all the secrets of the Black Arts to protect the sleep of him who lies within the veil.
I thought so. All this talk of yours about Lemuria is just sublime.
No. This is the sacred place of Lemuria.
Perhaps. But you, how Andra's father tolerated you in his household all those years, is more than I can understand.
I call upon the Prince of Darkness. I call upon the Black Spirit who rides the wind. In the name of the Spirit that lives in the Ring of Solomon, I defy the one who would awake the sleeper.
In the name of the 3 times 3, by the power of the secrets of the East, I command the sleeper to awake. I call upon the name of Amin-Ra, priest of the temple of ancient Egypt, and I say unto you, awake, 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 and come to me from the room in which you are guarded by the seal of Solomon. Stay where you are, Vinyan. You are without power to move or speak, and the words spoken to me by the one who awakes shall not reach your ears. You shall not hear them.
Amin-Ra. Amin-Ra.
True. Come with me. Sit here.
Amin-Ra.
You are to speak to me. Amin-Ra has commanded it.
Who are you?
One who knows the secrets of the East. You are to speak to me in the voice of him we call Andra.
That is not my name.
Never mind. I'm to ask you some questions, and you're to explain.
Amin-Ra possesses the wisdom of the East and West.
Yes. Remember, because Amin-Ra has commanded it, you are to answer my questions.
What is it you would like to know?
Is it written that in the days to come, you are to live again as Andra?
I am a prince of Egypt, and I am not to die. Amin-Ra has mastered the secrets which make it possible.
But you have lived before?
Yes. Before, I was a prince of Lemuria. And it is written that when many thousands of years shall pass, Lemuria shall rise again from the sea, and her people shall be summoned to return, and my sister and I shall rule as in the days that are gone.
What is your sister's name?
But the names of those who ruled in ancient Lemuria are to be secret until the time for their return.
You have learned many things. You speak of the future as if it were known to you.
Because I know the secrets of Egypt, time is my servant.
Can you tell me what year this is?
You speak strangely, and perhaps you will not understand. But it is written that when 5,000 years have passed, there shall be born one who will change the ways of all the world.
5,000 years before Christ. And still you speak of Lemuria ancient.
As years on earth are known, Lemuria sank beneath the sea uncounted hundreds of years ago.
This is incredible. Is it true your sister is known in Egypt as Naji?
It is true. And this name, it is written, she shall bear until she returns to join me in governing the new Lemuria. But there are evil forces at work about my sister. And in this cave, someone is here who plans to harm her, to kill her perhaps. We are not alone.
Yes, we are for the moment. And I have an important message for you. Don't you remember? Don't you remember?
Yes, I am to answer your questions about Naji.
Yes. The message comes from one who has long been teaching me the secrets of the 3 times 3.
Ah, then I will tell you that even if you are able to free my sister from the evil spell which overhangs this cave, she will not be free.
So these people are not Lemurians after all?
I see no people.
No. They are not in this room. But there are people here, and I believe they are the ones you think are trying to harm Naji.
But if I am not here, you will protect my sister? You are Amin Rada's friend?
Not his friend. Only the bearer of a message from him. But I promise you I'll protect your sister if you are not here.
If you can free Naji from the black magic which holds her in this cave and take her to Surabaya, you will find the answer to many questions. And you will find also great trouble. And my sister must endure a time of suffering when the sky will be black and her knowledge will fail.
Perhaps this has already occurred. Perhaps you are remembering something which has already happened.
No, but it is written that I am not to be with Naji. It is my fate to fail her when she needs my protection. And this must always be. So countless lifetimes shall come and go, and the years unfold themselves until man shall lose their reckoning.
You're strangely wise for a boy.
The wisdom is not mine, but that which I have learned from Amin Rada and the great teachers of Egypt.
Then you remember when you lived in Lemuria?
Sometimes it is given to me to see these things, and to look upon the face of one who is destined to be my friend and the friend of my sister throughout the ages.
Does not you remember these things too?
I do not know. Is it true that for years I have been asleep? So time has passed above my head like water?
Yes.
Then am I to sleep again?
Yes. Naji told me only today.
And am I to see my sister? Is she here?
She is here, and I will bring her to you.
Oh.
You must not be surprised if she appears strange or is dressed in the manner of another day.
Then she is living while I have been asleep.
Yes.
You will bring her here?
Yes, if I may.
Sinja. Tell me where Naji is.
May the green fire of the cat goddess consume the Chandu.
Silence. Where is Naji?
Thou knowest where she hath gone.
What? Oh.
Why, she stepped inside that passageway when my sister came here. It's closed. I can open it. It slides down. Something's happened to it.
Naji is inside the passageway, and I have closed the only way of escape. If she is not released, she will die, for there is no air within.
Let her out. Show me how to open it.
No. This time I tell thee I have defeated thee, Chandu. And I say unto thee, I will not release Naji unless thou shalt depart from the cave.
Obeying the message of the yogi, Chandler awakens the boy who sleeps in the inner room of the sinister cave. The boy tells Chandler he believes it will be necessary to take Naji to Java before he can overcome the malevolent influence of Vindion the sorcerer. Chandler goes in search of Naji, but finds that Vindion has locked her in a stone-blocked passageway, where she will soon suffocate unless she is released. And Vindion will not release her unless Chandu leaves the cave at once. Meanwhile, the present act opens on the moonlit beach.
Chandu, the magician.
Bobby? Bobby, where are you going, son? Please don't go away.
I'm not going to, Mother. I just thought I'd see if I could find anything to eat over here in the tent where the natives had their stuff.
Oh, Bob, wait a minute. You can do that afterwards. I want Mother to tell us what happened in the cave.
What do you mean, dear?
Yeah, that's right, Mother. You and Uncle Frank were holding out on us, weren't you?
Why, Bobby.
Yes, you were, Mother. You and Uncle Frank had it all made up between you not to tell us what happened. But we know something did.
Come on, Mother. You can't get away with that. Even in the moonlight, I can see you're looking kind of funny.
Yes, just like you always do when you're trying to put somebody off. Remember the time she tried to tell the policeman at home that story about the explosion in Father's laboratory, Bob?
I'll say I remember.
What in the world are you talking about?
Don't you remember, Mother? It was just after we came home from Egypt, and Father was working in his laboratory, and something blew up, and you sent for a policeman.
Oh, you remember that, Mother. Father was down in that room under the laboratory, and the Buddha fell over, and we couldn't get it out.
Yeah. And then we decided that maybe we'd better not tell the policeman. We thought somebody tried to wreck the place on purpose. So you told him some chemical that Father had been mixing must have exploded. Don't you remember, Father?
Oh, yes. I do remember now.
You can't fool us, even if you did fool that policeman. So you might as well tell us what happened, Mother. What difference does it make now?
Oh, I suppose it really makes no difference, except that Uncle Frank and I thought it would be better if you knew nothing about it.
You see, there is something. Oh, go on, Mother.
Something about Vinjan, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It is, Bobby.
Well, what? I know. We didn't just go in there and fall asleep in that room.
Was it the incense, Mother? You mean Vinjan lighted that incense to make us sleepy?
No. It was more than that.
My Mother, you mean Vinjan kind of hypnotized us or something?
I wonder if it was something like that curse Renye put on you that time in Cairo, Betty.
Oh.
But Vinjan couldn't do that.
Well, of course he could.
Honest? Is that really what happened? Betty, do you remember whether he said anything to us when we were going out of the cave after we'd seen Uncle Frank, I mean?
No, I don't remember anything after we saw him standing there. I didn't think he said anything to us. Dear, I hate to think he could do that to us, and we don't even know about it, can't help it or anything.
That's just why we didn't want you to know anything about it, dear.
Well, I think it's better if we do know it, Mother.
Yes, because... Listen, what was that?
I don't hear anything, Betty. Do you, Mother?
No. What do you think you heard, Betty?
Sounded like someone laughing. Ooh, sounded kind of like Vinjan laughing.
Now, don't go get all jittery about Vinjan, Betty. Mother will never tell us anything again if you keep jumping up and down about everything.
No, now I am not, but I did hear something.
Listen. Do you hear it now?
No. I don't know, Mama.
I hope when Uncle Frank comes out of the cave with Nati, he'll think of some way to get back to Suva. I don't see why Mr. Wilson couldn't have left us one of those other boats. I don't see why he had to take the only one we had.
Well, how would he get out of the ship if he left the boat here?
It's partly my fault. I should have thought of it myself, but he was making such a noise I didn't think of it until it was too late. But I could have gone out in that boat with him to the ship and brought the boat back here. And then we'd have had it.
Oh, you couldn't row that great big boat all by yourself.
I bet I could. It's only a little ways out to where the ship was anchored. Well, too late to worry about that. Come on, let's go over to that place where they were cooking and see if we can't find something to eat.
Come with us, will you, Mother?
Yes. We might make some coffee, so if Uncle Frank does bring Najee back...
If he brings her back. You sound like you thought he might have to leave her in there.
I don't understand it myself, son. But it seems to me Najee has been made to believe she must stay there.
Why, what makes you think that, Mother?
Vindian...
What did he say, Mother?
Of Lemuria. Vindian told me this island is all that remains of that continent. It's supposed to have sunk into the sea thousands of years ago.
Yeah, like that Greek island not so very long ago.
Yes, something like that, I imagine.
It's true.
It's supposed to be.
But I don't see why Najee would know it.
That Vinjan's crazy, I tell you.
I think myself he is. He told me a long story about how the people on this island are the only descendants of the ancient Lemurians. And that for hundreds and thousands of years, they've been planning to summon the few who remain and... Oh, there was a great deal more of it about establishing a perfect race on the earth, which would eventually absorb all other nations.
And that girl we saw lying on the couch in front of the Sleeping Beauty or something.
Oh, that's just too wild.
That's exactly what Vindian said, though, Bobby.
What about that fellow in that little room where we were that looks like Andra?
Oh, yes. Did you see him, too?
Did you see him, Mother?
Indeed, I did. Come, children. Let's not talk any more about this tonight. Here's the tent. Let's wait until Uncle Frank comes back, and you can ask him as many questions as you like.
Okay. I'll go in and see what's in here.
Got your flashlight, Bob?
Yeah. Gee, there's a lot of stuff in here. I thought Mr. Wilson said we were only going to stay here one night. Come on in.
I think Mr. Wilson said whatever suited him at the moment. Someone paid him well to bring Naji to the island.
Well, look at all this stuff, Mother. We aren't going to starve anyway.
Look at all the cans and things.
See if you can find some coffee.
Well, that's one thing they have over here that's good anyway. Remember how terrible the coffee was in Egypt?
Oh, I like it.
Oh, you would. I don't see any coffee, Mother.
Oh, no, you're looking for it in a can. They wouldn't have canned pan. They wouldn't have canned coffee over here.
That's right. Say, what's that right there by your foot, Betty? Look, I'll turn the light on it.
Where? Oh, wait, it's a black tin box. Look, Mother, it's like that one you used to keep all those things of Father's in when you thought he'd been drowned.
Let's see it.
Mr. Wilson must have forgotten it.
I'm going to open it.
Why, no, son. Of course you aren't.
Yes, I am, too. That guy was a crook. We might find something in here about Naji.
Yes, Mother. What if we'd find something that'd make us come out of the cave and go back to Suva with us?
Well, anyway, Mother, I'm going to open it.
Oh, what's in it?
Here, hold the flashlight, will you?
Oh, children.
You just wait a minute, Mother. Look, here's a little bottle with some brown stuff in it.
Yes, and look at the tag. It's bigger than the bottle. What does it say? What does it say, Bob?
Gee,
What is it, son?
it's that poison.
Oh, Bob.
Yes, it is. Look at this tag. It says, the smallest drop of this fluid placed in the tobacco at the end of the cigarette will kill the smoker instantly, leaving no trace. The effect is exactly the same as that of heart failure. Gee.
Oh, put it down. Put it down quickly, son. Take it out and throw it in the lagoon.
No, sir. I'll put it down, but I bet Uncle Frank will be tickled to death to see it when he comes back.
Oh, yes, let's not throw it away.
Very well. But put it down quickly, Bobby. Can't bear to have you holding it in your hand.
Look now. I'll put it right down here in the corner of this box.
Let's see what else is in the box. Oh, look, there's a picture, Bob.
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
Uncle Frank may know.
See if there's anything on it. Yes, sir. You will meet this man in Suva. If Andra arrives in Suva alive, give him the message in the attached envelope marked with his name. Boy, I wonder where that is.
There it is.
Now, son, this has gone far enough.
Well, Mother.
You can't read letters addressed to someone else.
But, Mother, this isn't like a letter addressed to him.
Well, no, Mother, it's just a gag. You know it is. It isn't like reading a regular letter.
No, son. Put the box away and we'll talk about it with Uncle Frank when he comes back.
Well, I'm going to look at it.
If it's a personal letter, you can put it right back.
Now, look there. It is a gag. I said so. Listen to what it says. You must go at once to the island of Lura, which is a day's sail from Suva. On account of a native legend, many Fijians will not be willing to take you there. But there is a trader named Wilson whom you will find in or near Suva who, I understand, will arrange to take you there. It will not be well for you to make the trip in the Polana for reasons you will understand later. When you arrive at Lura, you will receive a confidential message.
Oh, heavens. Who's the letter from?
It isn't signed at all, Mother.
Put it back, son. Put everything back in the box.
But we'll take the box with us, won't we? Not just leave it here.
We can take it if you like.
Well, I'm going to have one last look and see.
Why, look there. It's a picture of us.
Oh, no, Betty.
Why, it is. Look there, Mother. Taken in our garden in Beverly Hills. All of us except Father.
Well, you know when that was taken?
Of course I do. It was taken that afternoon Andra came over to swim. Remember how we came out to the garden and Mother and Uncle Frank and Nadia were sitting there under the oak tree? And we all sat down with him for a minute before we went in the pool?
But who could have taken it? How could anyone have come close enough to us to take that picture without our seeing him?
Who's that behind Nadia in the picture? Somebody's there. It's kind of foggy.
Why, isn't that funny? There wasn't anybody else there that day.
It must be a double exposure. Whoever took it forgot to turn the film from the one before. You can see right through that person, whoever it is standing there.
Oh, Bob, don't you see who it is? It's Bean John.
Huh?
See? He's got his hands on Nadia's shoulders. Look, I'll hold the flashlight closer. Look, Mother, see him?
Oh, heavens, yes. Look at that mark on the robe he's wearing. It's the seven-headed serpent.
The mark of the Bonzes.
In his study in the house in Surabaya, Frank Chandler receives a call from Geoffrey Marshall, the young Englishman who was a guest at the Palace of the Secret Star. Marshall tells Chandler a witch doctor in Africa pronounced an incantation which compelled him to come to Java, to the Palace of Beatrice, and he has been unable to leave. Chandler promises to help him, but as they talk, a weird hypnotic sound is heard, and as if in a trance, Geoffrey rises and walks from the room. The present act opens in the observatory of Beatrice Palace, several days later.
Chandu, the magician.
Gee, what a funny-looking room.
I should say it is. I hope Beatrice will come up right away. It kind of gives me the shivers, doesn't it, you, Mother?
It's just because it's so unusual, dear.
I'll say it's unusual. Look at all those funny maps all over the walls. You suppose it's all right for us to look around, Mother?
Oh, I'm sure it is. Beatrice wouldn't have told us to come in alone if there was anything in here he didn't want us to see. I wouldn't touch the telescope if I were you, though, son.
No, I guess I'd better not.
Isn't it funny how light the room is? Still you can't see where the light's coming from?
Oh, you can, too. It must be coming from up there in the dome somewhere.
Oh, no, it is not. Because if it was, what would happen to the light when he opened the dome?
Yeah, that's right.
I wonder if all those big books on the tables against the wall are astronomy books.
Sure they are. They're probably charts or something. What's the matter, Mother?
I wish Beatrice would come.
He'll be here in a minute. The servant said he would.
I wish Uncle Frank had come with us. I think this place is spooky. Why didn't he, Mother?
He was busy there.
Besides, I don't think Beatrice asked him. I think he just asked Mother and you and me.
Well, I shouldn't think he'd do that. That's kind of funny. Mother, what are you looking at?
Nothing, dear. But I have the strangest feeling that someone's watching us.
I don't see where they could be watching us from. There aren't any windows. There's not even a keyhole in the door. It's just got kind of a bolt on it. And there's surely nobody up on the roof.
I know. I remember once before I had this same strange feeling of eyes watching us.
You mean at home, Mother?
No, Bobby. It was in Algeria. The night we went out to the ruin where Father had been. You remember?
Oh, I do, and I remember. Oh, there you are, Beatrice.
I'm sorry indeed to have kept you waiting. But why have you not seated yourselves so that you would be more comfortable?
We've been looking at these interesting maps on the wall.
I thought you would find them interesting. Of course, you know our very existence is bound up with the movements of the stars and the planets.
Well, what makes you think that, Beatrice?
In the West, you do not believe in the influence of the stars on human destinies?
Oh, I didn't mean I didn't believe in it. I only said I never thought of it before. I wondered what made you think that was true.
Many things. Mrs. Regent, you are interested in examining the records of some of my discoveries?
Yes, indeed. I don't recognize any of these maps.
That is not strange, madame. I should be greatly surprised if you did.
What are they mapped out?
I hope I can explain that to you in time, Miss Betty. Your brother is engaged tonight, Mrs. Regent?
Yes, he is.
And he wouldn't tell us what he's doing.
Bobby.
Uncle Frank got a lot of letters on the boat this afternoon.
Indeed. And now, would you be seated while I show you some drawings? Mrs. Regent, I think you will be especially interested in them.
Will you tell us first what that map is?
That one?
No, the one next to it on the left.
Why do you select that particular map, Mr. Regent?
I don't know. Why?
I wondered if you had any reason for choosing it. That, my dear young man, is Lemuria.
Is it really? Isn't that exciting?
Well, can you beat that?
May I ask why you are so surprised? Perhaps you are among those who doubt that Lemuria ever existed.
Oh, no.
I never even heard of it until we were on that island of Lura, and I wouldn't have known anything about it then.
Bobby, Beatrice can't possibly be interested in what occurred on that island.
Oh, no, I guess not.
Do you think that island of Lura really is Lemuria, Beatrice?
You think the word Lura is all that is left of the ancient word Lemuria?
Oh, no, I didn't think of that. I wonder if it is.
Well, never mind about that island, Betty.
What?
We came over to see some of Beatrice's drawings and look at the telescope. Why don't we do it? Is it dark enough yet to look at the stars, Beatrice?
We shall look at the stars in a few moments. But since you are all seemingly interested in Lemuria, perhaps you would like to have me show you some pictures of it.
Well, of course you don't mean actual pictures.
I don't mean photographs, if that is what you call pictures. But I do mean drawings and sketches of Lemuria as it really was.
But how can you know they're authentic? I've always understood in the legends I've read of Lemuria that it sank into the sea thousands of years before recorded history began.
That is the accepted belief. But do not forget, there are those
who know the truth.
Then you really think these drawings actually came from Lemuria itself?
I do not think, madame. I know. Here in the Palace of the Secret Star...
Yeah, that's another thing I meant to ask you. Why do you call it that? Because if you mean that star thing on the roof, there's nothing very secret about it.
Bobby, please, son.
It is right for him to question, Mrs. Regent. He is a young soul and has far to go. Is it not natural, Mr. Regent, that an astronomer would name his dwelling place for a star?
Yes, but why do you call it the Secret Star?
Perhaps it is but a fanciful name. A little too fanciful for others to understand.
Never mind, children.
If you will come over to this table, I will show you the drawings. Not many people who are alive today have seen them.
It's very kind of you to show them to us.
I am glad to show them to you, Mrs. Regent. Do I imagine that you seem a little, not quite nervous, perhaps, but certainly not tranquil as usual?
I'm sorry. Perhaps I am a little nervous this evening. It's nothing, though. Shall we look at the drawings?
The book is too heavy to hold comfortably in your hands. I will open it here on the table if you will all draw closer.
Look, there's that funny thing on the cover.
Seal of Solomon.
I am not surprised that you should know it, madame. But your son...
Well, we saw it in that cave on the island. It was right up over a door. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was just two triangles put together. Does it really mean something?
More than I could explain, Mr. Regent, even if I should speak and you should listen until the sun rose.
Well, let's see the picture.
Oh, yes.
A curious-looking paper. It's almost like parchment.
The secret of making that paper is among those things that perished when Lemuria sank into the sea.
Oh, look at that funny-looking building. What do you suppose it is?
I bet the building wasn't funny-looking. It's just the way it's drawn. You're kind of looking up a hill at the building. What was it, do you suppose, Beatrice?
It was the palace of the Lemurian king.
Gee.
Sometimes, Mrs. Regent, those who are sensitive to such things, as they watch the pages of this book, may see one or another come to life, as if he who watched were walking in the streets of these forgotten cities or kneeling at the altars of forgotten gods.
Oh, but...
Keep still. Let's see what this is going to be.
I don't quite care.
Wait. Listen.
What is that strange sound?
Look at the pictures.
Why, Mother, it's just like we were there ourselves, isn't it? Walking right up the steps. Look at all those men with swords. I wonder if they're Lemurian soldiers.
Gee, it must be a big day in Lemuria. The place is just swarming with soldiers. Look, we're going right into the palace.
See that symbol carved in stone over the entrance? It's the Seal of Solomon. What is this, Beatrice?
Do not turn your eyes away. You will see that concerning which wise men have speculated for countless thousands of years.
There's something about this that scares me. I wish that... Bob, I wish we hadn't come.
Don't be scared. I think this is keen. Just think of seeing what really happened to Lemuria, when maybe we're the only people in the world that know about it.
Yes, but if we are, why does he show it to us?
I don't know why. I'm glad he is.
Oh, Bob, isn't this a beautiful hallway we're in now? Look at those banners or whatever they are hanging on the wall.
Yeah. It gives you kind of a funny feeling walking along between those rows and rows of soldiers, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Oh, here's another doorway. Look at all the people in there. It's the throne room.
I wonder if we're going in there.
I hope not. I'd rather watch them from here.
Gosh, what was that? I bet the king or somebody's coming.
Of course it's the king. I'd be thrilled to death if I wasn't so scared.
What are you scared of? It's just a picture.
Oh, I don't know. It seems like a picture, but... Bob, I feel kind of funny. Don't you, Mother? Mother!
I don't know, dear.
I wish the king would hurry up. What's the matter? It feels as if we're on a ship.
It's not like a ship, Bob. It's more like an earthquake.
Hold this way! Look out!
picture on the page is just the same as ever, isn't it? Oh, Bob, weren't you scared?
Scared? Of course I was. Mother thought it was real, didn't she?
Your mother seems to have been strangely affected by the sight of Lemuria's destruction.
What do you mean? Mother!
Look out, catch her!
Oh.
She is quite unconscious. Perhaps you would like to lay her on the couch yonder. No doubt she will be herself in a moment or two.
In secret, Betty and Bob have worked out a plan of their own to help Chandler defeat the scheme of the astronomer Vitrus. Chandler knows Vitrus to be employing the sinister powers of black magic to control the destiny of Geoffrey Marshall and of Noddy. The present act opens in Chandler's study.
Chandu, the magician.
But I cannot go to the house of Vitrus again, Chandu. I cannot.
Of course you can, Noddy.
Just why are you afraid to go there, Your Highness?
It is only that I cannot keep it from him, that I fear him. And, oh, I am ashamed that it should be so.
But don't you see, Noddy? The only way we can hope to defeat him, if there's really anything in this power of his, is for all of us to act as if we noticed nothing. You, Dorothy, the children.
Oh, but Vitras is much too clever for that. He must know we suspect his purpose in remaining in Java.
I don't mean to underestimate Vitus, of course. But I believe if we all try, we can prevent him from becoming too suspicious of us.
You've given me the only hope I've had since I was in the African jungle, Mr. Chandler. But don't you suppose Vitras knows I've asked you to help me?
Suppose he does. Has he said anything to you about not coming here?
No.
Then he must be confident there's nothing I can do. That's exactly what I want him to believe.
But what can you do?
I don't know yet, of course, because I haven't learned how he works. But we'll never learn that unless we can make him believe we're not attempting to hinder him in his plans.
But then, Chandu, why does he believe you came to Java?
He thinks I'm here on some sort of government business. Come, both of you. You're helping Beatrice when you allow yourself to be so firmly convinced there's nothing we can do. This will all be over one of these days, and we'll be back in California. And Mr. Marshall can go home to England.
Oh, I wish I could think so. But it's all so confusing. And ever since I came to Java, my mind is full of the strangest things. As if my thoughts were not really mine, but belonged to someone else. Oh, you must think I'm insane, Mr. Chandler.
Of course not. What sort of things do you mean?
Well, for instance, I seem to remember places in India that I know I've never visited. I don't even know how I know they are in India. They just seem to be part of my consciousness. And there's a garden I see sometimes that I can't identify, although it seems as familiar to me as my own face in a mirror.
Perhaps a little later, I can help you identify it.
Why, how do you mean, Mr. Chandler?
I'll show you presently. First, let me ask you this. Have Bob and Betty said anything to you about a plan they have in mind?
You mean to me?
I mean to either of you.
They have not spoken to me, Chandu.
Nor to me.
I don't know, but I have a feeling they're trying to evolve a scheme either to help me or to embarrass Beatrice in some way.
I have heard nothing, Chandu.
But what could they do?
That's just it. You remember, Naji, several times when they've evolved some impractical scheme of their own. The time, for instance, Betty went away into the desert in Egypt with Abdallah because he told her he could help her find her father.
But I thought Mr. Regent was in California.
So he is now. But at that time, he was a prisoner in the hands of an insane scientist named Von Boden, who called himself Roxor and was planning to rule the world.
And did Miss Betty think she could outwit such a maniac?
No, but she believed what the Bedouin Abdallah told her and went away with it. He, of course, was working for Roxor himself.
What strange adventures you've all had.
Yes. And this is one of the strangest of all. But what were we saying? Oh, about Bob and Betty. They mustn't be permitted to interfere in any way with my plan to free both of you from Beatrice. If either of them speaks to you of a plan of theirs, I hope you'll tell me at once.
Why, of course.
I think they will not tell me, Chandu. They know I would tell you.
That must be Dorothy. Come in, Doc.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Frank.
It's all right, Dorothy. Let me present Mr. Jeffrey Marshall. My sister, Mrs. Regent.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Regent? Your daughter is very like you.
Betty? I didn't know you'd met her.
I'd forgotten that. Where did you meet her, Mr. Marshall?
Didn't they tell you?
You mean you've met Bob, too?
Why, yes. It was in the corridor a couple of nights ago.
Corridor?
Perhaps I shouldn't have spoken of it.
I knew those two were up to something. What corridor do you mean?
I mean the passageway that connects with the Palace of the Secret Star.
Where is it? Have you ever seen it, Frank?
No. You remember the day Van Breck showed us this house? He told us the corridor was locked and bolted, and that he'd show it to me if I liked, but where is it, Mr. Marshall?
I understood from Bob and Miss Betty that there was a closet in this room, through which one entered the passageway.
The only closet in the room is there.
What were the children doing in there?
They discovered the corridor by accident, they said, and they were exploring a bit, I think. Sometimes I go there because I feel it's the only place where I'm away from the eyes that watch me.
What do you mean, Mr. Marshall?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Regent. I know that must have startled you.
No, it isn't that. You don't understand. I went to the observatory one night about a week ago with Bobby and Betty to look through the telescope. And all the time we were there, I had that same strange sensation of being watched.
But why should he watch you?
I don't know, of course.
You didn't notice it last night at dinner, did you, Dorothy?
No, I didn't, Frank. Oh, but I'm forgetting what I came here to say. It's so much cooler now, I thought we'd have luncheon on the veranda that overlooks the garden. Won't you join us, Mr. Marshall?
Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm not very good company, though, I'm afraid. I can't seem to keep my mind from wandering to... Oh, but this is of no interest to you. I'm sorry.
But Chandu wants to help you, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, that's right. Doc, can luncheon wait a few minutes?
Of course, Frank. I'll go and speak to Calhoun.
Your servants are not Javanese, then, Mrs. Reason?
No. The man who showed us the house when we took it told us Javanese servants wouldn't stay here. Will 15 minutes be too soon, Frank?
No, Doc.
I'll come out on the veranda when you're ready, then.
Mr. Chandler, what is it you think you can do to clear up this confusion in my mind? Sometimes I'm afraid that
I know. What I hope to do is to help you identify these confused images in your mind and perhaps learn something that may help us. When the time comes for us to show Vitris we're stronger than he is.
But how can the things in my mind, things I'm only half conscious of myself...
Wait, you see. Sit over there, will you?
Would you like it if I should go, Chandu?
No. Please stay. You're one of the most important links in the chain. Look at the wall at the other end of the room, will you? Just above the table where the crystal ball is. Do you understand, Naji?
Yes, Chandu. Once, I too could have...
Never mind.
What's that uncanny sound? Is it Beatrice calling me again?
No. Don't think of Beatrice or anything connected with Java. That's right. Look on the wall there. The picture's beginning to form already. See the high wall with the iron gate, and inside the magnolia tree and the fountain.
It's that garden.
It's moonlight there in the garden. It seems strangely still.
It is the garden of my palace in Cairo.
What? But, Mr. Chandler, I was never in Cairo. Never.
But it is the garden you have in your thoughts, isn't it, Mr. Marshall?
Oh, yes, I've seen it 1,000 times. I don't know how I know it, but under the magnolia tree there's a great flat stone that can be pressed, and it will sink down into the earth to form a step that leads to an underground door.
How strange that he should know that.
But that underground doorway to the cellars was built thousands of years ago.
Oh, Mr. Chandler, how could I know that?
It's all part of the same scheme, don't you see? Don't be afraid. Is there something in that cellar we should have? Is that it?
Yes, there must be.
What is it?
I don't know. And yet it seems as if nothing could be more important than we should find it.
What can it be, Chandu? What could be hidden there in the wine cellars?
I think that long ago, on such a moonlight night as the one we can see there in the picture, someone who knew how valuable it was hid something in that cellar and went away. Why else should Mr. Marshall see it? You remember those two men who came to the wine cellar that night and said they'd come to steal your jewels?
Yes. Bob and Betty found them there. But they had taken my jewels, Chandu.
Yes, but we don't know they hadn't come there to search for something else.
But they were members of the Bonzes.
Of course they were.
The Bonzes.
You know them?
The name rings in my head like a bell. The Bonzes. Who are they? Look, the picture's gone.
You broke the thread of your thought. What could that be? Hidden in the cellars of your palace all these years, Naji. Unknown to you or to anyone but the Bonzes. It might be... Could it be an ancient parchment, Naji?
Of course it might, Chandu. But why? Why would anyone hide it there?
Who knows? Why, it might have been hidden there thousands of years ago. Is there anyone there who might be trusted to look for it?
You remember Abu, the chief of my guard?
Yes, he's trustworthy. But you must think that over. There may be some way to get a clue to where this object is.
But what has all this to do with me?
I think you'll know, Mr. Marshall, very soon. There was nothing very terrifying in that, was there?
Not in itself. But it frightens me to think that... Oh, but perhaps in some of these things we'll find the key you need. Is that it?
Yes, exactly. Look up there again, will you? This time, try to keep your mind fixed on the picture after it appears, no matter what we say. Will you?
Yes, I'll try.
There. Do you recognize that bit of jungle? Is that the African jungle where you were?
No, it's so faint. Just the thick undergrowth and the tall trees and a small clearing. It might be any jungle village, or again it's a...
Uncle Frank!
Quiet, Betty.
But Uncle Frank...
Bob, close the door quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Frank, but... Why, it's the psychic summons.
Still, Catcher. That picture on the wall. Mr. Marshall looks like he was asleep or something.
You recognize it now, Mr. Marshall?
No. I know I've never been there.
It looks strangely familiar to me.
Uncle Frank, I know what it is. Only I don't know where it is. But we've seen it before. Don't you remember? Father went there. And those cobras were going to bite him, and you magicked him or something. Don't you remember? Where was that place?
That's right, Bob. I remember it perfectly. What was it the yogi said? A strange, forgotten island off the coast of Sumatra.
and Betty returned from a shopping trip to find Chandler and Jeffrey Marshall trying to identify a picture which had appeared on the wall, reflected in some occult way from Marshall's tortured mind. Bob and Chandler recognized it as a picture they saw months before in the crystal. A strange, forgotten island off the coast of Sumatra. The present act opens at the observatory of Vitras 3 days later.
Chandu, magician.
Well, boy, let us come up here again, Vitras. Thanks.
I hope you will feel free to come here whenever you like, Mr. Regent.
Oh, well, we wouldn't want to be in the way.
No. But you will let us come here some night and look at the stars ourselves, won't you?
Yes, indeed. I've been hoping to complete some observations I've been making so that I might ask your charming mother to come here again.
I'm sorry, Vitras. But you know, she was so scared the other time when we looked at those pictures of Lemuria.
Oh, I would not wish to alarm her.
Oh, dear, I'll be glad to have her come back. It seems so funny without her.
I did not understand your mother had gone away.
Oh, yes, she's been gone away about 2 days. You know, Bob, I should think if Uncle Frank wanted anybody to help him, he'd send for you. Because what could Mother do to help him?
Besides, he had Mr. Marshall with him. Kind of funny about Mr. Marshall anyway, isn't it?
What did you mean by that, Mr. Regent?
Oh, I only meant I shouldn't think he'd have time to go prowling around on some island with Uncle Frank.
How do you know he has gone to one of the neighboring islands?
Oh, he said so, Beatrice. He said he and Mr. Marshall were going for a little trip, and maybe they'd be gone 3 days.
Gee, I wish I knew what Uncle Frank wanted Mother for.
It's the first time Mother's ever gone away and left us.
No, it isn't. Remember over in Algiers when she and Father went up to that ruin? And they were gone all the time Dimitri was...
Oh, yes.
Do you, by any chance, refer to Prince Dimitri?
Why, sure. Did you know him?
There is a Prince Dimitri whom I know.
Oh, but this man... I mean, he's not alive now.
Oh?
We saw him when he jumped off the wall of the villa, right down into the sea.
Was this also in Algiers?
It was about 30 miles away, right up on the cliff. Betty and I... Well, you see, Uncle Frank was gone, and Dimitri gave us a big line about how he was a Secret Service man like Uncle Frank.
Bob.
So that is the profession of your distinguished uncle.
Gee, I would.
Yes, you'll never be any good for the British Secret Service if you're...
Well, gee, Beatrice, I wish I could ask you to forget I said that about Uncle Frank.
You may rely upon me, Mr. Regent, not to betray your confidence.
Oh, thanks. Listen, Betty, we better go. Nadia's over home alone.
Oh, yes, we must.
Before you go, won't you tell me a little more of why your mother left so suddenly and apparently in secret?
We don't know anything about it, Beatrice. Except that when we waked up that morning, she was gone.
Yes, and there was a note from her that said Uncle Frank had sent for her. She'd have to go right away. She said she'd be back as soon as she could.
Who brought her your uncle's message?
We don't know.
Beatrice, you don't think anything's happened to her, do you?
Don't be silly, Betty.
Oh, I guess I am silly. Well, come on, Bob. Thank you so much, Beatrice, for showing us the telescope.
Yeah. Don't forget now, the first night you're not really working, so we won't be in your way. We want to come over and look through it.
You shall have the opportunity very soon.
Okay, that'll be swell. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Wait a minute, Betty, before we go in the house. I don't want Nadia to hear this. Now, we didn't find out anything from Beatrice, did we?
Well, no. Except that he didn't care whether Mr. Marshall went with Uncle Frank or not. Come on, Bob, let's go in. It's awfully hot out here.
Okay. Nadia! Nadia!
I am here, Bob, in Chandu's study.
It's getting hotter every minute outdoors.
Say, Nadia, you don't think anything's happened to Mother, do you?
Why should you think of that, Betty Lou?
Oh, I don't know.
Uncle Frank wouldn't take Mother any place where it was dangerous. Gee, it'd be great if we could look into Uncle Frank's crystal over here and see where they are.
Oh, wouldn't that be exciting? Oh, I wish we could. Nadia, why don't you...
Yeah, Nadia, come on.
I cannot, Bob.
Oh, sure you can. I bet it's just because you think you can. Come on, try.
I do not mind to try, Bob, but, you know, I am no longer a sorcerer.
Well, let's try anyway. I'll put the crystal over here. Now, you sit there, Betty. Nadia, you sit here, and I'll sit here. Now, let's all think hard.
I don't see a thing, do you?
Mm-mm.
Are you trying hard, Nadia?
Wait. For a moment, it was almost as if I might succeed.
Oh, gee.
Still, Bob. Listen. It's those drums like they had in the cave on the island. Do you hear them, Bob?
Of course I hear them.
Wait. Wait. There is a picture forming in the crystal.
Oh, Bob, it's that island where we saw Father that time.
The island where Uncle Frank is, I bet.
I bet it is, too. See that little open place and the huts all around it?
How clear it is growing. Oh, the jungle drums.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of those natives coming out of the jungle. Look at that big one in front with the crazy-looking kind of a mask on.
Do you not see who it is? The witch doctor is Vinjan.
Oh, it isn't either Vinjan, Naji. I mean, how can it be?
Vinjan's an old man.
Indeed it is Vinjan. Do you think I do not know him?
Look, Betty. Look in the crystal, quick. Isn't that Uncle Frank and Mr. Marshall right there at the edge of the jungle among the trees? See their white suits?
Yes, there it is. Oh, what do you suppose they're doing?
Bet they're waiting for a chance to pop off Binjan. That really is Binjan.
Well, I don't think they'd go all the way over there just for that.
You don't? Well...
Never mind. Look at those natives. What do you suppose that goat is for? Oh,
it is the ceremony of sacrifice.
Don't you wish we could hear what they say? Nadia, can't you...
An hour ago, I would have said it was impossible. But now it is proof that I can once more...
Try, Nazi, try.
I will try, but...
Go on. We aren't afraid, are we, Betty?
By the power of ancient Egypt, I call upon the forces of which I am a part to bring to us in this room the voices of those in the jungle.
What's that? I don't hear them.
Oh, Bob, look. They've got somebody in there with those natives, all wrapped up in that funny cloth.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Naji?
Listen. Yes. It is the jungle drum.
It means we can hear them then, doesn't it? Hey, look who that is they've got out there. It's Mother.
Oh, quiet, Betty Lou, or we will lose the picture. And perhaps we will never know what occurs there.
Well, I'm not going to stay here. I'm going to go.
Oh, Bob, you don't even know where that island is.
And if you are not silent, I cannot... Listen, but... I heard a voice.
Thank heaven I brought this pistol. Don't fire. Our only hope of saving Dorothy is to keep them from knowing we're here. Did you see that? What are we going to do? I can't understand how they ever got her here. Why she'd come with them. Or why they should select her. Great Scott. She must have been gone from the house in Surabaya for 2 days to reach here.
And they'd never think of looking here for her, would they?
No. As far as I can learn, no one ever comes here. Marshal, look. This is more than the native ceremony of sacrifice.
Why? What do you mean?
I mean that mask doesn't belong.
What?
It's neither native nor Javanese nor...
Bindian!
It's Bindian.
But you're not Bindian. You can't be. Bindian's an old man.
What does Mrs. Regent mean?
The most amazing thing I've ever known. If he really is the same man. On the boat. And again, when we saw him on the island of Flora, he was an old man. Thin, shriveled, and his hands were like claws.
Where had he come from, Mr. Chandler?
As far as we know, he came from India. Why?
Because I've seen just this sort of transformation take place in the people in the African jungle. They eat the bark from a peculiar jungle tree.
What is it going to do? My brother isn't here.
I sentence has been spoken, sister of Chandu, and the power of Ubasti shall not fail.
What can these natives have to do with the cat worship?
I don't think they have anything to do with them. I think this fellow's tricked them into believing Dorothy's a powerful witch doctor from another island.
Oh, stop! Stop those drums!
No! The drums shall go on and on and on, beating out their rhythm of death.
That's what Naji said.
Naji has escaped the spell of Ubasti, only to lose herself in the black pool of the secret star.
What do you mean? What are we going to do?
Oh, these silent men who stand about you, sister of Chandu, you are but another victim for the sacrifice. For I have said to them, the God of the jungle has spoken, and they know there is one who must die.
I'm not afraid to die.
Chandler, what are we going to do?
Listen, watch, and be ready to go with me instantly.
Sister of Chandu, once before thou hast looked into the face of death and hast escaped. This time thou shalt die. Chandu shall be defeated, and Ubasti shall have her revenge.
But my brother will never know.
He will hear the word of the jungle. The God of the jungle is angry.
They're running away. The witch doctor's hut has caught fire from the lightning. They must think it's an ill omen.
All but Bindian.
He doesn't mean to let her go. Look!
Stop! Bindian! Stop!
Chandu!
Frank! Oh, take your hands off my throat!
Stop, Bindian! Let her go!
Look, the natives are coming back. They've seen us. This is the end for all of us.
Oh, no, it isn't. By the power of the Emerald Casket and of the 3 times 3, I say to you both that we are even now in Java.
Mother!
And you beat that.
Bob and Betty persuade Nodgy to attempt to locate Chandler by means of the crystal ball. At last, they see the jungle island, and Dorothy, held captive by the natives, while Chandler and Marshall watch from the jungle, apparently helpless. But suddenly Chandler calls upon the powers of the East, and as if it were the next moment, Marshall, Dorothy, and Chandler appear in the study in Surabaya. The present act opens in the Observatory of Venus.
Chandu, the magician.
My dear Mira, the time has come when you are to meet the man Chandler.
I am quite ready, Beatrice. Have you received a message from the temple?
I have not wished to go to the temple because in some unaccountable way this Chandler has learned of it.
Then why has he not gone there himself?
He does not know where it is. I am convinced of that. That is for you to reveal to him at the proper moment.
And who will you tell him I am?
You are my ward. You have been traveling in Europe, and you have just returned.
Ah.
That will account for the fact that although Chandler and his sister and her family have been guests here in the palace on many occasions, they have not seen you.
You think of everything as usual, Beatrice. You have also invented a story to account for the presence of Geoffrey Marshall, I suppose.
He is a young man not in the best of health who is writing a book on Java.
Have you convinced Mr. Chandler of this?
I do not know, but by permitting Marshall to accompany Chandler on this journey of his, I hope I have made Chandler believe I do not suspect him of interfering with the plan.
It is unfortunate there is no way in which we can be sure of this, since you say it'll be only a few days before the plan is to be completed.
But there is a way. You forget Chandler's young niece and nephew, who have become greatly interested in this observatory, and who are extremely anxious to be allowed to use the telescope.
The telescope? But you're not planning to tell them the telescope is only a...
We may speak freely in this room, Mira. You were going to say the telescope is only a blind to cover my signaling device. No, not that it could not be used as a telescope, you understand, my dear Mira. But strangely enough, each time the young regents have asked to see it, it has been in use for the other purpose.
Then you have been able to learn something of this man's plans through his sister and her children.
I met an unexpected obstacle in the sister, I regret to say, Mira. When I showed her the Lemurian drawings, she identified herself with them so strongly that both she and the children saw the destruction of the palace as it actually occurred.
But Mrs. Regent is not one of us.
No, I have at last convinced myself of that.
One more question. Have you told them to expect us this afternoon?
No. I think it better to go there unannounced. There is no one at home but the Regent children and Nadji.
Nadji? But do you not fear she will recognize me, or at least suspect me?
Certainly not. Why should she?
But if she is in love with Chandler, she...
No, what can she have to do with the love for one who is of this time and plane? The path of her destiny has been marked for countless thousands of years.
Then why do you concern yourself for a moment with Chandler?
Because there is more in his efforts to break the law of Lemuria than his affection for Nadji. Besides, he is wise in the ways of the East. I have heard amazing tales of his powers. But come, we must delay no longer.
Are we to be surprised that Mr. Chandler is not at home?
No. If you have an opportunity, you might drop a hint to Miss Betty that you are afraid of me. That should gain her sympathy.
Oh, yes, no doubt.
And remember this, Mira. You must keep Chandler from interfering with the plan. He must be made to forget his attempt to free Nadji from the law of destiny. He has already made one powerful enemy whose sorcery has hindered Chandler and so helped us.
Who is it?
Vinjan.
Vinjan?
And he has certain powers learned from Dmitri.
From Prince Dmitri?
Yes. Now that we have Marshall to take the place of that other, Nadji is the last vital link in the chain of fate. Remember this, Mira. Open the door.
Mother, you were so brave and just the best mother in the world. I never knew anything like it. You must have been...
Children, wait.
I am glad to find you at home again, Mrs. Regent. Miss Betty and Bob were a little concerned about your absence.
Well, no wonder we...
Children, children, please.
I took the liberty of bringing my ward with me this afternoon.
Oh, I'm so glad. Won't you sit down?
She is called Mira. Mrs. Regent, Her Highness Princess Nadia of Egypt, Miss Regent.
How do you do?
Mr. Chandler, of whom you've heard me speak. How do you do? Mr. Regent, son of the distinguished scientist Robert Regent.
How do you do? I'm so happy to know you all. Beatrice has already told me a great many interesting things about all of you.
Didn't you meet Mr. Marshall as you came up the drive, Beatrice?
No. Is he not here?
He went home.
I don't see how he could bear to when we were all talking about what happened and how we saw Uncle Frank on the island and everything.
You saw him on the island?
Yes. Wasn't Najee wonderful?
I felt sure if the time ever came when it was really important for you to make use of your knowledge, you'd throw off your fear of India, Najee. What I can't understand, Doc, is how you allowed that fellow to persuade you I'd sent for you.
Oh, they told me you'd had an accident over there on that island and were asking for me. I know it was foolish, but how could I possibly have learned whether they were telling the truth or not? Although I admit I didn't think of that. I believed them.
But you left that misleading note for the children.
I know. I didn't want them to worry about me, and I thought it might be something that should be kept a secret.
All of which they planned on when they came for you.
They took me to the island and left me in the jungle alone for hours. Of course, I soon realized I'd been tricked. There was nothing I could do. The jungle drums nearly drove me mad.
You must be very brave, Mrs. Regent, to go away to a jungle island alone with only natives.
It wasn't bravery, Mira. I was really terrified.
Yeah, and were we in the dither when we saw you standing there with your hands tied behind you? And we didn't even know where you were.
See here. Najee's as pale as a ghost. Let's stop talking about it.
You are wise. May I ask a favor of you on behalf of my ward?
Certainly. You mean Mira has something she wants me to do for her?
There is something about which she would like to consult you.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Beatrice can't tell you about it, Mr. Chandler. He doesn't know himself. But he thought you wouldn't mind talking to me.
Not at all.
Then is there a place where I may speak to you alone? Oh, I'm sorry. I realize I'm being a little rude, perhaps.
Of course not. Frank, why not take her into your study?
Yes. Will you come in here then, Mira?
Oh, thank you so much.
Now, Mother, why don't you just tell us all?
Now, with this door closed, no one can hear a word you say. Will you sit here?
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Chandler, I'm so afraid of Beatrice. I don't know why, but he frightens me terribly. Won't you help me? I know you can if you will. Please.
Why do you think I can help you?
Oh, because, of course, I've heard of you.
Indeed? What was it you heard?
Oh, I'll tell you as quickly as I can. Up in the hills, not far from Tusari, is a ruined temple.
A ruined temple?
You mean you know of it?
I only mean I'm surprised that this favor you want me to do for you is connected with a temple. I rather thought you'd be asking me to find a lost necklace or something of the sort.
Oh, this is really serious, Mr. Chandler. This temple is deserted now, but it's believed to have been shall I say, the principal place of worship of a mysterious ancient people. Oh, I know this must seem strange to you, but you see, I know of your interest in similar things, and I thought you wouldn't think it foolish of me to want it investigated.
How do you know all this?
Oh, I can't tell you how I know, but I do know that you are a member of some sort of secret service organization. Oh, I know it's not in the ordinary sense of the term, but you are, aren't you?
Tell me some more about this temple.
Oh, yes. Well, it's strange you should mention my want to find something that was lost, because that is what I want, except that it's nothing as silly as a necklace.
What is it?
It's a parchment.
A parchment?
Yes. It's hidden there somewhere, and I believe it has to do with the ancient history of the place.
Indeed?
Yes. It's very important to me that it be found. Is it asking too much of you to help me, or if you haven't time to do that, to give me your advice?
Of course not.
Oh, you're so kind. I knew you'd listen. I can't believe I really asked you at last, and you said you'd help me.
Why don't you tell me the whole story?
Oh, I don't understand.
You're not interested in the history of these ancient people just as a matter of research. There's something personally interesting to you, isn't there?
Oh, well, yes.
Does your interest in it have any connection with your fear of Beatrice?
Yes. But I'm so afraid Beatrice will learn of it.
If it's anything to do with the secrets of the Lemurians, he probably knows of it already.
Oh, no, Mr. Chandler. You don't understand, and I can't tell you any more. But it's so important to me to find the parchment. Won't you please say you'll help me? I'll show you all the plans of the temple and everything to help you.
But how do you know the parchment has not already been discovered? If it's as valuable as you say, many other people may have searched for it.
Oh, no. Oh, I know it hasn't. Will you have time to help me?
You say this temple is in the mountains not far from Tusari?
Yes, but it's in a small valley where no one ever goes. It's very difficult to see, and you can never find it without a map.
I see. Very well, Mira. I'll see if I can help you find the parchment.
Oh, that's wonderful. We mustn't let Beatrice know.
Why does he think you wanted to speak to me?
I think he suspects I'm asking your advice about going to America.
I see. Where are the plans of the temple?
I have them over in the palace in my room in a secret hiding place I made for them long ago. We can't talk about them there. Beatrice might hear. Would you mind if I came here tomorrow and showed them to you?
Of course not.
It was awfully kind of you to do this for me, Mr. Chandler. I shall never forget it. Never.
I haven't found the parchment yet.
Oh, not so loud. Beatrice might hear you.
No, he won't. Shall we say tomorrow at 4? Beatrice will think you've been invited to tea.
Yes. I'll come at 4.
What about that?
I am waiting, Mira. We must go.
Yes, Beatrice.
Let us say goodbye for the moment. Perhaps another day you will be good enough to repeat the invitation. Good afternoon.
Goodbye. Bye.
Well, did he suspect you?
No, Beatrice.
You are very sure?
Oh, yes. I think he likes me very much already.
So, here at last is the means of defeating him. We shall see, Chandu the magician, if you can defeat the law of Lemuria.
Beatrice, the astronomer,
introduces to Chandu and the regent a young woman named Mira, who is to be used to learn Chandu's plan and defeat them. She pretends to ask Chandu's help in finding an ancient family portrait, supposed to be hidden in a ruined jungle temple. He agrees to help her. The present act opens in Chandu's study the following afternoon.
Chandu, the magician.
And as you suggested, Mr. Chandler, I told Beatrice I'd been invited here to tea. Here are the plans of the ruined temple.
Island Road. They must be very old. They're drawn on parchment.
Oh, yes. No one knows when they were drawn or who drew them.
Where did you get them?
They've always been among... I'll show you a little more about the temple. You see, the altar is here.
Well, what are these lines on each side of the altar?
Oh, those are the pedestals on which the gods once stood.
What sort of gods were they? Do you happen to know?
Well, yes. There were two enormous seated figures. One with his hands outstretched holding a bowl, and the other... Well, I can't remember what the other one was.
The figures are not there now.
Oh, no, they're no longer there. There's a legend that for thousands of years a strange green light burned on the altar, and it was supposed to burn forever. There were certain priests whose duty it was to see that it was kept alight.
What?
Oh, Mr. Chandler.
Go on, won't you?
Well, the tribal legend goes that one night an unbeliever made his way into the temple and extinguished the light, and that at once the gods became so angry they destroyed the temple.
It is a strange coincidence that you should tell me that, Mira.
Why?
I've heard this story before, but in a place far from Java.
Well, how interesting. Where was it?
Oh, it isn't important. Let's talk of it later, shall we? I don't want to keep you so long that Beatrice will become suspicious.
You're very kind to take your time to help me, Mr. Chandler.
I'm glad to do whatever I can.
Is it true you've learned many of the secrets of the East?
Did Beatrice tell you that?
Beatrice? Oh, no. No, By the way, may I tell you something about Geoffrey Marshall? In confidence, Mr. Chandler?
Certainly.
He's supposed to be writing a book on Java. But the truth is, he's had some sort of mental shock, and his people in England sent him to Java for a long rest.
Did Mr. Marshall tell you this himself?
No. Beatrice told me.
Oh, yes. The night Beatrice gave the dinner for Naji, he said Mr. Marshall was not well enough to dine with us.
Peter's Naji is a fascinating woman, isn't she? I suppose it's partly because there's an air of mystery about her.
An air of mystery about Naji?
Yes. There is something mysterious about her. Something that doesn't seem quite to belong to this world. Sometimes when conversation is going on all about her, she seems to be 1,000 years away.
It's strange you should say Naji seems a little unearthly, because that's precisely the impression you give.
I?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I think I must go now.
Perhaps it would be as well. I'll study this plan of the temple later and speak with you again about it.
Mr. Chandler, there's something I'd like to ask you.
What is it, Mira?
I'm wondering if... Do you really trust me?
Of course I do. Why should you ask me that?
Well, I mean, I know you must have many experiences with plots and perhaps quite unconsciously suspect everyone.
No. But I must have time to go over the plan and decide how to proceed. You can see that.
Oh, of course I can. I'm awfully sorry. And I'll go now, so I needn't interrupt your work any longer. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm just leaving. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mira. Chandu, may I come in for a moment?
Of course not. Come in. Did you manage to decipher the parchment we found on the island?
No, Chandu. I have studied it ever since you brought it to me. But there was nothing to give me the key to the writing.
Isn't it maddening? I feel the whole secret within our grasp. And still because we can't read this parchment, we're completely baffled.
But if these symbols are so difficult, Chandu, it must be that somewhere there is a key.
I know that. And only a few moments ago, I came to this conclusion. We know there's something hidden in the wine cellar of your palace in Cairo.
Yes. Do you think that is the key?
It may be. Or it may be the other half of this parchment.
You're right. But if it is, we are still without the key.
I wonder if we are. I've just learned that in a certain ruined temple here in Java, a parchment has long been hidden. Suppose that were the key.
But if it is, how will you find it?
I think I have a means of finding it.
I have sent a code message asking Abu to have the cellars of the palace searched.
I hope he can find the hiding place.
Abu will find it if he must pull the palace to the ground. As soon as he has found the parchment, he will send me a message, and we will know what we must do.
Yes. But you're not going already.
Dorothy has something to say to me, Chandu. I told her I would not be long.
I'll see you at dinner then.
Yes. Dorothy.
Here I am now. I want to talk to you before Bobby and Betty come back.
Shall we go into the garden?
No. I'm afraid someone will hear us. Let's sit here, shall we?
What is troubling you?
Nothing. I want to do something to help Frank.
But you are helping him by simply remaining in Java, Dorothy. He has spoken of it to me more than once.
That's nothing. And he's done everything for us.
Dorothy, you are not proposing to speak to Vitras.
But I think I know a way. Vitras is always urging me to become a sort of an assistant to him in his work in the observatory.
But, Dorothy...
I'm going to try it. Suppose I could learn that Vitras had some sort of occult powers that he was using against Frank. Oh, don't you see how important it would be for Frank to know that?
Yes, Dorothy, but you must not. We know Vitras has certain powers, whether they are only hypnotic or whether they extend far deeper into the unknown. It's not for us to question, especially for you. Oh, if you should fall under the spell of Vitras, I should never forgive myself, but I won't.
There's no reason why I should, and it may be possible for me to learn, any number of things. And there's no reason why I should waste time trying to cast a spell over me.
Oh, do not make light of his powers, Dorothy. You do not know what forces you may be invoking when you defy Vitras.
Oh, I'm sure he won't harm me. And anyway, if I can learn something that can help Frank, well, I'm not going to be afraid to try. I'm going over there now.
Must you go at once?
Of course I must. I'll just run over as if I'd become bored and decided to avail myself of his offer.
I will be thinking of you, Dorothy.
Don't take it so seriously, Naji. My dear, what could happen?
Many things of which you can know nothing.
The children should be back in a little while. Tell them where I've gone, will you? Now, don't worry about me. And I thought if you still wanted me to help you, Beatrice, I'd be glad to try.
I shall be most happy to have you assist me, Mrs. Regent. You are so strangely sensitive to occult forces that I am sure we shall accomplish many things.
To occult forces? You mean you have occult powers yourself? Oh, I see. That must be why you understand the laws of ancient Lemuria as you do.
Mrs. Regent, may I ask you a question?
Why, certainly.
Then, do you really believe the story of Lemuria?
Yes. I've never known much about it, but there's no reason why I shouldn't believe it. You aren't trying to tell me it isn't true.
No, indeed. I ask you only that I may know how we can begin the things we are to do together. Would you be willing to look again at the books?
You mean those great books of drawings of Lemuria?
Yes. Would you?
Why, yes. Yes, I'd be willing to look at them again. Sorry I was so stupid as to be frightened at the pictures you showed us the other night.
Would you like to look at them now, or shall we make an appointment for another day?
Oh, no. Let's look at them now, shall we?
You are quite sure that you will be free from interruption by your family for some time?
Oh, yes.
Very well, then. I'm glad we may begin at once. Will you come over here to this table?
Of course.
I can trust your discretion, I am sure.
You mean I'm not to speak of this to anyone?
If you will be so kind.
I see.
First, may I tell you that Mr. Marshall, whom you know only as the writer of a book on Java, is included in the list of Lemurians who now live upon this earth.
Is he?
Yes. You were on the yacht Polana when the young man whose first name was Andra died, I believe, Mrs. Regent.
Oh, yes, we were. But I mean, surely you're not suggesting...
I see you have already grasped my meaning. Marshall Marshal has been selected to prevent having to wait for a man in the next generation to take his place.
But do you choose people against their will?
Why should the human will deflect the operation of the law?
But what if Naji should die?
Then someone else must be found in whose body the soul of Naji could take its place.
Oh. Listen, Vitra. When we were on the island of Lura, we went into a cave which was the temple of a strange pagan sect. Before the altar, the body of a girl was lying. She was dressed in a dress of ancient Egypt, but her face was the face of Naji.
Yes.
Was that girl really a former incarnation of Naji?
My dear Mrs. Regent, these are the things you cannot understand as yet. You must learn more of Lemuria and its history and its teaching.
Then...
All these things are woven into a great pattern which someday you yourself will be able to discern. Let me show you this book. You know the significance of the seal of Solomon?
Oh, no. Only the few things my brother has told me.
It has far-reaching meanings that no one man can grasp. Do you understand, Mrs. Regent?
No, I don't. I'm afraid...
You are afraid. But you must not fear. Look. Look at the picture.
It is Naji.
Seated on Lemuria's golden throne with the symbol of eternal life beside her upon the golden scepter.
Oh, but how evil it seems. Beatrice, what is that awful thing?
Look at the picture, Mrs. Regent. Look. And know there is no one but you who can save your brother. Chandu must not interfere with the law of Lemuria. Look.
Chandler and Nadia had been unable to decipher the parchment he found on the jungle island. And Chandler believes that he may be hidden at the ruined temple, to which the yogi has told him he must go. Curiously also, the mysterious Mira has asked Chandler to help her find the parchment hidden in a ruined temple. The present act opens in the observatory of Venus. It is evening. Chandu, the magician.
What time did you tell Chandler to come here tonight, Mira?
At 10 o'clock, Beatrice.
I hope you have convinced him of your good faith.
I've told him exactly what you've taught me each time we have discussed the ruined temple.
Then do you believe the time has come to reveal its location?
Yes, Beatrice.
You have made sure he knows you are a beautiful woman?
I have done my best, Beatrice.
Very well. What reason did you give Chandler for asking him to come here when you have steadfastly refused to discuss this matter here at the palace?
I told him the location of the ruined temple was shown on a map which was too large to be taken from the wall without attracting your attention.
Good. Mira, I have changed my plan about Chandler.
Beatrice, you're not thinking of admitting him to the mystery.
No, but I have decided to permit him to look into the Hall of the Azure Light.
But unbelievers are never taken there.
I have a reason, Mira.
But Princess Nadia has not yet been brought here to the palace.
Once Chandler has gone to the temple, we may summon Nadia to the palace to complete her initiation.
And what am I to tell Mr. Chandler about the Hall of the Azure Light?
You are to pretend you are taking him there in secret.
Am I to take him there while the ceremony is in progress?
Yes. Now, I will leave you alone. Chandler should be here very soon.
Why not leave by the other door, Beatrice? You might meet him.
Yes. I will go this way.
Her Highness, Princess Nadia, and Mr. Chandler, who is wise in the ways of Far East, but not wise enough to understand the ways of a woman. Come in, Mr. Chandler.
Good evening, Mira.
Good evening.
Beatrice is really gone?
Well, he's not left the palace,
But I thought you said it would be dangerous for you if I came here to discuss this matter with you when Beatrice was at home.
Oh, but he will not return for hours. He's engaged in... I shouldn't tell you this, but he's engaged in a secret ceremony in the Hall of the Azure Light.
There's a room in this palace by that name?
Why, yes. Did you ever hear of it?
No, it was only... But you were going to tell me the location of the ruined temple, where you believe the parchment is hidden.
Oh, yes. But, I'm afraid it may be terribly dangerous, Mr. Chandler.
Never mind. Show me the map.
It's this one hanging over here on the wall. Do you see this town, Rosari?
Is the temple near there?
It is not far. Do you remember a narrow cart track that winds through the mountains past a stone grotto?
No, I don't. But it's been years since I've been in Java.
Oh, well, as soon as you pass the grotto, you must turn sharply to the left. You must leave your horse there and proceed on foot.
Is there a path?
There is a jungle trail, kept open, some people say, by superhuman power. No one ever goes to this temple now, and still the trail is never overgrown with jungle plants, as one would naturally suppose.
And no one knows it's there.
Well, there may be some of the natives who know it is there, but they wouldn't approach the temple for all the jewels in the world. Oh, Mr. Chandler, I'm sorry I ever asked you to go. I know it is too dangerous. I ask you now to give it up.
Of course I'll go. Just let me make a small pencil sketch of this part of the map.
But you will not attempt to go alone.
I thought of taking Jeffrey Marshall. Do you think Beatrice would permit him to go?
Permit him? Do you think Mr. Marshall is not free to come and go as he pleases?
But he is not, is he?
Well, no, Mr. Chandler. Oh, how wise you are. I wonder if after all...
What are you thinking?
I wish I could show you the ceremony in the Hall of the Azure Light. I will show you. There's a place in which we can look in unseen.
But Beatrice might discover you've taken me there.
Oh, no, he will not. He'll be absorbed in the ceremony. Come quickly while they're still in progress. Through this door. Now along this corridor. You have to step carefully. Here, down these steps.
How musty it is. This must be...
Look. From here you can see the ceremony.
Let the Prince of Ancient Lemuria stand before the sacred symbol. Thou art about to take the first of the 7 steps which will bring thee into possession of the ancient secret.
It's Marshall.
But I tell you, Beatrice, all this is against my will.
By the 3 names of the ancient gods, he who exists, he who possesses, and he who beholds, I command thee to cease thy efforts to break the spell of Lemuria.
I care nothing for the laws of Lemuria. I only want to be free.
Prince of Lemuria, thou hast taken the place of another.
I can't let him go on with this.
Can't do this.
Silence! Where thou wilt not further attempt to escape thy justice.
I won't. You can't make me promise.
Where is?
I know what you're doing. You're trying to drive me insane. Let me go. Let me go.
Never shalt thou see the light of day until thou hast yielded to the law.
No! Hey, Peter, you big cheese, let him go, why don't you? You ought to have it.
Oh, Chandler. Peter will kill him.
How can I get in there?
There's a door here, Mr. Chandler. But Peter...
Never mind. Go back upstairs. Then he'll never know you've been out of this observatory tonight. Stop, Beatrice. Stop.
Uncle Frank, you've got Mr. Marshall in here.
So, it is to be war between us, Mr. Chandler.
Yes. And since we've gone so far, I'll tell you this. No matter what influence you think you have over Naji, I'm going to take her away from Java, and you'll never see her again.
Neither you nor any man can interfere in the workings of the law.
We'll see about that. Come with me, Marshal. Where's the door, Betty?
Right over here.
You are alarmed because you have not heard from Robert?
Oh, no, not exactly alarmed. It does seem as if it's been a long time since I've heard from him, though. I mustn't think of that.
I know.
Bobby, what have you and Betty been?
Oh, Mother, you'll never guess what's happened. Never in 1,000 years.
Good evening, Mr. Marshall.
Good evening, Mrs. Regan.
Chandu, what has happened?
Bob, you...
Well, we are sorry.
Yes, but
How you found your way into that room and all the rest of it.
Well, gee, you don't think I should have just stood there and let Beatrice put the bee on Mr. Marshall without...
What is all this?
Well, you see, Mother, Betty and I thought we'd...
Uncle Frank, we thought if Beatrice really was at the head of a band of jewel thieves, maybe you
A band of jewel thieves?
Well, we thought maybe this Lemurian stuff was just a lot of baloney to cover up what he really was doing in Java.
How long have you been following this theory of yours?
Ever since Bob discovered that star on the roof spelling out messages in code.
Oh, you discovered that, did you, Bob?
Sure I did. And we thought maybe we could find out about the jewels and tell you and then...
Oh, Frank, it's just another one of their schemes to help you. Let's be glad it isn't any more serious.
We don't know how serious this may prove to be, Doc. You see, I was watching that ceremony from a little grilled window.
Chandu, you saw the ceremony of blood and fire?
No, Naji, not that. What was the name of the ceremony, Mr. Marshall?
I don't know. Beatrice came to my room and took me down to the Hall of the Azure Light.
The Hall of the Azure Light?
Yes, Your Highness. It's a huge room, 2 stories in height, lighted only by a star-shaped blue lamp in the ceiling. Not supposed to be seen by anyone who hasn't begun to learn the 7 sacred mysteries of Lemuria.
Yes. You mean you and Bobby actually went into that room?
Well, yes, Mother.
Frank, where were you all this time?
I've been up in the observatory with Mira, looking at some of Beatrice's maps.
You don't mean to say Mira took you down to the Hall of the Azure Light, Mr. Chandler?
Yes, although Beatrice didn't know it.
And was Beatrice mad?
Oh, what have you and Betty done? Perhaps you have made it impossible for Chandu to finish the work for which he came to Java.
Frank, if Beatrice has convinced you're his enemy now, how was it he permitted Mr. Marshall to come here with you?
I think it was just a gesture of contempt. I said something about bringing Jeffrey here, and he didn't even reply.
Oh, you mustn't go back there, Mr. Marshall. Frank, why can't we keep him here?
Perhaps we can. I'm planning to take you with me to the temple, you know, Jeffrey.
I'll be glad to go, Mr. Chandler. If I can.
When are you going, Frank?
Tomorrow.
Chandu, will you speak to me in your study for one moment, alone?
Of course, Marty. Excuse us, won't you?
Of course.
Chandu, for the first time,
I ask you to do something for me because you have said you love me.
Nazi, what is it, dear?
Please give up this trip to the ruined temple.
But...
Please. Because I asked you. No, it is not that I am a sorcerer, but only a woman.
But I can't. The yogi...
Chandu, there are many things known to the soul when it can, for a moment, escape the bondage of the body. You know this.
I know, Nazi, but...
I must tell you what I saw as I lay asleep last night. You were standing in a small clearing, in a jungle before the altar of the ruined temple.
It must be the temple the yogi meant.
Oh, I do not know, except that you must not go there. There is a spirit of evil all about it.
But, Nazi, if the key to the cipher is really there, I must go there. It may be the only way to defeat people. You understand what that means, Nazi.
But what, Chandu?
I'm even beginning to think Dmitri is not dead after all.
Oh, no. You have told me how Dmitri jumped into the sea.
I know. And yet, even after we'd seen his body disappear in the black water, we all heard a mocking laugh as if... Well, I won't go on. But I know now I must go to the ruined temple and find the secret it conceals.
No, you must not go. I tell you, Chandu, I saw over the altar of the ruined temple the black wings of death.
Bob's mistaken attempt to free Geoffrey Marshall from Beatrice, the astronomer learns of Chandler's enmity. In obedience to a message from the yogi, Chandler departs for the ruined temple. Although Nadja warns him she believes death is awaiting him. The present act opens in the garden of the regent's home. It is late afternoon.
Chandu, the magician.
Bob? Bob!
What do you want, Betty?
Why, Bob Reed, you look like a positive alligator lying there in the grass under that tree. What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, stop talking, can't you? Too hot to breathe. What did you want when you came out here?
Oh, I just wondered where you were.
Oh, I can't believe you came out to find me just because you enjoy my company. Where's everybody else?
Nancy took Mother shopping. Listen, Bob, you know what I heard?
Well, come on. Sit down here on the grass. Why do you stand there like a flamingo or something looking for a fish?
Oh, I do not. All right, I'll sit down now. Because I want to tell you something. I think Mother's really worried.
About us, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, no, she isn't. She knows after all Uncle Frank said last night, she'll never have to worry about us again.
No, I don't mean that, Bob. But you know, she didn't get a letter from Father on that boat yesterday.
Don't be silly. She knows better than to worry about that. Father's probably forgotten there are such things as boats. I bet you anything he doesn't even know we're gone.
He knows we're gone, Bob, because he came down to the harbor when the Polana sailed. He went all over the yacht with us.
Well, he's forgotten it by now. No, sir. If Mother's worried, she's worried about something else. What makes you think she's worried?
Because I can tell by the way Nadia's acting. You know, Nadia hardly ever says anything about going shopping. She's just sitting there in her palace in Cairo and having people bring things to her to look at. She never thinks of going to shop like we do.
What of it?
Well, she's pretending to be all excited about going down with Mother to get some things. That's not like Nadia. You know it's not, Bob.
No, I don't see how you can tell that, Betty. I think all women are alike when it comes to shopping.
Oh, you make me simply wild, Bob. If you'd thought of this, you'd have been anxious to have me listen to you. But just because I thought of it...
Listen, wait a minute. Isn't that Mira coming through the head?
Yes. We don't want her to hear us fighting, do we?
We haven't had a good fight for a long time, have we?
No.
I bet that's what Mother's worried about. She thinks we're sick. She's gone down to the drugstore to get us some Javanese cod liver oil.
Mira, we're out here in the garden. Mother and Nadia aren't home.
Come on out here, Mira.
I was really coming to see you and Bob. Bob, go over there on the terrace and get her a cushion.
Oh, no, thank you. I much prefer to sit here on the grass.
Well, you certainly look cool, Mira.
Cool? Oh, I never give a thought to heat. It's the only way to defeat it. There, you see? What'd I tell you?
Oh, I'm sorry you find the heat oppressive. I came over to ask you if you'd like to go with me to a puppet show.
Oh.
There's a very fine one being given this evening, and I know a Javanese who can see that we get good places.
Really, Mira? We've seen one or two small ones since we've been here, but I've been just dying to see a really big one. I'd love it.
Yes. You know, Mira, we've almost got a whole set of puppets. We're going to have a keen time when we go back. You suppose the man that you said could get good places to see the show could fix it if I could go around behind the scenes and see how they work them?
He might be able to arrange it for you, Bob. I'll ask him for you if you like.
Oh, gee, will you?
It's awfully nice of you to think of it, Mira. I was kind of afraid we wouldn't have time to see a really big puppet show before we go home. Because I don't think we're going to be here much longer.
Oh, is that so? Mr. Chandler's work here is nearly finished, then?
Yes, we think so.
Say, Mira, what happened over at the palace last night after we went away? Did he just say anything to you about what we did?
He was very angry, and I knew something was to happen. So where did you say Mr. Chandler is this afternoon?
Oh, he's gone up in the country. He may not be back for 3 or 4 days.
You don't happen to know whether he's gone to visit a ruined temple in the jungle?
Yes. Did he tell you he was going there?
Yes.
Why, that's funny, Mira. Uncle Frank never tells anybody what he's going to do. He never even tells us.
Well, you see, Betty, he's doing something for me also.
Yes.
What's he doing? Oh, maybe you'd rather not tell us.
Oh, I don't mind you knowing it now, although it was a secret at first. You see, I have reason to believe that an old document relating to my family is hidden somewhere in that ruined temple.
Oh, but that's not what Uncle Frank's going there for. We know that, Mira. The Yogi sent him there.
The Yogi? What Yogi? We don't know his name. Uncle Frank never calls him anything but the Yogi or his teacher. But it's the Yogi Uncle Frank studied with for 10 years in India.
Yeah, and he kind of tells Uncle Frank what to do. When we were on the island of Lura, it was weeks ago before we came to Java, Uncle Frank got a message from the Yogi, and he told him to go to a ruined temple.
He didn't know where it was. Uncle Frank didn't, I mean. How perfectly amazing.
Well, yeah, we know it is kind of funny. We hardly ever say anything about it because people think we're a little, a little bombing.
I think your American slang is delightful.
Oh, I don't think that's American. I think we got that from, where did we get it, Betty?
Don't say we. I don't say it.
No, let it go. But listen, Mira, what did Beatrice say the other night when all that happened? Uncle Frank said you took him there in the Hall of the Azure Light, and Beatrice didn't know anything about it. Beatrice find out you took him down there?
Why did you think you were?
In the observatory.
I'm kind of sorry we can't go over to the observatory now that Beatrice is so sore at Uncle Frank. Because I did want to look through that telescope. Besides, I had a kind of a theory about it.
Did you ever notice the wires that are attached to the telescope?
Sure I did. Did you know they were there?
Well, don't be silly, Bob. Of course you knew they were there. Well, but she has seen them. We saw them ourselves.
I'm going to ask her if I'm right. Mira, I figured it out that Beatrice uses those wires to send messages from that star thing on the roof. Is that right?
Why, Bob, how interesting that you should have learned that by yourself. Well, that's very exciting.
Uncle Frank didn't think so, did he, Betty?
Well, I guess Mira doesn't care about that.
No, I guess she doesn't.
You mean Mr. Chandler didn't approve of your visiting the observatory?
Well, not exactly. He thought we were just snooping.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't understand. By the way, did you say you could read any of the messages you've seen being flashed from the star on the roof of the palace?
I couldn't do that. I tried to figure him out one night when I saw the star flashing. I couldn't make any sense out of it. You know how it works?
Oh, yes, it's very simple. You see, I've often seen Beatrice sending out the signals. There are code words and phrases, you see.
Honest? Gee, Betty, I wish we could tell Uncle Frank this. Maybe he'd think... Oh, but you wouldn't want us to tell anybody you told us, would you, Mira?
Well, no. Oh, I wouldn't care if Mr. Chandler knew. I've told him a great many secrets already. Yeah, I wish I could send a message myself. I have one I'd like to send this afternoon while Beatrice is away.
Well, why can't you?
No. I think it must be because my fingers are not steady enough. Before I went away, I often used to try to send messages, but I never could.
Oh, gee. Suppose we could help you, Mira? I mean, if Beatrice is gone, maybe we could send a message for you.
Oh, Bob.
How could Uncle Frank think there was anything wrong in that? Because he's certainly mad at Beatrice. He wouldn't care what we did to him. When's Beatrice coming back, Mira? I mean, we wouldn't want to have him come back and catch us there.
Oh, there'd be no danger to that. I don't expect him back until late tonight. Mira, is the message you want to send going to to a man? Yes. Yes, it is, Betty. Isn't it positively the most romantic thing you ever heard in your life, Bob?
Oh, you're the absolute limit. I thought you'd got over all that stuff about romance and love.
Why, Bob!
Well, I'm sorry, Mira. You don't know how silly she is.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not going to quarrel with you, Bob. Listen, Mira, if we're going to help you send a message, we'd better go right now, hadn't we?
I think we'd better go right now. Because if Mother and Naji come back and can't find us, you know what'll happen.
I'd like it very much if you could come with me now. Well, come on, then. We can go through the gate in the hedge.
Say, Mira, did you know there's a little sliding panel behind that map over there on the wall? You can stand out there in the hall and listen to everything anybody says in here?
Well, how did you know that, Bob?
Gee. Well, I'll tell you about that some other time, huh? Listen to the message.
Yes, I'll get the code book.
Beat that, Betty. It's in the telescope. Say, Mira, is that telescope just a gag?
I don't understand your use of the word gag, Bob. Oh, he means it's not a real telescope. Oh, yes, it is. But wait, I'll tell you about it later.
Oh, don't you know what you're going to say?
Yes, but I must find the code word, you see. Just a moment, I'll write it down.
What'll happen if I press this button?
Oh, please wait until we're ready. 3 long flashes means we're prepared to send the message. Oh, isn't that thrilling? I feel like a regular Mata Hari or somebody, don't you, Bob?
I don't even know who Mata Hari is.
Oh, you're perfectly hopeless. I have my message ready now.
Shall I send the 3 flashes that say, look out for the message or whatever it is?
Yes, will you? Well, Mira, when Bob presses the buzzer, does that make the star flash just the way he works the buzzer? Yes.
Now what, Mira?
The first word is 3 groups of 3 short signals each.
Okay.
That's right. Oh, you do it beautifully, Bob. The next one is really a phrase. 2 short signals, a long one, and another short one.
All right.
There's only one more. 2 short signals, and a long one followed by 3 short signals, which means the end of the message. Don't you sign your name or anything? Oh, no, that's not necessary. Isn't it thrilling? Oh, listen.
Huh?
What was that? Oh, you mean you think Beatrice might be coming back? Oh, yes. I wonder if he is. Oh, I wish there was some way you could get home without going out of the palace.
Well, gee, there is. We know a way. Come on, Betty.
Yes, don't worry, Mira. We can't tell you now, but come on over after dinner tonight and we'll tell you all about it. And show it to you, too.
So long. See you later, Mira.
It succeeded beyond my hopes. Bob and Betty. I wonder what you'd say if you knew that the message you sent for me read, Chandler has gone to the Temple of Death.
Chandler has gone to the jungle temple. While Dorothy and Nadia are shopping, Mira comes to the garden of the Regent home and tells Bob and Betty Beatrice has left the palace for the day. She asks them to come with her to the palace where she wishes to send a secret message by means of the flashing star on the roof. They go to the observatory where Bob sends a code message. Betty and Bob return home, not knowing the message has read, Chandler has gone to the Temple of Death. Meanwhile, the present act opens on a jungle road. Chandu, the magician.
We must be nearly there. That grotto ahead looks like the place where we're to leave the horses and take the path to the temple.
That grotto is an amazing-looking thing, isn't it? Those long green vines trailing in the black water look like the tentacles of some horrible green octopus waiting to strangle whoever comes too close.
Oh, come. Don't let this jungle get on your nerves.
Oh,
You've surely seen similar things in the African jungle.
similar, yes. But there's an air of horror over this whole place that I've never known anywhere else. Don't you feel it yourself?
You're imagining things, Jeffrey. This is a good place for the horses. We'll tie them and leave them here.
Just a minute, will you, Mr. Chandler?
What's the matter?
I almost forgot my pistol.
Jeffrey, you haven't brought that pistol with you.
Of course I have.
But you know firearms are not allowed in Java. If we meet a native and he sees that pistol, you'll be turned over to the police.
I can't help it.
But what do you expect to do with it?
I don't know, but it's the only protection I have, and I'm not going to let it go. Oh, Mr. Chandler, you don't know what it means to be ridden night and day by a horrible, haunting curse you can't even fight.
Yes, I know. I do know. But don't let yourself be stampeded by fear into shooting that pistol, unless it's actually to save your life.
I won't. But there must be someone up here. This jungle trail is as plainly marked as if it had just been made.
Yes, I know. Mira told me there was a legend that this trail was kept open by some supernatural power.
What?
And that although natives won't venture near here, and no one ever does any work on the trail, it's always just like this. That's why I found it so easily.
When you're up here among these trees that seem to press in on you like ranks of black ghosts, it's easy to believe almost any native legend. What do you expect to find up here?
I expect to find a parchment, which I believe is the key to the cipher you and I found in the witch doctor's hut on the jungle island.
Then Princess Nadia couldn't read the symbols on that parchment?
No. We decided we never could read them unless we found the key. By that time, Mira had asked me to come up here to get a certain old family document for her, and I believe it's the same parchment I'm looking for.
But if it is, why should Mira be interested in finding it?
I don't know yet, but I'll tell you this. I thought it was important enough to delay my real work in Java until I had learned what the contents of that parchment were.
Then you really think you may be able to defeat Beatrice?
Of course I do. Although Beatrice must have been very sure there was nothing I could do, or he would never have allowed you to come with me.
Is that what you think, Mr. Chandu?
What else is there to think? What do you mean, Jeffrey?
Oh, I suppose it was too much to hope for. But I thought perhaps that night in the Hall of the Azure Light might have weakened Beatrice's power over me. Don't you see?
That may be true. But come, don't be so discouraged. We've only begun.
I tell you this. I've made up my mind never to obey that summons of Beatrice again. I cannot escape it any other way. Well, there's always this pistol. Life's not worth living on such terms.
Why do you speak as if we were already defeated?
Oh, I don't know. It must be this horrible jungle. I've never seen a place that seemed more filled with menace. The air is thick, stifling.
All jungles are like this.
Yes. How silent it is.
Yes. Stop a moment. Look ahead, where the sunlight is so bright. That must be the clearing.
Yes, that's the temple directly ahead. It's curious the jungle hasn't covered the ruins long ago.
Come on. Let's go in.
Why, there's nothing in here but a mass of fallen stones. Have you any idea where to begin searching, Mr. Chandler? We can never move all this stone if we stay here for a year.
Fortunately, I have a crude sort of map Mira gave me.
Oh.
She said she'd found it in the palace, and Beatrice didn't know she had it. Here, hold this end of it, will you? I'll unroll it.
Where are we standing now with reference to this plan?
Don't you see? The sides of the temple are here, and these are the ends. This is the doorway, where we came in.
Oh, yes, I see. Then that must have been the altar at the other end.
Yes, that's right. Those huge stone images there are, of course, the gods that fell from the altar.
Images?
Yes, don't you see them? They've been slowly wearing away with the sun and rain for thousands of years.
Do you know the history of this place?
Only what Mira told me. The legend is that for countless generations, a green flame had burned on the altar, and that at one time an unbeliever had extinguished the fire, and the gods had become so angry that they had hurled themselves from their pedestals and caused the temple to be destroyed.
It's not difficult to believe any savage pagan thing here, is it, Mr. Chandler?
No. You can almost see how it must have looked in here then. Dark and cool, and the green flame lighting up the hideous faces of those gods.
Oh, it's altogether too real. What should we do first?
I've been looking at this plan. You see here in the sketch of the altar, there's a small square drawn. I couldn't understand it when I looked at it in Surabaya. Let's see what it is. I brought a small brush with me because I thought we might have to search in places where the stone had been tightly fitted together. I'll brush off the top of the altar and see what we see.
There it is. See it? See it, Mr. Chandler?
So it is. At some time or other, a square opening has been cut in the top of the altar, and then a stone fitted into it.
You mean this might be the hiding place of the parchment you're looking for?
The only thing that makes me doubt it is that it's so absurdly easy to find.
But how do you know anyone else has ever looked for it?
We don't. But I'm beginning to wonder if... Well, we'll see if we can get this stone out. Have you a knife, Jeffrey?
Oh, yes.
Then will you scrape out those bits of stone there and there while I loosen these around the edge?
Yes.
I think we'll find there are projections that we can slip our hands under and lift the stone right out. It's probably only a slab of stone a couple of inches thick.
Look, Mr. Chandler, it's quite easy. I can almost brush it away.
Shall we try to lift it out? We'll have to climb up on the altar, I think.
Yes, that would be easier, wouldn't it?
Now, you take that end if you will.
Right.
I'll take this end. Are you ready?
Yes.
Pull. There. Let's put the stone down here.
Look out for snakes in there, Mr. Chandler.
Well, there couldn't be snakes in there. How could they get in? There's just a square hole in the stone about a foot deep. And there's the parchment.
Where?
Let's get down. Now, let's have a look at it. Be very careful. We don't want to crack it.
Is there anything on it that you can identify, Mr. Chandler?
Let me see. Yes, there is.
What?
There's the symbol of a snake and the triangle. And there's a flower that might almost be the lotus. Exactly like the ones we saw on that other parchment. We found it. There's no doubt about that.
Then there's no reason why they can't go away right now, is there? I mean, no. Oh, listen. Mr. Chandler. It's Beatrice. He's calling me.
Don't obey him. Stay here.
I can't. It's the curse of the jungle. I might have known no one could help me. Goodbye, Mr. Chandler.
Jeffrey, come back here.
I tell you I can't. Goodbye.
Oh, this is what we have come to with your magic, Mr. Chandler. Chandu the magician. Marshall is dead, and all of Lemuria must await the coming of another.
He's not dead, but he is free from you. Free from you forever, Beatrice.
What do you mean? I heard the shot that killed him, and there is more. Firearms are not permitted in Java, and I shall have very great pleasure in delivering you into the hands of the Javanese authorities when you return to Surabaya. If you do return to Surabaya...
I tell you there was no shot fired.
Then why is Marshal lying dead on the stove?
He is not dead. He's only unconscious. But when he wakes, he will be free of your spell over him. I caused that sound you thought was a shot. I knew it was the only way to break the delusion of Marshall that he must obey you. But you never would have added him to the group of people whom you believed to be Lemurian in any case, because he meant to shoot himself rather than to submit.
Then the shot was only a trick? And very well known in certain parts of the world.
And you believe you have removed Marshall from my influence? Is that it, Chandler?
Of course it is.
But you are parchment, just as I meant you to do.
Yes, and this time you've overplayed your hand. When the parchment was so easy to find, I knew we'd been tricked. I was waiting for some of your men to show their faces.
If I had not believed Marshall had shot himself, you would never have seen me here. Nor would you have looked on any man's face again. This is the end for you, Chandler. You and all the tricks of magic you've brought with you from the Far East. This time, Lemuria will come into her own.
I'm not easily frightened, Beatrice.
It's too late for your trickery. This temple will be destroyed as the palace of the Lemurian kings was destroyed. And I will take Marshall back to the palace of the secret star.
And I'm to remain here in the jungle indefinitely? Is that it, Beatrice?
Yes. Buried beneath the fallen walls of the ancient temple that is guarded forever by the fallen gods of Lemuria, upon whose names now I call to help me in the temple's destruction. Goodbye, Chandu the magician.
Bob and Betty persuade Noddy to try to see in the crystal ball the ruined temple in the jungle. To their horror, they see Chandu on the ground, And behind them, unseen by Chandler, is Beatrice. Suddenly they hear the voice of Beatrice, telling Chandler that he should be killed for trying to save Marshall from the law of Lemuria. Chandler defies him. There is a deafening roar as the temple walls crash to the ground. The present act opens in Beatrice's observatory that evening. Chandu, the magician.
Then what happened, Beatrice?
The rest was very easy, my dear Mira. After I received your message, there was nothing for me to do but wait there in the jungle near the temple until they arrived.
Beatrice, you have not yet told me,
Wait.
but
I will tell you. As Chandler and Marshall turned to leave the clearing, I called Marshall with the call he has learned to know.
Did Mr. Chandler try to keep him from answering the call?
Chandler had done his work with Marshall well. For Marshall, although he knew he could not resist me, decided to rebel by shooting himself.
Then he is dead?
No, it was some trick. Before Marshall could fire the pistol he had brought with him, Chandler made Marshall believe a shot had actually been fired.
Oh.
Marshall fell to the ground. That was when I had that strange feeling that perhaps Marshall and Chandler had not come to the temple alone.
But they had, of course.
Yes, but I had a feeling that someone was watching. Someone I could not see.
It's probably only another trick of Mr. Chandler.
I think it was something different. I think it was Naji.
But Naji did not go to the jungle. She had gone shopping with Mrs. Regan when I called Bob over here to send a message to you.
No, I don't pretend to understand just what it was, but at any rate, it's over now. And we shall never see Chandler again.
You have killed him, then?
Yes. The north wall of the temple crashed upon him as he stood there, daring to defy me.
But where is Mr. Marshall?
That is the detail I told you had not worked out according to my plan. When I turned to look for Marshall, after seeing the wall crash down upon Chandler, Marshall had disappeared.
What?
Are you sure he has not come back here?
Oh, no, Beatrice. I surely would have seen it.
Oh, well, as I said, it is unimportant. He will come back. Let him once enter the palace again, and I will play my last card. The card that will bring the Lemurians to this palace as if they were drawn by a magnet. The stars do not lie, and I shall be victorious. I, Beatrice, High Priest of Lemuria. You shall return to the place from which I brought you. Marshall shall not escape me again. You cannot deny the forces of destiny.
And Nazi will be here, too.
I have not forgotten that.
Mr. Marshall is still trying to escape this thing.
What do you mean?
Only that perhaps he has come into the palace secretly to take away whatever belongs to him.
I wonder if he would dare.
Did you know Mr. Chandler was killed when the war fell?
He must have known.
But you told me he was unconscious. You thought he was dead.
I know. Yet he was gone.
It isn't possible that he too might have been buried under the falling stone.
So that even in death, Chandler might defeat me? Is that what you mean?
I do not understand, Beatrice.
You think Chandler took Marshall with him in death as a final gesture of defiance? No, I will not believe it until I must. That would mean to admit that I have not known how to deal with Chandler and the forces he controls.
There is one more thing, Beatrice. Where is the parchment?
Parchment?
Yes. Don't you think it dangerous to us to leave the parchment for someone else to find?
And whoever finds the parchment can learn the truth if the two original pieces of the cipher are ever found. Yes, I know.
There were two pieces then?
Of course.
Then they have been found.
Why have you not spoken of this to me before?
Because I did not understand. You have kept me from understanding many things, Beatrice. And this time...
What have you learned?
Mr. Chandu and Mr. Marshall found the parchment in the witch doctor's cottage at Jungle Island. Bob and Becky told me that.
But it is of no use without the other part. And that is concealed in a secret hiding place in Naji's own palace in Cairo.
I think it has been found.
What? Then you should have persuaded Chandu to give it to you. You should have seen to it that he gave it to you or destroyed it. I will go and see if Marshall has been here. If he has, there is still much that can be done. Wait for me here, Mira.
That's the time comes.
I'm afraid. There was something. Oh!
Good evening, Mira.
Mr. Chandler. But it is Beatrice who should see you. Not I. I have not yet returned to take my place. Oh, no. No. Why did you come here? This is not here.
What is it you think? I am not alive? I have a spirit?
Were there a desert thing? When you were crushed by the falling walls of the temple? Please, Mr. Chandler, go away. How could I know he meant to kill you?
But you did know, didn't you, Mira?
Oh, no, of course
Yes,
not.
you did. I've been very blind, Mira. I believed you when you asked me to get an apartment for you and keep it secret from people. I should have suspected the scheme. That was the day I first discovered I could no longer speak with the yogi.
You're speaking in English.
Yes. No wonder there is a strange, unearthly feeling about me, Mira. So that even my sister and Betty can feel.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. Chandler?
You know what I mean.
You are dead. And yet...
No. I am not dead. In spite of you and in spite of Beatrice. There are many things Beatrice has to learn.
Commander!
Yes. I hope you have not been so ill-advised to tell my sister not to forgive me.
I have but now returned to Surabaya. And I left you lying under 15 feet of fallen masonry. How have you come here? The law of Lemuria has decreed.
Listen to me, Beatrice. The plan of yours to gather together the Sabbath. I was warned before I came to Java.
Warned? What has been being done?
You mean it was the yogi?
What can the yogi know of the laws of ancient Lemuria?
Yes, it was the yogi. The friend Andrek came to me at the hotel. I thought he was the one I had been told not to trust. I took the house he recommended because I believed the way would open for me to learn what I was doing.
You knew then when you came to Java?
I knew I must free Nazi from the belief which was destined to take a place as the princess of those who survived ancient Lemuria.
But you did not know that Mira was, as you are now, a disembodied soul.
What? Still believe I'm not alive?
In the sense in which you have known life on this earth? No. You are a spirit, an elemental. You have come to this palace because it was from this palace that the thought forces were marshaled to destroy your life upon this earth.
But I tell you I am alive.
Ah!
I know Mira is a creation of your own.
What? You know this?
Of course I know it now. I should have suspected it. You first brought her there.
How do you know this?
Because... Look. Look, shadow.
Ah!
Your shadow is there, Beatrice, and mine. But Mira has no shadow.
Why have you come here? Why do you not...
Perhaps he came to see what became of the man he knows as Jeffrey Marshall. Or perhaps to learn whether Naji has been taken to the hall of the Azure Light.
If you have taken Naji to that room...
Ah! You're in love with a woman who is living half her life in another world. No matter where she goes, she can never escape that. And he will never marry you. Never! He knows he is one with two identities. He has always known. For thousands of years she has been returning to this earth again and again, preparing herself for the time when Lemuria should come into its own.
This is not true, Beatrice.
No matter where Naji goes, she will never be free from thoughts of Lemuria. When you kiss her lips, who left this earth thousands of years ago.
Beatrice!
You will know it, and she will know it.
You know it.
Beatrice! No, nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop me now. If I did not kill you in the temple, I will kill you. The one place in the world where my power is so great that you can never escape it.
And the telescope was only a blind.
Why should I conceal it from you? The lens in the telescope is not glass made like the glass in ordinary ones. It is a piece of crystal from the palace of the Lemurian king. The person on whom light falls through this crystal will be reduced to ashes in the twinkling of an eye. And you have come here to defy me, Beatrice, high priest of Lemuria.
Here, what are you going to do?
But Mira is a creation of my own, and so she is. She can be made to disappear before your eyes. Ah, Chandler, you not know the atmosphere is full of not know the atmosphere can be made to appear to the eyes of men if one knows the state of men, if one knows...
Stop! No matter what Mira has done, you cannot...
You cannot prevent me. Look, Mira!
No!
Look!
No!
Look! She's gone. Take a place with those others with whom she has lived so long. You will die here in this palace. Naji will submit to the laws of Lemuria.
No. The truth is that you are not Beatrice. Not you, high priest of Lemuria. You are what you have just called Mira, a disembodied soul. Sent here by the prince of Black Ark.
No.
The real Beatrice is not here. Perhaps
but you shall never live to learn all the truth.
How are you having this thought? How are you having this thought? How are you having to instead?
I will not listen. I will not hear it by the laws of Lemuria.
You yourself have. You cannot prevent your own destruction.
Dimitri!
I've beaten him. I've beaten him at last. And Darcy is free.
At a dinner dance in the Orangi Hotel in Surabaya, Chandler has handed a cablegram. Dorothy, who has been concerned over the fact that she has not heard from her husband for several weeks, asks if the message is from Robert. The gay party is shocked into silence as Chandler replies, "No, Doc. It's about Robert. He must go home at once." The present act opens 6 months later in the office of a firm of attorneys in Los Angeles. Chandu, the magician.
Hello? No, this is the office of Montleone and Seabrook. I think you must have the wrong number. This is an attorney's office. That's quite all right. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Montleone in?
Yes, what's the name, please?
I'm Mr. Chandler.
You had an appointment?
Yes. Will you please tell Mr. Montleone we're here?
Certainly. Won't you sit down,
Mrs. Regent, the widow of Robert Regent.
Won't you take a chair, please? I'll tell Mr. Montleone.
What's the matter, Doc? Don't you feel well?
Oh, it's nothing.
What is it? What makes you tremble so?
Oh, I suppose it's just nerves, Frank, but I've had the queerest hallucination, if that's what it is, for the last few days. And it came again just as we were walking down the corridor.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, it seems as if everything were turning red.
Turning red?
Oh, I know it's ridiculous, but the whole room seems filled with a tinge of red mist. I suppose it's just a...
Wait, Doc.
Montleone would like to have you come in, Mr. Chandler.
Thank you.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I've been expecting you.
We received your letter, Mr. Montleone, and came in, as you suggested, to have a little conference.
Just take this chair, Mrs. Regent.
Thank you.
Right here, Mr. Chandler.
Thank you.
You were abroad, I believe, when your husband died, Mrs. Regent.
Yes.
We were in Java when the cablegram reached us. We came home as soon as we could.
May I extend my sincere condolences to you both?
Thank you.
I can particularly appreciate your bereavement because of the tragedy which occurred so close to me recently.
You mean?
I'm referring to the sudden death of my partner, Mr. Seabury.
Oh.
He was not only a partner, but my closest friend.
How tragic.
Yes, indeed.
You see, Mrs. Regent, it was Mr. Seabury who had taken care of some matters for your husband. He used to handle the preparation of our cases very largely, and as a rule, I handled the court work.
Yes, I can see how that would be.
As a matter of fact, I heard Mr. Regent's name mentioned only casually once or twice in conversations with my partner. But Mr. Regent was engaged in scientific work, I believe.
Yes.
I've been going over the files in our office in connection with the various matters Mr. Seabury was handling for your husband.
Yes?
And apparently, Mr. Regent had paid little attention to financial matters.
I'm sure of it, Mr. Montleone. It was quite a shock to discover that a considerable sum in investments and cash has disappeared.
I'm afraid that is the case. Although Mr. Regent consulted Mr. Seabury several months before his death in an effort to salvage something out of the wreck. You had a joint account, I believe, Mrs. Regent.
Yes. We've always held all our investments jointly.
Well, the memoranda which I've been going over in Mr. Seabury's files indicates that the failure of the Tupper Bond Company's enterprises completely sucked away your holdings. I fear that loss is complete and final.
My sister is quite prepared to face that, Mr. Montleone.
Yes. And even the money I suppose was in the bank had been withdrawn by Robert.
I think I can explain that. Mr. Regent apparently attempted to save the situation by putting more cash into investments. And these went by the boards along with everything else. However, I believe the Beverly Hills home was in your name, Mrs. Regent. Your name alone, I mean.
Yes, fortunately.
We are negotiating a sale of this property, Mr. Montleone.
You see, I couldn't live there now after...
Yes, I can understand.
We've been a little in the dark, see, because my brother-in-law gave his family no inkling that there was any emergency here.
I suppose all our investments were in securities that nothing could affect.
Naturally.
You think then, Mr. Montleone, there's no possibility of recovering any portion of the estate?
Well, I would say that there appears to be no possibility. However, there is just one rather strange item. I haven't much confidence in it, but it was really with regard to that item that I wanted to have a little talk with you.
I see. What was that, Mr. Montleone?
As nearly as I can piece the story together by examination of our files and by inference, your husband had brought to Mr. Seabury everything he could find among his own papers that might be converted into cash.
Poor Robert. He wanted to stand me any way.
Among Mr. Seabury's papers, I find a deed to a certain tract of land in Burma.
In Burma?
Yes, India. Here's the deed.
Oh, seems to me I remember something about this. But it was years ago.
Just let me see. Do you mind, Dorothy?
Of course not.
Well, do you think this is perfectly legal, Mr. Montleone, and of any value?
That's what I want to talk to you about. It's a deed to a large tract of land in Upper Burma. And attached to the deed, you will notice a memorandum regarding an ancient Burmese legend. That somewhere on this tract of land is a lost ruby mine.
Really?
The thing's rather fantastic, but nevertheless, Burma is where rubies are found.
Is there supposed to be a mine there now?
No, there's no mine. But the memorandum accompanying this deed says that for ages there's been a legend in Burma regarding a limestone cave in which is hidden an immense store of rubies cut by Burmese artisans and destined to go to the emperors of ancient China and Egypt.
It certainly does sound fantastic.
Frank, you know Robert would have believed anything. There's no telling how much he paid for this land. Probably worth it.
Here's a rather curious thing. He didn't buy the land at all.
He didn't?
No. It was given to him by the British Colonial Office in return for some scientific discovery which he had turned over to the government.
That's certainly remarkable.
I remember that incident vaguely.
The point is, Mr. Montleone, do you think this land has any value? And how can we find out?
That's it. Miss Parker's in London. They had been in touch with a solicitor in Rangoon.
Was this recently?
The letter from London is dated about 2 months ago.
Then you will follow this through for us?
Yes, I will. But I thought I'd like to have a talk with you first. Because among the papers, I found some notes in my partner's handwriting.
Oh.
It appears this lost ruby mine is mentioned in a number of works on Burma.
Oh, yes?
And there's a popular superstition in Burma. The enormous wealth represented in those lost jewels will never be enjoyed by man. Because for ages, whoever has sought these rubies has come to a tragic end.
India is full of myths and legends like that.
Oh, it sounds like nonsense, Frank. I don't know. Something warns me against.
I'm not at all superstitious, nor do I pretend to be psychic. In fact, I'm too busy a man to be interested in psychic or metaphysical matter. But my investigation of this case has interested me very deeply. I can appreciate just what you mean when you speak of a strange sense of foreboding.
Yes?
I know it sounds ridiculous to talk about these things in broad daylight. But well, according to the papers I found in Mr. Seabury's file, these rubies are protected by the Red Ghost of...
Frank.
Is there something about that phrase that's disturbing to you, Mrs. Regent?
No. Frank, did you hear?
Mr. Montleone, did you hear a strange sound just then?
No, what kind of sound?
Oh, never mind then. It's just something we can't explain. Are you all right, Doc?
Yes, I think so. But the red mist.
You saw it again?
Yes. Just fading away now.
Why, how very extraordinary.
My sister and I have seen many extraordinary things. But we can discuss that later. Shall we go ahead, Doc, and get this over?
Yes, Frank, you heard it?
Of course I heard it, Doc. What were you saying, Mr. Montleone?
Well, I was saying that I made some... Well, my curiosity was so aroused by the memorandum about the ruby mine that I began to make some researches myself.
What's the matter, Mr. Montleone? Are you ill?
Shall I open a window?
No. That's all right. I'm all right. I was just going to say that I made the amazing discovery. Oh,
Frank. Wait.
fainted. Wait a minute. I'll get some people in the other office. Come here, will you? Mr. Montleone is ill.
Ill?
He's just fallen over on the bed. He's probably fainted. See if you can loosen his collar, Dorothy. Isn't there a doctor's office directly across the hall? I thought I noticed one as I came in.
Yes. I'll just got some help.
Frank, see if you can get his collar unfastened.
Yes. Open another window, will you? Quickly, please.
There you are. Here he is. See what's the matter with him. Poor Mr. Montleone. He's been working too hard.
Yes, just help me lift him back in the chair, will you, Mr. Yes. Do you want to lay him down on the floor? No, just a moment while I make an examination. We were discussing some business with Mr. Montleone when he suddenly fell forward on the desk, Doctor. He must have fainted.
Mr. Montleone has not fainted. He's dead. While Bob tells Betty of his narrow escape from death, Bert comes to Betty's room to question her about the new servant. He also asks if she has seen any strangers near the bungalow during the morning. Betty and Bob learn the reason for his concern when he tells them the Emerald Buddha, in which they found the map of the Ruby Lands, has disappeared. The present act opens in the garden late that afternoon. Magician.
Oh, but Uncle Frank will be back in just a little while. I know he will, Mr. Cook. Won't you sit down and wait for him?
I don't mind if I do, miss. I don't half like to sit here like a talk. I don't.
Sure, sit down. What do you say we have some lemon squashes? I'll go in and get him.
You know, miss, it takes me back to Leadenhall Street to sit here having a talk with you as if I owned the old Lincoln fly.
Why? Do they have gardens like this on Leadenhall Street?
No blooming dear. What I mean is, you. Begging your pardon, miss.
Oh. You mean I remind you of English girls?
Not half you don't. Will you have a gosper?
Oh, no, thanks. I don't smoke.
Don't you now? I'll have one if you don't mind.
No, of course not. It's too bad you didn't bring your guitar down from the woods so you could sing something for me.
Oh, but I've learned a rare lot of Kipling's barrack-room ballads. Would you like to hear one of them?
Why, yes, I'd love it.
Did you ever hear one called Gunga Din?
Yes, I have. Do you know it?
Strike me pink if I don't. I'll find the old thing for you. You may talk a gin of beer when the quarter's tight out here, and you set the penny fights and all the shotties. But when it comes to slaughter, you do your work on water, and you lick the blooming boots of him that got you. Now, in India's sunny clime, where I used to spend my time, a serving of Her Majesty the Queen, I was...
Lemon squashes, he was... Oh, sorry.
Oh, Bob, Mr. Cook. George was just reciting Gunga Din for me.
Gee, sorry, George. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's all right, matey. I can begin again, so you'll hear it all.
Oh, no. Don't start over just for me. Why don't you just go on from where you were?
Yes, that would be better, George.
I don't, miss. It'll only work one time. Of all them black-faced crew, the finest man I knew was a regimental Mr. Gunga Din. He was din, he was...
Can you beat that, George? Here I am, Uncle Frank. Is George out there with you? Yeah, come on out. Mr. Clarkwell said he was here, but when I didn't see him in the house, I thought perhaps he might have decided not to wait for me. Hello, George.
How are you, Governor?
Mr. Clarkwell tells me all our supplies are ready.
And he's right. If you was all to put on your laps, we could leave for Schwabo in quarter of an hour. That is, if the boat went to us.
Fine. And I hear you've decided to wait over and go with us on Thursday. Is that right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Governor. I was saving that for a bit of a surprise for Bob and Miss Betty.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a secret. Gee, won't that be slick?
Yes. I think it'll be awfully nice, Mr. Cook.
And you can finish saying Gunga Din to us on the boat, huh? Gunga Din? Yeah, sure. George was just reciting it for us, Uncle Frank.
Don't you think Kipling's a bit of all right, Mrs. Chandler?
Yes, George. I used to read Kipling a lot when I was your age.
Did you, Governor? But I lay your tenor I've learned more of his verses than you.
I'm sure of it, for I don't know even one. So you're way ahead of him, George.
And to see if there was anything else you had for me to do.
That's very kind of you, George. I don't think there's anything else. You've been a great help. In fact, I don't see how we could have got ready to catch the boat on Thursday if it hadn't been for you.
Oh, Lord, Tommy, Governor. Well, I'll off. See you later, matey, and you too, miss.
Oh, sure. Goodbye.
Goodbye, George. I'm awfully glad you're going with us on the boat.
We might drop into Mr. Clarkwell's office in the morning if you don't mind, George.
I will, Governor. Cheerio.
Go to the gate with him, can't you?
Wait a minute, George. I'll walk out to the street with you.
Oh, there's Mother. Mother, we're over here. Someone else out here with you, Betty? Yes, George. Oh, where is it? He's gone. Bob walked out to the gate with him. Frank, is everything ready for our trip?
Yes, that's what George came out to tell us. He has all the supplies, and they'll be delivered here in the morning.
Then we can leave this house.
Poor Mother.
It's all right. Frank, have they found the Buddha?
Not yet, Doctor.
It seems uncanny that it could disappear from the library when the house is full of people.
Where are you going, Uncle Frank? I'm going down to Wampoon's office. I have an appointment with one of the police inspectors, Mr. Clarkwell. Oh, boy, can I go? Yes, thanks.
Take me too, Uncle Frank.
Don't you think you'd better stay here with your mother, Betty?
Oh. Well, yes, I guess so. But what do you expect to find in Wong Foon's office? It would can't possibly be there.
Why can't it, Mother? Why, but that's the very place it would be.
But, Bobby, that would mean Wong Foon had been here in this house since he left the office last night. How could that be? There were policemen all around the grounds, and even one in the living room all night, you said, didn't you, Frank?
Yes.
You're keeping something from us, Frank.
No, I'm not, Dorothy. Frankly, I don't know how much.
Well, it's not very big, Uncle Frank. Not more than 8 or 9 inches tall.
No, but it is heavy. You couldn't just pick it up like it was a doll. It's made out of bronze.
Will you be back for dinner, Frank?
Oh, yes. This won't take long. The police will have everything ready for us when we get there, you know. So long, Betty. Oh, there you are, Partner. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Clarkwell. Not at all, old man. I just arrived myself. Hello, Bob. Hello, Mr. Clarkwell. How are you, Wilkins? Good afternoon, Mr. Chandler. The inspector left me here in charge. Have you searched this office? No, sir. We've gone over the other parts of the building, though. Wilkins tells me they found a secret passageway, Chandler. Gee, isn't that keen? Where is it? Just behind that panel. This one? You press on the head of that dragon there at the upper right-hand corner. Like this? Look, Uncle Frank. Yes. We have a Chinese attached to the force here, Mr. Chandler. And he says he believes there may be several other passageways we haven't discovered. He's taken on the job of measuring the place and sounding the walls and all that. I see. The inspector told you to give Mr. Chandler a free hand to search the office, didn't he, Wilkins? Yes, sir. And I'll be glad to give you whatever help you may require. Thank you. The first thing I want to do is to disconnect the trigger that operates that pistol. It's right under the desk. Wong Foon told me that himself. Let's see if we can find it. Yes, here it is. Have you a knife, Wilkins? Yes, sir. Just rip the seam in the carpet here, will you? Yes, sir. Let me in there a moment. Stand out of the range of that pistol, Bob. And you too, Clarkwell, will you? If we should press the trigger accidentally, you'd... That's it. Just let me get my flashlight down there, sir. Let me have your knife. I think by removing that one screw. Yes. There. Now it's harmless enough. I've brought a ladder, sir. Would you like to have a look at the picture? Indeed I would. You don't think the pistol will go off if you lift the picture down from the wall, Chandler? No, I think not. Let me go up, sir. I'll have it down in a moment. Isn't this keen, Mr. Clarkwell? I bet you didn't think when we came here you were going to get in on all this, did you? No, I assure you I did not, Bob. Can you get it down, Wilkins? Yes, sir. If you'll just hit this corner as I lift it down, sir. That's it. I have it. Just let it down. Here, I'll help you, Uncle Frank. Boy, isn't it heavy? Let it down here. Look up there at the mechanism. I'll just take the pistons out. You'll want some evidence when we catch the thing. Yes. What's that below it? Why, it's a regular little safe, sir. How do you suppose he got up at it? From the back somehow, probably. I'll come up there, Wilkins. Perhaps between us we can lift it down. Gee, I wish I could help, Uncle Frank. We'll manage it, Bob. Ready, Wilkins? Yes, sir. Mind you don't slip. Clarkwell, will you and Bob take this as we lift it down? Yes. Look out. It's heavy. We got it, Uncle Frank. Let go. Mind that corner, Bob. Put it down there on the desk. It's locked. He must have forgotten to turn the combination. Let's see what's inside. Christ, caught. What do you mean, Mr. Clarkwell? Unless I'm very much mistaken, each one of those little packets is filled with gems. Yes. This top one must have been put in last. Let's have a look at it. I thought so. What is it, sir? These 3 emeralds came from the poodle reported stolen this morning. What? These 2 are the eyes. And this one was in the center of the forehead. That's right. You'll help me identify them, of course, Clarkwell. Oh, I'm sure of them. I've seen them often. You see, Wilkins, they belong to the estate of Sir Henry Murdoch. I see, sir. I'd like to get your permission to have them handed over to Mr. Clarkwell for safekeeping. I'll have to send them round to headquarters, sir. Oh, of course. There's another man with me out here in the hall, sir. I'll just step out and ask him to go with you, Mr. Clarkwell. Thanks.
If you don't mind stepping out of headquarters with it, I'm sure it can be arranged in a moment. The inspector... Why, you're lost.
Oh, this can't be working. Sergeant, let me see. I am sorry, Mr. Chandler, but that will be quite different.
One fool. Look at your feet there.
Where are you, you big cheese? Bob, you cannot see me, but I am looking in upon you at this moment. And I have determined to burn this building to the ground.
Well, you can't do that.
Unfortunately for you, young man, I can. You will all die here like rats. And I shall go this way both and unearth.
Not if I...
Good afternoon, dear Mr. Chandler. I am deeply in your debt.
Disguised as gypsies, Frank Chandler, his sister Dorothy Regent, and her son and daughter are traveling in the mountains of Montalbania with a gypsy tribe. As they sit near the campfire, Chandler discovers a man lurking in the darkness and creeping closer and closer to them. He disappears, and a moment later Betty cries out that she sees him not 10 feet from where they sit. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, Uncle Frank, don't go over there where he is. He might shoot you or something.
Let me go, Uncle Frank. No, sit still. Don't keep looking over there toward him. I'll just get up and stroll casually over there toward the wagon. It may be some gypsy who has a grudge against Lupu's family.
Oh, Mother, I wish he wouldn't.
Look, he's almost up to that man. Oh, look, he's standing right up.
Nicholas, what are you doing here?
Mr. Chandler. It is Mr. Chandler, isn't it?
It's Nicky, all dressed up like a gypsy.
Well, can you beat that?
What are you doing here in the clothes of a gypsy?
Come over here and sit down a moment with us.
With us? You don't mean you have Mrs. Regent and Bob and Betty out here?
Yes, they're right here. You almost frightened Betty to death.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you do, Mrs. Regent?
How do you do, Nicholas?
What's the idea of the trick clothes, Nick?
I'll never speak to you again, Nicky. You scared me so I know my hair's turned pure white.
Oh, Betty, please forgive me. I had no idea you were here. You know I wouldn't frighten you.
But what are you doing here? Do you know these gypsies?
No, but I often dress like this and visit the gypsy camps just for a lark. I've done it a dozen times when I've been home from Paris on visits.
But have they never discovered who you were?
No.
But why were you lurking out there in the trees? Don't you know they might have taken a shot at you?
Oh, that's just part of the fun.
Suppose some of these young gypsy fellows got the idea you were paying attention to some of these pretty girls.
Oh, but I never do that.
I know, but you can't keep them from becoming suspicious.
Yes, and Nicholas, you know.
Just a minute, will you, Dorothy? Nicholas, will you come over here with me a moment? Well, I'd like to speak to you alone.
Of course.
We'll go over here by the wagon where we can talk without attracting the attention to the gypsies there at the fire. We'll be right back. Here's the place. Sit down here on the step of the wagon.
Will you tell me one thing? What are you doing out here?
Oh, we're just on a little holiday.
That seems odd. How long do you expect to be out here?
A few days.
Do you know these gypsies?
Yes. Lupu, the son of the chief, has been a friend of mine for many years. But let's not talk about that. I want to give you a little advice, if you don't mind.
Of course not. But you're not trying to frighten me about these gypsies, are you?
No. But I do wish you'd give up these foolish things you do. You must realize you can't go on doing just as you like.
Oh, I know I should take this government business more seriously. But all this talk of politics and diplomacy bores me almost to death.
Then let me tell you something. Something that's behind all this talk of politics and diplomacy. At this moment, Count Metzos is planning to overthrow the Montebanean government and seize your father's throne.
What? Oh, that can't be possible.
It is possible, though. It's true.
But Count Metzos, he's been prime minister ever since I was a little boy.
I can't help that.
But how do you know?
Because I heard him and Dmitri discussing it.
You heard them? Where? How could you hear them? Oh, you must be mistaken.
No, I'm not mistaken. I can't tell you how I heard them, but I did. Kidnapping you was the first step in their scheme.
You think they meant to kill me then?
Yes. As soon as the hue and cry had died away a little, I think they meant to kill you there in the cellars of our castle. And if it was discovered before the revolution became a success, they planned to blame me for your murder.
Oh, but I simply can't believe it, Mr. Chandler.
You must believe it. And you must give up these foolish things you do. You're making yourself a target for a bullet or a knife. And who could ever prove it wasn't some renegade gypsy that killed you?
I see. Did you know about this plot when you came up here to Montevideo, Mr. Chandler?
But no sooner had we arrived than I began to hear things which led me to suspect there might be such a plot. You yourself heard Count Metzos talking to an American the night of Mr. Mason's reception.
Yes. Oh, by the way, did you ever discover what that key was for? The one I sent you in the letter?
Yes. I found it unlocked a hidden door, opening into a small library at the back of the castle, next to the mountain. And whom do you think we found in that little room?
You found somebody in there? Who was it?
It was an American criminal whose name is Corbin. He'd been bound and gagged and left in there.
You don't mean you knew him?
I've seen him once before, almost a year ago in Egypt. At that time, he was working for a man named Von Boden, a mad scientist, and perhaps the most dangerous man who has lived for 100 years.
Von Boden? I'd heard that name somewhere. Well, where does Von Boden live?
He's dead now. He died in Malta several months ago. What have you heard of it?
I can't think just now. I know I've heard the name somewhere before.
Oh, it's probably another Von Boden. At any rate, we need worry about him no longer. But this plot of Count Metzos is a serious thing, and you shouldn't take it lightly.
Well, it's really true. I certainly shan't take it lightly. What do you think I should do?
How did Count Metzos receive the news that you didn't return to Paris?
Now that you mention it, he seemed rather upset. For the time, I thought nothing of it. You think he's really trying to get me out of the country so he can go ahead with his schemes, don't you?
Yes. You told me yourself he'd been trying to keep you away from Montevideo, or you believed he had.
Then I was right, wasn't I?
I'm sure you were. I believe the people who kidnapped you were Count Landon's men, the men of the King's Guard. You said you didn't see any of them.
No. They came up behind me and threw something over my head.
You see? If it had been anyone else, some of those guards would have stopped them as they were carrying you through the palace grounds.
I've been acting like a child, haven't I? I'll go right back to Lubova tonight and warn my father. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your explaining all this to me, Mr. Chandler. They might have had my father killed.
That is one thing I can tell you. You need not fear. Dmitri wished to do it. But that is not the plan.
Dmitri wished to do it? Oh, then his friendship for me is in Paris was just a pretense to secure an invitation to come to Montalbania?
Yes, I'm sorry, but it was. But here's another thing. Whoever's at the bottom of this plot does not mean to strike at once. There's no immediate danger.
But I thought you said Count Metzes was at the bottom of it.
No. The whole thing's being managed by someone outside Montalbania. Unfortunately, I didn't learn who it was.
You're up here now on some kind of business connected with that, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
But why did you bring your sister and Bob and Betty?
Because I believed it dangerous to leave them in the castle at Lubova.
Dangerous? Well, what do you think was going to happen to them?
I don't know, but I know these people, whoever they are, will stop at nothing.
Oh, Mr. Chandler, won't you take me along with you wherever you're going? Perhaps I could be of some help, and I might learn more about the plot so I could help my father. May I go with you?
No, indeed. Your life is much too valuable to Montalbania to risk it up here in the mountains where I'm going. And besides, don't you see, if anyone discovered your identity, my trip up here would be wasted.
Oh, I suppose you're right. And I should go back to Lubova at once.
Yes. And I should like you to behave as though you'd heard nothing. Count Metzos knows I'm his enemy. But I prefer not to have him learn I've warned you. Although it's a hard thing to ask of you. Please say nothing to your father until I return, will you?
But there might be things he could do to prepare for a revolution if he knew.
But preparations would arouse their suspicion. And that's just what we don't want, don't you see?
Oh, I suppose so. You're sure there's no immediate danger?
Yes, I'm sure.
What did you tell the servants at the castle to account for your being away?
The servants are not telling anyone we're away.
But are you sure you can trust them?
I'm trusting them because I must in this emergency.
What do you think you're going to find up here in the mountains? Of course, you're not going to try to go to the mountain with a scimitar.
I don't know yet.
No one's ever been there. My father's soldiers have attempted it a dozen times. You'll never be able to reach there, especially with Mrs. Regent and Betty. Isn't there some other way you can get the information you need?
I don't know of any other way.
But what about this magic of yours? Can't you...
I'm sorry, Nicholas. I never discussed that with anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that commotion over there at the fire? It looks as though another stranger had wandered into the camp.
I wonder who he is.
Looks like the Beau Brummel of all the gypsies to me. Look at that embroidered jacket and his enormous earrings. And look at the rings on his fingers. That friend of yours looks as though he's about to make a speech about him.
Listen, my people. Here is a Romanist from far across the mountain. His name is Karzak, and he boasts that he is the best singer in all the world. I have made him welcome, but he wishes to pay for his food with his song. Quiet, quiet, hear him, my people.
Let the stranger beware of the road. Let the wanderer watch what he sees. Send him back to the town where he dwells. Send him out of the mead stream. He shall see but the stars of the night. He shall hear not the hiss of the dark. But the stranger who seeks out my chief, he shall die with a knife in his heart.
Why do you look so strangely, Mr. Chandler? You think the men here wanted to warn you?
Yes. My sister will be frightened. I have to go back to her.
Frank.
I'm coming, Doc.
Frank. That wasn't a gypsy song. That was a threat. He meant you, Frank.
Oh, Mother.
Maybe he did.
Wait here, all of you. I'll go and speak to Lupu.
Well, come on over to the wagon with me if you're scared, Mother.
Yes, I think I will. Come, Betty.
Mrs. Regent, will you let Betty stay out here a few minutes with me? I promise I'll bring her right in if anything happens.
Oh, I don't know.
Please.
Well, for just a few minutes, then.
Betty, would you like to know the real reason I decided not to return to Paris?
Why, yes, Nicky.
I'll tell you.
Wait! Where do you go? Let him go, Lupu. Let him go.
Oh, Mother! Uncle Frank!
The gypsies with whom Frank Chandler and the Regent family are traveling halt for the night. Chandler sees a man lurking in the shadows. He comes closer. It is Prince Nicholas, dressed as a gypsy. He says he often visits the gypsy camps in this disguise. Chandler reveals to Nicholas the plot of Count Metzos to overthrow the king. And Nicholas says he will return that night to the capital. Suddenly, a gypsy singer enters the camp. The words of his song contain a veiled threat addressed to Chandler. He goes to question the man, leaving Nicholas alone with Betty. In a moment, there is a scene of confusion, and Betty's voice is heard crying out in terror. Chandu, the magician.
Betty, dear, what is it? Betty, are you all right? What happened?
What's the matter, Betty? Quick, what happened?
Why, Uncle Frank, Mother, Nicky's gone. He's just gone.
Which way did he go?
I don't know. I didn't even see him go.
What's the matter, for Pete's sake? You made enough noise to wake up all the dead kings and queens of Montebania.
Oh, hush, Bob. Tell us what happened, dear.
Nothing happened. Nicky was just sitting here with me, then all of a sudden Lupu said something to that singer. Then I heard Uncle Frank say, "Lupu, let him go." And of course I looked over there at the campfire. When I looked back again, Nicky was gone. Uncle Frank, do you think somebody could have just snatched him right up right before my eyes?
No, of course not.
Well, what was Nick saying to you, Betty?
He hadn't said a word. He asked me if I wanted him to tell me the real reason he decided not to go back to Paris. And I said yes.
Well, what was it?
He didn't get a chance to tell me. I don't know.
Well, can you beat that? He must be around here somewhere. Uncle Frank, what happened to that gypsy that sang?
He ran away into the darkness. You see, he had accomplished what he came here to do, and I think he was afraid he might be caught and questioned.
But what about Nicholas?
I think he deliberately disappeared because he recognized the man who sang.
But why didn't he stay and tell you about him if he did?
I don't know. But I think he's probably well on his way back to Lubova by this time.
But why would he do that? Why would he run away, Uncle Frank?
I don't know. But I'm sure nothing's happened to him. I doubt that even those who kidnapped Nicholas would have the audacity to try it again.
I don't know, Uncle Frank. Seems to me anybody that'd have the nerve to kidnap him right out of his own palace gardens wouldn't stop at knocking him on the head out in this wild place.
Oh, Bobby, don't.
Come now, Doc. Why don't you and Betty go to bed? We have to be up early in the morning, you know. And I want to have a talk with Lupu. This gypsy coming to the camp has changed everything.
Well, here comes Lupu now. He's probably been around beating the bushes with sticks.
You didn't find him, Lupu?
No, he must be a snake that he has wriggled off into the forest.
Never mind, let him go. It would probably do no good if we caught him. Did you notice his hands, Lupu?
No, Chandu. But I think if the mark of the scimitar had been on his hand, I would have seen it.
Yes, you probably would have.
The mark of the scimitar? Do you mean...
Never mind, Bobby.
Oh, I don't mind his knowing that. Lupu thinks all of the Stavens men have that mark of the scimitar on their hands.
Oh, isn't that awful?
It's awful for them, but it's an advantage to me. Lupu, I can see now I cannot take my sister and her son and daughter with me further. Will you ask your father if they may stay with your tribe while I'm gone?
Oh, Uncle Frank, you're going to leave us here, are you? Just when things are getting exciting?
Oh, please take us, Uncle Frank. It's just like a movie.
Yes, I must leave you here, Bob. Now that we've been recognized, it'd be foolish to take your mother and Betty with me.
Oh, dear. I don't think it'll be any fun at all without you, Uncle Frank. I'd rather just go back to the castle and wait until you come back.
But we can't do that either.
Now, children, don't argue with Uncle Frank about this. Remember, his work comes first.
And remember, too, Bob, if you went back to the castle, there would be Mr. Grant and Letton.
Gee, I don't want to go back to the castle. I didn't say a word about that. I think it'll be keen to stay with the gypsies. The only thing I wish is that I could go with you.
What do you think could happen to us back there at the castle, Uncle Frank?
Anything.
Well, Mother, you can't say we aren't getting an education. Last summer we were down in Egypt living in the palace of a princess. And now here we are way up here in Montebania living with the gypsies. And nobody could tell us from the gypsies ourselves. Don't you wish Father could see us, Mother?
I think it's just as well Father doesn't know about this little expedition.
Yeah, I made his eyes pop out, I tell you, when I told him all those things that happened to us down in Egypt. Remember that first day we were in Alexandria and we went down to buy those red slippers for Betty? And the man locked us in the upstairs of his shop?
I certainly remember. I have those slippers with me now, right in my suitcase. Remember how Yusuf came into that upstairs room by a secret door and gave us Arab clothes to escape in and told us Nadia had gone to Cairo? Doesn't it seem a long time ago?
Yeah. And we thought every day we'd find out where Father was.
Remember the first time we ever saw Abdallah, when he came and sang to us in the marketplace in Cairo? And he had that ring of Father's on his hand that Roxer made him wear so you'd see it. Remember, Mother?
Indeed I do. When he disappeared in the crowd that day, I thought I couldn't bear it.
Yes. And if it hadn't been for Abdallah working for Roxer, Uncle Frank never would have had the chance to go there disguised as a sorcerer to Roxer's room. And that's how he found out where Father was.
Yeah. Only he wasn't really there in Algiers where Roxas said. He took him away before we got there. Uncle Frank, I'll never forget that night you and I went out to that ruin to get Father, and it was all my fault we were so late getting started. If I'd known where that old well was that night, I'd have stepped right in it myself.
Oh, now, Bobby, don't keep thinking of that. We've found Father. You mustn't reproach yourself about that.
Well,
No, indeed you mustn't. If Roxar hadn't taken your father to Malta, and if things hadn't happened just as they did, the coincidence of the trap door over that old well being open and all that, Roxar probably would have been alive today, and we would still be fighting him.
well, gee, seems to me I'd just as soon be fighting Roxer as these goofy gypsies with swords tattooed on their hands and all that stuff.
And Dimitri.
Now, Mother, why is it you don't like Dimitri? I've asked you a dozen times and you won't tell me. I think he's the most fascinating man I ever met.
More fascinating than Abdallah.
Oh, yes, I really do. Why, Dimitri's been everywhere. Well, Mother used to just hear him tell about some of his adventures. Abdallah was romantic and everything, but Dimitri's a man of the world.
Well, I know he is. I don't blame you for liking him. I think he's keen. It was kind of a break, Nicholas meeting him in Paris. I mean, it's kind of fun knowing a fellow like Dimitri.
Yes. Think of knowing two princes at once. And think of Nicholas coming here tonight dressed like a gypsy.
Miss Betty, I think you and your brother are almost gypsies yourself.
Why? What do you mean?
Your uncle has told me how you have wandered about in Egypt so long seeking your father. And I think maybe you are small part gypsy now.
Say, Lupu, is it true that the gypsies originally came from Egypt? I mean, hundreds and thousands of years ago. Is it?
So it is said in the legend of the Romani, Miss Betty.
Well, have you ever been to Egypt yourself, Lupu?
Yes, young gentleman. But of that, Lupu never speaks.
Why, I didn't know you'd ever been to Egypt, Lupu.
What's the matter, Lupu?
Please not question Lupu ever about Egypt.
Well, gee, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lupu. Lupu, did you know Prince Nicholas was here in the camp tonight?
Nicholas? No. Did he depart without food or welcome by my people? My father will be very angry. I do not understand why the prince should visit our tribe and go away unseen by us.
Did you know he was in the habit of dressing himself up in gypsy costume and visiting the various gypsy tribes?
Oh, yes, I have known that. He thinks he is not recognized, but I know His Highness, no matter how he stain his skin and speak a Romany tongue.
Does Nicholas speak gypsy or whatever it is they speak?
It is so, Miss Betty.
Oh, Frank, I feel terribly uneasy. Every shadow out there beyond the firelight seems to me to hold a staring face. The darkness is full of great eyes.
Why, Dorothy.
Oh, it's not just my imagination. There's some terrible danger here. You know the yogi warned you himself. Give up this trip to the mountain of the scimitar. You'll be risking your life. And if they know you're on the way, your trip will be useless anyway. Oh, please listen to me, Frank. Please.
Must go. I've got to learn the secret of that hiding place up there.
You will not go alone, Chandu. You will permit that I also visit my cousins of the mountain?
Why, yes, if you like. I'll take you. You're sure your father won't object?
Chandu knows that when I seek the slayer of my brother, nothing is forbidden by my father. And were he king of all the gypsies in the world, and I his only successor, it would be the same.
I don't blame him either.
Well, what will happen to us while Lupu's gone?
Not many miles from here, there is a pleasant valley sheltered by two high mountains. Summer lingers in that valley even yet. And there, if I ask it, my father will order that the tribe be camped for a few days.
How far is it from here, Lupu?
If one whips the horses, the valley may be reached in 1 day from here.
Oh, but Frank.
I know that. But think, at the castle there'd be no one to look out for you but the servants. Unless I asked Nicholas to give you a guard of soldiers. And even then it might not be too safe. But here, these men of Lupu's will protect you with their lives. Don't you see how much safer it is for you and Betty here than back in Lubova?
Just as you say, of course, Frank.
Sister of Chandu, your brother has spoken truth. The daggers of the gypsies will guard you and your daughter until there is no longer one man left to fight for you.
Say, you sound kind of like a doll. A fellow we used to know down in Egypt. He used to pull that kind of a line, too.
Bobby.
I know. In the valley of which I tell you, you will be safe. And maybe, Miss Betty, you will become so much a gypsy you will never, never wish to return to your home across the sea.
Maybe I will. I think it's lots of fun to live outdoors like this and sleep in a wagon at night and dress up like gypsies. It's just like going to a party all the time.
I'm going to get the men to teach me a lot of stuff they do. Is that all right, Uncle Frank? Of course.
Listen, Frank. Listen. Do you hear that music?
Yes, of course I hear it. I was hoping you wouldn't, though. I don't hear it. What is it? Listen. It's the song of a Staben's men.
Frank, Chandler, and the Regents are traveling toward the mountain of the Scimitar, where Chandler hopes to discover the secret stronghold of the mysterious Esteban, long the terror of Montalbania. As the wagons are halted for the night, a gypsy appears and sings a song whose words are a threat. Believing his disguise has been discovered, he decides to leave Dorothy, Bob, and Betty with the gypsies and go on with Lupu. At that moment, from far up on the mountainside, comes the defiant music of Esteban's men. Chandu, the magician. Where do you suppose they are, Lupu? Coming down into the valley here?
Maybe there'll be another raid.
No, they are not coming down into the valley. I know it. They only play to frighten you away, Chandu, as they have frightened all who live in Montalbania for many years.
Where are they? They must be very near.
No, I can show you where they are, that you hear the music so clearly. Do you see this high mountain?
Yes.
It goes up in the air for 1,000 feet. And at the top is a small, flat place where many people may stand together and look down into this valley.
You mean that's what that music is, right up there over our heads?
You have spoken.
Can they see us down here?
They can see the camp, I imagine. But it'd be impossible to distinguish people at this distance, even if it were light.
So they probably would think this is just an ordinary gypsy camp, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes. The fact that fellow came here and sang that song shows they know we're here. Or at least that I'm here.
But maybe that music up there is just a signal, Frank. Maybe there are men all around us among the trees in the dark.
Oh, no, Dorothy. There'd be no reason for that.
Well, there might be, Uncle Frank. What if they just wanted to swoop down on this camp and attack it?
Oh, don't be silly, Bob. Why should they want to fight Lupu and his family?
No. They do not want to fight with my people. They think to frighten Chandu, whom they fear.
Well, are your people friendly with this gang of Estebans, Lupu?
They have never been enemies of my people, and I would not fight them now. Only that the slayer of my brother is with them.
What makes you think the man that killed your brother is with Esteban, Lupu?
Many things.
Lupu, do you know who Esteban really is? He's not a gypsy, is he?
It is said he is, but there are many stories told of him in the camp and in the town.
You don't think he's a gypsy, do you?
No, young gentleman. I believe the story that says many years ago Esteban was driven from Spain for a crime in his youth.
Gee, I wonder what he did.
It is said he disgraced his family.
Are you sure he came from Spain?
I think he came from that little country they call Basque in the Pyrenees Mountains.
The Pyrenees? That's where Natasha came from. That girl I dragged out of that slave place in Alexandria. Wouldn't it be keen if we had to go to the Pyrenees?
Well, I don't know much about geography, but I can just see you running up one side of a mountain and down the other trying to find Natasha when you don't even know her last name. You couldn't talk to her if you did because she didn't speak a word of English. Remember how she sat there in that cushion at Eustace and just cried and didn't say a word? Remember, Mother?
Yes, dear. But you're interrupting Uncle Frank's plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Frank. What was it you were saying?
I want to ask Lupu a few questions about Esteban before we go any further. How old is Esteban supposed to be, Lupu?
Oh, Chandu, no one knows. He must be an old man.
I wonder if it could be possible that Esteban is no longer alive, but his followers just use his name in order to keep people terrified. That's what Mr. Mason thinks, and he's been here a good many years.
I think that is not so, Chandu. How would Esteban's band remain together and not be torn apart by quarreling if he is no longer living?
Oh, it might be that someone else rules the band now. He surely wouldn't overlook training someone to succeed him.
Chandu, you will not mind if I ask you one question?
Of course not, Lupu. What is it?
It is said that the wife of Mr. Mason has been sent away to Paris. Do you know if this is true?
Why, yes, it's true. How do you say you heard it?
In this small country, what one man knows, all men soon hear. Do you know why she has gone away?
Why do people say she is gone?
It is said she is ill of some strange thing, and I wonder.
Have you heard anyone say anything about Mrs. Mason suffering from poison?
No, I have not heard. But myself, I have wondered if it may be.
Do you really think it might be possible?
If I think so, it does not mean it is true. But Mr. Mason has learned very much about the gypsy. And there are some very bad men among the gypsies, as well as among the child.
You mean somebody's trying to get rid of Mr. Mason, too, huh, Lupo?
That is what I think.
There may be one who believes Mr. Mason has been in Montebania too long.
Oh, I never heard of such a heartless thing. Who could be cruel enough to plan it? And how could they do it if they did plan it?
Someone in the household could administer the poison in her food. But, of course, this is no servant's plot.
It must have been a servant who's been giving her the poison if this horrible thing is true. Has Mr. Mason discharged his servant?
No, not yet.
But I should think he'd be afraid for himself.
But don't you see, he doesn't want to invite too much attention to the matter until he knows it's true. His wife's being poisoned.
But I should think the authorities in Montebania would be glad to know of the existence of such a plot. And no one's safe from these people if this is true.
Yes, but suppose it isn't true. And Mason reports it to the king, for instance.
Well, gee, I don't see why that'd hurt anything.
It would be impossible to keep the matter a secret if the king had an investigation made. And when it was discovered the charges were untrue, Mason would be so unpopular, the government would be forced to ask that he be recalled.
Do you think the same people are doing all these things, Frank?
I don't know. But when I receive my next letter from Paris, I'll know whether I'm on the right track.
You didn't think when you came up here that you'd have all this trouble, did you, Uncle Frank?
Yes, I knew I'd have plenty of trouble. I didn't know just what sort it would be, that's all.
Goodness, how late it must be. What time is it, I wonder?
I'm getting cold, Mother. May I go over by the fire?
Yes, let's all go over there for a few minutes before we go to bed. I'm getting cold, too.
To me, as though the gypsies have all gone to bed already. I don't see a one of them.
When one must be on the road before the sun rises, one should find sleep early.
I'll be glad when I get old enough so people won't politely suggest to me that I go to bed.
Oh, now, Bobby.
We might postpone the evil moment by having some coffee before we go to bed, if you like, Bob.
Oh, Frank, I wouldn't like to get someone up to make coffee.
Oh, sister of Chandu, you do not know, then, that Lupu can make better coffee than any woman in the world. If you come over to the fire, you shall see how quickly it can be done.
Oh, is that so? Where did you learn, Lupu?
Many, many miles from Montebania, in a place I think you do not know. Sometime, if Chandu will permit, I will tell you.
I wonder what he means. Gee, I bet he's had a lot of fun in his life, wandering around all over the place. Didn't have to go to school or anything.
Don't forget, somebody shot his brother. That wasn't very pleasant, I guess.
No, I forgot that. That is not me he's looking for.
So am I. It kind of scares me, even if he does laugh and sing and tell stories all the time.
Well, Uncle Frank, I don't see who that man could have been that Nick would know and run away from.
I'm sure it was one of Esteban's men. But I don't see why Nicholas should run away from it. And besides, he promised me he'd go back to Lubova tonight. He had a horse tied out there a little way from the camp.
We don't know where Nicholas might have met this man, though, Frank. He's such a rash boy. He might...
Oh, now, Mother, he's not a boy. He's 22 years old.
Oh, I know, but he acts like a boy. Well, he thinks it's fun to run into danger.
I don't see why Esteban's men would be out here looking for Nick.
Oh, but they weren't looking for Nicky. That man was singing that song for Uncle Frank.
I know that, but I mean, if Esteban's men had anything against Nick, they could have bumped him off a long time ago if they'd wanted to.
Oh, Bobby, don't.
Well, all right. I certainly don't understand it. Say, Uncle Frank, you don't suppose Nick is chasing that fella, do you?
If he is, he's making the mistake of his life. I can't believe he'd be so foolish.
But he doesn't know about this plot, Frank.
Yes, he does. I told him about it tonight.
And he'd probably think it would be a great adventure to follow that man right into Esteban's camp if he could.
Boy, I don't blame him. I think that'd be keen.
Not thinking of trying it, are you, Bob?
Bobby, for heaven's sake.
Oh, I'm not going to. I know it was silly to go down there to that shop the other day with that old man. You don't have to tell me that. You can't blame Betty and me for being interested in finding Nick, can you?
Of course not. But you might have known there was something wrong with the man when he wouldn't come with you and tell me the story. Or even tell Mr. Mason.
Oh, Uncle Frank, don't scold him. It was my fault as much as his. Oh, I know we've done a lot of silly things, like getting lost in the catacombs and going out to look for that underground passageway at Naji's palace. But we'll never do it again. Honest, we won't, Uncle Frank. Will we, Bob?
Gee, no. The next time anything like that happens, I'm going to stand right out in the middle of the street and count up to 1,000,000 before I believe any story anybody tells me.
I hope you'll both remember that. Frank, what'll you do when you find the gypsy hiding place, you and Lupu?
First, I want to make a sketch of the road or trail leading up to the place, so anyone can find it.
So the king can send his soldiers right up there, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, if necessary. And then if I can get right into the camp, I will. Because I want to identify Esteban.
You don't think you'll know him, do you, Uncle Frank?
It's possible I might, Betty.
Honest? Do you think you know who he is right now?
No, not exactly. But he may prove to be someone I've seen before.
You don't think?
Dorothy.
You don't think it's who?
Who, Mother?
Oh, never mind. Go on, Frank. What were you saying?
Just that I want to look around at this stronghold of Esteban and see if it could be used as a place to store ammunition. and hide a large body of soldiers.
But how could soldiers get up there without being seen?
That's one thing I want to find out.
Oh, look, Mother. Look, Uncle Frank. There comes Lupu with the coffee. Doesn't he look funny?
Hey!
Frank, what's that?
Pistol shots. Listen. Come on, Lupu. Hurry. It must be that gypsy fellow with Nicholas. Disguised as a gypsy girl, Princess Nadja had secretly entered Montevideo to warn Frank Chandler against the sinister Prince Dmitri. Chandler believes the plotters against the king are only waiting for the return of Dmitri, Count Metzos, and the bandit Esteban to launch the revolution. And now Lupu has discovered a cryptic message which reads, Esteban will be at the place of the lion tonight. The present act opens in the drawing room 2 hours later. Chandu, the magician.
I suppose she'll go right home again tomorrow. Or maybe even tonight.
Who, Nazi?
Yes. You know, I used to think if I could make her sorry enough for Uncle Frank, she might marry him.
Well, you certainly have your nerve. How do you know Uncle Frank even wants to marry her? Anyway, if I was Uncle Frank, I wouldn't want to marry anyone just because they were sorry for me. Girls certainly have crazy ideas.
Oh, they don't either. You just don't understand.
No, and I'm glad of it. I have more important things to think about. I bet Uncle Frank wouldn't want you to interfere in his affairs anyway.
Dorothy, do you know where's your mother?
She nods you upstairs, Uncle Frank. Mother's going to lend Nadia some things to wear. She didn't bring any of her own things at all. She left them in that little Austrian village where she met Lupu.
Yeah, Mother and Nadia have been up in Mother's room long enough for Nadia to put on every dress Mother has.
Oh, no, they haven't. Besides, Nadia had to take that brown stuff off of her face.
Well, that shouldn't take long. I gave her a solution of mine to remove that stain. Oh, there they are now.
Oh, Nadia, you look so cute. Mother's things just fit you, don't they?
I am glad to see the last of those gypsy clothes for a time.
It seems kind of funny to see you in American clothes, though, Nadia.
Remember the first time we ever saw her in clothes like ours, Mother?
Why, no, dear. When was it?
It was that night she went out of the palace with Abdallah, and Roxter met them on the street.
I thought Abdallah had taken me prisoner and was bringing me to him. And I could not tell him Abdallah was working for you, Chandu.
You mean you went with Roxor rather than risk you discovering Abdallah was working for me?
Yes, you were gone, Uncle Frank. You were going up to Malta, remember, to find Father.
Oh, no, that was before he went to Malta to find Father. He went up to Malta for something else, didn't you, Uncle Frank?
Yes. I was called to Malta for a secret meeting.
Oh, I remember now. You received a message from the yogi saying Naji was in danger. You borrowed a British seaplane to come back to Cairo. But let us not speak of this now. We have so little time together. Tell me of your husband, Dorothy. Where is he now? He's working in Paris on some secret experiments for the French government. But, Chandu, is that safe for him?
Those papers of his that were stolen from his home in California have never been found.
I know it. And the only reason he's safe is because no one knows where he is. He's been given a laboratory in a secret place. And there are only 2 people who know its location.
Does he work there alone?
I don't know just what the arrangements are. Leon Dufresne is in charge of things there.
Uncle Frank, show Naji that paper we found under the little statue of the Egyptian king, why don't you?
Yes, and show her the statue, too.
Yes, I want you to see them, Naji. Just a moment. They're here. I'll get them.
You wait till you see this funny little thing. We found it down in the cellars while Uncle Frank was up in the mountains hunting a Staben, the gypsy bandit.
Look, Naji. Here it is.
Oh, it is a statue of Khufu.
Why, that's the king that built that big pyramid, isn't it? I mean, the biggest one of all.
Yes, and he is also believed to have built a small pyramid where we have held our meetings for many years.
And look at this paper, Naji. There's a lotus flower drawn on it in invisible ink. I developed it the other night when we found the paper, but it fades out after about 5 minutes.
A lotus?
Yes.
But it is not Egyptian paper.
No, it's Chinese. It is made in Singapore.
Oh, Chandu.
Don't look like that, Naji. It's only what we might have expected.
What is it, Frank?
I wonder who that is.
It's Nicholas, I think. I sent her a message asking her to come up here tonight.
Good evening, Cooper. Mr. Chandler is expecting me.
You have to go into the drawing room, Your Highness.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nicholas.
Good evening, Mrs. Regent. How do you do, Mr. Chandler?
Hello, Nicky.
Good evening, Nicholas. Princess Naji, I present His Highness Prince Nicholas of Montevania.
Your Highness.
I am delighted, Your Highness.
Nicholas, may I ask that you say nothing of the princess's presence in the castle tonight? I will explain at length later.
Of course.
Sit down here, Nicky.
What makes you look so funny, Nick? Mr. Chandler, you remember you spoke to me one day of a man named Van Boden, and I told you I'd heard of him before, but couldn't think just where?
Yes?
Forgive me, Your Highness, but I've just remembered in what connection I heard the name of Van Boden. He was presented to my father several years ago, and said he wanted to warn him against an Egyptian princess named Naji.
There was no end of rocks or scheming, was there, Frank?
No. What was it he said about Naji?
I don't remember all of it. It happened on one of my brief visits here. You see, Your Highness, I've been at school in Paris for several years.
Yes, I see.
But as I remember it, this Van Boden said the Princess Naji was a brilliant political schemer who had some connection with a crowd of international plotters.
How long ago was this, Your Highness?
3 or 4 years.
Oh, Roxor had won Europe against me even then.
I don't understand who Roxor is.
Roxor was the title Van Boden coined for himself. He lived a sort of double life, it seems. Up here in Europe, he was known as Van Boden, Count Van Boden. But in Africa and the Far East, he called himself Roxor, and insisted that his men do the same. Naji, you thought his name was Roxor, didn't you?
Yes. I have never heard him called Van Boden.
I see.
Dorothy, I think it's time for Nicholas and me to go. Don't wait up for us, and please try not to worry about us.
Where are you going?
I'll tell you about it briefly. By the greatest good fortune, we found a note which said that Esteban is coming to Lavola tonight.
He is? That's extraordinary. Did the note say where he expected to be?
Yes. That is, it said Esteban will be at the place of the Lions tonight.
Oh, but that might be anywhere. Would you mind letting me see the note?
Not at all. I have it here in my pocket. Here it is.
But it's written in Arabic.
In Arabic? A gypsy bandit who writes in Arabic?
Yes. That's just one of the many queer things about this situation. Now listen carefully, all of you. Bob, you and Betty hid the letter we found in the gypsy's clothes the other night in the cabinet, as I told you.
Yes.
Good. Now, if anything should happen to me tonight, I want you to take that letter and give it to the king himself. Not to a servant or a soldier, but to the king in person. Will you?
Sure I will. But, Mr. Chandler, how do you know where this place of the Lions is?
Yes, Frank. Probably someplace in the hills around Lvova here.
Oh, don't you see? Don't you understand the significance of those rooms in the cellars where they've been holding meetings all these years? Don't you remember that enormous lion painted on the wall?
Frank, you don't believe they're going to bring that bandit of Esteban into the castle here?
I do indeed. And Nicholas and I are going down there at once.
What, Chandu? What?
Oh, you don't understand, Naji, because you haven't been here. But we know that for generations, this castle has been a meeting place for those who plotted against the king. There are all sorts of things that make me believe this is the place. Come, Nicholas.
Yes. Why do you take Nicholas with you?
It's most important that when we discover the real identity of Esteban, I should be accompanied by someone whose word it would be impossible to doubt. Come along, Nicholas.
Of course.
I believe if we wait here in the shadow of the stone stairway, no matter if they do have candles to light up the place when they arrive.
I can hardly wait to see Esther. Ever since I was a little boy, he's been the terror of the country. But I've never known one person who said he's actually seen Esther.
I understand he's made himself a sort of legendary figure.
Yes, he has. I hope we shan't have to wait long. I can hardly believe this is as dangerous as I know it must be. It seems more like a game.
It's a pretty grim sort of game for Montebello. Listen. Did you hear that?
Yes. It sounded like a window being opened.
It's probably a sliding door. And that's why we couldn't locate it. Look over there in the corner to the right. There's someone lighting a candle just outside the doorway. The good thing for us, this room is large and the shadows are black.
Look at the shadow on the wall. It's a gypsy, beyond a doubt. See the shadow with his jacket and his hat.
I wonder what he's standing there for. I wish he'd come out in the room a little further so we could get a good look at him. He seems to be alone.
Look, there he comes. He's running his hand along the wall.
There must be a door there somewhere. And he's trying to locate the spring. Yes. Look how he's holding the candle down there. Oh, of course. It's the figure of the lion painted on the wall. That's what the note meant.
That's right. I wish he'd turn around this way so we could see him. Even if it was only for a second. I'd like to know what the beggar looks like.
Look. He's opening a door.
Enter, Stephen. We are waited.
Look. The light shining on him from inside.
And I'm right. Esteban and Count Metzos are the same man.
Concealed in the Egyptian room, in the cellars of the castle, Frank, Chandu, and Prince Nicholas discover that Esteban
gypsy bandit and terror of Montevania, is in reality Count Metzos, Prime Minister and confidant of the King. The present act occurs the following day. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, isn't this exciting, Uncle Frank? Oh, I think you're wonderful. I really do.
And did Nick's eyes pop out last night when he was telling us about it? What made you think Count Metzos was really a statement, Uncle Frank?
Well, a good many things. Of course, the thing that had me puzzled for a while was that Count Metzos had only one arm.
Isn't that funny, Uncle Frank? It really was Count Metzos I saw up in the storeroom that night, wasn't it?
Yes.
It seems unbelievable a man like Count Metzos could keep up such a masquerade for years, doesn't it, Frank?
Yes. But that's the very thing that made it possible for him to do it, don't you see? And he certainly managed the whole thing very cleverly. In the character of Esteban, he was very seldom seen in Lvova. In fact, I haven't been able to find a single person in Montevania who can definitely say he's seen Esteban.
Well, can you beat that? So when he was a Esteban up there in the mountains, he used both his arms. And when he was down here, he pretended to have one, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, that's it. And, of course, when he went to Paris, he appeared in either character, I imagine.
Well, what are you going to do now, Frank? This morning, I mean.
Well, I should think you'd go right down and tell the king right now. That's what I should think.
And let those fellows know I know the truth about this business?
But aren't they likely to kill the king, Frank?
No, that's not the plan, Doc.
How do you know what they're going to do, Uncle Frank?
I know they can do nothing until they have a force of soldiers ready to capture Lvova. And I know, too, that cave of the Estebans is to be the place where their men will meet.
But that's miles and miles from here. How will you know if they do meet up there?
Because Lupu is watching them for me.
You haven't answered my question, Frank. Aren't you going to do anything about Count Metzos?
Yes, indirectly. I'm not going to the king with this, you know, until I have all the details. Count Metzos must not slip through our fingers by discrediting me with the king.
Oh, I bet that's Nicky now. I bet he's told his father all about it. And...
No, he hasn't. He promised me he'd say nothing until I gave the word.
I should think he just nearly burst with excitement. Just think of knowing a great big secret like that. Even the king doesn't know. I can hardly wait to see what he'll say when you tell him.
Frank, it's Dimitri.
I thought he'd be showing up about this time.
You did? What do you suppose he wants?
I think I know what he wants. Bob and Betty, are you sure I can trust you not to say one word that will make Dimitri suspicious?
Oh, Uncle Frank.
Well, gee, of course you can.
Very well. I'll let you stay then. But remember, one indiscreet word may cost us all our lives. And Nicholas and the king as well.
Gee, don't worry. We'll keep still.
His Highness Prince Dmitri is calling, sir.
Show him in, Gubek.
Frank, shan't I go upstairs and warn Naji not to come down where Dimitri might see her?
Let Betty go. I'd rather Dimitri find you here.
Yes, I'll go, Mother. I'll be right back.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Regent. Good morning, Mr. Chandu.
Good morning, Your Highness.
Good morning.
You were no doubt surprised by my early call.
We understood you had gone to Paris.
I returned late yesterday afternoon.
Will you sit here?
Thank you. Mr. Chandler, when I was in Paris, I received a bit of curious and very interesting information, which led me to call here this morning.
Oh?
Yes. And although it is a matter that is personal to me, I shall venture to speak of it.
Yes?
As you may have heard, Mr. Chandler, while my immediate family was Russian, a number of generations ago, another branch of the family lived in Montevania.
Indeed.
Yes. And there has been a story in the family for many, many years that a certain document was hidden in this castle in a small secret room.
I see.
I have just learned that you have discovered such a room in the castle here. Is that true?
And if it is?
I wonder if you would mind showing me that room. There's nothing in there that you would have any reason to wish to conceal.
You say it's a document you're looking for?
Yes. A document having no interest to anyone outside the family. But naturally, when one's family has been practically wiped out, all these things become doubly precious. You understand that, I'm sure, Mrs. Regent.
I'd rather you discuss this matter with my brother entirely, Your Highness.
But why should you refuse to extend this courtesy to me? It can mean nothing to you, Mabel.
Oh, boy, won't that be keen? Finally.
Ah, you too are searching for something.
Oh, the children have been amusing themselves exploring the castle. There's very little for them to do here, you know.
They will probably be glad they are leaving Montevania very soon.
Oh, we're not in any hurry to leave Montevania. We're having a swell time.
No doubt you are.
What's the matter with you, Dimitri? You act so funny.
I'm sorry to seem preoccupied. I have a great deal on my mind at the moment. You haven't answered my question, Mr. Chandler. Will you permit me to see if the document I am seeking is in the room you discovered?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, we were planning to look over some books in that room this morning. You won't mind if we accompany you, of course.
Certainly not.
Well, let's not go till Betty comes downstairs. She'll want to go with us.
Here she is now, son. Frank, do you mean we're all to go?
Why not?
Yes, by all means.
Where are we going, Mother? Oh, how do you do, Dimitri?
I am delighted to see you again, Betty Lou.
We're going to the little library at the foot of the secret stairway. Prince Dimitri has just told us he believes there is an old document relating to his family in that room.
But I thought you already knew how to get in there, Dimitri.
Pete's sake, keep still.
I mean...
Since it may take some time, Your Highness, perhaps we'd better go at once. This way, please. Here's the door. Will you open it, Bob?
Sure. You'd better wait here till I light some candles. It's dark as the inside of a pyramid in here. Just a minute.
That's a strange simile for him to employ.
Do you think so?
I want to stand over here by you, Uncle Frank. This room gives me the shivers.
Come on in.
I don't understand this, Chandler.
No?
Better shut the door. It'll blow the candles out.
I suppose this is more of your so-called magic, Chandler.
I'm afraid I don't understand just what you mean.
I'm sorry to have troubled you. I needn't annoy you further. Don't bother to come with me. I can find my way back through the grounds to the gate alone.
What's the matter with him, Uncle Frank?
What's so funny?
What in the world could he have wanted, Frank?
Don't you see? He thought a ranger was in here. That story about the old family document was just trumped up to make an excuse to get in here. Didn't you see how he looked around when we first came in?
Was that what he meant by saying he didn't understand this?
Why, of course.
Imagine his surprise. And he thought you'd said the abracadabra or something and vanished in you.
Who can that be? It's someone at the little door that opens from the secret stairway.
May I come in?
Naughty.
I thought you would not mind if I come to help you hunt for the parchment, since Dimitri is gone.
Of course not. But how did you know about that stairway?
Betty told me about it last night.
I was just going to ask Uncle Frank if I could go upstairs and get you, Najee. This is a lot of fun. Did you ever see anything funnier than this little room? All built here where nobody knew anything about it. I was so thrilled when we first found it, I felt as though I were living in a book.
Well, come on, let's hunt around for that parchment, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, we may as well now that we're here.
You have a plan for searching the room, haven't you, Frank?
I think the parchment is hidden in a book or somewhere on the bookshelf.
Is that why you had me sorting the books in here yesterday afternoon, Uncle Frank?
Yes. How many did you find about Egypt?
14. I put them all in a row there on the third shelf, like you said.
Good. We look at them first. We'll each take one. Look for pages pasted together that might conceal the parchment. And we'll investigate those that have padded covers.
Here you go, Mother. Here's one for you.
I'll take this one.
Oh, by the way, Bob, did you notice any that were printed in Arabic?
Yeah, there was one I remember. That big red one, see it?
Of course. Why didn't I think of this before? Look, Najee.
What is it, Chandu? Oh, the sorcery and the witchcraft of ancient Egypt.
Look here. Look. I thought it might be in the cover of a book. See how thick this is. It's been slit here at the end, and... Just a minute till I get my knife. Here it is. We've found it.
Oh, Uncle
Frank. I knew this room must have been built for some purpose. It was to conceal this book. All these other books are just camouflage.
Oh, Uncle Frank, let's buy this castle. Wouldn't it be fun to own it? It's so full of secret things.
Yeah. Can you beat all the things we've found since we've been here? What are you looking at, Uncle Frank?
Look, Najee. Look right here. Help me read it, will you? Doesn't it say that under this room there's an Egyptian altar?
Oh, Chandu, we should not seek it out. No, I beg of you. There is some terrible danger hidden there. I know it. Oh, please, Chandu.
I know, Najee, but it's the only way to defeat him.
I know it must be.
What is it, Frank?
You see, Dot, as I've told you before, there's such a thing as black magic, too. The secrets I know, all twisted and distorted to serve some evil purpose.
Oh, yes. And since the days of ancient Egypt, there have been those who practiced these black arts. Oh, Chandu, I am afraid.
Don't, dear. This will be the last of his power. Don't you see that?
Whose power?
I'm going to open the entrance and go down there.
Where is the entrance, Uncle Frank?
It's shown right here on the parchment. And it says the room is lighted by a light that has burned for thousands of years. Just stand away from that bookshelf a moment, will you, Bob? It swings out, I think. There. There's the door. See it? I'll open it. It's light down there.
All magic power is not yours. Chandu the magician.
Naji, you are right. Why, Naji, where are you?
Frank, she's disappeared. She's gone.
Believing Chandler had hidden the dwarf Renier in the small library at the foot of the secret stairway, Prince Dmitri makes an excuse to enter the room with Chandler and the regents. When he learns Renier is not there, he leaves in fury. Chandler discovers the ancient Egyptian parchment concealed in the cover of a book. From it, he learns of a subterranean altar room where it is said a mysterious light has burned for untold centuries. They open the door. The sinister drum is beating as Dorothy cries out that Naji has disappeared. Chandu, the magician. Naji, where are you? Surely she couldn't have gone down the stairs.
Did you hear Dimitri's voice, Frank?
Of course I heard it.
Then Naji must have heard it, too. She's probably gone back to the stairway so Dimitri wouldn't see her.
Well, how could he help seeing her if he was right here? Where do you suppose he is, Uncle Frank? I don't see him.
He's probably hiding behind a chair or something.
No, he's not in here.
But he must be in here somewhere, Frank. Why, I heard his voice as plainly as I hear yours.
You don't understand.
Well, come on, let's go down in this room. Nadia might be down there.
She couldn't be down there. Only a second ago she was right here.
Listen to that drum. It's terrible.
Yeah. And look at that funny light that comes up out of that room, Uncle Frank.
Shall I take the children and go back to the other part of the castle, Frank?
No. We mustn't be separated even for a moment. We'll have to go down there. All of us.
Oh, we aren't afraid, are we, Bob?
Even if that thing does give us the shivers.
Of course not. I guess you were right about Dimitri being a crook after all, Uncle Frank.
I know you must be right about him now. But you know what? He sort of fascinates me. I mean, I feel kind of helpless when he talks to me as if I had to do what he says.
Oh, Betty, darling, please. Frank,
Come on. Down these stairs. And Bob and Betty, be sure not to touch anything down there. Don't pick up anything, even a piece of paper.
Okay. You think there's anybody down there?
Do you think Naji's down there? Naji? Naji?
Don't, dear. We're ready, Frank.
All right. I'll go first.
Isn't that green light positively weird?
Yeah. You ought to see your face in that funny light. You all look like we're dead or something.
Bobby, look down there.
Say, are we all crazy or what? Where's that green light coming from?
Here's the bottom of the stairs.
Frank, what is this place?
No wonder the Yogi sent me to Montevania. I wonder if he suspected this room was here.
What is it, Frank? What do you mean?
I mean that for years, the members of the Brotherhood have been searching for this room. It was known to exist, but no one knew where.
But what were they looking for it for?
I know.
Yes. It's a room where the black arts have been practiced for countless centuries.
Why, Uncle Frank, you don't mean you believe in witches and demons and all that.
I didn't say that, Betty. And anyway, words like witch and demon and so on were only used by people in ancient days to convey the impression of these sinister forces they couldn't understand.
Oh, heavens, Frank.
Well, where do we go from here, Uncle Frank? Certainly there's no one in here.
Oh, what was that? Oh, what a terrible place this is.
Well, gee, Mother, if that was a door that slammed, there must have been somebody in here that slammed it.
Not necessarily, Bob.
Why, Uncle Frank.
Don't be frightened, Betty. We'll be out of here in a few minutes, and all this will seem like a bad dream. Won't it, Frank?
Yes, of course. But what could have happened to Naji?
I don't see how she could get down here without us seeing her. We were all looking right down the stairway.
Oh, I know I seem hysterical about this place, Frank. But there's a terrible force of some sort in here that's mocking us, as though it were defying us to learn what happened to Naji. Don't you feel it yourself, Frank?
You know I do, Dorothy. But you mustn't let yourself be afraid. It's not just Naji's disappearance this room is concealing, but secrets that have been kept here for thousands of years.
What about Naji, Uncle Frank? Where do you suppose she is?
Oh, I wish that drum would stop beating.
Don't stop.
Now, Mother, you just got through telling me not to get scared.
Yeah, and as long as we're down here, why don't we look around at these old things? I'm going to anyway. What's that over there, Uncle Frank?
It's an altar. Those two gods on either side are the Egyptians, Isis and Osiris.
Well, that big stone statue there against the wall looks just like that little one we found upstairs.
Yes, it's King Khufu.
Don't you wish you knew why anybody would build a room like this in hundreds of miles from Egypt, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
Where is the light coming from, Frank? I can't see a lamp.
Well, did that parchment mean the lamp kept on burning for thousands of years without anybody paying any attention to it? That's just silly.
Oh, never mind that, Bobby. The important thing now is to find Naji.
Yes. Dimitri must bring her back to us.
But you know she didn't go out with Dimitri, Uncle Frank. He just went out and slammed that door behind him. She wasn't even in the room when Dimitri was there.
Oh, hush, Bobby.
I'll find him. Dimitri, I challenge you to return to this room.
Where do you think he is, Uncle Frank? I don't really see him.
Betty and Bobby, we must be still. Don't you realize every moment is precious?
So you won't appear willingly, Dimitri. Then I shall have to force you to come here.
Oh, Frank, be careful.
I know exactly how dangerous it is, Doc. But nothing can stand in the way of my finding Naji. Be quiet now, all of you. Dimitri, Prince of Black Art, by the power of the 3 times 3, I summon you to appear before this altar. So there you are. What have you done with Naji?
Yes, I am here. No doubt you are congratulating yourself that you forced me to appear before you. You are mistaken. I came of my own accord.
That's not true, Dimitri.
As you will.
Have you hidden Naji somewhere? What have you done with her?
Perhaps you heard me up there in that secret room telling you, Mr. Chandler, that you are not possessed of all the magic powers in the universe.
Well,
I see you have already learned the secret of this room.
I wouldn't need occult powers to tell me that. The very atmosphere is charged with evil.
And yet you brought your family here?
Because they're safer here with me to protect them. And if I left them in the other part of the castle,
So, you do not then think so lightly of my powers, Mr. Chandler?
On the contrary, I think they're so dangerous that I'm going to take them from you forever.
You are ambitious, my friend. You are not the first upstart who has threatened the Brothers of Jeopardy with destruction. And let me tell you, Chandler, or perhaps you know already, that Naji has been studying for years to learn to defeat me.
Naji?
Yes. At first, I did not take her seriously, for after all, she is only a woman. But when she began to work with you, I knew that sooner or later she must be removed. And tonight brought me the opportunity to do so.
And I tell you again, Dmitri, tonight we'll see the last of your evil power. You will never again practice these black arts of yours.
You shall see which one of us is stronger. I call to my aid the black forces of ancient Egypt. You hear the rushing wind? It blows from the river Styx, the river of the dead. You are surrounded by all the powers of darkness. Listen. Neither you nor all the brothers of the 3 x 3 can prevail against the black magic of old Egypt.
Listen, Dmitri. Do you hear that? I'm not fighting you alone. With me are all the powers of good in the universe. You have reached the end, Dmitri, and those you have marked for death and dishonor will be saved.
Those who died because of me?
Yes, that boy in Paris, young Radislav, ending his life in a Russian prison. Even Roxor.
You know of Roxor? Van Boden?
You think I was blind?
No, you are not blind, but you are weak. As the good are always weak. It is the man who will stop at nothing who is strongest. And I, Dmitri, I am strongest of all.
You are strong, eh? Why then does your altar light die out? Why is your drum growing weaker? The drums of doom, you call it. Why has the rushing wind from the Styx grown faint? Answer me, Dmitri. Answer me.
It is only your imagination.
No, it's not imagination. It's true. Evil has no power except that which man gives it. And from this moment, Dmitri, your power is gone. And now you will stand there before the altar of the green flame. You will not move nor speak. Listen to the music. It tells you you are broken forever.
That green light going out. We'll be left in the dark down here with him.
But he can harm you no more than that snake I killed in Naji's palace in Cairo. Now, Dmitri, I will show you that I do not need your help. I shall bring Naji to this room myself. Naji, sister of the Lotus, you are even now in the room.
Naji!
Can you beat that?
Oh, Chandu, you have...
Naji, we've beaten him at last.
the underground Egyptian room in the castle, Dmitri reveals himself as a devotee of black magic and boasts that he has caused the disappearance of Princess Naji. But Chandler, by his occult powers, defeats Dmitri and drives him from the castle. The present act opens in the drawing room 2 hours later. Chandu, the magician.
Where were you all the time we were down in that room, Naji?
How did Dmitri get down
Where's
in there?
Dmitri now?
Did he have you shut up somewhere, Naji?
Children, please, please. You haven't given Naji time to catch her breath since we came up from the cellar.
Well, gee, Mother, if we're going to find out anything from Naji, we have to talk fast.
Oh, Naji, please don't go back to Egypt right away. Why do you have to go this very afternoon?
You know I must go, Betty. I have come here in disguise, and I think if the government would be most unpleasant to your uncle if it becomes known he is hiding me here.
Well, but...
And we don't even know now that the servants won't tell someone Naji's here.
But I bet Uncle Frank wouldn't care if the king did find it out. He's not afraid of the king.
Oh, it's not that, Betty.
So, Naji, will you stay a few days if I can get Uncle Frank to talk to the king? Uncle Frank's pretty influential, I know that.
No, I must return to Egypt at once.
Well, then will you tell us about that room?
Bobby, don't be too insistent, son. These things may be secret. And there are many things I must not tell. But of this room I may see.
Oh, goody. Does Uncle Frank know about them, Naji? Where is he, Mother?
He's dressing. He has an audience with the king at 3.
Honest?
Yes.
Do you suppose he's going to tell him about Dmitri?
Oh, I hope Dmitri hasn't already told the king about Uncle Frank. I mean, told him a lot of things that weren't true. Maybe Uncle Frank will get put in prison.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, I'm not silly. You know what Uncle Frank said.
I thought you were going to listen to Naji's story of the Egyptian room.
Oh, I'm sorry, Naji.
Oh, yes. Tell us about it, won't you, Naji?
In Egypt, there are many old legends which have been told for thousands of years. And some are so old that no one knows the name of the man who first told them.
You mean the story of that hidden room with one of them, Naji?
I do not know how to explain to you what I mean by this room where, you say, black magic is practiced. Oh, there is Chandu. Chandu, you have come just in time to help me explain to Bob and Betty about those things we have seen in the Egyptian room.
Sure you don't mind talking about it, Naji?
Yes, there's no reason why Bob and Betty need discuss this now.
Oh, Mother.
If Naji doesn't mind, I'd like to discuss it for a moment before I go.
Of course I do not mind, Chandu. I am so happy that Dmitri is gone.
It's always been my understanding, Naji, that room was in Egypt.
Yes, in my palace at Cairo are many ancient parchments, and on some of them is written much about the hidden room, where those who practice black magic go to learn the evil things they do.
You don't mean robbing and killing people and things like that, do you, Naji?
No, Betty. She means they have certain secrets and certain unusual powers as I have. Only all their knowledge is used for evil purposes instead of good.
Oh, let's not talk of it. That was a terrible experience down there.
Well, I didn't think it was terrible. I thought it was keen. Say, Naji, if you've been reading about this room on all those old... Tell where it was.
It was always spoken of as being in the mountains. But it was supposed to be in the mountains of Egypt.
I didn't know there were any mountains in Egypt. I thought Egypt was all desert and flat.
Oh, no. There are mountains down in the central part of Egypt, down in the Sudan. There's a little village named Dara, where many an expedition has made its headquarters while they were searching for that hidden room.
Well, can you beat that? Do you suppose that room right here in this castle was really the very one? Kind of the headquarters or something?
Yes, Bob. It will be most interesting when I return to Cairo.
I'd like to see those old records too, Naji, in the light of what we've discovered here. I think we haven't come to the end of this thing yet.
Oh, Chandu, I hope this time you are wrong.
What's the matter, Naji? What do you mean?
Never mind, Bob. We can't go into that now. Dorothy, Lupu's caravan will be here while I'm down at the palace, I'm sure. Ask them to drive the wagons into the courtyard near the stables until I come back, will you? You won't need to wait long. And it only takes me a few moments to get to gypsy clothes.
But, Chandu, you are not...
Of course, I'm going with you beyond the frontier. I'll change into my own clothes when Lupu's people reach Lausdorf and come back tomorrow on the train.
But, Frank, suppose they won't let you come back into the country.
Don't worry. By tomorrow, things will be very different in Montevideo. My word, I have to go. I'll be late.
Oh, that old clock in the corner's fast, Frank.
It's never been the same since Bob took it apart when we first came here, Uncle Frank.
Oh, is that it?
Well, gee, it wouldn't run at all before. Say, listen, Uncle Frank, changing the subject.
Are you going to tell the king about Dmitri? Indirectly.
Indirectly?
Yes. You see, Nicholas and I have a little plot. I'm determined to break up this scheme of Count Metzos quietly and with the least possible scandal.
But how can you?
Here's my plan. I asked for a special audience at 3 o'clock. And Nicholas is to induce his father to listen behind the screen in that little audience chamber where I listened that day. The day the gypsy warned the king against me.
But whom will he listen to?
You see, the plan is that Nicholas is to persuade his father to tell Metzos my audience must be postponed.
Do you think the king will agree to such a scheme? It'll sound fantastic to him.
Nicholas promised to see that his father was seated behind that screen at 3 o'clock. And I've got to depend on it. He'll be there.
Well, but what then, Uncle Frank?
Oh, I'll try to lead Metzos on to talk. And the king will overhear everything. Now I must go. Unless you've been taking my wristwatch apart, Bob, I'll just about have time to...
Will you be good enough to come in, sir?
Thank you. Is His Majesty waiting? Ah, good afternoon, Count Metzos. I trust I haven't kept His Majesty waiting.
His Majesty regrets he cannot see you today.
But it's most important.
I have told you His Majesty cannot see you today.
Perhaps you had something to do with persuading him not to see me, Count Metzos?
Why should I trouble to do that?
Perhaps because you are afraid of what I might tell His Majesty.
You will tell him I asked you to leave Montevania, eh? Tell him then, if you have the opportunity, and I will tell him it is so.
Not so fast, Count Metzos. It's not just what I meant.
Then you will tell him I have been spreading scandalous reports about Mrs. Regent. I will deny that. Nicholas is mistaken.
What do you mean? This is something I haven't heard. But that can wait.
Are all Americans as undiplomatic as you, Mr. Chandler?
I don't know just what you mean by that. But we'll let it pass for the moment.
I mean you're serving your country very ill when you antagonize me.
Just a moment. Suppose I should ask the king if he knows how long ago it was you lost your left arm.
What do you mean, Chandler? Why should the king be annoyed by your ridiculous questions about me?
No use, Count Metzos. I know the truth about you. I know that in Paris you sometimes have 2 arms. And even sometimes in Montevania. As, for instance, in the dead of night, when you are searching for a hidden document in the storerooms at the top of the castle where I live.
You insolent American! You dare to accuse me of entering your home in the night like a thief? I'll have you entrained for life.
Not so loud, Count Metzos. I can hear you quite clearly. Let me tell you of other occasions when you seem to have the use of both your arms. Those occasions, for instance, when you are in the cave on the mountain of the scimitar.
What? What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to tell you that I know that Count Metzos, Prime Minister of Montevania, and a Saban, the so-called gypsy bandit, are one.
Look here, Mr. Chandler. You and I must come to terms. There is room for a clever man like yourself in a certain organization, I know. You can be rich. Rich beyond your greatest dreams. It is said you wish to marry the Egyptian princess Naji. Perhaps that also can be arranged. If there are difficulties in your way, you will be very wise to listen, Mr. Chandler.
In return for my silence about this plot of yours, so you may overthrow His Majesty and take the government, you will make me rich.
Yes, yes. Why did we not think of this before? Why should we have made you an enemy all this time? Why, it was Dmitri who...
Ah, yes. Dmitri, who is even now, if my watch is correct, on the Paris train.
Dmitri on the Paris train? No.
Yes, he is. And you will never see him again. Of course I won't help you, Count Metzos, you swine. The king should have you shot.
You will not listen, eh? You insist on being my enemy. Very well. I know the king will never believe you, and even if he should, I'll have you killed myself. I'll have you followed to the ends of the earth and shot or poisoned in some of these native villages. But His Majesty will never believe you. Never. I know it. I have been his minister too many years.
You think he won't, eh? Nicholas, you can remove the screen now. You think the king will not believe me, eh, Count Metzos? There he is. Ask him. He's heard every word we've said. Well done, Nicholas. You've saved Montebania. Look out! He's got a gun.
Contrived to have King Alexander and Prince Nicholas listen, unseen, to the conversation of Chandler and Count Metzos, Prime Minister of Montebania. Faced with Chandler's knowledge of his treachery, Count Metzos draws a pistol and fires, just as the king steps from behind the screen where he had been hidden. The present act opens, meanwhile, in the drawing room of the castle where the regents live.
Chandu, the magician.
Oh, Mother, don't stand there looking out the window like what's her name? Sister Ann, do you see anybody coming?
No, Mother, don't. It's snowing so hard anywhere you couldn't see Uncle Frank if he was right at the gate.
Anyway, he hasn't had time to get back here. I mean, if the king believed him, they went into a huddle about what to do.
Oh, I can just see them. The king and Count Metzos, maybe Nicky and Uncle Frank, standing around in a circle like they do at a football game and saying, we'd better try a forward pass this time.
Oh, I suppose you're right. What time is it, Betty?
Well, by the clock that Bob fixed, it's 4:30 o'clock.
Oh, stop razzing me about was, isn't it? Wouldn't run at all before. Anyway, I know it's always half an hour fast, so that's all right. I'll have it fixed yet, so it'll be okay.
4 o'clock. Why, Mother, he's only been down there an hour. And all this snow, it'll take him 10 minutes or so to get up here, even if he comes in a carriage.
Sure, and they wouldn't let him walk up here in this snowstorm. It's almost a blizzard. Come on, Mother. First thing you know, the king will be giving you an office down in the palace with a sign on the door. Mrs. Robert Regent, official worrier to His Majesty King Alexander.
Yes, and you'd have something to worry about if you had that job, Mother, I guess. Because just think of the stable and the bandits, even if you didn't have anything else to worry you.
Oh, I know. I'm being awfully silly about this place. That could happen to Uncle Frank down there in the palace of the king. But he said he'd be back at once. He's going with Lupu's people to take Najee past the frontier.
Will they go in all this snow?
Sure they will. The whole gang of them are back there by the stable. All the wagons and everything.
I didn't know that, son. Why didn't you ask them to come in? They'll freeze out there.
I did ask them, Mother, but they wouldn't do it. They said they were all right. You know, they've actually got stoves in those wagons just so they can travel when it's cold like this.
Why, that's right, they have. I never thought of that. Where are you going, Mother?
I told Uncle Frank I'd see that those gypsy clothes of his were ready to put on as soon as he came back from the palace. He said he wanted to start at once.
Well, Nadia will be ready to go because she was putting on those gypsy clothes a little while ago when I was in her room.
If Uncle Frank comes back, tell him I'll have his things all ready.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do, Bob?
No, what?
I'm going to ask Uncle Frank if we can't go down and visit Nadia for a while in Cairo. Because if this business in Montebania is finished.
Sure. I think that'd be slick. And maybe he'd let me go out to the desert and see Alan Midkill. He asked me to, you know.
Oh. Oh, there you are, Nadia. Come in. You look so cute in those gypsy clothes.
We were just talking about you, Nadia.
Am I permitted to ask what it was you were saying?
Oh, of course. We were just wishing Uncle Frank would let us come down and visit you for a little while if he finishes his work here in Montebania.
You like you just say, Betty?
Oh, yes. It's just like living in a book all the time.
And besides, so many exciting things happen to us over there, we just hated to go home.
We're having a lot of fun up here, too. This spooky old castle is certainly full of thrills, isn't it, Bob?
Boy, I'll say.
What is that queer-looking key there on the table, Betty?
I don't know.
I do. The key to that room across the hall where Renier's locked in. Uncle Frank left it there before he went down to the palace.
For a long time I have been thinking I should like to talk to Renier alone. And now I think I will do it.
Oh, gee, Naji. I don't know.
Yes, I will have time to ask him some questions before Chandu returns. Certain things should be made to discuss.
Why don't you wait till Uncle Frank comes back and let him go in there with you?
No, I wish Chandu not to know of this until I have talked with Renier.
Well, okay, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Please do not speak of this to your uncle. I will return very soon.
It was kind of funny, wasn't it, asking us not to tell Uncle Frank?
No. I bet she's just afraid he'll worry about it. You know, she's really crazy about Uncle Frank.
Oh, how do you know?
Oh, I know she is. Oh, here comes Mother. Maybe we better not tell her where Naji is either.
I suppose not.
Did Naji come in?
Oh, yes. She'll be all ready to go with Uncle Frank. She'll be back in a minute. Mother, do you really think that Uncle Frank's all through with his work here in Montebania? Maybe he'll go away?
It seems to me he's through if he's broken up this plot against the governor. Why, Betty?
Because we thought maybe we could go down and see Naji.
And on our way, maybe we could stop in Paris and see Father. We could dig him out of his laboratory long enough.
Well, I've been thinking we might stay in Paris since Father's over here. I mean, if Uncle Frank doesn't need us anymore.
May I come in, Doc?
Oh, Frank, of course.
Terrible snowstorm outside. Lupu's people will have to leave very soon, or the roads will be blocked.
What's the matter, Frank? What's happened? You look so strange. Has something gone wrong?
Count Mipsos shot himself at the palace just now.
He shot himself? He did?
Yes. He died instantly. It was probably the best way out for himself, the king, and Montebania. He knew he was ruined.
Did the king and Nicky really hide behind the screen and listen while you talked to Count Mipsos, Uncle Frank?
Yes. That part of it went exactly as I planned it. When I told Count Mipsos I had proof he and his stableman, the so-called gypsy bandit, were the same person, he tried to bribe me, and finally threatened to have me killed.
And the king heard all that?
Yes. And when I called on Nicholas to take the screen away so Mipsos could see the king had heard the whole conversation, he pulled out his gun and shot himself before I could stop him. So that's the end of this particular plot, with Dmitri and Mipsos out of the way.
So your work here in Montebania is finished?
In Montebania, yes. But there's still the man who planned the whole thing. And I must find him before I can really say I'm through. But I'll run into where are you going to look for him? In Paris first. Where's Naji? I wonder if she's ready to go. I'd better go and get into these gypsy clothes. Do you see if Naji's ready, Betty? Oh, what's the matter? And you too, Bob. You look as though... Are you keeping something from me? What is it?
Oh, Uncle Frank,
Where's the key that unlocks the room where Renier is? I put it on this little table. Have you two been...
Frank, what's that queer smell? It smells like smoke. Frank, the hall's full of smoke. All the castles are fire. The flames are shooting up the stairway.
Shut that door, Doc, quick. Gee, can't we jump out the window, Uncle Frank? Of course not. We'll break our necks. Come here, Dorothy. I'll tell you what we'll do. It's not much, but it's all we'll have time for. Take your handkerchiefs, all of you, and soak them in water from that thermos there. I'll look out in the hall to see how the stairway is. Hurry. We can make it down the stairs, I know.
Give me your handkerchief, Uncle Frank.
Here. Ready, all of you? Hold your handkerchief over your nose and mouth. Keep over as close to the wall as you can. Why, where's Naji? We're forgetting Naji.
It's Bob. We'll have to tell him now.
Oh, sure we will. Uncle Frank, she took that key and went into Renier's room. She said she wanted to talk to him.
She told us not to tell you.
She's in there with Renier. Listen, Bob. You take your mother and Betty downstairs. I'll go over there and get Naji. She may have been overcome with smoke.
Frank, you can't do that.
Come on, all of you. Ready? Go down the stairs and out the front door and don't wait for anything.
Gee, you think the fire department will be here by this time?
Come on, hurry.
Leave you there?
Will you go? Go at once, I tell you. We'll all be killed.
Oh, that smoke.
Come on, Mother. Come on, Betty.
Hurry. Hurry, I tell you. Keep close to the wall.
You hurry, Frank. Get Naji and come on. Never mind Renier.
It won't take me long if she hasn't locked the door from the inside. Locked. Naji. Naji. Open the door, dear.
Oh, Chandu! I have thrown away the key from the window.
Is Naji in there? Answer me, Renier.
We, of a truth. But she, the smoke.
He's overcome with the smoke.
I'll have to break it down.
Chandu.
I'm coming, Naji. Just a moment, dear. I'll come get this door open. Naji, where are you?
Yes, Chandu.
We'll have to hurry. Opening that door will make the fire spread just that much faster. Here, Naji. Put this over your mouth. Can you hold it there? I'll carry it.
Is it there, right, Chandu?
I don't know. No, it's no use. There's the door now. I'll have to lower you from the window. See if I can get these iron shutters open. Yes, that's all right. Bob, are you down there? We're right under the window, Uncle Frank. Did you find Naji? Yes. I'll have to lower her from the window, though. The stairs are down. Stand by down there, will you? The servants are all here. What should I tell them to do? I want them to go out to the stable to get that empty to camp. You wait there.
What is it you shall do, Chandu? Oh, we shall all be burned alive. I will carry her not here, Matabina.
If you want to live to get out of here, you'd better give me a hand with her. I'm going to make a sling. I'll be sheep and lower Naji out the window. Here, catch hold of that end and help me tie these two together. That's it. Oh, that won't be long enough. I'll have to take this curtain.
Chandu, go away and leave me here. Dorothy, leave me.
We're almost out of here now. Wait. Let me lift you up here, where you'll get some air. You think you can hold down, Naji?
I do not know.
Just a moment. I'll tie it around your waist. Ready down there, Bob? Sure, Uncle Frank. So be safe and hurry up. The smoke's getting thicker every minute. There you come. You'll be all right, Naji. That's it. Now I'll let you down. Don't be afraid.
Oh, Chandu, I really care for you.
Don't worry about me.
And how will our Amy leave this so terrible place? Our Amy will die. He will never see Clara again.
Okay, Uncle Frank. Nick's down here. You're going to take us all down to the tower. Come on. Nicholas is down there? Good. You and Nicholas take that carrot and hold it out between you. I'm going to toss her in there down there.
I will die. They won't let me fall to the ground, and I will be.
Be quiet. Come here. Here you go. Ready, Bob? Okay. I don't know why you want to bother with me, though. We got him. Come on, Uncle Frank. Come on yourself. What are you going to do? I'll tell you in a minute.
While Chandler is absent from the castle, Naji decides to question a Renier, the venomous dwarf, whom Chandler has locked in an upper room. Meanwhile, Chandler returns with the news that the rascally Count Metzos has ended his life. Suddenly, fire breaks out in the castle. Hurrying the family to safety, Chandler finds Naji is locked in the room with the Renier, who has thrown away the key. Chandler breaks down the door and lowers Naji from the window. Bob cries to Chandler to save himself. There is a crash as the wall collapses. Chandu, the magician.
Come on, Mother. Don't stand there in the snow. There's nothing we can do. Come on, let me take you down to the palace. Nick sent for a carriage.
Oh, I'm not cold, Bobby. That horrible fire keeps me warm.
Mother, you don't really believe Uncle Frank.
I mean, you don't really think he didn't get out of there?
Of course he didn't get out, Betty. You saw him yourself there in that window just as the whole wall fell.
But, Mother, Naji, do you think... Oh, I know he didn't get killed in there. I know he didn't. I bet that's what the yogi meant.
Meant by what, Betty?
Oh, don't you know how he's been saying not to be deceived by the appearance of death? I bet that's what he's talking about.
Oh, no, Betty. Those messages were for Uncle Frank, not for us.
Well, maybe. But I'll bet somehow or other Uncle Frank got out of there.
Right you are, Betty Lou.
My Frank.
Are you all right, Margie?
Of course, Chandu. And you... Oh, I knew you'd get out, Uncle Frank.
Well, I can tell you, I didn't know whether you would or not when you started letting Archie down from the window, and I saw the fire coming up all around you. It's a good thing you didn't try to come down by the stairs, Uncle Frank.
The reason I lowered Margie from the window was because I heard the stairs fall. And I knew it would be no use to go that way. What happened to Arania?
Gee, he didn't stop for anything. He just ran off into the snow as fast as he could go. You're not going to waste time looking for him, are you?
No. And there's no use staying here in the snow. There's nothing we can do to save the castle.
Uncle Frank, what do they do when they have fires in Lvova?
There's nothing to do. They have no fire equipment.
So all our things are gone?
Oh, don't think of that, Betty. If we hadn't discovered the fire just when we did, every one of us might have lost our lives in there.
Sure does burn, doesn't it?
Yes. The floors and woodwork burn like paper. They're so old and dry.
And now the secrets of those underground rooms are lost forever, eh, Chandu?
Yes. It was too bad they had to sacrifice the whole castle for that, wasn't it?
Thanks. You mean you think someone deliberately burned the castle?
Of course.
But what could have been in it important enough to induce anybody to burn the castle?
Gee, I should think if they had anything in there they didn't want anybody to find, they'd just take it away.
You don't understand, Bob. This might be something that couldn't be taken away.
Then you didn't discover all the secrets down there after all?
Perhaps not. But come, Dorothy. You and the children must go down to Mr. Mason's.
I thought we were going down to stay at the palace. Nick said he was sending a carriage for us.
I met Nicholas just as he was leaving and told him. I think it's better for us to go to Mr. Mason's.
Oh, Uncle Frank, think how thrilling it would be to stay at the palace of a real king.
Yes, I know, but we won't go there tonight.
But what about Naji?
Here comes Lupu. I'll speak to him. Lupu, here we are. Are your wagons ready to go?
Chandu, you are alive?
Very much so.
But I saw you standing in the window, and the wall fell. You were there. How could you...
I guess you don't know about the magic powder, Lupu.
Bobby.
You have escaped by magic, Chandu?
I didn't say so, Lupu.
No, but once when we were down in Egypt, we were all locked in a native hut there on the banks of the Nile. There was a bomb about to go off. And Uncle Frank sent us all out into the desert so we wouldn't get hurt. And then the very next minute, the place blew up. Boy, wasn't that an explosion.
I know, and that was the reason I just knew Uncle Frank would get out this time.
And are we just going to stand here in the snow waiting for a fire to burn itself out before we leave?
Oh, Chandu, I am sorry. But I was so rejoiced to see you alive that I have forgotten for the moment.
Well, that's all right, of course. Are your wagons ready to go?
Of a truth.
But now Naji's clothes are wet. She'll freeze traveling in one of those wagons.
Oh, sister of Chandu, Lupu's wagons are dry and warm. And there are dry clothes for Naji to wear.
I will go then, and we must say goodbye here in the snow.
Oh, Naji, I'm so sorry you can't stay any longer. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Naji. Sure was keen to see you again. Can't say we haven't done our best to show you a good time burning the town down for you and everything.
Goodbye, Bob. Goodbye, Betty. Dorothy, you will write to me very soon.
Of course. Goodbye, Naji.
Chandu,
Until we meet again, Naji.
Well, Uncle Frank, I thought you were going with her as far as Lau's door.
I was, but the fire attracted so much attention to me, I couldn't go now unnoticed. Bob, you take Nazi to Lupu's wagon, will you? I'd like to keep Lupu here with me for a few minutes.
Sure.
The carriage for Mr. Mason's is standing with the wagons of my people, Chandu.
Oh, is that so? Then Dorothy and Betty, you better go along with Bob. I'll come down to Mr. Mason's in a little while.
Please don't be long, Frank. It's too cold up here, and you can't do anything more.
I won't be long, Doc.
What have you done with the dwarf Arania, Chandu?
I couldn't leave him in there to be burned to death, of course. So I tossed him off the window to Bob and Nicholas, who caught him in a piece of canvas. Bob said he ran away, which was unfortunate, but I might have expected it.
Let him go, Chandu. I will meet him again, and let him beware of the gypsy dungeon. You have wished to speak to me alone, Chandu?
I want to see if we can find that little statue of an Egyptian king. It was standing on a table next to the wall in Bob's room last night, and I thought it might have fallen near here when the wall collapsed.
Oh, Chandu, but even the witch charm of my grandmother would not bring such good fortune as that the little statue will fall here in the snow instead of inside where the fire is so hot.
I don't know. I think we may find it if we look for it now before the snow is any deeper. Let's see if we can figure out about where the room was. That pine tree was at the corner of the castle. And Bob's room should have been about here, I should think.
Oh, but among these blocks of stone and bits of glass, it will be impossible to find the statue, Chandu. Why do you not wait until the fire is dead?
Someone else might find it. It should be about here. Now, it would fall this way, perhaps. What if... Look, Lupu. Here it is. The witch charm of your grandmother must have been working tonight. What luck.
Oh, Chandu, you do not need my gypsy charm. You have plenty of good fortune without it. What is it you do to this statue, Chandu?
Look here. The head unscrews.
But how could you know that?
Well, there was some reason for the statue to be down there in the hidden room, and it suddenly occurred to me the statue might be hollow.
And is there, Chandu? Is there?
Just a minute. Yes, look. And it's written on that same kind of paper. Look here, Lupu. Did you ever see paper like this before?
It looks as if it has come from China, Chandu.
That's what I think. Let's see if we can read what it says. Listen. Brothers, unless we walk carefully, great disaster may visit us. Fail not to meet at the appointed place in Paris. The one we serve has commanded it. The clock strikes 5. Now, what does that mean?
You think it means they meet in Paris on a certain day at 5 o'clock, Chandu?
No, I think it's a code sentence of some kind. I'll just put the head back on this statue and take it along.
I do not understand, Chandu, how the little statue of Khufu could be in the young gentleman's room.
Oh. You see, it was in the Egyptian room in the cellars. No doubt left there for different members of this organization, whoever they are, to come in and read the message. But then my sister and the children were down there and found the statue and took it upstairs. They left it in the drawing room, and Irene, who probably isn't in the secret, and thought the statue was just an ornament, picked it up when he was hiding in the drawing room and took it to Bob's room for a joke.
So that perhaps those who were to read the message did not.
Maybe. Some of them probably didn't. Now I must be off. Yeah, and so must you. You'll see Nadia safely on the Paris train at Lausdorff, won't you?
You know I will guard her with my life, Chandu.
I know. Well, goodbye. I must get down to Mr. Mason's. You'll hear from me.
Till we meet again, Chandu.
Come in, Frank.
Well, what's the joke?
Oh, don't we all look funny? Come on over here by the fire, Uncle Frank.
Are those Mrs. Mason's dressing gowns you and your mother are wearing?
Yes. We're kind of swimming in them. Mrs. Mason must be kind of tall.
Frank, let me take your coat and hang it here by the fire to dry.
I'll fix it, Doc. Thank you. Where's Mr. Mason?
He brought us up here and found these things to put on while our things were drying. He said he'd be back in a little while to see how we're getting along.
Take this chair, Uncle Frank. Are you cold?
No, I walked down here.
Is the fire still burning at the castle?
Just smoldering now.
Wasn't it lucky you left our passports here with Mr. Mason, Frank?
Yes. I didn't think of the possibility of fire when I did it. I was thinking of someone trying to steal them. Oh, by the way, Betty, I brought you a souvenir of the fire.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Frank. Oh, it's the little statue of Khufu.
Was that the only thing left?
Almost. I found it lying in the snow. I thought Betty might like to have it.
Oh, yes, it was awfully nice of you.
I wish Mr. Mason would come back up here.
I think he'll be back. He said he wanted to talk to you as soon as you came. The servant came and told him there was a lot of mail from America.
We should be hearing from Robert again. How long since you've had a letter, Dorothy?
Nearly a week. Robert said in his last letter he was having difficulty mailing letters. He said he was beginning to believe someone had discovered the location of his laboratory.
Why, Dorothy. You didn't tell me that.
Well, I thought I did. The letter must have come while you were away up in the mountains.
Come in.
You see us all looking like scarecrows?
Madame Regent have a letter for you. It was sent in a letter to Monsieur Mason.
Oh, thank you. Must be from Robert, Frank. Why, look, Frank. Look. It's written on that same queer paper like we found in the underground room.
It is? What does he say?
He says, Dear... Oh, no.
What is it, Doc?
Frank, This is not Robert's writing. Look at it. This letter's not from Robert at all.
The ancient castle in which Frank Chandler and the Regent family have been living has burned to the ground in a fire of mysterious origin from which they barely escaped. Carter Mason, American consul, invites them to stay at his home. While there, Dorothy receives a letter from her husband. But reading it, she notices first that it is written on the same peculiar paper as that found in the underground room. And second, that the handwriting is not Regent's. The present act opens in the Café Viennois in Paris 2 evenings later.
Chandu, the magician.
And so Gustav opened this restaurant. And being very homesick for Vienna, he made it as much like a Viennese restaurant as he could and called it Café Viennois.
Do all the people from Vienna come here, Uncle Frank?
There are a great many former Viennese living in Paris, and Gustav has tried to make this place seem like home to all of us. Waiters are Viennese and the orchestra and all that.
Frank, you're just telling us all these things to take our minds off Robert, aren't you?
Why, I thought the children would be interested in knowing about this place.
Sure we're interested, but when do we eat? I wish they'd bring us our dinner. I'm starved.
Yes, you would be. You've no soul at all. I think that's the reason you don't care about going to the Louvre, because they haven't a cafe.
Oh, stop, will you?
Yes, hostilities can cease for the moment. Here's the dinner.
Doesn't everything look good? Isn't it fun, Najee?
I always enjoyed Paris. When I went to school here.
You did? You've had a simply fascinating life, haven't you?
I hope you may never know such years, Deputy.
Don't think of it now, dear. I want you and Dorothy to forget anxiety for a little while. That's why I insisted on Dorothy coming with us tonight.
I know, Chandu. And I will help you to make her a little more happy if I can. Dorothy, you and Betty have been busy in the shops, eh?
Yes, we have.
Indeed, we have. We lost all our clothes in the fire at the castle.
Wasn't it lucky I had on that necklace you gave me, Najee? The one you found in that old pyramid?
Did you, indeed?
Yes, I did. It would have broken my heart if that had been lost in the fire. I did lose that dress Mother sent down here to Paris to get for me for Mr. Mason's reception. It was the prettiest dress I ever had. But we went to see about it today, and they told me they'd make me another one just like it.
Finished with your soup, Betty?
Yes.
How'd you like to finish the dance, Betty?
Oh, I'd love it.
You don't mind your mother?
Of course not, son.
What is it, Chandu? Why does that waiter look at you so strangely when he approaches the table?
I didn't notice it, Najee. Did you, Frank?
Yes.
Who is it? Not someone you know.
I know who he is, and I think he knows me. It's the man who killed Lupu's brother.
But you won't tell Lupu you found him here, will you? He'll come down from Montebello and kill the man.
No, I won't tell him. But he'll find it out.
But how?
If he comes to this cafe, you'll surely see it.
But is Lupu coming to Paris?
Of course. As soon as I send for
Well,
him.
why don't you tell this man to go away? You think this man should escape the penalty for killing the brother of Lupu, Dorothy? No, of course not. But I think he should be turned over to the authorities. Lupu shouldn't kill him himself.
I know how you feel about it, Doc. I'll see what luck I have in persuading this fellow to go away from here. Here come the children. Let's not speak of this then.
Oh, Mother, isn't this positively the most picturesque place you've ever seen? We danced over there near the orchestra, and they're all dressed up in the funniest clothes. There's one awfully good-looking one that must be a singer. He's just sitting there.
Oh, yes. I've heard him. He's very good.
Oh, ask him to sing. Will you, Uncle Frank?
Yes, if you like. What would you like to have him sing?
Oh, something romantic, I bet.
Yes, I would. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of in liking romance.
Of course not, Betty Lou.
Well, I would like to have him sing a love song. A beautiful one. That's the kind of song you always think about when you think about Vienna.
If he's been singing here long, he probably knows all the love songs from all over the world.
Well, ask him to sing one.
Otto.
Hey, look at him jump. What's the matter with him, do you suppose?
Not too loud, son. How white he is. He looks scared to death.
Otto, will you please ask your orchestra leader to have a song sung for these ladies? Don't stand there staring at me like that. Everyone in the cafe will notice. Tell the orchestra leader what I've said. And later I'll have a little talk with you.
Why, he just went away without saying a word.
Is he one of your men, Uncle Frank?
No.
Well, who is he then?
Oh, he's a man I met in Poland one time, years ago.
Poland?
Yes.
Look, Betty. Here's the singer. Yes, just like he isn't it?
There is a garden in my heart, all sweet and fresh with dew. Its blossoms are my tenderest thought, its fragrant love for you. There is a cloister in my heart of calm and holy air. I place your image in the shrine and sweetly worship there.
Oh, wasn't that pretty, Najee?
Yes, indeed, Betty Lou.
I bet you even thought it was pretty, didn't you, Bob?
Well, sure I did. You needn't think just because I said that about you being so goofy about love songs, I can't appreciate good music.
You just wait. Someday you'll fall for a girl, and won't I have fun?
Oh, is that so? You know the kind of girl I like is Natasha.
Natasha? Are you still talking about her? Well, you only saw her once when you dragged her out of that slave place there in Alexandria. And then when she was there at Eustace with us the next day before Uncle Frank sent her back to Spain or wherever it was.
Well, I know it.
She couldn't speak a word of English.
Well, I don't care what you say. She's the kind of a girl I like. And someday if we ever get anywhere near where she lives, I'm going to go and see her.
Poor Judy's heart will be broken.
Oh, Betty, stop teasing Bobby about Judy.
Well, she's right here in Paris, Mother. We might run into her any day.
And probably will.
Bobby, if you and Betty want to dance...
Trying to get rid of it?
No, of course not. I only meant we probably won't be here very long.
Oh, sure. Want to dance, Betty?
Uncle Frank, if we ever get settled down again for a few minutes, I'm going to give you some dancing lessons.
No, thank you, Betty Lou.
Well, why? I should think you'd like to.
Come on, Betty.
I was wondering how you were going to get rid of them, Dorothy.
I thought if you wanted to talk to that waiter here in the cafe...
Yes. He's hovering around like a frightened bird. Otto.
You suppose he doesn't speak English? Oh, but he must. He understood what you said to him about the orchestra.
Otto, have you some reason for not wishing to speak to me here?
No,
What's the matter with your throat? Something?
Yes, you have come to spy on me. Just when I feel safe.
You know that Gypsy Lupu is looking for you.
Why should I not know it? He has followed me all over the world for 15 years.
You'd better go back to Poland and give yourself up to the authorities, Otto. Lupu will never rest till he finds you. I know that.
And now you will tell him?
I am not a murderer. But you'd better get out of here. Lupu will be in Paris any day now, and I can't keep him from killing you if he finds you.
But you do not know how I have suffered. How I have not had a home or even slept one night with fear for this gypsy and his life. For the first time here in this cafe, I am peaceful. But now you come.
Well, there comes high, you see, Otto. Don't look like that. Gustav is watching you. Put down the coffee cup and go.
He's gone. What a life. 15 years of running from Lupus.
And yet he killed Lupus' brother in cold blood. The night young Radislav was arrested.
Uncle Frank, guess who we saw just now going out the door? She turned her back on us so she wouldn't see us.
But not Judy.
No. It was the woman that used to work for Roxa that told Mother Nadia was married to Roxa, remember? What was her name?
Sonia Radislav here?
Yeah, that was her name, Sonia Radislav. She just went out.
I wonder if she saw us.
I wonder what she's doing in Paris. She must be...
Oh, Frank, don't think about that now. Tell me what you're going to do to find Robert. You haven't had any word from Mr. Dufresne, have you?
No. I went to his house, but they said he'd gone away, and the servants didn't know where he was.
Well, can't you go to Robert's laboratory yourself and see if he's all right? I know there must be something wrong. Why should anyone write me that letter?
I'll tell you what I've done, Doc. I sent one of my agents to the place where Robert's laboratory is. This man doesn't know Robert's there, of course. His laboratory is upstairs over the chemist's shop. We had to have some way of accounting for the supply of chemicals that Robert's always needing in his experiments.
Oh, yes.
I'm expecting this man to report to me here at any moment.
But, Dorothy, I think you should not be too much concerned about this letter. It may only be that someone has discovered how your husband has sent your letters to Mr. Mason there in Lvova and has written the letter to frighten you.
Yes, Doc, that's very plausible.
Why should anyone write this one to frighten me?
They know you'd tell me about it, and they would probably think that I'd go directly to Robert's laboratory
And there they might find you and kill you, Chandu.
Yes.
Who could it be?
First, we'll have to find out. There comes my man now. Gustav said he'd bring him to my table as soon as he arrived. Good evening, Leonard.
Good evening, sir.
Mrs. Naji, I present Mr. Lenhart.
How do you do?
Mrs. Regent, Mr. Lenhart.
How do you do?
The pleasure is mine.
Miss Regent and Mr. Robert Regent II. How do you do?
I'm very happy.
Sit down, Carl. Tell me what you've learned.
I may speak freely.
Certainly.
I have called at the chemist shop when I have seen it is empty. The chemist is gone.
Oh,
So I have inquired at the cafe next door to the chemist shop, and he have said there have been no one in the chemist shop for more than a week.
insists that the letter she received, signed with her husband's name, is a forgery. Leon Dufresne, Chandler's chief agent in Paris, is mysteriously missing. Bob and Betty return from a sightseeing trip with the news that in a narrow street near Notre Dame Cathedral, they have seen a man resembling Dufresne struggling with a huge, sinister fellow in an old house. Chandler and Bob return to the house and discover Dufresne alone and unconscious. The present act opens in the hotel. Chandu, the magician.
Well, here we are, Mother. Didn't Uncle Frank come?
Not yet.
So you might just as well have come down to lunch with us. You know, you're not going to help Father any by starving yourself to death.
Oh, don't pick on her, Bob. Mother, I asked him to bring you up some lunch. I thought you might like something to eat. It'll be here in just a minute.
Thank you, dear. I'm not hungry.
Well, you'd better eat, though. Father will scold us for not taking care of you when we tell him about it.
Oh, don't worry about me, dear. I'm all right. Oh, that must be Uncle Frank now. Come in.
It's your lunch, Mother. Put it here on the table, Antoine.
Dear Mother, doesn't that look good?
I'm quiet.
Nothing more, Antoine. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Come on, Mother. Try to eat something, won't you?
Yeah, you act as though we'd already found out that Father was drowned or something.
Oh, Bob.
Well, I didn't mean that exactly. You know I didn't.
Oh, there you are at last, Frank.
Yes. I've had a very busy morning. Dufresne's still unconscious at the hospital.
Did you go through that old house where we found him, Uncle Frank?
Yes. I took 2 gendarmes, and we went through it from the cellar to the roof. All the tenants told the same story. Dufresne was brought there by 2 men who rented that ground floor room and stayed there with him day and night.
Wouldn't you think that some of them would have become suspicious and called the police, Frank?
I think most of those people are glad to keep out of the way of the police themselves. The 2 men told the same story, that Dufresne was their brother and was insane, and that they were keeping him there for a few days before taking him away from Paris.
And did the people believe that, Uncle Frank?
I suppose not, but they wouldn't interfere. If I'd realized Dufresne hadn't gone away somewhere himself, I would have offered a reward for information about him. Those cutthroats down there would surrender their entire family for 100 francs.
Oh, why do you suppose they ran away?
I think they were afraid someone had heard Dufresne break the window and call for help, and decided to go away before the police came and arrested them.
And so they just fractured his skull while they were about it, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
I'm surprised they didn't kill him.
They may have been instructed not to.
What I wonder is, why Mr. Dufresne wrote that letter to you, Uncle Frank, and even sealed it up in an envelope, and still it wasn't finished. Well, why do you suppose that was?
The letter said he'd been writing on it for several days, you know, and he may have felt it was not safe to try to write any more. I mean, perhaps he thought he'd rather let it go as it was than run the risk of those fellows finding it.
Yeah, or he might have been left alone for just a minute and thought that was a good chance to throw the letter out the window, Uncle Frank.
Yes, but we'll find out those things when he recovers consciousness. They're going to call me from the hospital as soon as he's able to speak.
And you haven't learned one thing about Robert, have you, Frank?
Well, yes, I've learned a few things. I've been to Robert's laboratory.
You didn't find anything that would give you an indication of where Robert might be?
No, the place had been cleaned out. There was nothing there except a few empty bottles that had held chemicals.
What can have happened to Robert?
Well, Uncle Frank, I should think you'd be afraid to go there. I mean, how do you know they aren't watching that building?
What do you mean by they?
Well, somebody must have taken Father away from there. He wouldn't just walk out in the street with his hands full of test tubes.
But you see, I didn't go there in my own clothes, Bob.
You mean you went in disguise?
Well, yes. You know what a pompier is?
I thought a pompier was a fireman with a brass helmet and everything.
That's right. You know, in Paris, the person who owns the building is charged a fee for calling the fire department when there's a fire. So it's to every landlord's advantage to keep the cost of calling firemen down to a minimum.
Well, can you beat that?
I dressed myself in the uniform of a fireman and went boldly to the door of this place and announced that I had been called to see about a fire in the chimney.
I wish I could have seen you, Uncle Frank.
Frank, I don't understand how Robert's been communicating with Mr. Dufresne all this time. How did he get word to Mr. Dufresne or get letters out to be mailed?
Well, you see, Dorothy, the chemist on the ground floor was one of our men. He didn't know who Robert was, but he knew there was something going on upstairs that was not to be spoken of. His wife had been getting Robert's meals and also taking messages for him to Dufresne.
But where are this chemist and his wife?
I don't know. Dufresne's letter said nothing about them, you know. He just said he'd received a message from me, telling him to close up the chemist's shop, and when he went there to follow my instructions, He found the chemist and his wife gone, and the shop closed.
But Mr. Dufresne didn't say a word about them in his letter, did he, Uncle Frank?
No. And that must mean they were not there when he arrived.
You mean the chemist was really working for someone else all the time, Frank?
No, I don't mean that. I think he and his wife were probably sent away by a message purporting to come from Dufresne.
Well, gee, it certainly is complicated, isn't it? Mother gets a message from Father saying he has to go away for a few days. And Mr. Dufresne gets a message from you telling him to close up the chemist shop. And the chemist gets a message from Mr. Dufresne telling him to go away.
And don't forget, Father told Mr. Dufresne Uncle Frank wanted him to come to Cairo.
But what can be the purpose of all this, Frank? Surely...
The purpose was to get into Robert's laboratory and search it.
But why?
Because they think he's made a discovery that they can use. And that means those papers of Robert's that were stolen from the house in Beverly Hills have never been found.
Where do you think they are, Uncle Frank?
I think they're in the hands of some person, some native in Algeria or Egypt, who doesn't know what they are. Don't you know a ranger said Roxor had the Arab who stole the papers in Alexandria killed?
The one who tried to sell them to me in Algiers?
Yes.
Well, if the papers are just kicking around in some native house down there in Algiers, they certainly will never do anybody any harm.
No, unless someone comes along who realizes their real value. As a matter of fact, those papers are just like an unexploded shell lying around somewhere where anyone might come along and kick it.
Right.
I know.
But who would want Robert's secret now? And how can you even begin to look for these men and the men who've sent Robert away?
Well, first, of course, I went to the police. Foreigners are required to register with them. And we may find them that way. I'm having Dimitri looked up. I know if he came to Paris, he might be able to lead us to the rest.
Listen, there's that summons thing. Now I bet you'll find out about Dimitri and Father and everybody.
My crystal ball. There it is.
May we all look, Uncle Frank?
Maybe about Father.
Yes, or... What a strange picture.
Gee, yes. The ocean, isn't it? But it sure looks funny.
How black and menacing the water looks.
Look at the rocks at the edge. They're toppling over into the water.
Oh, I hate to look. Strange we don't hear the yogi's voice, Frank.
Let's all be still. I think we shall hear it. My son, thou art going into extreme peril. Be warned in time. I'm listening, my teacher. But what is the meaning of this strange picture of great rocks falling into the sea? Interpret it according to the wisdom of the East, my son. The sea of thy life is black with clouds of seeming evil. But thou art strong to deny it, if thou wilt. I understand. In overcoming the powers of darkness in the place thou hast visited, thou hast done well. The brotherhood commends thee. But thy work will succeed only by unceasing vigilance. Dost thou understand, my son?
Yes, my teacher.
Tell those thou lovest they must be strong. Tell thy sister this. When there be an empty space within thy life, fill it with love. Farewell, my son. Await the call.
The picture's gone.
And of all the mysterious things the yogi's ever said, this one wins all the prizes.
Oh, I bet Uncle Frank understands it, don't you, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
Well, how about what he said to Mother? What does he mean by an empty space in her life?
Oh, silly, he means because Father's not with her, of course.
Yeah, I bet. I suppose you think he means for her to go around falling in love with a lot of other people. You would.
Oh, you make me simply wild. You know I don't think anything of the kind. The trouble with you is you're a complete extrovert.
Is that so? Oh, you don't even know what one is.
The gong will mark the end of the 91st round.
I'm sorry, Uncle Frank. You haven't done that for a long time.
Gee, won't you ever teach me how you do that, Uncle Frank? I'll promise you I'll never fight with Betty again, if you will.
My word. You almost sent me to do it.
Do you think the yogi meant you're actually going to someplace near the sea, Frank? Or was that picture just, well, symbolic?
Dorothy, I can't tell you. I must find out first whether...
I'll see who it is, Mother. Oh, hello, Naji. Come in. Did you get your ticket?
Yes, Betty.
I could have seen to that for you, Naji.
Oh, thank you, Chandu. But I had to be in that part of Paris for something else. And it was easy to see about the tickets then.
Chandu, I have seen on the street Dimitri.
You have? Was he alone?
Yes, he was hurrying along the street as though he wished to be out of sight as quickly as possible.
Did he see you?
No, Chandu.
Nicky told me Dimitri came down to Cairo to see you a few weeks ago. Did he, Naji?
Nicholas told you. How did he know that?
I told him.
What do you want, Naji?
Let us not speak of that.
No, that's all over now. But say, what... Naji, where did Dimitri go? Did you notice?
Yes, I follow him as fast as I can so he will not see me. And he went quite a long way. That is why I was so late returning to the hotel. He entered the Rue José d'Antin, and I saw him stop before a little shop.
A shop? What kind of a place was it?
It was a, gem cutter shop. Very tiny, with small windows.
Could you find the place again, Naji?
Oh, of course, Chandu.
Can you tell me exactly where it is?
I will go with you and point it out, Chandu.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. Just give me the location and I'll find it.
Naji, did you notice that there was a clock around there anywhere? In the street, I mean?
A clock? But no, Bob. Why do you ask?
Because that message Uncle Frank found in the statue said, the clock strikes 5. I thought if that was a meeting place, there might be a clock around someplace.
Oh, no, Bob. Now, Naji, tell me where that shop was.
I'll answer it. Hello? Robert. I'm listening, yes. Tell Frank what? I can't hear you, dear. Yes. Yes. And what? I can't hear you. Robert, listen to me a moment. What are you? I know you. Robert, tell me where you are. Robert.
On his trip into the Egyptian desert, Frank Chandler has learned that Robert Regent has gone to Singapore, but that he is not a prisoner. Dorothy decides to sail for home, stopping en route at Singapore. But suddenly the psychic summons is heard, and looking into the crystal, Chandler and the Regent see a clearing in a tropical jungle. Emerging from a forest path, confronted by natives who brandish long knives, is Robert Regent. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, look, Frank, look. It is Robert.
I know it is, Doc.
Gee, what do you suppose that place is? Look how thick the trees are.
Oh, Uncle Frank. Those natives are going closer and closer to Father. He's got big, long knives.
Let's listen and see if we can hear what they say.
Not a sound. Look at that biggest native there. Gee, it looks like he'd... Look at him sneak up closer and closer to Father. Look, Uncle Frank.
I am looking.
Oh, Frank, how would Robert get to such a place, and what do you suppose he's doing there? I can't bear to sit here and look at him being killed right before our eyes.
Yeah, and all the time he's thousands and thousands of miles away, and we can't do anything. That's what burns me up.
Listen, all of you. I'm going to try an experiment I've only been able to do twice in all these years. Even now, I don't know whether I'll be successful.
You mean you're going to try to magic them from here, Uncle Frank?
Gosh, dear.
Oh, Yogi, my teacher, far across the sea, I ask your help.
Oh, you must help Robert, Frank. You must. Look at those terrible natives.
I don't see why Father doesn't run away. Why does he have to stand there?
He'd have no chance. He wouldn't go 10 feet before they drag him back. If I can reach them at all, it will have to be through their fear. King of the jungle, come from your hiding place. Come out, I say, King Cobra, that life may be saved.
There it is, coiled up right in front of Father. See it?
Looking a beat that. It's right between Father and those natives. It's looking them right in the eye.
Look how scared they are. Stop. They're kneeling right down on the ground. I think your face is right in the dirt.
Father doesn't look as though he sees the cobra at all, does he? He's looking at those natives. Well, look. He's walking right by the cobra.
Oh, I can't believe it. Where is he going? I wish he wouldn't touch those natives.
Listen, Doc. Listen. I think I can hear him speaking. Answer me. Answer me. Where is she? Where's the white girl? Get up. What are you afraid of? What's the matter? Will you tell me where she is? I'll see for myself.
He's going to look in those huts. Dear, I wish he would.
So do I. There might be anything in there.
Oh, if he's looking for somebody, he has to look, doesn't he? There's only 3 of those huts. Won't take him long. Look, there he goes into the first one.
Oh, heavens.
No, he isn't, Mother. He's just going to the doorway to look in. Must have been empty. Coming back down the ladder. There he goes to the next one.
Yeah. And look, those fellas haven't moved. They're still crouched right where they were, and the cobra's still there, too.
He's coming down. Why, we should get away from there.
There he goes. That's the last one. Look, he's standing right in the doorway looking inside the hut.
Oh, what can he see in there? There, he's coming back. He's talking to those natives.
I've looked around and I see she's not here. Or at least she's not where I can find her. But the next time I come back, I won't be alone. Remember that.
Oh! He walked right over that cobra. He didn't see it. He's going right back down the path.
He's gone.
Yeah. And the picture's gone, too. Now, Uncle Frank, where do you suppose that could have been?
Oh, Uncle Frank, you're wonderful. You really are.
Yes, Frank. That's the most wonderful thing you've ever done.
Where is that place, do you suppose, Uncle Frank?
I don't know, Bob. The thing that concerns me is the identity of the girl he was looking for.
Why, Frank, how strange that sounded. You don't mean you think you know who she is?
I wonder.
What do you mean, Uncle Frank?
Do you suppose that was in Singapore, Uncle Frank?
Oh, no. There's nothing like that in Singapore. Singapore's a city. There's an enormous harbor there, always filled with ships from every part of the world. The streets are full of motor cars.
Oh, Uncle Frank, you spoil it all. You make it sound just like New York.
Oh, it's far from that. There are thousands of Chinese and Hindus and Arabs.
Arabs?
Yes. There's one street that's called Arab Street that looks almost like one of those busy streets in Cairo.
You're just saying all this to keep me from thinking of Robert, Frank. But
Now, Dorothy, you can see for yourself Robert isn't a prisoner. He's free to come and go as he likes.
Oh, yes.
But you mustn't worry about him. I told you I felt sure he'd gone there of his own accord.
Oh, I know you did. But I still can't see why he would go there without sending any word to me when he knew I thought he was in Paris. I haven't heard one word from him since we left Montebania.
Well, yes, you have, too. He called you up from Bayonne.
Really was Father that called us.
I've been so sure about that all this time. But now, I don't know.
Dorothy, did it ever occur to you that Robert might have called you back again that same night?
You mean after we'd left the hotel for the railway station?
Yes. Your telephone call was interrupted when he was talking to you, wasn't it?
Yes. He was trying to tell me where he was. You mean you think he might have called me again that night and I wasn't there? Oh, how could I have been so stupid as to rush off from Paris to Bayonne until I'd heard from him again?
But, Mother, you know he's all right now. You saw him not 1 minute ago, and there are probably a dozen letters chasing you all over the place from Paris to Bayonne and from Bayonne to Cairo and from Cairo and telling where they'll go if they don't catch up with you before we leave for Singapore.
You still think we should go with you to Singapore, Frank?
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do there, Uncle Frank? I mean, besides look for Father.
I have business there.
Secret business?
Well, yes.
You're not still looking for those papers of Father's, are you, Uncle Frank?
I'm always looking for them, Bob.
You are? Well, that's one thing you won't have to worry about anymore, isn't it?
Why?
Because Orenia gave them to Mother with that spider or whatever it was inside.
Frank, do you think whatever writing is on those sheets of paper will be destroyed by dropping the envelope in boiling water as you told Abu to do?
Oh, wasn't that terrible for Rennie to come here and... He was really trying to persuade Mother to open that envelope so the spider would bite her, wasn't he? Isn't he awful?
Yeah, that's an old trick of his, too. Remember how that dancing girl told us he sent the spider to the girl he was crazy about that wouldn't look at him?
Oh, yes. Uncle Frank, do you think the writing will all be boiled off of those papers?
Perhaps not.
But we'll destroy the papers, even if they're legible. Your father wanted them destroyed, you know. They're certainly too dangerous to carry about with us. Suppose we see if we can read them. Abu, did you drop that envelope in boiling water as I told you?
I was, Sandy.
Do you suppose you could bring it here without tearing it open?
I was. I will bring it in one moment.
I hope that spider's good and dead.
Oh, don't be silly. How could he help being dead when he was dropped in boiling water?
Where do you suppose Renier gets all these poisonous spiders he goes around sending to people, Uncle Frank?
Oh, he's always traveling through these countries that border the Mediterranean. And he probably knows many places where they can be caught.
Oh, there's Abu.
Mother, doesn't he look funny? He reminds you of an old book or something. Servant enters bearing a spider on a silver salver.
Thank you, Abu. That's all.
Frank, be careful.
Oh, we needn't worry about any spider that's in here.
Oh, how creepy the envelope is.
I'll tear it open. I'll shake it over this little tray, and we'll have a look at the spider.
Oh, isn't he terrible looking?
Gee. Why, his body must be 2 inches wide.
Look at these horrible legs. Oh, hairy.
Oh, heavens. Let Abu take it away.
Gee, I don't know, Mother. It'll make a swell specimen for my collection.
No, indeed. You're not going to carry that dead spider with you to Singapore and clear across the Pacific Ocean. You must draw the line somewhere.
Yes, Bob?
Sure, why?
I want to cut the envelope away from around the papers inside. I'm afraid they'll tear if I try to take them out now.
Here it is. Wait, I'll open it. There.
Thank you. I'll just cut the sides down like this. There, you see?
Is there anything on the papers?
Not a thing.
Oh, let me see them.
Better come over here where they won't drip on the carpet. They're still pretty wet.
Not one word. But what about the name at the top? What about that, Frank?
What name?
Why, Rainier told me. He said that was why I believed him and told him I'd pay him for the papers. He said at the top of each sheet was Robert Regent, Beverly Hills, California.
He did?
Yes.
Yes, he did, Uncle Frank.
You know, Robert had those letterheads made years ago. Do you suppose it could be possible that boiling water would destroy the printing at the top of the sheet?
No, of course not.
But how could Rainier know about the printing and exactly what it said?
He must have seen the originals. He probably had them himself, hidden away somewhere. He just brought these blank sheets of paper here to play this trick on you.
But I thought Renier worked for Roxar.
He does. But he's trying to pick up a little money on the side by selling these papers to us, don't you see?
Of course, Roxar doesn't know he has them.
Of course not. Roxar's told me a dozen times. And he must have told his own men hundreds of times that the Regent's secret is the only thing he needs in order to hold the world in his hand like an apple.
But I should think Renier would be afraid of Roxor. I should think...
Just a minute, Betty. What is it, Abu?
Chandu, there is a messenger who has a letter for you. He speaks no English.
Ask him to give you the letter, Abu.
Oh, no. It might be from Renier with another spider in it or something. Don't even look at it. I wouldn't if I were you.
Who does he say sent him here, Abu?
He asks if you know one whose name is Nicholas.
Nicholas?
I was, Sandy. The note is from Alexandria, and is to be delivered by him to you and none other.
Ask him to come in.
You have to answer, Mahmoud. Move faster, coward. Why do you stand there staring like a coward? That is the offended Chandler. Give him the letter.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Here's some money for you.
Mother, he's sort of pathetic. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, you would.
It is Sarala Biafandi.
Well, let's see what Nicholas has to say.
What is it, Frank? Has anything happened to Nicholas?
No. He says he heard two natives talking about Dimitri in one of those cafes in the native quarter, where he was whiling away an hour or two before the ship sailed. They said they just learned that Dimitri had been taken to prison in France, and that I had ordered it done.
Well, I'm glad they found out you did it, Uncle Frank.
But listen to the rest of it. I'll read it to you. They were chuckling over something that at first I couldn't understand. But then I heard them say that Mr. Regent had been lured to a strange, forgotten island off the coast of Sumatra.
a native inn in a tropical jungle village, Betty and Bob while away the time teaching Natasha to speak English, unaware that Dorothy is face to face with the terrible native gods of the Far East. Chandler returns from a conference with Dr. Shaw. They miss Dorothy. They go to her room. It is empty. But on the table is a folded paper on which is a seven-headed serpent, the mark of the deadly bond. The present act opens in the dimly lighted native temple. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, how dark it is in here. Where is my daughter? Where is she?
So forward to the altar, Mem Sahib.
Oh, I can't believe she'd come in here. She's been told over and over not to. Did you bring her here? Did you? You mean she's a prisoner in here?
Go forward to the altar, Mem Sahib. Hear that.
Oh, I'm not afraid for myself. But my daughter, in this awful place of weird images. Oh.
Here you will wait, Mem
Oh,
Sahib.
no. Why did you bring me here to find my daughter and then keep me from learning where she is? Betty? Betty?
You are calling, honorable lady?
I can't see you there in the darkness. Where is my daughter?
Your daughter, honorable lady?
Yes, of course. This man brought me here saying my daughter had come into the temple. Have you seen her?
Why did you think she had come here? Your daughter is brave indeed to venture within the sacred doors of the jungle god.
Oh, I can't believe she came here of her own accord. But he showed me her scarf, the piece of silk, you know, that she was wearing around her throat. And, oh, you tell him about it. Where is he? He's gone. I'm here alone.
You are indeed alone, in the presence of the god himself. Look up there. Wait. I will stir the sacred fire to life, and you may see his face. It is not often strangers are permitted to gaze upon it.
But I don't understand. You speak remarkably good English for a native of this jungle.
Ah, yes, but perhaps I am not a native of this jungle.
But surely no white man would... Oh, I'm sorry. I hardly know what I'm saying.
Look upon the face of the god.
Oh, it's a man with the head of a snake.
Cobra, king of the jungle.
Oh, I can't remember who you are. But I know I've heard your voice somewhere before. I know I have. Who are you? What are you doing here?
That you will never know.
Oh, you're somebody we've met. Is my daughter here? Tell me that at least.
You are here to answer questions, not to ask them. I will tell you this. You have looked upon the face of the jungle god, and that is because you will not live to leave the jungle.
What do you mean? Oh, this is horrible. Oh, you can't keep me here. How can you be so cruel? Is my daughter in here, too?
You are to be sacrificed to the god of the jungle. You are to pay the penalty that has descended through the centuries.
What penalty? Is it money you want? I have plenty of money. And I'm not afraid to die if you'll let my daughter go. Oh, please, please.
The jungle message has reached the temple that you are the wife of him who has the great emerald, stolen hundreds of years ago from the idol in the temple of Angkor.
Oh, no. No, I haven't the emerald, and my husband hasn't it either. But if you'll let me go, I'm sure I can find it and bring it to you.
We have known many white men before. Their words are false. Their faces are fair while they speak lies. Men of the jungle cannot trust white men.
Oh, but I'll do everything I can to get the emerald for you. I think I know right now where it is. The one who has the emerald will come to you later and...
The words of the white woman fall upon the deaf ears of the jungle god.
Oh, but please, please. I know the man that has the emerald would rather give it to you than have my daughter killed. Please let me go and I won't betray you. Really, I won't. I give you my word. I'll come back myself if I can't find the emerald.
If the man who has the emerald knows where it belongs, why has he not brought it to the temple?
Oh, I can't tell you. I really don't know. But I know I can get it for you if you'll just let me go.
Do you think that after the god of the jungle has waited these many centuries for vengeance, he is to be cheated of it now?
But wouldn't you rather have the emerald than my daughter's life.
Perhaps both may be restored to the jungle god.
It's like some horrible dream. Your voice is that of an educated man. How can you lend yourself to these horrible jungle practices? Will you tell me who you are? And if I really have seen you before?
You would know then how to beg me for your life.
No, that's not it at all. And besides, it's not my own life. It's my daughter's. Don't sacrifice her for the sake of this emerald. She's only a girl with all her life before her. I'll get you the emerald, I swear I will.
You have the emerald?
No, I told you I didn't have it. My husband hasn't either. I can get it. I know I can. Give me a chance to bring it to you, won't you? Oh, that horrible-looking idol.
It is not an idol, honorable lady. It is a god.
Oh, but how do you know your God would want you to take my daughter's life and mine? Isn't there some way you can get a sign from him? Oh, that's it. Ask your God for a sign that he wants you to take our lives.
His god is but the younger brother of him at Angkor, from whom the emerald was stolen.
But you believe in him? You said so. He might not want us to. What do you do when you want to find out his wishes? Surely there's something you can do.
Yes, there is a way.
Then try it. Ask him, why don't you? Ask him if we are to die.
I will do it, but think not to escape his vengeance.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right. What is it you do?
You see this knife? It is what we natives call a crease.
Oh, you're not a native of this place. I know you're not. Sure, I'd know you. If I could just see your face.
Be silent. I take the crease and I balance it between this stone and this vessel full of sacred water. If the crease falls on the stone, you shall not die, but if it falls in the water, you shall not escape.
But what's that basket behind the stone? What are you going to do with that?
That is the home of him who bears within his body the spirit of the jungle god. I will remove the lid that you may see.
Oh, it's a cobra, a live cobra.
Who listen to the question I shall ask. Music must be played to please the king. Raise your hooded head, O cobra, king of the jungle. Raise your hooded head and listen to the music. Shall this white woman go free or shall she die? If the knife falls on the stone, she is to live. In the water, death is to come to her according to the law of the centuries. The vengeance of the jungle upon him who stole the emerald.
Wait, not yet. Oh, that awful knife. Go on. I'm not afraid.
Ah, the knife. It sways with the swaying of King Cobra's head. Death! Is the honorable lady satisfied that the jungle god's vengeance must be fulfilled?
I suppose I can say no more. But I beg you to spare my daughter. Beg me if you will.
Your daughter is not here, honorable lady.
Then this whole thing was just a trick. That scar. That native that brought it to me at the inn.
It was written that you must be delivered to the jungle god for vengeance, and when your daughter dropped the bright silk from her throat, we knew the god had shown us the way.
Then she's never been here at all. She hasn't been in here.
No, honorable lady, she is not here.
Oh, you leaned forward in the green light from the altar just then. I saw your face. Let me see you again. Your Dr. Son. Oh, I don't know what to do. Dr. Son, my brother's friend. What?
Since when the sun rises tomorrow, you will not be alive. I will tell you what no one in the world knows.
But, Dr. Son, how can you?
I said I would tell you a secret. I am not Dr. Son.
Oh, how horrible. Are you trying to tell me that it was you we saw in Singapore and not Dr. Son himself?
Honorable lady, you are far too intelligent. I am a relative of Dr. Son. What you in America would put centuries ago. My pequods and I, too, believe in them and trust their judgment. I went to the white man's school as did Dr. Son, and when the time came, I was ready.
What do you mean? Oh, you...
I mean, when the time came, I killed Dr. Son and took his place. But now Dr. Son will be thought to have disappeared, and I have returned to the jungle.
But your knowledge of the secrets of the East, That
That
too.
too is mine. And now there's no longer reason why you should live. This very night, the God that pronounced your sentence of death shall execute it.
Are you here alone?
You think to pit your strength against mine? Even if you could, let me tell you, in the inner room is a large company of worshippers who await word of your death, that this ceremonial may begin.
Oh, get away! Oh, you horrible... Frank! Frank! Oh.
Huh?
Here I am.
I couldn't believe you coming here, Doc.
Oh, Frank, don't let them take me away. Don't. Oh, they're going to kill me. Frank!
Go away, white man. She has killed the priest. See him there before the altar lying dead.
Frank, please don't let them. Frank!
Stop. Stop, I tell you.
Frank! Frank!
The gods of the jungle has spoken.
In the weird native temple to which Dorothy has gone because she believes Betty is inside, the priest tells Dorothy she is to be sacrificed to the jungle god in vengeance for the theft of a great emerald by a white man centuries ago. The priest advances to take her life. She struggles with him. He falls to the floor just as Chandler bursts in. In spite of all Chandler can do, the natives drag Dorothy away to an inner room, shouting she has killed the priest. The present act opens in the inn, across the clearing from the temple. Chandu, the magician.
Don't cry, Betty. Please don't cry.
Oh, I feel as though it's all my fault. If it hadn't been for losing my scarf, I never would have got her to go over there.
Well, gee, I don't think you ought to feel as though it's your fault. Because if they hadn't got her over there that way, they would have some other way if they meant to.
Oh, I know. She just went over there to find me. She thought I'd gone in there after she said, Uncle Frank said we mustn't.
If I hadn't always been doing things like that ever since we came over here from home, you wouldn't have believed I'd go in there. So it's all my fault after all.
No, it is not. What's the use of saying that? Uncle Frank will be back here in a minute, and he'll probably have it all fixed up. Maybe he'll even bring Mother back with him. Now, don't cry.
I wish I'd never come to this awful place. This jungle's just like some terrible animal that's opening its mouth all the time to eat you.
Say, listen, you've got to stop talking like that. You're not helping Mother any by going off your bean yourself, you know.
I don't mean to keep crying. I know I've hardly done anything else since Uncle Frank came back and said she was over there. When I think what Dr. Shaw said about how terrible it was in there, I just can't bear it.
Well, at least Dr. Shaw's here, and he'll know how to talk to these natives. He and Uncle Frank will fix something up.
Oh, I hope they can. Poor Father's just frantic. I can tell, even if he does hardly say a word. He was as white as a sheet when Uncle Frank came in and said Mother had gone into that temple.
But where was Father when Uncle Frank came back here with you and you found Mother was gone?
He was down there by the spring. He'd found a funny-looking piece of rock. He was just starting back around the inn to bring it to us. There it is on the table.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Frank didn't wait a minute when he suspected Mother was in the temple over there, did he? He just dashed over there like a flock of wolves. He wouldn't let me go with him. I wish he had. Maybe we could have got her away from him.
Oh, no, you couldn't. You just got yourself killed. That's what you'd have done. He said there must have been 50 of those natives came running out from that inner room. Father went over there right away after he came back there, and we told him where Uncle Frank was, but he couldn't even get in.
Listen, I think I hear him coming. Gee, when it gets dark out here, it sure gets dark. Can't see a thing. No sign of a light in those native huts or in the temple or anywhere. Just black.
Is it Uncle Frank coming? Oh, is Mother with him?
Uncle Frank, did you get her?
No, Bob. We couldn't get them to release her.
Sit down here, Father. Take this chair.
We were wrong to bring them here, Frank. How could we dream she'd go over to that temple alone? After all we'd said about it.
Well, you don't blame her if she thought Betty was inside there, Uncle Frank.
Of course not. But I wonder why she didn't call me or wait for your father.
Where's Dr. Shaw?
Gone to his own quarters.
Well, what happened over there, Uncle Frank?
Oh, we went over to the hut of the head man of the village, and Dr. Shaw persuaded him to come out and talk to us. Dr. Shaw explained the circumstances as we reconstructed them, and the man listened carefully, as he would to the story of a dispute between two natives.
Oh, I can't bear to think that Mother's life depends on whether some old native says yes or no. Isn't it awful, Uncle Frank?
Yes, Betty. We may as well face it.
You mean he said he wouldn't let her go?
He said he couldn't. He said that when she killed that priest, she'd broken the most important of tribal laws, and that he could do nothing.
You see, this whole country down here is absolutely at the mercy of the native priests. What you might call witch doctors.
Oh, but it just doesn't seem possible the Mother could be shut up over there and we couldn't do a thing for her or get her out or anything.
Uncle Frank, tell me this. Tell me one thing. You really think those natives are going to kill Mother?
I'm going to be honest with you, Bob. I know they mean to. But that doesn't say they'll be successful.
But how could Mother kill that priest? She didn't have a gun or...
I don't know. I don't think she really did it. But those temple attendants certainly thought she did. And there's no question that she was struggling with him. I saw that myself when I went in. He had a wicked-looking knife in his hand.
Oh, if I had only been in here when she went over there. I can't understand why she'd go.
This is the way I think it happened. The chances are one of these sneaky natives picked up Betty's scarf out there in the clearing and brought it to Dorothy, telling her Betty'd gone into the temple.
That's what you said before, Uncle Frank. Why would they do that?
I don't know, unless... But we needn't think of that yet.
Think of what?
You mean a sacrifice?
Well, yes.
What do you mean, Uncle Frank?
Never mind, Betty. Don't think of it. We'll find something to do.
But did that native you talked to say he couldn't do one thing?
He said nothing could be done to save one who outraged the temple. And that while shedding the blood of anyone who ministered to the jungle god was bad enough, killing the chief priest was the greatest crime one could imagine.
I agree with Betty. I don't see how Dorothy could have killed that man. Did you see his body, Frank?
Yes. He was lying there before the altar. He was a great big fellow.
I wonder if he really was dead. Do you suppose he could have been shamming?
Yes, he was dead, all right. In spite of the confusion, I made sure of that. That was the one thing I had time to do before they swarmed all over me. I didn't see his face.
But Dorothy didn't have a knife or a gun. How could she kill a man like that?
I don't believe she did kill him.
I don't either, Uncle Frank. Why, Mother wouldn't hurt a fly.
Say, you certainly wouldn't blame her for killing a fellow that was coming for her with a big, long knife, would you? Mother's not such a frail flower anyway. You've never seen her when she was all stirred up. Like that night in Cairo when Arenya put the jungle curse on you.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, say, you don't know anything. She had that little pistol Uncle Frank gave her, and she pointed it right at Arenya. She told him he'd never live to put that curse on another person, and she meant it, too, I'll tell you.
Oh, I wish I could have seen her. She didn't really shoot him, did she?
Well, she would have, only Uncle Frank beat her to it. He magicked Arenya.
I'll tell you what I think we'd better do, Frank. Either you or I should start at once and go up to the capital, where we can appeal to higher authorities than this man here. What do you think of that?
I think it might be a very good plan. The principal temple is near the capital. And if you could get the head priest to intercede with Dorothy, there's no doubt that he'd let her go.
Frank, you look kind of scared yourself. Are you really afraid we might not be able to get Mother out of there before...
Don't think of that, Betty. You mustn't.
Didn't Dr. Shaw say there was a native trail up to the jungle to the capital?
Yes, there is one. But you could never find it.
Why couldn't I take one of these natives as a guide?
You might. If Shaw could find one you could trust.
It would certainly be quicker than waiting for the next boat to stop here. And then having to go back up to Rangoon.
Oh, you wouldn't go that way. You'd have to go around by Singapore and up through the Gulf of Siam.
Well, what do you think?
Suppose you try it. Will you go and see Dr. Shaw and ask him if he knows a native that could show you the trail through the jungle?
Of course I'll go. I'll come right back and tell you what he said.
Don't look like that, Uncle Frank. It's not your fault. You only brought us here because the yogi said not to let us out of your sight.
Say, that's not all he said. You remember the rest of what Uncle Frank told us?
What do you mean?
I mean, that about a time of terror being at hand. And Father thought he meant an earthquake or something. Boy, this is certainly it. Say, how about a little magic, Uncle Frank?
Frank, you're not afraid. Not really, are you?
Yes. Yes, Betty, I am. Horribly, horribly afraid.
Why, but... What? Uncle Frank, if you're afraid...
I didn't say I wouldn't try to do what I can, Betty. You know I won't give up now, don't you? Come, you mustn't cry.
Well, gee, will you try? Will you, right now?
Of course I will.
It's all fixed, Frank. Dr. Shaw found the fellow who was starting for the capital in the morning anyway. And he says that although it's almost unheard of for a white man to try this jungle trail, he'll take me if I want to go.
If there was any possibility of a boat stopping here, I'd say take a chance and wait for it, but...
Oh, no. It's no use to wait for that. I'd better go. Aside from a few such possibilities as death by a python and so on, Shaw said there's no danger if we keep to the trail. The natives do it all the time.
Let me help you pack your things, Father.
There'll be no things, Betty. It's not that kind of a trip. The native's taking some food, and he says there's all sorts of ways of getting things to eat along the trail. Edible roots and frogs and so on.
Oh, frog legs aren't bad. I like them.
And all I'll take is several pairs of extra shoes.
Sounds insane. But we must try everything.
Have you thought of using your occult powers, Frank?
I've thought of nothing else. But wait, Robert. I'm going to try right now. Will you all go into another room and close the door?
Yes. And, Father, if he does it, you won't have to go. You'll just hear a great big noise, and Mother'll be right here in the room. We've seen him do it.
Go on, quickly. All of you.
We won't come back till you call us, Uncle Frank. Come on, Bob.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't help you, Frank.
Dorothy, you are free from the walls that hold you.
Dorothy, nothing can keep you in that place of darkness. Leave it and come to this room. I can't do it. I failed. It's true. I felt I failed. Oh, Dorothy, I failed you just when you need me most.
Dorothy is a prisoner in a native temple in the heart of the jungle, accused of killing a priest of the jungle god. Regent and Chandler appeal to the head man of the village, but he insists he is powerless to interfere with tribal religious laws. Regent plans to start at dawn for the capital, to appeal to high authority there. And meanwhile, Chandler attempts to free Dorothy by magic. But for the first time, he fails. The present act opens in Betty's room at the native inn the following morning. Chandu, the magician. Well, goodbye, Frank. I'll make the best possible speed. I'll let you say goodbye to the children for me.
Father's not gone yet, is he, Uncle Frank? Oh, there you are, Father. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?
No, son. There's no use of both of us going. If you stay here, you may be able to help your uncle in some way. And besides, there are Betty and Natasha to look out for.
Well, okay. Gee, I didn't think I'd ever go to sleep, but I guess I must have.
You won't help your mother by lying awake nights, you know, Bob.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I'll be off. Goodbye, Bob.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye, Robert. I hope by the time you come back, we'll have found some way to release Dorothy.
I certainly hope you do.
Where's your guide, Father?
He's waiting out here. We want to start now before sunrise so we can be well on our way before it gets too hot.
I'm afraid you're in for a pretty unpleasant trip, Robert.
Oh, that's nothing if I succeed in getting the priest to let Dorothy go. See you later.
So long, Father. So that's that. Gee, Uncle Frank, you look as though you hadn't closed an eye all night.
No, I haven't slept.
Well, gee, don't look so cut up. Even if Mother knew you were trying to get her out of there and couldn't, she wouldn't blame you. Why, I bet even the yogi doesn't bat 1,000%.
Oh, there's some reason why I failed. If I could only find out what it is.
Well, listen. You remember that time up in Montebania when you couldn't hear the message from the yogi on account of Dimitri? Maybe it's something like that, huh?
Maybe.
You don't think so?
Oh,
What do you
I don't
think?
know what to think.
Well, I don't want to rag you about it. Gee, I know you must feel awful. I feel awful myself.
Good morning, Uncle Frank. Morning, Bob.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is Father gone already?
Yeah, he left about 5 minutes ago.
Sorry I didn't wake up in time to say goodbye to him. I didn't go to sleep until awfully late.
He asked me to say goodbye to you for him. He wanted to get an early start, you know.
Yes, I know. Uncle Frank, you know what I've been doing?
Why, what, Betty?
I've been getting some clean things together for Mother. Do you suppose they'd let us take them over to her?
Yes. About half an hour ago, I was sitting here and I heard someone come up on the veranda, very softly.
Have you been up all night, Uncle Frank?
Yes. This lady tapped on the screen and told me that for the present at least, I might go to visit your mother. And that I might bring either one of you with me each time I came.
Oh, that's wonderful. That sounds as though they might keep her there for a long, long time.
Well, we'll soon know what they intend to do.
Well, how soon can you go and see Mother?
Oh, yes. Can we go right away? Poor Mother. She must be so scared over there with all those terrible natives and maybe bugs and even snakes. Oh, I just shivered all night when I thought about her over there.
I think we can go as soon as it's light. She won't be asleep.
Where do you suppose she is? We'll have to get one of those natives to show us.
This man that spoke to me said she was in the hut next to the temple. It seems that's their prison. They often keep people there for a time.
Oh, I tell you, Uncle Frank, you and Betty go this time, and I'll stay here. Gee, you'd think Mother'd have kicked and screamed and everything while they were taking her from that temple to that hut.
She probably realized it was useless. And the best thing she could do would be to accept her captivity quietly.
Poor Uncle Frank. You feel terrible, don't you?
Indeed I do, Betty. Shall we have coffee before we go?
Oh, no, let's not. I couldn't drink it thinking of Mother sitting over there wondering and wondering what was going to become of her. And I'll hurry up and get those things of hers so she can at least have clean things to put on.
You'd better take her some water in a clean cup. The place is probably pretty mean,
Oh,
dear.
don't, Bob. It's just as horrible as it can be. Let's not try to think of anything more to make it worse. Just a minute. I'll be right back, Uncle Frank.
Listen, Bob. Stay right in this room all the time we're gone. I don't want anything to happen to Natasha.
Sure, I'll stay here. But do you think something's going to happen to her?
I don't know. But you know, they may have found out in some way she's a dancer. And a good many of their native rites include ceremonial dancing. If they got Natasha away from us,
and took her off into the jungle. We'd never see her again.
Well, gee, I don't think I'll let anybody get away with her. What if I have to shoot somebody, Uncle Frank?
Hush. Not so loud. You mustn't let the natives know you have that pistol. And you mustn't shoot it unless you actually have to defend Natasha. I mean, unless they're really going to take her away. I hardly imagine they'll try that with Dr. Shaw right here in the village. But I wanted to warn you not to go outside and leave Natasha alone. She'll be awake in a little while, probably, and join you here. Don't let her go outside, either.
Oh, she's afraid. She's been scared so much she won't move. I know that.
Not a word about this to Betty, of course.
Oh, sure not.
Here I am, Uncle Frank. You think they'll let us give her these things, don't you?
Oh, I imagine so.
Can we go right now? See how light it is? It's nearly sunrise.
Yes. We'll have to stop at the hut of the man we talked to last night and take him with us.
Well, doesn't it make you feel helpless to be cooped up here at the mercy of a lot of savages?
Just think how it makes poor Mother feel. Come on, let's go. Look, Mother, we brought you some clean things to put on. I thought you'd want them.
Thank you, Betty. That was very thoughtful of you, dear.
Oh, Mother, Father's gone way up through the jungle to the capital to get the head priest to tell these men they have to let you go. Hasn't he, Uncle Frank?
Yes, Doc. We'll have you out of here in no time.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Where's Bobby?
We left him over at the inn with Natasha. These guards of yours told me I could bring but one of the children at a time.
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's so dark in here, Mother. There isn't even a single window, is there?
No. I guess it's just as well we can't see too clearly in here.
Oh, Mother, I can't bear to think you got in here just because you went into the temple to get me.
Oh, you mustn't cry, dear. Don't want these natives to think we're afraid of them.
No, that's right, Doc. Can you tell me exactly what happened in the temple?
Oh, it's so confused. But I don't see how I could have killed that priest. No, that native came to the inn, and he had Betty's scarf, and said Betty'd gone to the temple. So, of course, I ran out onto the veranda and looked around the clearing. And when I didn't see Robert or Bob or Betty, thought he might have told me the truth. So I went over there. As soon as I was inside, they told me they'd got me there to take my life in revenge to the jungle gods for the theft of an emerald centuries ago. Frank, I'm sure it's the emerald in the emerald casket they're talking about. I tried to tell them I didn't have the emerald, and they said they knew Robert had it. Oh, but I forgot to tell you the worst thing of all. Did you recognize that priest when he was lying there on the floor?
No. It was so dark I couldn't see his face. And the natives were swarming around me like a hive of bees. You mean it was someone we know?
He stayed in the darkness all the time he was talking to me there before the altar. But I knew I recognized his voice, and I asked him where we'd seen him. At last, just before he tried to kill me.
Oh, Mother.
Now, dear, he didn't succeed, did he? You see, Frank, just before he drew that knife, he turned his face toward the light on the altar.
Who was it, Doc? Did you let him know you recognized him?
Why, yes.
Oh, that's probably what's caused this whole thing. Who was it?
It was that Dr. Sun we met in Singapore.
Dr. Sun? But that's impossible, Dorothy.
Oh, he told me he wasn't really Dr. Sun at all, but that he was some sort of relative of his who was the family's black sheep, and that he had killed Dr. Sun some time ago, and he'd been masquerading under his name all this time.
Poor Doc. And after that, of course, you didn't have a chance. He'd never let you go with that knowledge.
That's what he said. And then he ran after me with that awful knife, and I... Well, of course, I struggled with him. But how could I have killed him, Frank? I know I didn't.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't either.
Oh, those horrible drums. It seemed to me they'd beat all night.
Yes, they did.
I asked this guard that stands in front of the house what they were for. He told me they were having a ceremony of some kind out in the jungle.
I thought I saw the reflection of flames against the sky in the night. That must have been what it was.
The very thought of it makes my blood run cold. Oh, Frank, what about your magic powers? Can't they do anything about this? I don't mean to be weak, but all this frightens me so.
Oh, Dorothy, I don't know how to tell you. Last night, I tried for the first time and failed.
Oh, Frank. But never mind. They'll have to let me out. There's the guard, Mother.
We'll just try to do just as they say and make them no trouble. We'll get you out of here.
Look out there, Uncle Frank, just outside the door. There's a whole line of those natives drawn right up there like soldiers, and they all have knives. Oh, you don't suppose they're...
No, Betty. No, of course not. What is it? Is it time for us to go?
You have heard the jungle drums in the night time.
Science. So you're from India, eh?
And you know that. But that is nothing to you. You have heard the jungle drums beat?
Yes, of course.
The jungle drums say that tonight when the moon is high, the Mem Sahib shall be brought before the priests of the jungle god, and the god shall give her life or death.
Regent is the prisoner of a native tribe in the heart of the Malay jungle, accused of killing a temple priest. For some strange reason, Chandler's magic powers fail when he tries to release her by the use of his knowledge of the occult. However, he is permitted to visit Dorothy in the hut where she is held captive. While he is there, a native brings word that at a ceremony that night, her fate is to be decided according to jungle law. The present act opens that night before the ceremonial fire.
Chandu, the magician.
Will you permit me to be seated beside my sister?
You may sit beside her if you will hold your hands before you, so.
I agree. You have no objection if I talk with her, I suppose.
No, Sahib. But those who sit beside her will hear your words.
That's all right. Hello, Doc. Poor girl.
Oh, I'm all right, Frank. It's only when I think what might happen.
Don't, Dorothy. Nothing can happen tonight anyway. And every moment's delay means Robert's nearer the capital.
It's a picturesque sight anyway, isn't it? That fire in the center and those musicians over there with their faces painted.
That's the way to look at it. Remember, this will be just like a bad dream 2 months from now, when you're at home again.
Of course it will. How are the children?
Oh, they're all right.
Isn't it a shame Dr. Shaw can do nothing to help us? He's been here as many years as he says. I should think he'd have a great deal of influence with the natives.
He has. Or I would never be permitted to speak to you this way. I learned this evening he had made a strong plea to the chief of the village to have you paroled in his care. But they wouldn't agree to it. They're afraid that by some white man's method, you'll be spirited away beyond reach.
Oh, if there only were some way that I could be.
There will be, Dorothy. Something will have to happen so we can get you away from them.
You know, when you're safely at home and reading a magazine about these native rites and superstitions and all that, it sounds fascinating. You don't realize how terrifying it is to be at the mercy of their jungle code.
No. But remember, it works both ways. It was just an accident that knife trick of yours failed the other day in the temple.
Oh, Frank, look. Look over there toward the temple. There's a whole procession of them with their bodies painted and knives in their hands. They're coming over here.
It's just the regular ceremonial procession. It's that paint that makes them look so terrifying.
You don't suppose they'll take me back in that awful temple, do you? Oh, those leering idols and that awful green light that flickers on the altar. And that terrible image of the man with the cobra's head. Oh, I can't bear it, Frank. I can't bear it if they take me in there. I'll go mad.
Hush, they won't. They're going to have a whole ritual right out here. See? There's the man who's going to conduct it. Shaw told me this chap that's coming now is a very important man in the tribe. A sort of medicine man or witch doctor. He very rarely comes out of the jungle. He has a sort of hut in there where he's supposed to perform all sorts of incantations and cast spells and all that sort of thing.
Oh, I can't bear to think my life depends upon what that man might say. Isn't it dreadful? But I mustn't let them know I'm afraid, must I?
No. If they ask you any questions, try to tell them what happened as clearly as you can.
Will they ask you anything, do you suppose?
They may, of course, since I was in there when they dragged you away. And then, too, I saw the priest lying on the floor of the temple, you know.
Oh, it just goes round and round in my head all the time. I can see it over and over. That man creeping toward me with that horrible knife, and then the next second he was lying on the floor.
I wish I could have got a chance to examine his body.
What do you mean, Frank?
You know what you're talking about. I want to tell you something. I daren't move, or they'll think I'm trying to trick them. Can you hear me?
Yes, Frank. What is it?
I think that priest was killed by someone who was hiding there in the temple for that very purpose. I want to find out who it was if I can.
Is that why you said you'd like to have seen his body?
Yes. Don't you see, if he died from a knife wound or a poisoned dart, you couldn't possibly have killed him.
Oh, I see.
If they question me, I'm going to try to bring that out, in the hope that whoever did it will give himself away. It must be someone right here in the tribe.
Oh, that's the first hopeful thing I've heard since they shut me up in that hut.
Look, they're ready to begin.
I speak in the tongue of the white man, my people, so that he who is accused may understand my words. When I have told you the story, the jungle god shall decide her fate. But first I draw about me the ring of fire, that the jungle god may enter in.
Frank, should I have told those guards about that knife in the temple?
What do you mean, Doc?
I mean, you know, I proposed that knife test to the priest in the temple that day to prolong the time I had, because I thought you might find me, find out where I was, and come and get me.
No. It's a good thing you didn't tell me that, because, don't you see, that would mean that the god had already decided against you.
Oh, of course. So they probably wouldn't even bother with this farce of a trial if they knew that.
Yes. But now that the priest is dead, it will never be known.
Oh, why is it you can't help me with your magic powers, Frank? I can't understand
I
it.
can't either.
The times are good, my people. And now I call upon the Lord of the jungle to hear my word.
Oh, that cobra. He took it out of the basket and he's holding it right in his hand.
He'll put it down on the ground, you see, and leave it there until the trial is over.
Many centuries ago, a white man stole from the eye of an idol of the temple of Angkor the great emerald. This you know. The Bantus have sought the emerald over the world, but have found it not. And now the jungle god has delivered us a white woman for sacrifice. She has entered the temple. She has seen what no white man should see. She has killed the chief priest of the jungle god.
Oh, Frank, they look at me as though they'd like to tear me to pieces. Look at their eyes glaring at me in the firelight. And their horrible shining bodies.
Oh, don't let them know you're afraid. Heads up. That's it.
Does the white woman wish to speak?
Shall I, Frank?
Of course. Stand up, Doc.
You have searched my belongings since I have been a prisoner here, and you know I have not the emerald. And I tell you I did not kill the priest. How he died, I do not know. But I swear to you I did not kill him. Let my brother speak to you. He'll tell you I didn't kill the priest. He was there when... Oh, I didn't kill him. You've got to believe me. Why should I kill him? I only went to the temple to save my daughter. I thought she'd entered it by mistake. That's all I have to say.
Does the white man wish to speak?
Is it permitted that I see the body of the priest that my sister is accused of killing?
The body of the priest is sacred and not to be looked upon by white men.
How do you know some of your own people didn't kill him? Have you examined his body for poison dots or for knife wounds? You know my sister wouldn't carry a knife.
The body of the priest is gone.
You mean it's been burned?
It is not for you to question.
If you won't let me see the body, I ask that you examine it yourself. Remember, if the priest was killed by one of your own people, he is still here in the village, and others may die.
You have spoken, white man, and now the jungle god shall decide. Let the music begin. King Cobra, raise your head and say whether the white woman shall live or die.
Is that all they're going to do? Is that all we can do? Oh, what are they waiting for?
Don't you see? They're waiting to see what the snake is going to do. If he crawls across that stick, it means...
It means I'm to die. Is that it, Frank? Is it?
Look, my people, King Cobra has said it. The white woman shall not live. And the King Cobra has risen and set twice 7 times, he shall die. And the vengeance of the jungle god be complete.
They're going away. Back to the temple. What did he mean? Did he mean 2 weeks? I'm to live 2 more weeks?
Yes. And in 2 weeks, Robert will have had time to come back from the capital and...
Oh, through the jungle?
Yes. He has a native guide, you know. Or I may be able to reach the yogi.
You mean to reach him mentally or... Oh, you're not going away to India. You're not going to leave me here alone, Frank.
I won't unless I... You better go with these fellows.
Am I to stay in this hut for 2 more weeks?
Dr. Shaw is still trying to see if he can't persuade them to let you stay over there at the inn. And he may find some way to do it.
Have you tried bribing them?
Yes. I told him to offer any amount. But they're so afraid of being spied on and caught accepting a bribe, they won't take money. Everyone watches the others. And then, of course, the man who really did kill the priest is here somewhere.
Oh, I'd better go before they take me away. I can't bear to have them touch me.
They won't if you go along with them. Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Frank.
Don't give up hope. We'll get you out some way. Good night.
Good night.
Can you hear me? Bobby. Where are you? I'm just outside, in the back. I've made a little hole in the wall. I'm going to get you out of here. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not going to leave you there.
Bobby, you must go away. We can never leave the village, even if you did get me out of here. Please go away.
No, sir. I'm not going to. Got a hole in the wall. I'm going to take you right out of here tonight. If we have to swim the whole Pacific Ocean to get away, we'll do it. I'm not going to leave you in there any longer.
Bobby, they'll kill you if they get you out there.
No, they won't. Anyway, they're not going to catch me. I'm not going to leave you in there another night.
Despite her insistence that she is innocent of killing the temple priest of the jungle, Dorothy is condemned to suffer death, and Chandler is powerless to avert the sentence, which is to be executed at the Feast of Darkness 2 weeks later. Returned to the hut where she is held prisoner, Dorothy hears Bob's voice, whispering he has come to rescue her. She begs him to leave, but he is determined to set her free. Chandu, the magician.
Please, you must go away. Don't you know they'll kill you if they catch you?
But they're not going to catch me. I got that sharp knife I bought in Cairo. They cut through these walls like cheese. Only made of layers of dry leaves anyway, don't you know that?
Oh, but Bobby, the least sound, the guard will be around there before you can move. Please go away.
I'm not going to make much noise.
Listen, Bobby, you must listen to me.
Come over here next to the wall, Mother. Come right over here. See? Got a little place through already. Now they can't hear us.
Oh, but don't you see? We can't get out of here. We can't get out of this village. And even if we did, what would we do? Where's Uncle Frank?
He's in his room over at the end. I hope he's sound asleep. I certainly didn't tell him I was coming over here. I knew he'd never let me do it.
Of course he wouldn't. Oh, heavens, that noise, Bobby.
Well, I suppose I'll have to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you see, I knocked the guard out. I sneaked up behind him when he wasn't looking, and I knocked him right out. He just fell over like he was a dummy. I tied his hands and feet and stuck a handkerchief in his mouth and tied another one right around his head so he couldn't get it off.
Oh, Bobby. Don't you see that's just the thing we mustn't do? Oh, they'll kill us all. You've got to go and untie him at once, now, before some other native comes along and sees him there.
Now, Mother, don't be silly. I've got this far, nothing's happened to us. See, you have to take some chances. Anyway, these natives aren't going to come around here in the middle of the night.
But you don't understand. Even if you do succeed in cutting a large enough hole in the wall for me to crawl through, what will we do? We're entirely at the mercy of those men. Only by a miracle they haven't killed me or some of you already.
Say, Mother, you know what? Uncle Frank's just getting thinner and thinner. He's all cut up about not being able to magic these fellas and get you out of here.
Oh, I know he must be. What do they think is wrong?
I don't know. I asked him the other day if he thought it was something like that time when we were out in Montebania and he couldn't get the message from the yogi on account of Dimitri. I don't know whether he thinks some of these natives are beating him out or whether he just can't make it work anymore.
Oh, how horrible this place is.
Well, I'll get you out of there before long, I tell you.
Oh, I didn't mean that. Of course, it's uncomfortable in here, but it's not unbearable.
Well, you may be able to bear it, but I can't. It just makes me sick to think of you being in there.
Don't you see? If it had been just a question of getting me out by force, Uncle Frank would have done it days ago. He knows it's no use to try to escape from them.
Well, what is he going to do?
He has to find a way to make them release me of their own accord. Or else wait until Father returns from the capital with permission from the head priest to let me go. Or until the next boat stops here.
Yes, but don't you know by that time it may be... Oh, gee, Mother. I didn't mean to remind you of that. But now that I have said it, you know what I mean anyway. I'm not going to leave you in there until they come along, and I'm just not going to do it, Mother.
Oh, hush, son. Not so loud.
Well, if that guard has come to by now, he can't wiggle an eyebrow. I tied him up too tight.
Son, if you tied up the guard, why didn't you just open the door and not go to all this trouble to cut through the wall?
Well, I wasn't going to say anything about that. I couldn't get the door open. So dark there and fastened shut in some trick way. When they brought you back here, I was watching them across there in my room. I sneaked over here as soon as it was dark. But I don't know how they have the door fastened. I couldn't find any place to get it open, and of course I didn't want to pound on it and make a lot of racket.
Bobby, you've got to listen to me. That noise will wake up every native in the camp. Go on back to the inn and go to bed. Now I insist on it.
Well, it's too late now. Because if they come back and find you still here in this big hole in the wall, they'll think you did it. And then it just will be too bad. I'll have a big big enough for you to get through in just a minute. Oh, gee.
What is it? What is it, Bobby?
Somebody's seen me. There's a big fat native crawling around the corner of the hut on his hands and knees. And he's got a knife in his teeth. He doesn't think I've seen him yet.
Run, Bobby. Run as fast as you can. Wake up Uncle Frank if you have to, but run.
He's not 2 feet from me. Well, what do you want?
Oh, Bobby, look out. Oh, that awful knife.
Hey, you leave me alone.
Step back there against the wall, Bob. I'll handle this. Frank. So it's you, is it, Wong? Drop that knife. Drop it, I say. Look at me, Wong. Look at me. Do you hear that music? Look at me, Wong. I want you to return to your hut. When you reach it, you will instantly go to sleep. And when you awake in the morning, you will forget this. Your mind will not hold the memory of this night. Go.
Gee. He just turned around and went away without a word. Gosh, Uncle Frank, you...
Oh, Frank.
What were you doing here, Bob? I thought you were asleep in your room.
Well, I was. But, gee, how can a fellow sleep when his mother...
What's this hole in the wall? Were you foolish enough to think you could help her escape from this hut? What did you think you were going to do then?
Gee, I thought I'd bring her over to the inn and you'd know something to do. Gosh, I couldn't bear to think of her staying in there any longer.
Oh, Frank, I know he shouldn't have done it. I tried to persuade him to go away.
Well, I'd take a chance even in the jungle before I'd leave her in here and just let him come along and shoot her or something.
I don't blame you, Bob, for wanting to get her out of this place. But it would be certain death to all of us to try it. Betty and Natasha, and you and I, as well as your mother. We couldn't go 100 yards into the jungle. And there's no other way out of the village except the path that leads to the ocean. And what good would that do? I wish you'd spoken to me about this plan before you came over here.
Well, there must be something we can do.
We're doing everything we can, Bob. Come on now. We've got to get back to the inn before they discover us. I can't understand why that guard didn't see you here.
Well...
He tied him up, Frank.
What? Where?
Right around by the door.
Come on, quick. Show me where he is.
Well, he was standing there right in front of the door. I sneaked up behind him, and I let him have it. Gee, I hit him a peach of a smack. Look, there he is. See that shadow there on the ground? That's him.
How long ago was it you tied him up?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. I've only been cutting at that wall about 5 minutes.
Well, let's see if he's unconscious. You must have hit him hard, or else he struck his head on something when he fell.
Yep, he's out cold. I did hit him, didn't I? What are you going to do with him, Uncle Frank?
I'm going to see to it that he knows nothing about it tomorrow. It's the only way to save all our lives. Just be quiet a minute, will you? God of the temple of the Cobra, hear my words. You have seen nothing tonight. You know nothing of what has occurred in this place. In the morning you will mend the rent made in the wall, made by a tree which has fallen against it. In 5 minutes you will awake. I say again, you have seen nothing.
Gee.
Take that gag out of his mouth, Bob, while I cut this cord you tied him with.
Okay. There it is. Say, if we have to leave Mother there, can't we go around and say goodnight to her?
Yes. Hurry, though. We want to be away from here when this fellow wakes up. Come on.
Hey, listen, Uncle Frank. How is it you can do all these things to these natives, and still you can't...
Don't keep asking me that, Bob. Do you suppose there's a moment of the day or night when I don't think of it myself? I don't know what's the matter. I don't know why I can't. Don't you know I'd be willing to give my life to save her from them? Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I shouldn't have said that. It's not you I'm talking to, though. It's myself.
Gee, I don't mind. I know how you feel. I won't say anything about it again.
Oh, it's all right. Just for a moment.
Here's the hole I made in the wall. Mother.
Yes, dear. What is it? Where's Uncle Frank?
Right here. Don't worry about this, Dorothy. This will all be taken care of in the morning. And no one will know the difference. Oh, Dorothy, you don't know how I feel to go away and leave you in this...
Oh, I know, sir. But I'm not blaming you. Please go away. I'm all right, and we don't want to arouse all the other men in the village. Good night, Bobby.
Night, Mother.
Good night, Dot. I'll bring Betty over in the morning.
Don't let her worry about me, Frank.
Come on, Mr. Frank. Betty. Wake up, Betty.
Oh, what is it, Bob? Mother?
No. Listen. Don't talk so loud. These boards are just like paper. I've got an idea.
What's the matter? Why are you all dressed? Where have you been?
I'll tell you about it in a minute. Listen, I've got an idea. Let's you and I go over to that old temple and knock on the door. When the priest comes to the door, we'll tell him we'll let them take us if they'll let Mother go. What do you think of that, huh?
Oh, Bob, do you suppose they would? You mean both of us?
Well, I thought we'd both go and see what they said anyway.
Oh, yes, let's. It's the first thing I've been able to think of that might work. It'll only take me a minute to get ready.
Well, now listen. I tell you just what we'll do.
Although she swears she is innocent, Dorothy Regent has been sentenced to death for the killing of a native priest in the heart of the Malay jungle. In the darkness, Bob comes to the hut where she is held captive and attempts to release his mother by cutting a hole in the wall. Knowing they will all be killed if Bob's rash plan is discovered, Chandler takes Bob back to the inn. But Bob and Betty are secretly plotting to rescue their mother in another way. Chandu, the magician.
Hush, not so loud, Bob. Uncle Frank will hear us, and we'll have to give it up.
Gee, yeah, what he did.
What he did? When?
Just now.
You mean you've been outside somewhere? Oh, Bob, you haven't been over there where Mother is.
Yes, I have. I couldn't go to sleep thinking about Mother over there, and suddenly I thought, why couldn't I go over with that sharp knife I bought in Cairo and make a hole in the wall of that hut where Mother is and just get her out?
But how could you cut through the wall?
Because those huts are made out of layers and layers of those big flat leaves, dried and stuck together some way. No trick to cut through them. What I knew I'd have to look out for was that guard they keep there by the door.
Didn't he hear you?
No. I sneaked over there just like an Indian. I didn't make one sound. I sneaked over there, and there he was, standing right in front of the door, just like he was made out of stone or something.
Oh, Bob. Why, you're a regular hero yourself.
Wasn't Mother glad to see you?
Wait till I tell you. She wasn't so very. I mean, well, I sneaked up on that guard and he never saw me at all. Can you beat that? Talk about the years of savages.
Go on, quick. What happened?
Well, I just sneaked right up to him and gave him a good punch in the chin.
How could you get up in front of him without him seeing you?
Well, I don't know how, but I tell you I did. I just stood along there in the shadow of the house, and I felt as though I only moved about an inch every hour. But he didn't see me. He didn't see me until I was right there. And when he looked at me, I let him have it. And boy, did he hit the ground.
Oh, Bob, I never was so thrilled in my whole life. How did it happen you didn't bring Mother back with you?
Don't talk so loud. I went around to the back of the hut, and as soon as I cut a little tiny hole, I could hear Mother crying.
Crying? Oh, poor Mother.
Yeah. So I called to her, and she tried to make me go away.
Well, why didn't she come with you?
Oh, she said they'd kill us all, and anyway, she said there wasn't any way we could get away from the village, even if we got her out of that hut, because...
But you could have brought her back over here, and Uncle Frank could have done
Yeah,
something.
that's just what I thought. But you know what? She kept telling me to go away, and I kept telling her no, I wouldn't. All of a sudden, there was a great big native crawling right up toward me with a knife in his teeth.
Oh, my.
And just as he got up to me, there was Uncle Frank, right out of nowhere. And he grabbed that native and made him drop the knife. And then he just magicked him or something, told him to go away and not remember that he saw anything or anyone.
He did?
Yes, sir. Then he made me take him around to where I knocked out that guard, and... gee, I forgot to tell you, I tied him up with some cord I took from here and gagged him with a handkerchief.
I'll never be mean to you again as long as I live. And I'll never tease you about Judy or anything.
I hope you don't. Well, Uncle Frank made me untie the guard and everything, because he said even if we did get Mother out, they'd just take us all right out in the jungle and kill us without a word. Now, can you beat that?
You suppose they really would?
Well, that's what he said. He said that I was not only risking my own life, but yours and Natasha's and Mother's besides. And that Father'd come back here maybe with permission to let Mother go, and here we'd all be dead.
Well, never mind. Nothing did happen. But say, when you came in here and waked me up, you said you had a scheme for us to go over there to the temple and everything. What are we going to do about that?
Well, I thought if you weren't afraid, we could go over there and do just as I said. We could knock on the door of the temple, and when they came, we could say that if they only wanted somebody to sacrifice, maybe they could take us and let Mother go. At first, I thought maybe we could draw straws or something to see who wins, but that...
Oh, no, I think we'd better both go. But what do you suppose Mother'd say? She'd never let us do it if she knew about it. She wouldn't even go away from that place if she thought they had us over there. You know that, Bob.
Oh, gee, I suppose she wouldn't.
Anyway, how would we know they'd let her go, even if we did go in there? Even if they told us they'd take us in her place?
Well, I guess we'd have to see them let her go before we'd let them lock us up.
Oh, yes. But if we saw Mother, then why wouldn't she see us? And what would Uncle Frank be doing all that time?
Well, this is just what I thought. Maybe it won't work, but then maybe it will. You know what Mother told me when I was over there to the hut to see her yesterday? About how she got that guard of hers to talking. And he told her they had fellows that stood in front of the altar all night in the temple and burned fire and things so the God wouldn't have to be left there alone.
Yeah.
Well, those fellows must be over there now. And we don't need to wait for it to be morning. We could go over right now. And then if they do it, if they let Mother go, I mean, we could watch from the temple and we could see them let her go and she'd just come back over here thinking nothing of it, huh? Now, wouldn't that work?
Well, we have to think of everything, you know. So we have to think what Mother'd do when she found out we weren't here.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what would she do? She'd go and tell Uncle Frank, and Uncle Frank would go and ask the man over there at the temple, or maybe that fellow that runs the village, and then they'd know. But what could they do? I mean, Mother couldn't do anything about it once we were there. We have to fix it some way so she won't know about it till it's too late. Because there's no use trying to persuade her to let us do it.
Of course not. She never would.
Gee, when we left home to meet Uncle Frank in Paris, we never thought we'd die here in this jungle and never come back, did we?
No. Somehow, you always think that nobody but old people die. But let's not think about that. Certainly no worse for us than it is for Mother.
No, it's not even as bad. Because, gee, she's already had such a lot of trouble with Father being gone all those years and thinking he was dead and everything.
Yes. And you know, we've made her a lot of trouble, too. Even the first time we went over to Egypt, we were always doing some crazy thing like getting lost or going down in that underground place of Nazis with Digger Crumb and that Arab.
Yeah, and up in Malta when we went down in the catacombs without a guide, nearly scared Mother to death.
Yes. Sometimes it seems as if she ought to be glad to get rid of us, doesn't it?
It sure does. Hey, listen. What's that? There's somebody out there on the veranda.
Nobody can see us in here. It's dark.
I'm going to see if I can see who it is. Keep still now.
What was he doing?
You saw who it was, didn't you?
Of course I did. It was Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, he came right along from the end of the inn down the veranda to this door. He looked as though he was trying to see in here.
Bob, do you suppose he's really mixed up with these natives in some way?
How do you mean?
Well, don't you know how funny he talked the other day when we first came? All about native superstitions and everything. You said yourself you thought he was kind of crazy.
Gee, I know I did, but I didn't think you'd... Gosh, Betty, you don't think about a white man really being in with these natives that are mean and cruel and everything like these are. I'd like to know what he wanted. Why would he just come up and kind of peek in and then go away?
Maybe he heard us talking.
Oh, I don't see how he could have. We were talking so low, and we weren't talking at all when he came along here.
Well, maybe we were wrong about him. Maybe he just came along here to see that everything was all right. I know he's been pretty worried about poor Mother.
Well, he didn't sound as though he stopped anywhere else along the veranda here. I heard his footsteps just going away.
Yeah.
Say, what about Natasha? Look in her room and see if she's all right, will you?
Well, why shouldn't she be all right?
Well, go on, look, quick.
Why, of course I will. What do you mean about her being all right? Now, listen. What's the matter, Bob?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you, but Uncle Frank told me he was kind of scared about Natasha, because he said if these people found out she was a dancer, they might snatch her up and take her off to one of their places in the jungle. Because they have to have dancers for some of their ceremonies, you know, and I suppose they'd rather have a white girl than a native dancer any day, wouldn't you?
Oh, Bob, but you don't think Dr. Shaw could... Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Well, what do you mean? You can't help what Dr. Shaw does.
No, but if we go away and leave Natasha in there alone, and somebody comes and takes her away into the jungle while everybody's asleep...
Gee, yes, that's right. What if Uncle Frank really is asleep?
Well, I should think he would be. He's hardly slept one wink since Mother's been over there in that awful place. No, he's terribly worried because he can't get her out by magic. I know he is.
Oh, boy, you should have heard what he said to me tonight about it.
What?
Well, you know how we've been wondering all the time what was the matter, that he couldn't do something about Mother. And tonight, I just asked him about it before I thought. And, gee, he told me he was nearly crazy trying to think about it. And he didn't know what was the matter, and he told me he hoped I'd not speak to him about it again because...
You know, this is exactly what the yogi meant by that message Uncle Frank got in Singapore. You know, he said not to let any of us out of Uncle Frank's sight for even a minute, didn't he?
Oh, he didn't exactly say that. But he said to take us with him wherever he went. But, of course, Uncle Frank probably thought of that a million times.
Yes, and you know what else he said? He said that something was going to happen and Uncle Frank would lose his magic powers.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Well, yes, I think so.
Oh, no, I don't think he said that. Why should Uncle Frank lose it?
Well, I don't know. Of course, we can't figure all that out. But we've got to decide what we're going to do. If we're going to go over to that temple, we'll have to go right now, because it's going to begin to get light pretty soon. What about Natasha?
Well, gee, I don't know, but we aren't sure they take Natasha away, of course. Uncle Frank only told me to watch her.
Well, for that matter, they might have taken her away while we were over there tonight trying to get Mother out of that hut.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, shall we go or not?
Oh, sure, let's go. Natasha will be all right, and if we can get him to let Mother go...
Yes, she'll only be alone for a few hours, because Mother will be back and Uncle Frank will wake up. Come on, let's go right now before we start thinking of a lot of things.
Yeah. Take a good look around before we go out, because it'll be the last time you'll probably see the sky and everything.
Don't, Bob. So are you going to write a note?
No, let's not wait for that. We'd have to go out in the other room and get paper and everything. And Uncle Frank might hear us. He'll find out where we are.
Well, come on, let's go. Listen, Bob, I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said to you and everything.
Well, that's all right. I've said a lot of things to you, too. I'd rather have you for my sister than anybody I know of. Are you scared?
Well, I am a little. But, oh, come on. It's silly to be scared when Mother's over there in that awful place.
Okay. Here we go.